After 2.5 years of traversing a new world, Luo Yuan finally awakens a dream cycle system that promises rewards of techniques, cultivation, and longevity for completing nightly dreams. However, he soon discovers that the female leads he once met in dreams retain their memories. In a world filled with challenges and opportunities, Luo Yuan, an ordinary citizen turned disciple, grapples with the realities of his unique situation. His journey is marked by encounters with powerful women, each with their own stories and ambitions. As he navigates through dreams and reality, he must rise above his limitations and forge his own path in the realm of immortality. With the system activated, his adventure begins anew, promising thrilling interactions and unexpected twists. Will he seize the chance to change his fate and explore the depths of his potential, or will he remain bound by the constraints of his past? Dive into a tale where dreams intertwine with destiny, and every choice leads to a new adventure. This is a story of ambition, romance, and the quest for greatness amidst the trials of life. Dreaming. Dongyu, Xian Inzong, January 20th. Light rain. Today is uneventful, indulging in melodies at the tavern. January 21st. Cloudy. With idle time, I played paper cards with my senior sisters. Their legs are truly fair. January 22nd. Overcast. Today I accompanied senior brother Chong Lu Guan from the neighboring peak down the mountain, encountering a chicken that could bounce a ball, which brought to mind a departed friend. January 23rd. Overcast turning partly cloudy. I cannot continue to languish like this. As Confucius said, I examine myself 3 times a day. Starting tomorrow, I shall become a disciplined individual. January 24th. Sunny. Today? Never mind. Today I have matters to attend to. Passing by the tavern, I took a moment to wander inside. Having recorded a week's worth of diary entries, Luo Yuan gently closed his notebook and turned to lie on his bed. Gazing out at the inky night sky, drowsiness soon enveloped his mind. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a crisp notification rang in his head. Dream cycle system has been activated, loading for the host. Luo Yuan suddenly jolted upright from his bed. This is a golden finger? System loading complete. This system is the Tao Partner Dream System, named the most affectionate in the immortal cultivation realm. Upon entering the dream, the host will randomly experience a poignant story with a female figure. After each dream concludes, the host may select one ability that existed in the dream as a reward. Current system level, LV, 1. Required cycles for upgrade, 10. Current cycle count, 0. Beholding the somewhat ethereal system interface before him, Luo Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotion. After traversing 2.5 years, his system had finally arrived. As a transmigrator, Luo Yuan was originally an ordinary citizen beneath Guiyun Mountain. Due to a certain opportunity, he penned an artistic masterpiece titled Jin Bing Hua Mu Mei in a local private school. Upon its completion, he became an overnight sensation, astonishing all within 10 miles. Word of his talent reached the ears of Mo Qingqiu, the sect leader of Xianin Zong, who exceptionally chose to take him under her wing. To his dismay, Luo Yuan discovered he possessed a rare constitution with damaged spiritual roots, making it difficult for him to condense spiritual energy, thus unable to cultivate like ordinary individuals. Under such circumstances, in this harsh world where the weak are devoured by the strong, his fate would typically lead him to a dismal end. Fortunately, his master Mo Qingkai did not revoke his status as a direct disciple, and his senior sisters treated him with kindness, teaching him various arts. It would not be an exaggeration to say that as long as Luo Yuan desired, he could remain on the mountain and languish for a lifetime. However, as an aspiring youth wishing to realize his dreams in the realm of cultivation, Luo Yuan was unwilling to succumb to despair. Thus, he began to endure hardships and strive for improvement. Every day, aside from eating, drinking, and enjoying leisure, he frequented the tavern, leaving no room for laxity. It could be described as a bitter struggle. Now that the system had finally arrived, he could escape the depths of suffering and explore a different life. After calming his excited heart, Luo Yuan hurriedly laid back on the bed, adjusting his sleeping position, eagerly initiating the first dream cycle. First dream cycle begins. In this life, you are born into a merchant family in Dongyu, with your father being the actual controller of the largest trading association in Dongyu. You possess a unique talent from birth, abundant wealth. At the age of 10, you suddenly harbored the thought of pursuing immortality. Your father, upon hearing this, deemed you insane, For one could easily thrive on wealth. Why choose the path of cultivation and starve? Nonetheless, your father chose to support you. Eventually, through your relentless efforts, you entered Xianyin Zone as an outer disciple. By the age of 12, your innate talent for cultivation began to manifest, and you successfully entered the inner sect. In the same year, during the assessment of spiritual roots, you were identified as having chaotic spiritual roots, causing a stir within the sect. 5 years later, your cultivation soared, and by the age of 20, you reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core, becoming the most extraordinary disciple in the history of Xianyin Zone. At the sect conference 6 months later, sect leader Luo Qingshang accepted you as her direct disciple, marking your first encounter with her. Though it was your first meeting, her impression left an indelible mark on you. With a discerning eye for beauty, you recognized her defining trait, a broad heart. At 20, Luo Qingshang sent you to the North Region's Shinshan, marking your first venture outside the sect for training. After overcoming numerous challenges, you finally reached the summit of Shinshan, where you discovered the legacy left by the Ice Sovereign High Bosi. However, you were not the only one who arrived at this place. On the opposite side of the temple, you beheld a figure clad in white, wielding a long sword. Her beauty was exquisite, her delicate features sculpted like pure ice and snow. Every inch of her seemed to embody all the splendor of this world, leaving no room for imperfection. Such an ethereal presence, so transcendently graceful, stirred your very soul. That sword is truly white, you instinctively exclaimed. Unsurprisingly, your words reached her ears. She slightly turned, her icy gaze filled with ire, as the long sword in her grasp began to gather spiritual energy. In a flash, before you could explain, 2 fierce sword energies suddenly sliced through the air, heading straight for your face. You swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the perilous blow of the sword. In a fleeting moment, you recognized the renowned sword technique, the Liang Xiu Qing Shi. This technique, a treasured inheritance of the Ningjin sect, leads you to deduce the identity of your opponent, the sect's holy maiden, Gu Qingshang. With a desire for peaceful discourse, you resolve to engage her in earnest conversation. However, before you can utter a word, the ground beneath you begins to tremble violently. The disturbance from the earlier strike has awakened the formidable Xianbing giant dragon, guardian of the Ice Emperor's legacy. As you lift your gaze, a pair of pale blue giant eyes slowly open in the void, their overwhelming spiritual pressure saturating the entire temple. To preserve your lives, an alliance becomes imperative. After an intense battle, both of you find yourselves gravely wounded, your internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. Fortunately, the dragon, having guarded this realm for millennia, is far from its prime, and its strength has waned considerably. Seizing the moment, Gu Qingshang channels her last remnants of spiritual energy, plunging her sword deep into the dragon's body. Once this is accomplished, she too succumbs to unconsciousness, her energy exhausted. A mournful roar echoes as the colossal dragon collapses, showering the surroundings with its blood. Known for its intoxicating allure and lethal venom, the dragon's blood quickly seeps into Gu Qingshang's garments in such close proximity. You rush forward to save her, gently placing your hand over her heart, summoning the last vestiges of your spiritual energy to safeguard her vital essence. I swear, this is solely for the sake of saving her, you silently vow. In this moment, you are finally able to observe the holy maiden of the sword sect up close. Her snowy complexion is flawless and her skin as delicate as refined jade. The earlier haughtiness has vanished, replaced by a heart-wrenching fragility. Moments later, you notice a slight flutter of her eyelashes. Gradually, her eyes open, meeting yours. Wonderful, you are awake, you exclaim joyfully. Yet, she seems oblivious to your words. Upon sensing your presence, she gradually leans closer to you. The realms of cultivation are categorized as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, each divided into 9 levels for easier recollection. Chapter 2. Gu Xianzi, please exercise restraint. The atmosphere around you gradually grew heated as you noticed the bloodstains on Gu Qingshang's attire, seemingly awakening an unsettling realization. You struggled to retreat a few steps, yet Gu Qingshang offered you no chance of escape. In an instant, the balance of power shifted dramatically. Gu Xianzi, please exercise restraint. Your voice trembled slightly as you gazed into the water-like eyes of Gu Qingshang. However, in her current state. Drenched in dragon blood, her rationality had long been consumed by desire, rendering your plea utterly ineffective. The towering snow-capped mountains outside the temple were magnificent, yet the two peaks before you seemed even more imposing. You bit your tongue, striving to maintain your clarity. The Ningxian sect, being the foremost among the four great sects of the Eastern Domain, was not something the Xianin sect could provoke. Moreover, Gu Qingshang was the saintess of the Ningxian sect, the most radiant presence in both the sect and the entire Eastern Domain. Your dwindling sense of reason warned you that if you truly delved into the structure of the word koan today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, the situation with Gu Qingshang was far worse than you had anticipated. The toxicity of dragon blood was notoriously potent, especially considering hers originated from an ancient ice dragon that had existed for millennia. Its venom exponentially more lethal than ordinary dragon blood. In your perception, her life force was rapidly dissipating. If the toxin was not neutralized soon, her life would be in grave danger. Enough of this. Saving her took precedence. You gritted your teeth, seemingly resolved to a critical decision. As a model youth born in a new era and nurtured under the red banner, it was inconceivable for you to stand idly by while another perished. Whatever the implications of the Ningxian sect or the Zhejiang sect could wait for another day. Outside the temple, snow swirled violently, while within, the atmosphere was vibrant with life. After a period of time, tranquility gradually returned to the temple. Watching the still sleeping Gu Qingshang beside you, you fell into contemplation. Although you had mentally prepared for it, the power of the dragon blood toxin surpassed your expectations. In the 2 months that followed, you remained at the Muxue temple, recovering your energy while caring for the gravely injured Gu Qingshang, assisting her in bandaging wounds, regulating her internal energy, and moreover, aiding in the elimination of the lingering dragon blood toxin within her. With the guardian of the Xianbing giant dragon lost, you effortlessly obtained the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, Haibosi. Under your meticulous care, Gu Qingshang's injuries gradually healed, and her attitude towards you seemed to shift. From initial disdain and resistance, she began to adapt, accept, and eventually take it all in stride. Gradually, the gaze Gu Qingshang cast upon you seemed to harbor something new. This once aloof saintess of the sword sect, notorious for her indifference to others, astonishingly inquired about a man's name for the first time. You hesitated for a moment before slowly responding, Xianin sect, Shi Hao. 2 months later, upon fully restoring her spiritual power, Gu Qingshang's first act was to press her sword against your throat. The blade shimmered coldly, its intent sharp and unparalleled. A mere inch forward could cost you your life. Yet for some inexplicable reason, you felt an overwhelming calmness, as if you were certain that Gu Qingshang would not take your life. As anticipated, her sword lingered for a moment, her trembling hand struggling with hesitation before she ultimately withdrew it. You smiled and asked her why. She coldly retorted, "Shut up." Unperturbed, you replied, "You tell me to shut up, but you weren't saying that over the past 2 months." Before you could finish, an unusual expression suddenly washed over the saintess's snow-white visage. "You seek death." She seethed, anger swirling in her eyes as her sword was drawn once more. Having gained the Ice Emperor's inheritance, your power surged. Gu Qingshang was no match for you now, and with a gentle gesture, you dissipated her incoming sword energy. With a mere thought, you vanished from her sight. Gu Qingshang pursued you back to the Eastern Domain until your figure completely faded from her view. As she gazed in the direction of your departure, rather than disappointment, a faintly sickly smile crept upon her face. "Now that you belong to me, you cannot escape. The host has awakened. This dream cycle has concluded. Current system level, LV, 1. Cycle count, 110. As consciousness gradually returned, Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Reflecting on the experiences within the dream, he found himself somewhat perplexed. "Zongzi, why do I feel as though the version of myself in the dream resembled a scoundrel?" The dream self displayed restraint when necessary, clarity when required, adeptly balancing softness and firmness, and skillfully employing the art of seduction. Most critically, he even had the audacity to operate an alternate identity. As the ancient text Lu Shi Chuanxiu states, "In the world, one must have many identities." A mature man not only requires resilient vitality, but also the ability to don countless impeccable disguises. Achieving such depth cannot be merely labeled as virtuous. One must be considerate in all affairs. Thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Dreams reflect the real world, suggesting that the host possesses an innate talent for becoming a playboy. Slander. This is nothing but pure calumny. Luo Yuan could no longer remain seated, protesting. What do you mean I have an innate talent for being a playboy? I have always been a serious person. I even read Xuanqiu. However, upon further reflection, he was grateful that this was merely a dream. If such events transpired in reality, the Saintess of the Ningjian sect would undoubtedly arrive with her sword, intent on ending him. This dream cycle has concluded. The host may choose one of the following rewards to retain. 1. Wealth beyond measure. Become the adopted son of the Eastern Domain's wealthiest, Shun Wanha, inheriting a vast fortune, yet also facing the troubles of endless expenditures. 2. Chaotic spiritual roots. Regardless of the attribute of spiritual energy cultivated, all other attributes will simultaneously enhance, allowing for a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, while also receiving the protection of the heavenly Tao. 3. The legacy of the Ice Emperor. Acquire the essence blood of the Ice Emperor Heiboxi. Upon fusion, affinity with the ice attribute is elevated to 100. Cultivation speed in extremely cold regions is greatly enhanced, and any ice attribute attacks will be incapable of harming you. All ice attribute techniques can be comprehended instantly. Gazing at the 3 rewards before him, Luo Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss. Having spent his previous life as a corporate drone, thoroughly acquainted with the blessings of overtime, the first reward held an immense allure for him. Are the wealthy truly less joyful than one might imagine? On the contrary, their happiness is beyond ordinary comprehension. Moreover, even within this world of fantasy and martial arts, wealth remains a resource of paramount importance. From where does one procure cultivation resources? Where do the fundamental necessities originate? Are they not still reliant upon that most detestable of things, money? As for the second and third rewards, they presented reasons even more compelling, leaving scarcely any grounds for refusal. The Chaos spiritual root is an exceedingly rare treasure, with perhaps only a handful appearing throughout the entire history of the Eastern region, while the legacy of the Ice Emperor is unique within the 4 spiritual domains. Whichever he chose, his future potential on the path of cultivation would become boundless. After much internal struggle, the mere thought of selecting one reward only to forfeit the other 2 was an agony almost worse than death itself. Just as he wavered in indecision, the system's prompt once again echoed within his mind. Detected that this is the host's first experience of the dream cycle. As a novice benefit, all 3 rewards may be retained. Image repository, a new book sets sail, and for now, all income relies upon this work. Esteemed readers, might you bestow a complimentary gift? Chapter 3, The Revelation of Secrets. The Saintess of the Sword Sect comes knocking. It is indeed you, Brother Tongzi. Luo Yuan's heart soared with joy. He had been told there were new benefits for novices, which spared him from endless deliberation. After claiming his rewards, he suddenly felt a tremor within him. Immediately, an enigmatic aura emanated from his dantian, gradually spreading to his limbs and throughout his entire being. Was this the effect of the Chaos spiritual root? As he sensed the transformation within, Luo Yuan slowly closed his eyes, attempting to absorb the spiritual energy surrounding him. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him as if summoned, flooding into his body. With a resonant sound, Luo Yuan felt as if something within him had been shattered, elevating him to a new realm of existence. He had achieved the 3rd level of qi refinement. Luo Yuan opened his eyes, focusing on the continuously flowing spiritual energy within him, momentarily lost in reverie. Goodness, is this the feeling of a breakthrough? Indeed, it is the once-in-a-lifetime, heaven-blessed Chaos spiritual root. Merely by circulating a few cycles of energy, he had ascended from an ordinary person devoid of cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refinement. If he were to fully refine the Ice Emperor's inheritance, to what heights could his cultivation ascend? Contemplating this, Luo Yuan hurriedly began to refine the drop of Ice Emperor's essence blood he had acquired. As blue light flickered, icy blue steam began to seep from his head, signaling that the source power within the essence blood was being assimilated. The levels rose. Qi refinement 5th level, Qi refinement 9th level, foundation establishment 3rd level, foundation establishment 6th level. As the Ice Emperor's essence blood was continuously refined, Luo Yuan's spiritual energy surged, leaping directly from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Moreover, as time passed, the blue light radiating from him grew increasingly intense, showing no signs of abating. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. After a full hour, The icy blue radiance surrounding Luo Yuan gradually dimmed, marking the complete refinement of the Ice Emperor's essence blood. He slowly raised his hand, and with a thought, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, exuding a faint chill. At this moment, every aspect of him, his physical form, spirit, and spiritual energy concentration, had undergone a profound transformation. His cultivation had ascended to the third level of golden core. From the third level of chi refinement to the third level of golden core in just over an hour, he had traversed a path that would typically take others decades, if not a lifetime. This astonishing rate of cultivation was unparalleled in the history of the Xianyin sect, and even in the annals of the Eastern domain. It was an extraordinary phenomenon, unprecedented and remarkable. Even though he had been mentally prepared, when all of this truly unfolded within him, Luo Yuan's heart was still overwhelmed with exhilaration. He instinctively touched his ear, realizing that a smile had nearly split his face. What am I thinking? Smiling so happily so early in the morning? Just as Luo Yuan was basking in his joy, a woman dressed in a green skirt suddenly entered the room. Her beauty was enchanting, with brows like crescent moons and captivating eyes, her lips adorned with a faint, elusive smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze, intoxicating and delightful. Sister? Luo Yuan turned his head, his gaze landing on Ruoli, who was approaching, naturally pondering when she would assist him in refining his musical skills further. Upon hearing his words, Ruoli's fair face flushed slightly. You spend all day thinking about peculiar things instead of studying properly. Sister, what are you thinking? I was referring to serious musical skills. Luo Yuan took Ruoli's delicate hand, gently sitting beside her. Our Xianyin sect holds music as its path. As a disciple, despite my previous hardships in cultivation, I ought to diligently practice an instrument, shouldn't I? Ruoli, clearly unconvinced by his ramblings, rolled her eyes playfully. If only you had this realization sooner. Right now, the sect is facing financial difficulties. Last month's earnings from each branch were significantly lower than before. The master has decided to send you to the Xianyin Pavilion branch in the grand capital of the Da'in Kingdom. Luo Yuan's brows furrowed slightly at this news. The Xianyin sect reveres the path of music, with its disciples excelling in melody, thus establishing venues throughout the 4 domains, known as Xianyin Pavilions. If memory serves, the largest and most populated of these was indeed the one located in the capital of the central state, Da'in. But why would the master suddenly dispatch him to the capital's branch? Confused, Luo Yuan asked, Sister, why did the master choose to send me? What else could it be? Ruoli gazed at her younger brother, a hint of melancholy surfacing in her eyes. It's because you are handsome. Most of the disciples in our Xianyin sect are female, and the vast majority of patrons at the Xianyin pavilions are men. The master believes that relying solely on female disciples to attract customers is insufficient. We must broaden our avenues, hence your assignment. All male patrons. Luo Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively covering a certain area. Sister, I can perform, but selling other things seems a bit inappropriate. Where is your mind wandering? Ruoli's fair face showed a hint of annoyance. The master intends for you to attract female customers. This way, not only can it alleviate the sect's financial strain, but perhaps it will also help recruit some promising disciples. Ruoli spoke steadily, yet her words hinted at a touch of jealousy. She gazed at her little brother, whose handsome features and striking demeanor made him appear as if he had stepped out of a painting, increasingly captivating with each glance. Xiao Yuan, once you arrive in the capital, be cautious. Every woman out there is a temptress. If they are nice to you, it is merely because they desire your physique. Luo Yuan smiled silently, listening to Ruoli's admonitions while contemplating strategies for the challenges ahead. The sect faced a pressing financial crisis, with resources running low. In essence, they were simply running out of money. Currently, the situation was likely more dire than he had imagined, or else the master would not have resorted to such measures. How to alleviate worries? Only through acquiring wealth. Thus, the most fundamental solution is to amass wealth. Amass wealth, yet again, it is about amassing wealth. Luo Yuan found himself exasperated. In his previous life, he toiled endlessly for this very purpose, yet even after traversing realms, he could not escape it. Why is it that some are born amidst the splendor of Rome, while others are destined to be mere beasts of burden? The disparity between individuals is far greater than that between humans and Kuan. Wait a moment. Luo Yuan seemed to recall something. His current identity is that of the adopted son of Shun Wanhao, the wealthiest man in the eastern region. The largest commercial guild, the Heiyu Guild, is a personal enterprise of his family. The most crucial aspect is that Shun Wanhao has no biological heirs, making him, as the adopted son, undoubtedly the sole heir. How ironic, after all this time, he is indeed the one born in Rome. Furthermore, if his memory serves him right, the headquarters of the Heiyu Guild is located in the grand capital of Diin. With this in mind, he could save considerable time. Even borrowing a mere strand from the Heiyu Guild would suffice to sustain the entire Xianyin sect. No, wait. His family's possessions cannot simply be classified as borrowing. This is a matter of prudent acquisition. Just as Luo Yuan pondered quietly, an angry voice suddenly resonated from the sky outside the sect. Shi Hao, come out here. Chapter 4. What business do you have with Luo Yuan regarding the person you seek, Shi Hao? As soon as the words fell, they reverberated throughout the entire Xianyin sect. Luo Yuan's heart jolted, feeling as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily stunned. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Could it be that our sect truly has someone named Shi Hao? But wait, aren't those who bear such a name in the realm of fantasy individuals of great karmic fortune? If someone truly had that name, how could I possibly be unaware? If it were not so, why would that woman's voice have emerged? Could it be that I am still dreaming? After a brief contemplation, Luo Yuan abandoned the notion of slapping himself to ascertain whether he was in a dream. Tongzigu, what on earth is happening? Luo Yuan urgently called out to the system within his mind. However, the system remained silent. Tongzigu, please respond. This is urgent. Didn't you mention that this was a dream loop? Why is she still here upon waking? Luo Yuan grew anxious. The system remained unresponsive. For heaven's sake, will you respond or not? If you continue to be silent, then I am powerless. Bai Ruoli slowly rose, gazing toward the sect's entrance, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. It is strange. Our Xianyin sect has always maintained good relations, and our disciples are known for their integrity. Why would someone suddenly come to provoke us today? She then slightly turned her head and inquired of Luo Yuan. Xiao Yuan, do you know this person named Shi Hao? Huh. Oh, I do not know him. Bai Ruoli furrowed her brow. Xiao Yuan, why does your expression appear so peculiar, and why is your right eyelid twitching incessantly? Is it? I don't think so. Perhaps I am just fatigued from last night and did not rest well. Luo Yuan instinctively wiped his forehead, realizing that his right eyelid was indeed twitching uncontrollably. Helplessly, he clung to his last shred of hope and accompanied Bai Ruoli to the sect's entrance to investigate. At the grand entrance of Xianyin sect, two gatekeeping disciples gazed helplessly at Gu Qingshang, their faces etched with difficulty. Goddess Gu, have you made an error? There is no disciple named Shi Hao in our sect. Gu Qingshang's expression remained indifferent as she coldly replied, you need not deceive me. I have stated that the person I seek is Shi Hao. I do not wish to trouble others in the Xianyin sect. The two gatekeeping disciples felt at a loss, thinking to themselves that it was not their intent to deceive her, but rather that their sect simply did not have anyone named Shi Hao. Behind them, a number of disciples of Xianyin sect gathered, curiously observing the legendary figure, for it is human nature to gossip, especially when the subject is a prominent individual of the Eastern domain. Who dares to be impudent at my Xianyin sect? A voice echoed from the sky, followed by the gradual appearance of Bai Ruoli and Luo Yuan before the gathered crowd. Sister Bai, thank heavens, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Bai Ruoli, the two gatekeeping disciples felt an immense sense of relief. In their eyes, she was more beloved than their own mothers. Bai Ruoli's gaze slightly shifted to rest on Gu Qingshang, who stood not far away, and she could not help but feel surprised. In the tales, this holy maiden of the Ningjian sect was as cold as a tranquil pond, rarely showing warmth to anyone, and seldom appearing outside the sect. Yet, why did she now exhibit a gaze filled with fury, her demeanor frigid, and even her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly? Could it be that a disciple named Shi Hao within the sect had wronged her? If that were the case, what sort of heinous act could that Shi Hao have committed to provoke the normally aloof Gu Qingshang to demand someone so fervently? With these thoughts, she stepped forward and tentatively asked, so it is the esteemed Gu Qingshang who has graced us with her presence. We have been remiss. May I inquire as to the appearance and age of the Shi Hao you seek? This would facilitate my efforts to have the elders within the sect assist you in your search. However, Gu Qingshang disregarded Bai Ruoli's words, her gaze firmly locked onto Luo Yuan, as if imbued with 1,000 unspoken words. Luo Yuan felt a chill run down his spine under her intense scrutiny. This is bad. That gaze, that expression. Everything feels so familiar. It cannot be mistaken. She is undoubtedly the one from my dreams. But why does she exist in reality as well? Could it be that, in my dreams, the memories of others persisted alongside my own? A terrifying hypothesis began to take shape in Luo Yuan's mind. Before he could gather his thoughts, Gu Qingshang's sword was suddenly drawn, a flash of white arc light slicing through the air as the blade rested against his neck. Shi Hao, you have made it quite difficult for me to find you. Gu Qingshang's gaze bore into Luo Yuan's eyes, her tone laced with a subtle sense of triumph, as if to say, why not run away? Why have you stopped? The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Luo Yuan. Could it be that the Shi Hao the goddess speaks of is actually senior brother Luo Yuan? It was hard to believe. How could senior brother Luo Yuan possibly be connected to the Ningjian sect? This fellow, who usually kept a low profile, had secretly climbed the lofty branches of the Ningjian sect. Senior brother Luo truly has remarkable fortune. With a visage and figure such as hers, if I could share a night of passion with her, I would willingly endure 1,000 years of hardship to achieve enlightenment. The discussions among the observing disciples flowed ceaselessly, as they struggled to comprehend how their normally lackadaisical senior brother Luo Yuan could have any ties to the illustrious holy maiden of the Ningjian sect. Witnessing Gu Qingshang suddenly attack Luo Yuan, Bai Ruoli's heart tightened, and in a state of panic, she hurriedly pulled Luo Yuan behind her, shielding him. Goddess Gu, you must be mistaken. This is my junior brother Luo Yuan, not the Shi Hao you seek. Furthermore, my junior brother has long resided within the sect and has not ventured outside. He has never even set foot in the Ningjian sect before, so I am certain you have made an error. Luo Yuan? Gu Qingshang glanced back at Luo Yuan. Her heart suddenly enlightened, and she coldly chuckled. What a remarkable figure you are, Xianin sect's Luo Yuan, dwelling in seclusion within the sect for so long. She then gracefully swept her jade hand, retrieving a jade pendant from the sash at her waist, and slowly extended it before Bai Ruoli. Surely, this object is not unfamiliar to you members of the Xianin sect? The pendant, crafted from exquisite material and showcasing exceptional workmanship, subtly emanated a shimmering glow, indicating its extraordinary nature. The moment this jade pendant appeared, a wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding disciples. This pendant held profound significance within the Xianin sect, symbolizing the personal disciple of the sect leader, and only 2 individuals within the entire sect possessed one. At this moment, since Bai Ruoli still wore her jade pendant, it could only mean once again, all eyes turned towards Luo Yuan. Instinctively, Luo Yuan reached for his waist, only to be shocked to discover that his own jade pendant had inexplicably vanished. He suddenly realized. Could it have been at that time? Chapter 5. Choose either to plead guilty or to marry into the family. During the 2 months spent at the Mu Shui Shin Miao, Luo Yuan periodically assisted Gu Qingshang in alleviating the lingering effects of the dragon blood poison within her. Upon reflection, it occurred to him that the jade pendant he now possessed might have been taken by her during that time. As he gazed at the luminous jade pendant in Gu Qingshang's hand, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. If his conjecture were indeed correct, it would imply that the protagonist in his dreams retained not only relevant memories, but also the tangible items associated with them. He cast a pleading glance at Bai Ruoli, but the usually gentle and considerate senior sister shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, you are on your own with this. The surrounding crowd observed Luo Yuan with eager anticipation, awaiting his explanation. After all, the evidence and witnesses were indisputable, leaving little room for denial. Shi Hao, or rather Luo Yuan, do you have anything to say? Gu Qingshang raised her delicate chin, her tone laced with playful intrigue. However, Luo Yuan's expression bore no sign of the panic and anxiety she had anticipated. Instead, he appeared puzzled, his eyes reflecting innocence. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and addressed the onlookers. Fairy Gu, I find it difficult to comprehend your intentions. Our encounter at the Mu Shui Shin Miao was merely serendipitous, and there should be no entanglements between us. As for what transpired afterward, it was entirely unforeseen. Even my assistance in alleviating the dragon blood poison was an act of desperation. If you insist on seeking an explanation today, I have nothing further to say. His tone was measured, conveying both humility and clarity regarding the situation. Although his words were meticulously crafted, they were received by others with a different interpretation. Dragon blood poison. Luo Xixiang seems to be quite the player. I underestimated him. I thought he was indifferent to women. It appears Luo Xixiang and Fairy Qingshang have an established connection. In the vast realm of cultivation, the term dragon blood poison held significant weight, known to any cultivator with at least 2.5 years of practice. Luo Yuan's prior remarks clearly indicated his role in assisting Gu Qingshang with the dragon blood poison, the implications of which were unmistakable. How absurd. You may deceive others, but do not deceive yourself, Gu Qingshang scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Luo Yuan's explanation. She then retrieved the jade pendant, her tone turning resolute as she declared, "There is no point in further discussion, Luo Yuan. Today, I offer you two choices. How you choose, when you choose. And the consequences of a wrong choice are matters you should contemplate deeply." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the disciples of Xian Yinzong shifted dramatically. If Gu Qingshang's earlier demand had been based on personal grievance, these two choices now constituted an ultimatum, tinged with an air of coercion. Should Luo Yuan comply, it would be manageable, but should he refuse, the gravity of the situation suggested that Gu Qingshang would not simply let it go. As the holy maiden of Ning Jianzong and a formidable heir to the sect, offending Gu Qingshang was tantamount to offending the entire Ning Jianzong. Should the foremost sect in the eastern region intervene, it would spell disaster for the relatively secluded Xian Yinzong. Under the tense scrutiny of the crowd, Gu Qingshang slightly parted her lips and articulated the two choices. The first option was straightforward. We shall regard everything that has transpired as an accident. I will return this jade pendant to you, and from henceforth, we shall have no further entanglements. However, this matter pertains to my reputation and that of the entire Ning Jianzong. If Xian Yinzong wishes to continue to exist, the entire sect must vow to remain silent and erase any memories related to this incident from all disciples involved. As her words fell, the crowd recoiled in shock, their faces pale. For a cultivator, allowing others to erase one's memories was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. It required exposing one's soul to outsiders and was fraught with potential hazards. A single misstep could result in lasting damage. To say the least, Gu Qingshang's proposition was a blatant challenge to the integrity of the disciples of Xian Yinzong. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he responded, "Fairy Qingshang, the act of erasing memories is too risky. I implore you not to jest in such a manner." Gu Qingshang's eyes narrowed slightly, a rare smile gracing her exquisite features, as if she had anticipated his response. "Very well, let us consider the second option. This alternative was simple. I do not require anyone present to erase their memories, nor do I need Xian Yinzong to remain silent, nor will I impose any hardship upon any member of your sect. On the contrary, Ning Jianzong will offer Xian Yinzong an annual contribution of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and 50 bottles of Shi Sui Lingya. Any disciple of Xian Yinzong who meets the qualifications may enter Ning Jianzong for cultivation, with all necessary resources and manpower provided by Ning Jianzong." At this proclamation, the venue erupted into uproar. Countless disciples of Xian Yinzong stared at Gu Qingshang in disbelief. It was well known that Xian Yinzong's annual income barely reached 5,000 spirit stones, and in recent years, due to dwindling business, it had plummeted to less than 3,000. Yet Gu Qingshang had just offered a staggering sum of 10,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 3 years' worth of income. Not to mention the Shi Sui Lingya, a miraculous substance that could allow a qi refinement stage cultivator to transcend their limits with just a small vial. What was most significant, however, was her promise that disciples of Xian Yinzong would be permitted to cultivate within Ning Jianzong. As the foremost sect in the eastern region, revered as a sanctuary by countless cultivators, the number of individuals aspiring to enter Ning Jianzong each year was beyond counting, yet only a minuscule fraction succeeded. For a disciple of Xian Yinzong to gain entry into Ning Jianzong would signify an extraordinary leap forward, a monumental honor for both themselves and their sect. Such generous and alluring conditions, in stark contrast to the previously arduous choices, are indeed a world apart. Yet, Qingshang Xianzi, what is the price to pay? Lin furrowed his brow slightly, a foreboding sense of unease creeping into his heart. Compared to the earlier excessively harsh option, this second choice is undeniably far superior, almost dreamlike in its appeal, even to him. As the saying goes, when things deviate from the norm, there must be a hidden agenda. Such a significant disparity surely implies that the other party harbors conditions that are even more difficult to accept. I have but one request. Gu Qingshang's lips curled into a subtle smile as her delicate jade-like fingers slowly rose, pointing directly at Lin before her. You, Lin, shall marry into the Ningjian zone and become my Dao companion. Chapter 6. A contest between two maidens, an unspeakable hellscape with a resounding boom. Gu Qingshang's final words fell upon the crowd like a thunderclap, rendering everyone present momentarily frozen in disbelief. Each person stared, wide-eyed, at Gu Qingshang, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. 1 breath, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. It took a full 10 breaths for someone to recover from the overwhelming shock. Marry into the family? Did I hear that correctly? Fairy Qingshang wishes for Xixiang Luo to marry into her family. No wonder Fairy Qingshang had previously made things difficult. It turned out she was not after fame, but rather coveting Xixiang Luo's presence. I apologize, Xixiang Luo, but I must side with Fairy Qingshang this time. I cannot forsake my spiritual stones. Indeed, Xixiang Luo Yuan, you should acquiesce to Fairy Qingshang. What is there to deliberate? For the individuals from Xianin Sect, a mid-tier sect, forging a connection with Ningjian Sect was already a tremendous honor. To be fortunate enough to enter Ningjian Sect for cultivation was akin to a celestial blessing. As for becoming a Dao partner with the holy maiden of Ningjian Sect, that was a dream beyond imagination. It was as if one's ancestral grave were smoking, even if it were spewing flames. It would be impossible. Yet, at this moment, what had previously seemed like an almost fantastical notion was unfolding in plain sight, initiated by none other than Gu Qingshang, the holy maiden of Ningjian Sect. Should this news spread, one could only imagine how many suitors secretly enamored with Gu Qingshang would rush to Xianin Sect wielding their swords. As the person at the center of this revelation, Luo Yuan was equally dazed, his mind buzzing. What on earth is happening? I was prepared for my tools to be confiscated, and instead, I find myself being coerced into marriage? While others travel through time only to face broken engagements, I am being pressured into matrimony. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Ruoli, standing beside him, displayed a hint of displeasure. She stepped forward, grasping Luo Yuan's hand, her tone sharp. Fairy Qingshang, please refrain from jesting. How can such a significant matter in Xiao Yuan's life be treated so lightly? If you have come to negotiate in good faith, we at Xianin Sect will certainly extend our hospitality. However, if you intend to impose such difficulties upon us, then I must ask you to leave. Ruoli's attitude was resolute, her words laced with an unmistakable hint of urgency. What nonsense! My junior brother cannot even claim me. And you dare to covet him? Yet, Gu Qingshang appeared unaffected by her words, her gaze slowly descending upon the tightly intertwined hands of the two, her brows furrowing in displeasure. In her eyes, Ruoli's behavior was nothing short of a declaration of ownership, a blatant provocation. As the holy maiden of the foremost sect in the eastern region, undisputedly the best among her peers, she had never encountered such a challenge throughout her life. She could not endure this. It was utterly intolerable. Raising her head, she met Ruoli's gaze squarely and coldly responded, "What my sister has said is indeed correct. Significant matters should not be hastily decided. However, this ultimately concerns Luo Yuan and me alone, and does not involve others." Gu Qingshang's voice was frosty, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. "I find you displeasing. Mind your own business." In response, Ruoli's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile, and rather than being angered, she leisurely replied, "Others indeed have no right to interfere, but as Xiao Yuan's elder sister, I have taken care of him since he entered Xianin Sect. Thus, I am hardly an outsider. It is often said that an elder sister is like a mother. With Xiao Yuan's parents deceased, I naturally have a say in his marital affairs. If I do not consent, then Fairy Qingshang's affections may ultimately prove to be unreciprocated and lack legitimacy." "Oh." Gu Qingshang raised an elegant brow, unwilling to yield. "As an elder sister, you are not bound by blood. You are merely a fellow sect member who has grown closer in proximity. Should you be separated by distance over time, the bond will inevitably fade. Furthermore, although Luo Yuan and I may lack the title of husband and wife, we have shared countless intimate experiences. Even if we cannot become Dao partners at this moment, what difference is there from being true partners?" Gu Qingshang deliberately emphasized the phrase intimate experiences, leaving no room for compromise in her tone. As soon as her words fell, Ruoli's expression froze, her breath momentarily faltering, her fair complexion darkening. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising fury, she retorted, "Fairy Qingshang, your perspective is rather simplistic. In this world, there are countless couples who share the same bed, yet harbor different dreams. With Xiao Yuan's handsome visage, he will inevitably attract the attention of others. It would benefit him to encounter a variety of peculiar women. Bai Ruoli's words were laced with veiled daggers, nearly pointing her finger at Gu Qingshang's nose to declare, "What kind of seductive harlot are you? Stay away from my precious Xiao Yuan." The exchange between the two women grew increasingly heated, neither willing to concede, causing the onlookers to feel a mix of trepidation and awe. For the spectators, both women, in terms of beauty, grace, and figure, were unparalleled in the realm. For any other person, gaining the affection of even one of them would be a stroke of fortune achieved over countless lifetimes. Yet here was Luo Yuan, seemingly basking in the blessings of both, inciting a fierce rivalry between the two for his affection. The male disciples present were consumed by jealousy, their emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. Initially filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief, their gazes toward Luo Yuan gradually morphed into envy, admiration, and ultimately, a touch of reverence. As the two women remained at an impasse, Luo Yuan, the central figure, finally decided to intervene and alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. He glanced at the two enchanting beauties beside him and tentatively suggested, "Sister, Fairy Gu, perhaps you both could." Silence. The two women simultaneously interrupted him. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure suddenly descended from above, engulfing the senses of everyone present. Almost immediately, a fissure approximately 3 zhang wide appeared in the sky, from which a tall figure slowly emerged. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of Xianyin Sect were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they exclaimed, "Sect Master." Chapter 7. My disciple Luo Yuan, possessed of the majesty of the Sea King. As the figure fully emerged from the rift in space, the onlookers finally beheld her complete form. Draped in a gown of pure white, her skin resembled the finest jade, exuding an aura akin to an ice lotus. Her enchanting eyes were shrouded in mist, and a subtle hint of authority lingered between her brows. The visitor was none other than Mo Qingxiu, the esteemed leader of the Xianyin Sect. In terms of beauty, she was indeed not inferior to Gu Qingshang, who was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the eastern region, and in contrast, she exuded an added layer of mature charm. Her cascading hair flowed down to her waist, gently swaying with the curves of her back. Upon her arrival, the unique pressure of the He realm instantly enveloped the surroundings, filling the space with an overwhelming force. The disciples present struggled to breathe under this pressure, and those with lesser cultivation began to experience dizziness and discomfort. Observing the sudden appearance of Mo Qingxiu, Gu Qingshang furrowed her brows slightly. At her level, she was already well acquainted with Mo Qingxiu's reputation. The Xianyin sect had established its foothold in the eastern region and opened numerous Xianyin pavilions not merely due to its overall strength. Quite the contrary. The sect housed only 1,000 disciples, a mere small sect by any standard, and its prominence in the eastern region relied solely on the illustrious name of its leader, Mo Qingxiu. In this world, the last cultivator to break through to the transcendence realm had done so over 10,000 years ago. Consequently, in the current spiritual realm, the Mahayana realm was the highest level attainable by mortals. With Mo Qingxiu's cultivation at the 9th level of He, she may not be among the absolute elite, yet she remained an immensely powerful presence in the eastern region, among the few formidable figures within the 4 major sections. If Mo Qingxiu personally intervened today, it seemed there was little chance of Luo Yuan being taken away. "Lady Saint, I implore you to return." Mo Qingxiu spoke softly from the air, indicating that matters of the heart cannot be forced. Gu Qingshang bit her silver teeth lightly and tightened her grip on her sword. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden, urgent transmission echoed in her mind. After a moment, her expression shifted, her beautiful face revealing a hint of reluctance. While the sect leader's words hold truth, matters of the heart are ultimately determined by human effort. Who can truly predict or comprehend such feelings? After stating this, she sheathed her sword and turned to exit the sect. After taking a few steps, as if recalling something, she turned back and spoke earnestly to Luo Yuan, who stood not far away. "The 2 conditions I mentioned earlier still stand. Should you come to a realization, you may find me at the Ningjian sect at any time. However, I advise you to ponder carefully before coming, for, regardless of whether you choose the first or second option, you cannot escape." With that, she waved her jade hand, and a jade pendant flew from her waist, gracefully tracing an arc before landing accurately in Luo Yuan's hand. Before anyone could react, Gu Qingshang's figure had vanished from the spot. Watching her depart, Luo Yuan wiped his brow, a sense of exhaustion akin to surviving a calamity washing over him. Mo Qingxiu cast a glance at Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli, stating indifferently, "You too, come with me." The two exchanged glances, and an uneasy premonition rose within Luo Yuan. Was the master going to hold him accountable? Although she usually treated him exceptionally well, the circumstances this time were different. He might indeed face some form of admonishment. With a heart full of trepidation, the two followed Mo Qingxiu slowly towards the council hall. Upon entering the grand doors, Mo Qingxiu seated herself at the center, her gaze directed firmly at Luo Yuan as she inquired, "Speak. What is the matter?" Her tone was neither angry nor pleased, as calm as a gentle breeze, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly unremarkable tone that weighed heavily on Luo Yuan's heart. This was not good. It appeared that the master was genuinely angry this time. He carefully deliberated and recounted the events that transpired in his dreams. Naturally, he made slight alterations, merely reshaping the cause, process, and outcome. However, to his surprise, Mo Qingxiu did not display any anger after hearing his account. Instead, she nodded in apparent satisfaction. A rare expression of appreciation flickered across her countenance. "Well done, continue to maintain this." Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, nearly doubting the clarity of his own hearing. "What do you mean by well done? What was going on with the master today?" After such a significant event, instead of reproaching him, she encouraged him to continue maintaining it. Moreover, her expression suggested an extraordinary level of satisfaction, as if to convey, "My disciple Luo Yuan possesses the grandeur of the Sea King." Luo Yuan found himself at a loss, tentatively asking, "Master, are you referring to which aspect?" "Naturally, I mean your dealings with women." Mo Qingxiu assessed him from head to toe, slowly continuing, "Even the saintess of the Ningjian sect is utterly captivated by you, disregarding her dignity to seek you out. What are those mundane women? After today's events, I am increasingly convinced that sending you to the Da'in capital branch is an exceedingly wise decision." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan felt his footing slip, nearly colliding with a nearby pillar. Goodness, after all this, it turned out she still wanted him to exploit his charms. "Master, I believe this matter is somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps you should consider someone else. I think Ai Da's senior brother would suffice, and Shidichang Lu is also suitable. They are both adept at dealing with women." Luo Yuan hastily interjected, his face filled with a desperate urge to survive. This task was not something an ordinary person could handle. If he truly undertook this responsibility, even the ancient gland would not withstand it. "Do not be overly modest. Within the sect, there is no one more suited for this than you," Mo Qingxiu replied coldly, allowing Luo Yuan no room for evasion. "Time is of the essence. You shall set out tonight." Night fell like ink, the stars sparse. In a certain expanse of the eastern region, Luo Yuan boarded the Xian-Yin Sect's flying spirit vessel, flying unceasingly towards Zhongzhou, with Bai Ruoli already fast asleep beside him. The original plan was for Luo Yuan to go alone. However, after the commotion caused by Gu Qingshang's visit, Bai Ruoli's sense of crisis intensified, compelling her to accompany Luo Yuan to the grand capital of Da'in. Reluctantly, Mo Qingxiu had no choice but to allow her to join. Gazing at the night sky above, Luo Yuan fell into deep contemplation. The events of the day were so surreal that he had yet to fully comprehend them. Why did the occurrences in his dream mirror reality with such precision? If everything that transpired in the dream also existed in the real world, could the established causality in reality be altered? Would the memories of others, aside from himself and the protagonist of the dream, also be preserved? Countless questions swirled in Luo Yuan's mind, leaving him bewildered. He had intended to seek answers from the system afterward, yet his system companion had fallen silent since making a brief appearance last time. Consequently, he was left to deduce everything on his own. Sighing softly, Luo Yuan resigned himself to the notion of taking one step at a time. Fatigue soon enveloped him. He shifted slightly, settling into a comfortable position, and gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. The second cycle of the dream begins. Chapter 8. The Second Dream Cycle and the Princess's Choice. In this life, you were born into a scholarly family in Da'in. On the day of your first birthday, your family held a traditional ceremony known as the Zhuazhou. A dazzling array of items, paintbrushes, armor, calligraphy brushes, abacuses, long swords, and prayer beads, were meticulously laid out before you, overwhelming your senses. As a man of letters, your father naturally hoped you would follow in his footsteps. participate in the imperial examinations, and achieve scholarly distinction. Thus, he placed the books in the most conspicuous position. Consequently, amidst the eager gazes of your family, you unhesitatingly chose the books, only to be distracted by the rouge nearby. Your father was so incensed that he fainted on the spot and remained silent for 3 days. When you turned 6, an old monk visited your home, examined your bones, and declared that you were destined for a romantic entanglement that would bring misfortune. The following day, your father resolutely enrolled you in the largest academy of the time, Qingfeng Shu Yuan, hoping that the righteous spirit of scholars would dissipate this impending calamity. On your first day at the academy, you encountered 2 peers from the royal family, the 4th prince and the current emperor's legitimate daughter, Qingfeng. Her beauty was striking, with an ethereal coldness that evoked a sense of reverence, making it difficult to harbor any impure thoughts. Although clad in the academy's scholar robes, she could not conceal her noble and aloof demeanor. Among the newly admitted students at Qingfeng Shu Yuan, you 3 were of similar age, and you soon became close friends, composing poetry, embarking on excursions, and perusing the private collection of the esteemed instructor. You were nearly inseparable. The 4th prince was carefree and unconstrained, exhibiting none of the delicate airs typical of royalty, and you found a kindred spirit in him. At the age of 12, under the witness of the academy's principal, you swore brotherhood with him. Although Qingfeng was a girl, it was evident that she possessed great depth. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to study at Qingfeng Shu Yuan. However, you were somewhat taken aback by the 4th prince's apparent fear of his royal sister. He would discreetly slip away whenever she was present, leaving you alone with her. Years passed, and your scholarly talents blossomed, excelling in poetry, prose, and classical texts. The esteemed scholars at the academy vied for the opportunity to take you as their disciple, and even the principal praised you highly. Your academic prowess, combined with your strikingly handsome visage, gradually garnered you a notable reputation within the academy, with many tokens of admiration adorning your desk. Frequently, unfamiliar figures would appear at the academy's entrance, casting ardent glances in your direction. These were noble young ladies drawn by your renown. In your teenage years, a time when romantic feelings begin to stir, even Qingfeng was not immune to the allure of love. By this time, she had shed the innocence of youth and blossomed into a captivating beauty, her figure beginning to exude a hint of maturity. Gradually, you noticed a peculiar warmth in her gaze directed at you. While conversing, she would unconsciously avert her eyes, only to glance at you when you looked away. As the eldest daughter of the royal family, she maintained an air of icy pride before others, yet in your presence, she revealed a vulnerable demeanor. As time passed, you became increasingly aware of this unusual sentiment, harboring unspoken suspicions, yet fearing to delve deeper. After all, among the many illusions of life, none could ignite a more profound sense of embarrassment than the notion that she harbored feelings for you. Ultimately, on the night of the Lantern Festival, she invited you to the flower market in the capital to admire the lanterns. Beneath an ancient banyan tree, she presented you with a hand-woven sachet, its meaning unmistakable. The girl before you, with her head slightly bowed and enchanting eyes clouded, flushed with a delicate pink hue under the lantern's glow, appeared utterly resplendent. For a moment, you found yourself entranced. Having spent countless days and nights together, how could you not have felt a stirring in your heart? Under the dazzling fireworks, you accepted the sachet and embraced her tightly. The lanterns illuminated the night. The moon hung low among the willows, and lovers rendezvoused after dusk, lost in each other's arms. How you wish time could freeze in that moment. At 17, you prepared to participate in the spring examinations to pursue a career in the civil service. You were acutely aware that merely reciprocating feelings was insufficient to win the hand of the eldest princess. By the end of that year, whispers circulated in the court, suggesting that the emperor was deliberating on a fief for the 4th prince, intending to send him to govern the territory the following year. Upon learning this news, the usually vivacious 4th prince suddenly fell into a melancholic silence, appearing listless, neglecting even the entertainment districts. What troubles you? Soon to be a lord. Yet here you are, sulking alone with your drink? You smiled at him, a hint of teasing in your eyes. Did you not often express your dissatisfaction with the confines of the capital? Now that you could finally escape those shackles, why do you seem so despondent? It is meaningless, utterly meaningless. The 4th prince raised his cup to his lips, wiping his mouth as he spoke. Life is but a fleeting few decades, and I am destined to squander my days in my fief. Even if I escape the confines of the capital, I merely enter another prison. What significance does such a life hold? Beside him, Qinan's beautiful eyes lowered, her expression tinged with sorrow. Born into royalty, this is our fate. You shook your head, gazing at the dejected fourth prince, and remarked softly, to indulge in pleasure and waste one's days is indeed a life devoid of meaning. A ruler must sacrifice for the state. A sovereign must guard the nation. This is the duty of one born into royalty. At your words, the fourth prince trembled, his eyes widening as if something within him stirred. A ruler must sacrifice for the state. Sacrifice for the state, he murmured, gradually finding a spark of light in his dimmed gaze. From that moment onward, it seemed as though something quietly shifted within his heart. In the second year, the emperor specially selected a prosperous region in Jiangnan for the fourth prince, granting him the opportunity to establish his fief. The fourth prince, however, declined the offer. With a resolute gesture, he raised his hand and, under the watchful eyes of the entire court, circled a remote area at the edge of the Great Yin on the map. Father, I wish to go there. His gaze was unwavering, and there was not a trace of hesitation in his words. In the same year, during the 12th month, the fourth prince journeyed north to the borders of the Great Yin to take up his fief, tasked with guarding the frontier for generations to come, and was bestowed the title of King of Yinbei. Chapter 9. Establishing the heart for heaven and earth. Establishing life for the common people. In the early spring of the following year, you participated in the spring imperial examination alongside thousands of students from Qingfeng Shiyuan. Drawing upon years of accumulation and your extraordinary literary talent, you effortlessly secured the top position in the preliminary examination. During the subsequent palace examination, you encountered the reigning emperor for the first time. His peculiar facial features left a lasting impression on you. The emperor personally posed a question: what is the foundation of the world? In the grand hall, standing before the writing desk, you faced a pristine piece of imperial paper, yet your ink-laden brush hesitated to descend. You closed your eyes, reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past 20 years, the elderly beggar who passed by your doorstep in childhood, the street vendor beaten to death by officials in your youth, the corpses of the starved outside the academy walls in your adolescence. What constitutes the foundation of the world, O Emperor? Is it the royal kin? The nobility? The officials? No, none of these. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The true foundation of this world is the countless common people. You slowly opened your eyes, feeling a surge of righteous spirit within you. With renewed determination, you dipped your brush into the ink and inscribed the title of your essay. The people are precious, the monarch is light. With the stroke of your brush, the essay was complete. Gazing at the densely written characters on the imperial paper, you finally grasped the essence of studying. Inspired, you felt compelled to add a poem at the end of your work. To establish the heart for heaven and earth. To establish life for the common people. To carry on the teachings of the ancients. To pave the way for peace for all generations. Upon the conclusion of the palace examination, your submission was personally reviewed by the emperor. He was eager to ascertain the capabilities of the young man who had captivated his daughter's affections. The moment he glimpsed the title of your essay, he paused momentarily, then a playful smile graced his lips. This young man possesses a certain charm. He dares to write "The monarch is light" in my presence. No wonder my daughter is fond of him. The esteemed scholars assisting with the review nodded quietly, sensing something profound. However, as the review progressed, the emperor's brow began to furrow, his expression growing serious. When he reached the final 4 lines of your poem, he was momentarily stunned, repeatedly contemplating those words, a flicker of excitement appearing in his gaze. The 4 scholars beside him exchanged astonished glances. This emperor, who rose from humble beginnings and has faced countless trials, had cultivated an unyielding demeanor, yet now he displayed such emotion. When their eyes shifted to the 4 lines of poetry, they were momentarily lost. Did they not once enter the officialdom with similar aspirations for the nation and its people? Yet, after years of political life, their initial zeal had long been eroded by time, replaced by indulgence in worldly pleasures. The 4 scholars exchanged glances, a sense of shame rising within them. To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish life for the common people, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, to pave the way for peace for all generations. The emperor muttered these lines, suddenly slapping his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent! This is the demeanor that scholars of De'in should possess." On this day, the emperor was filled with joy and graciously conferred upon you the title of the top scholar. Simultaneously, he ordered the 4 lines of poetry to be transcribed, and engraved on a plaque to be sent to Qingfeng Shuyuan as a standard for scholars across the realm. That year, you had just turned 20. As the host awoke, the current dream cycle came to an end. Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Compared to the previous dream, this one had evidently lasted much longer. Nevertheless, the narrative remained unfinished. It seemed that this dream contained a long-term plot, he pondered. Ding. The host may choose one reward from the following 3 options. 1. Brotherhood of the Academy. Selecting this reward will make you a sworn brother of the king of Yanbei, Zhaodi. The king will regard you as family, and all his forces can be mobilized at your behest. 2. Extraordinary talent. Choosing this reward grants you unparalleled literary talent. You will master poetry, prose, history, and strategy without exception. 3. Entangled in romance. Opting for this reward will subject you to the same romantic tribulations as in the dream. Throughout your life, you will encounter numerous women, each sharing a fleeting romantic connection with you. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Luo Yuan swiftly made his choice. I choose the first option. The second option held little value for him, as he did not follow the Confucian path in this life. Furthermore, as a traveler, he had already absorbed the masterpieces of countless philosophers throughout history. He had no fear of composing poetry. The third option seemed superfluous. With his striking appearance and status as the adopted son of the wealthiest in the Eastern domain, coupled with the dream partner system, he felt he had no need for romantic entanglements. After making his choice, Luo Yuan gradually sat up, stretched lazily, and instinctively surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly noticed something amiss. The wardrobe, the furniture, the bed, none of it resembled his memories. What was going on? Wasn't he on a flying spiritual vessel? Why had he awakened in a different place? Had he been robbed along the way? Luo Yuan quickly reached for his lower back, relieved to find his belongings intact. He hurried to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked outside. Instead of an endless azure sky, he beheld a bustling street filled with people. The crowd was lively, with shops lining both sides, and the shouts of vendors grew increasingly louder, enveloping him in the vibrant atmosphere of market life. A phrase floated into his mind. The market is adorned with jewels, and the doors overflow with silk, competing in extravagance. This splendid and boisterous scene was one he had not witnessed since his arrival in this realm. Before he could gather his thoughts, footsteps approached from behind. Bai Ruoli entered, and upon seeing Luo Yuan standing by the window, a look of surprise illuminated her delicate features. Xiao Yuan, you're awake. Shiji, what is the meaning of this? Luo Yuan turned around, a look of confusion gracing his features. Why did I awaken in the capital of De'in? Without any sensation of the journey? You slept in such a manner that, naturally, you felt nothing at all. Bai Ruoli cast a playful, reproachful glance at Luo Yuan, gently placing her hand on his forehead. Once assured of his well-being, she exhaled in relief. You have been in a deep slumber since that night on the flying spirit tool. Initially, I believed you were merely fatigued and did not think much of it, but to my surprise, you have lain there for 4 days. 4 days? Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. That is quite an extended dream. No wonder I felt so strange upon awakening. It turns out I have been lying in bed for 4 days. Fortunately, I am not as powerless as before. Otherwise, I might have starved myself in that time. Shiji, has Luo Xixiang awakened? A delicate female voice suddenly floated in from outside the door. Luo Yuan looked at Bai Ruoli with curiosity. It was a disciple from the Xian Pavilion branch. Bai Ruoli covered her mouth with a light laugh. They have been eagerly anticipating the arrival of a particularly handsome direct disciple sent by the sect leader for several days now. Upon opening the door, a petite girl stood timidly at the threshold, her eyes brightening instantly upon seeing Luo Yuan. Her legs involuntarily clasped together slightly. Xiaoyu, this is the Luo Xixiang you have been longing to see. Bai Ruoli gestured for the girl to enter. Then, turning back to Luo Yuan, she continued, this is Xiaoyu, currently in charge of the Xian Pavilion branch in the capital. The girl named Xiaoyu walked in, somewhat bashfully, and offered a respectful greeting. I have met Luo Xixiao. Luo Yuan nodded and promptly inquired, Xiaoyu, what is the current situation of the capital branch? Since he was here for technical support, it was imperative to gain a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances. While it was true that the sect could sustain itself through the connections with the Heiyu Merchant Association, it is far better to teach one to fish than merely to provide fish. Relying on money to fill gaps is never a wise choice. Generating wealth through investment is the ultimate strategy. Chapter 10. The considerations of Luo Yuan and the composition of poetry. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu's expression subtly shifted, and she lowered her head with a hint of remorse, stating, "To be candid with you, Brother Luo Yuan, given our current revenue situation, it seems we may not endure for even a month." Less than a month. Luo Yuan furrowed his brow. Although he had anticipated that the situation might be less than optimistic, the reality was even more dire than he had imagined. The capital city is the heart of the realm, daily flooded by countless visitors, merchants, and chivalrous heroes from all corners. During the imperial examinations, numerous scholars flocked to the city to compete. Logically, these individuals should be potential patrons of Xianyin Gu. So why has business dwindled to such a degree? With such a vast influx of people in the capital, how could Xianyin Gu find itself in such a predicament? Luo Yuan turned slightly, inquiring, "Could it be that our disciples' musical skills are inferior to others?" Xiao Yu pressed her lips together and sighed softly. "Brother Luo Yuan, you underestimate us. Our Xianyin sect follows the path of music and excels in the art of performance, unrivaled in the world. How could we falter in our area of expertise? Then what could be the reason?" Bai Ruoli's brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that the scholars in the capital have suddenly lost interest in enjoying performances? Sister Bai, you are overthinking it. This is human nature, especially for scholars. It is as essential as eating and sleeping, and would not change easily. Xiao Yu sighed again, expressing her helplessness. What truly draws our customers away is the Jiaofeng Sea on the opposite street. To be precise, it is the combination of Jiaofeng Sea and the Guozi Jian that has siphoned our business away. Guozi Jian? Isn't that the Royal Academy? Why would it interfere with the business of entertainment venues? Could it be that the scholars there have taken to selling their services? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. It is one thing for Jiaofeng Sea to snatch business, but why would Guozi Jian get involved? Xiao Yu lamented, "Brother, you are unaware. The business of Jiaofeng Sea was originally lukewarm, but 6 months ago, a scholar from Guozi Jian visited to enjoy a performance, spending a night with a dancer. Before he left, he composed a poem for her. Upon its release, the entire capital was stirred, and even the leading literati, including the Prime Minister, praised it highly. Since then, the dancer's fame has spread far and wide. Countless talented individuals and heroes have flocked to Jiaofeng Sea, all seeking a glimpse of that courtesan. Consequently, the business of other establishments has been drawn away. The mention of the dancer from Jiaofeng Sea, the scholar, and the Prime Minister made Luo Yuan ponder deeply. There seemed to be an underlying connection among these three. Jiaofeng Sea is a state-owned establishment governed by the Ministry of Rights. Guozi Jian is well known as the Royal Academy, the largest educational institution. The Prime Minister, as a representative of the ancient bureaucracy, has vested interests aligned with the state. It all began to make sense. The scholar composed a poem, the Prime Minister fanned the flames, the dancer gained fame overnight, and Jiaofeng Sea seized the opportunity to flourish. Luo Yuan suddenly realized that this was simply a collaborative promotion. An excitement surged within him. As for poetry, I am not at a loss. It is well known that being a literary scribe is an essential skill for transmigrators, and it is quite useful. You may be an ordinary student from Guozi Jian, but can your poetic talent surpass that of the great masters of antiquity? Assuming all goes as expected, I merely need to borrow a few exemplary pieces, and that would be the pinnacle of this world's literary realm. Seeing Luo Yuan in deep thought for a prolonged period, Xiao Yu's heart gradually sank, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even someone sent by the sect leader seems at a loss. It appears Xianyin Gu may not weather this storm. The three fell into a long silence, with Bai Ruoli and Xiao Yu both wearing expressions of helplessness. For them, if the issue were related to singing and dancing skills, they might have been able to discuss some strategies. However, the matter of poetry and promotion undeniably fell within their realm of ignorance. Xiao Yu, given the current situation, we should report to our master promptly and allow her to make a decisive judgment. Bai Ruoli sighed deeply and spoke slowly. Although the Xianyin Gu in the capital is of utmost importance to our sect, we are now nearing an unsolvable predicament. It would be wiser to cut our losses rather than to continue in this futile manner. Bai Ruoli's words were resolute, striking Xiao Yu's ears like a harsh bell, deepening the gloom on her face. As the manager of the capital branch, she had poured countless efforts into the operation of Xianyin Gu over the years. Facing such a dire situation, although the primary cause did not lie with her, the feelings of guilt and self-blame were inevitably overwhelming. Sister, Xiao Yu, the current situation may not be as dire as you think. At that moment, Luo Yuan, who had been silent for a while, suddenly raised his head and smiled lightly. Isn't it merely about composing a poem? How difficult can it be? Bai Ruoli shot him a glance, retorting, composing a poem is not the issue. The difficulty lies in crafting a masterpiece. Are you suggesting that you can produce a world-shattering poem? Bai Ruoli's words did not stem from disbelief in Luo Yuan's talent. On the contrary, she had heard from their master that Luo Yuan possessed considerable talent before joining the sect, and had even authored a remarkable book titled Jin Bing Hua Mu Mei. However, the crux of the matter is that literary talent and poetic talent are not entirely synonymous. After all, one may excel in writing prose yet not possess the same skill in poetry, and vice versa. Moreover, considering the current circumstances, an ordinary masterpiece may not suffice. Luo Yuan did not counter Bai Ruoli's statement, but turned to Xiao Yu, his demeanor exuding confidence. Xiao Yu, please prepare paper and ink for me. Observing Luo Yuan's self-assured demeanor, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of doubt. Nonetheless, she complied with the request, arranging the writing materials neatly before him on the wooden table. Luo Yuan took up the brush and, under the scrutinizing gaze of Bai Ruoli and Xiao Yu, slowly inscribed 4 lines of poetry. Clouds dream of garments, flowers yearn for beauty, spring breezes brush the balustrade, dew glistens thickly. Had I not seen you atop the mountain of gems, I would meet you beneath the moon of Yao's realm. With the brush's final stroke, the poem was complete. The 2 women hurriedly leaned in to inspect it. Upon seeing the 4 lines on the paper, their bodies trembled in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment, filled with a sense of wonder. Chapter 11. A Story After the Rain. Timeless literary masterpiece Yun Xiang Chong, Hua Xiangro. Bai Ruoli softly recited these lines of poetry, and vivid imagery blossomed in her mind. Beside her, Xiao Yu fixated intently on the characters on the page, her face alight with uncontainable excitement. This sentiment transcended individual literary cultivation. It was an innate capacity for empathy inscribed in the very essence of humanity. Senior Brother Luo, once your poem is revealed, the literary circles of the capital shall undoubtedly tremble with its impact. Xiao Yu turned to Luo Yuan, her eyes brimming with admiration. As the manager of the capital's branch, she had encountered numerous exceptional verses in the past. On the contrary, many scholars visiting Gu to appreciate music often composed spontaneous poetry when moved by the melodies. Yet, it was evident that this work eclipsed all others, akin to comparing the heavens to the earth. Xiao Yuan, is this truly your creation? Bai Ruoli slowly turned her gaze towards Luo Yuan, incredulity coloring her tone. Does this poem have a title? Luo Yuan smiled serenely, unfazed, and replied, it indeed bears a title. However, its name must depend on the specific circumstances. He then directed his gaze towards Xiao Yu and inquired, Miss Xiao Yu, during your years at Gu in the capital, have you often made public appearances? Still immersed in the shock of the poem, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by Luo Yuan's question. After a brief pause, she responded, for the past few years, I have remained in the background, primarily responsible for welcoming guests, typically external disciples. Luo Yuan's eyes brightened. Being in the background is precisely what we desire. Would you be willing to sacrifice a bit of personal reputation for the sake of Gu? He further asked. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu nodded. As long as it helps Gu overcome this crisis, I would willingly sacrifice my reputation, even if it means becoming infamous. A satisfied smile graced Luo Yuan's face. Perfect, there is no need to seek others. Xiao Yu was bewildered. What did sacrificing reputation entail? Why did senior brother Luo inquire about this? And who else could he possibly find that understood Gu better than her? Before she could gather her thoughts, she observed Luo Yuan grasping his brush once more, inscribing the title beside the poem, Qing Ping Lu, a brief respite at Gu in the capital. After completing the title, Luo Yuan scrutinized it, feeling it lacked something, so he added a line of small text beside it. In the 3rd year of Ningqing, February, feeling drowsy, I suddenly heard the sound of strings, stirred by the melody. I ventured to Gu to listen. Miss Xiao Yu had yet to sleep, and together we passed a delightful evening. This exquisite joy is not something mere mortals can comprehend. Done. Luo Yuan placed the brush on the nearby desk, thoroughly pleased with his masterpiece. Xiao Yu leaned closer, and in an instant, she grasped the meaning behind Luo Yuan's notion of sacrificing reputation, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, after the initial embarrassment, she quickly recognized the brilliance of Luo Yuan's strategy. The speed at which a masterpiece spreads is undoubtedly swift, and there is a significant likelihood it will endure through the ages. If she could leave her mark alongside the renowned poem, Both her and Xian Yingji's reputation would rise in tandem, potentially achieving eternal fame. Furthermore, the small text added to the poem's title infused it with an alluring essence. A masterpiece coupled with a captivating story would undoubtedly draw attention. Realizing the immense fortune hidden within, Xiao solemnly bowed to Luo Yuan. "Senior brother Luo, your intellect truly surpasses all. I shall dispatch someone to spread this poem forthwith." After Xiao departed, Bairuoli expressed her concerns. "Though your method is commendable, it ultimately requires time to yield results. Should we not seek assistance from the sect? There is no need for such complications." Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "We can simply enlist the support of the Heiyu Merchant Association." Bairuoli shot Luo Yuan a peculiar glance. "You have connections with the Heiyu Merchant Association?" Luo Yuan replied with a serene smile. "Not much, just a little bit." Once everything was arranged, Luo Yuan, accompanied by Bairuoli, toured the various corners of Xian'an-gu in the capital. In the evening, he personally appreciated the graceful dances and performances of the young ladies at Xian'an-gu. The conclusion of his evaluation was quite refined. That night, Luo Yuan returned to his chamber, seated cross-legged on the bed, and once again circulated his internal spiritual energy. After several weeks, he felt a marked consolidation of his spiritual power. The instability brought on by his previous surge in cultivation had dissipated entirely. Sensing the increasingly pure spiritual energy within him, Luo Yuan could not help but marvel at the might of his chaotic spiritual root. His training time and intensity were merely a fraction of others, yet his progress surpassed that of ordinary practitioners by several folds. With simple circulation and absorption of spiritual energy, he could advance his cultivation. At this rate, it would not be long before he experienced another breakthrough. After completing his cultivation, he rose, exhaling deeply to expel any stagnant energy, then turned over and lay down on his bed. Before long, drowsiness enveloped him, and he slowly closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. The host once again enters the dream realm, initiating the dream archive. Archive read successfully, seamlessly continuing the previous, unfinished dream content. At the age of 20, you are the top scholar, and throughout history, few can rival your achievements. News of your success reached your family, causing your father to faint from excitement. Upon waking, he proclaimed to all, "My son has succeeded." That year, Princess Qingnan returned from Qingfeng Academy, and the emperor decreed that she be granted full authority over the Supervisory Bureau. The Supervisory Bureau is the largest oversight institution in the Dain dynasty. It is said that whoever controls the Supervisory Bureau holds all the secrets of the imperial court. Once this news spread, rumors erupted throughout the court, with officials speculating wildly. The current crown prince possesses both virtue and wisdom, and the emperor had long established a political foundation for him, yet suddenly transferred some power to Princess Qingnan. What could be the intent behind this? At that moment, the emperor issued another decree announcing, "Princess Qingnan shall wed the newly appointed top scholar Luo Yuan, with the date for the ceremony to be determined." Chapter 12. My lord, do you still call me your highness? The issuance of this imperial edict sent ripples of shock throughout both the court and the realm. One is a newly minted scholar whose works will echo through the ages, and the other, a long princess, newly in power and captivating the capital with her beauty. The union of these two illustrious figures will undoubtedly stir a monumental upheaval within the grand bureaucratic structure of Dain, possibly even giving rise to a new faction led by them. The day of the grand wedding swiftly approaches, enveloping the entire Dain capital in an atmosphere of jubilant celebration. As the most cherished daughter of the current sovereign, your wedding to Qin Gongzhu is nothing short of extravagance. The emperor has even decreed that all administrative officials within the realm are required to send their congratulations within 3 months, with penalties of 6 months' salary for those who fail to comply. The fourth prince, stationed far away at the northern borders, unable to attend the festivities in person, nevertheless sends a letter of congratulations through a messenger. The contents of the letter, aside from the warm wishes for your nuptials, meander through mundane matters. As you gaze upon the somewhat hasty script, a gentle smile of solace curves your lips. The fourth prince, though seemingly changed, remains fundamentally the same. On your wedding night, you behold Qingnan, adorned in resplendent red, her beauty dazzling beyond measure. As you delicately remove the veil from her head, her modestly blushing visage is revealed before you. Despite having seen Qingnan countless times, the moment the veil is lifted, her beauty captivates you anew, rendering you momentarily spellbound. "Forgive me, Your Highness, for having kept you waiting alone for so long." You softly grasp Chinan's hand, a hint of remorse in your tone. "Dear husband, do you still call me Your Highness?" Chinan gently lowers her head, her voice barely above a whisper. The flickering red candles within the room cast a warm glow, and the atmosphere becomes increasingly intimate. That night, in the sanctity of your shared marital bliss, you both express your fervent affections for one another. After the wedding, you gain the favor of the crown prince, rapidly advancing through the ranks with remarkable ease. Chinan gradually assumes control of the entire inspection agency, becoming a figure of reverence and fear across Di'in. Life settles into a tranquil rhythm, seemingly progressing in a positive direction. However, the tranquility is short-lived. In the second year following your marriage, the crown prince unexpectedly passes away during an audience with the examination candidates. The imperial medical team exhausts every method, yet fails to uncover any trace of the cause of death. The reigning emperor had held high hopes for the crown prince, nurturing him as his successor for over 2 decades, investing immense effort into his upbringing. It is no exaggeration to assert that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the smooth transition of imperial power was merely a matter of time. Some even jested that should the crown prince ever rebel, the emperor would not only refrain from anger, but would also inquiringly ask if his troops were sufficient. Yet this grievous news shattered all such expectations. That night, the elderly emperor's hair turned white as snow. Observing the sorrowful and aged emperor, both you and Chinan understood all too well that the political landscape of Di'in was on the brink of transformation. As anticipated, once the mourning period concluded, the emperor promptly issued a decree to designate the crown prince's younger son as the new heir. Consequently, this once mighty dragon, now aged, began to wield the sword against his former brethren, the once esteemed founding figures of the nation. With the heir still in his youth, ensuring a stable transfer of power left him with no alternatives. Within a mere 6 months, a majority of the founding heroes were ruthlessly purged, and numerous influential ministers were dismissed, their families also caught in the ensuing turmoil. You two were slightly affected by this crisis. However, due to the crown prince's prior favor and Chinan's connection, you ultimately evaded disaster. Following these events, you recognized that to secure your position within the court, mere talent and ambition were insufficient. From that point onward, you sought counsel from the scholars of Qingfeng Shiyuan regarding the cultivation methods of Confucianism and Taoism. The cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism diverges from conventional practices. It does not pursue the might to move mountains or fill seas, but rather seeks to cultivate a profound righteousness. With your extraordinary natural talent, coupled with the wisdom of the great sages of your past life, within just 7 years, you ascended to the realm of the benevolent, a mere step away from the ultimate state of the sage. The headmaster of Qingfeng Shiyuan and several esteemed instructors were astonished, proclaiming you a reincarnation of a sage. It is noteworthy that even the esteemed founder of the Confucian school, upon reaching the realm of the benevolent, was already well into his years. Yet you, at this moment, are merely in your 30s. Nevertheless, in the time that followed, despite your fervent efforts, you found yourself unable to make further progress, as if an invisible shackle restrained you from transcending into the realm of the sage. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to break through, you began to contemplate whether the entrenched paradigms of Confucianism and Taoism over the millennia were indeed infallible. If the ultimate aspiration of all Confucian and Taoist scholars is benevolence, then what lies beyond benevolence? Is there something that can surpass these standards, liberating you from the constraints of the system? Amidst your repeated reflections and endeavors, a glimmer of realization began to dawn upon you. In the 12th month of that year, the elderly emperor passed away within the palace. In his final moments, he gazed upon the distant setting sun, his murky old eyes filled with an unmistakable sense of regret. The following year, a new emperor ascended the throne. As a youthful sovereign barely 20 years of age, he should have been brimming with ambition, ready to carve out his own legacy. Yet, inexplicably, whenever you encountered him in the court, you sensed a heavy, morose aura surrounding him, as if he were a mere shell of a man. Half a year later, shortly after his coronation, the young emperor heeded the advice of 2 ministers and resolved to implement a reduction of the feudal lord's power. The sweeping campaign against the lords commenced. Within 6 months, the Prince of Dai was exiled, the Qi royal family placed under house arrest, the Prince of Su was demoted to commoner status, and the couple of the Prince of Xiang tragically committed self-immolation. In an instant, the feudal lords across the nation were engulfed in trepidation. The next target of the young emperor's campaign, without a doubt, was the formidable Prince of Yanbei, who commanded significant military strength in the northern territories. Simultaneously, alarming reports of widespread infant disappearances began to surface, predominantly from the capital and its surrounding areas. These missing infants shared a commonality. They were all born during the dark moon on ominous days, imbued with a potent aura of yin. You gradually sensed that something was amiss. Within the southern spiritual domain, the aura of yin was particularly prevalent, with the Wugu sect entrenched there for generations, nurturing and refining their sorcery through the energy of yin. The newborn infant, undoubtedly the most suitable vessel for the Gu, combined with the incessant aura of death that surrounds the newly enthroned emperor, gradually conjures a horrifying conclusion in your mind. However, before you can take any action, this newly ascended sovereign reveals his terrifying visage. Immersed in the intoxicating essence of supreme power, his eyes permit no existence that poses a threat to his imperial authority. A clandestine purge targeting the powerful ministers of the court has already begun to brew in the shadows. Chapter 13. The Schemes of Witchcraft. Ultimately ascending to the realm of the sage, this naturally includes you, who have already risen to a position of high authority. The impending purge is ferocious, and those who will replace them are nothing but the emperor's most loyal hounds. Through your repeated observations, you are astonished to discover that the aura emanating from these individuals is strikingly reminiscent of the deathly energy radiating from the emperor himself. Faced with this unsettling reality, your anxiety intensifies. You suspect that both the emperor and the newly appointed ministers have been ensnared by witchcraft, their every word and deed manipulated by unseen forces. To validate your suspicions, on the day of the sacrificial rites, at the very moment the emperor ascends the altar, you employ the Confucian art of insight. In your gaze, the golden dragon that once symbolized the fortune of Da'in above the ancestral temple now appears fractured and dim, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at the slightest disturbance. Were it not for your formidable spiritual power, you might have nearly failed to perceive its existence. What astonishes you most is the myriad of intricate dark patterns that envelop the fortune dragon. These patterns seem almost alive, continuously writhing and expanding, devouring the untouched portions of the dragon's surface. This is the Shizhuan Shiqigu. Reflecting on the dark patterns adorning the fortune dragon, you suddenly recall a tale from the tomes of Qingfeng Academy. It is said that thousands of years ago, the witchcraft sect plotted in Zhongzhou, casting the Shizhuan Shiqigu upon the then emperor, intending to assimilate the dynasty's fortune and transform the billions of souls in Zhongzhou into sustenance. For reasons unknown, this curse mysteriously vanished, and the calamity of witchcraft was resolved. Considering the emperor's earlier symptoms and the recent spate of missing infants, a horrifying conjecture begins to form in your mind. The true emperor may have long since perished. The one seated upon the dragon throne now is merely a lifeless husk controlled by the witchcraft sect. The fortune dragon, emblematic of a nation's rise and fall, if assimilated by the witchcraft sect, would spell unimaginable disaster for countless souls across the realm. After the sacrificial rites conclude, you hastily seek out Qin and at the supervisory court, sharing your discoveries and thoughts with her. To dispel the Shizhuan Shiqigu requires the guidance of righteous energy to harness the most primordial natural force for purification. However, as you have yet to ascend to the realm of the sage, forcibly invoking natural forces could result in catastrophic backlash. In the secret chamber of the supervisory court, you gaze into Qin An's eyes and smile, saying, "If one day the situation reaches an irretrievable state, allow me to make an attempt. Should fortune favor me, it would justify the years I have spent studying the works of the sages." Qin An's eyes glisten with tears as she stammers, "What if you fail? To perish in the pursuit of the way is to die without regret." You turn away, your demeanor resolute, unaware of the fleeting look of determination in Qin An's eyes. The following day at the court assembly, Qin An suddenly declares her loyalty to the emperor, expressing her willingness to assist the supervisory court in eliminating all treacherous elements. She then slowly turns, pointing at you, accusing you of treason, and publicly enumerating 24 charges against you. Your pupils dilate in shock as you gaze at her, met only with her cold, unfamiliar stare. The emperor has long sought to eliminate you, and Qin An's sudden act of righteous betrayal plays directly into his hands. In a flurry of confusion, you are imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon for treason, while Qin An petitions the emperor to personally interrogate you. The day of the interrogation swiftly arrives. Inside your cell, you look at her indifferent countenance and manage a grim smile, asking, "Should I address you as Qingnan or as chief supervisor?" Her breath catches. A momentary flicker of pain crosses her features before she replies, emotionless. Instead of indulging in such banter, you should contemplate how to extricate yourself, for once you are dead, nothing remains. After an exhaustive 6-hour interrogation, the supervisory court fails to extract any evidence from you. Nevertheless, you are still assigned a baseless charge, with a verdict of execution pending. Following this, Qingnan seems to transform entirely, becoming ruthless and resolute, earning the emperor's trust in the process. The world whispers that the chief supervisor is consumed by ambition, willing to employ any means necessary to secure her position beneath the emperor. In your despair within the prison, you resolve to seize your last chance on the day of execution. You bribe a jailer responsible for delivering meals to send a letter to the Wang of Yanbei, stating, "Should I fail, mobilize your forces to march on the capital, preserving a glimmer of hope." On the day of your execution, however, the figure who arrives is not the jailer but a woman clad in the garb of the supervisory court. You recognize her. She is a loyal assassin of Qingnan, having followed her since her days at Qingfeng Academy. She unlocks your cell, slowly producing a letter from her bosom and handing it to you. Your brow furrows as you open the envelope, feeling bewildered. Yet, upon reading its contents, it feels as though your world is collapsing, your mind buzzing. "Forgive me, husband, I have been deceiving you all along. That day you told me you wished to gamble your life for a chance. I understood and respected your decision, but after much contemplation, I could not bring myself to accept it. For me, it matters not whether anyone exists in this world, but I cannot bear the thought of losing you. By the time you read this letter, I will already be on my way to the palace. If I succeed, you shall be unharmed. If I fail, you, who have turned against me, will naturally erase all evidence against me. Forgive me for my presumptuous decision. What I have ever desired was never the supreme power. I simply wish for your safety. You once inquired whether I was the TC to run or Qin and foolish one. There is no such position as an inspector TC. I have always been your Qingnan." As you reached the end, the hands that clutched the letter began to tremble uncontrollably, and your expression gradually morphed into one of anguish. A lifetime spent immersed in the teachings of sages, your mind brimming with the ideals of family and country, and the welfare of all humanity. Yet in the end, you find yourself incapable of safeguarding your beloved. If you cannot protect those closest to you, how can you hope to rescue the world from calamity? You gently close your eyes, and the myriad experiences of the past 30 years unfold vividly in your mind. At last, you comprehend the nature of your shackles, as an overwhelming sense of righteousness emanates from your being. In this moment, the vast execution ground transforms into a sanctuary of enlightenment solely for you. Everything around you becomes remarkably clear in your perception, as if nothing could hinder you in the slightest. On this day, you finally step into the realm of the sage. Chapter 14. I, Luo Yuan, your minister, bid your majesty to meet your end. When you arrive at the imperial palace, it is already sealed off by the imperial guards. Above the palace, an ominous, towering aura surges into the heavens. Your heart tightens with a foreboding premonition. Under the valiant cover of the Censorate S agents, you swiftly infiltrate the palace's inner sanctum. Before your eyes lie dozens of corpses strewn across the ground. A thick, cloying stench of blood hangs in the air, sickening, suffocating. The emperor stands motionless before the grand hall, his gaze hollow, drained of all vitality, pale as death, vacant as a puppet stripped of its strings. Two assassins clad in the Censorate's official robes raise their blades and strike at him. Steel bites into the dragon-embroidered imperial robe, slicing inch by inch, shrieking with grating metallic fury. Suddenly, the emperor's features contort. Black vapors coil from his crown like serpents of despair. His laughter is jagged, grotesque. Do you truly believe a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators could shatter the tenfold soul-devouring curse? His palm snaps upward. Within it swirls a vortex of inky, devouring darkness. The two assassins choke as though throttled by an unseen hand. Their eyes roll white. Their arms slump lifelessly. Crack, 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 the sickening snap of crushed larynxes echoes, then silence. Their flesh withers before your eyes, desiccating at impossible speed, as if every ounce of chi, every spark of life, is siphoned away, leaving behind only brittle, hollow husks. Even in utter sacrifice, not even a sliver of hope remains. Qin and watches from afar, her eyelids falling shut in desolation. Her face is ashen, blood tracing a crimson seam at the corner of her lips. Her ethereal beauty is shattered. Her countenance, once serene as moonlit jade, now radiates a sorrow so profound it pierces the soul. She is spent, her life force guttering like a candle in its final breath. The emperor strides toward her, his voice dripping with contempt. Truly, I had no wish to raise my hand against you. Yet your imperial consort proved astonishingly perceptive, discerning the secret of the tenfold soul-devouring curse. But fear not, I shall dispatch him soon. You two shall be reunited before long. With that, he flicks his wrist. A black vortex erupts from his palm, hurtling toward Qin and like a death-bound comet. At that very instant, a stream of pure, crystalline qi surges from behind, shattering the dark spiral midair. The emperor whirls around, his bloodless face contorted with sudden, venomous fury. Husband, what are you doing here? Qin cries out, her voice trembling with terror. Flee now. A beat of stunned silence. Then the emperor throws back his head and laughs, a sound devoid of mirth. Full of cruel triumph. How fortuitous. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. You stand tall, hands clasped behind your back, your Confucian scholar's robe billowing in the wind like unfurled banners of righteousness. Your aura sinks, deep, still, resonant, like thunder coiled within a mountain's heart. The truth is graver than you imagined. The emperor is no longer himself. The curse has devoured his will, his spirit, his very sovereignty. The celestial mandate of Da'in may already be poisoned beyond redemption. A resolve crystallizes within you, not born of anger, nor vengeance, but of solemn, unshakable duty. At your command, countless currents of Hao Ran Qi, the vast and upright Qi, erupt from your being, flooding the heavens, the earth, the palace, the capital, the frontier, and every corner of Da'in. The sky dims, as if the heavens themselves bow in reverence. Across the realm, every subject of Da'in lifts their gaze instinctively, drawn as if by celestial gravity, toward the forbidden city. You have ascended to the sage realm. For the first time, raw fear flickers across the emperor's face. He seals his hands in a blood seal incantation. Crimson mist billows about him, a desperate bid to flee via blood teleportation. His form vanishes, then slams, invisible, into an unyielding barrier. No matter how fiercely he burns his lifeblood, he cannot break free. The omnipresent Hao Ran Qi has sealed every path, every breath of escape, leaving him cornered, exposed, undone. From every horizon, Qi converges, rushing into you like rivers returning to the sea. You close your eyes, feeling the boundless, primordial powers surging through your veins, vast as the cosmos, ancient as time itself. Then, slowly, deliberately, you raise your right hand, palm outward, aim directly at the emperor's twisted visage, and declare, voice resonant as temple bronze, I, Luo Yuan, minister in service to heaven and earth, hereby invoke the collective will of all living souls under heaven and bid your majesty to meet your end. The words strike like a gong across eternity. The Hao Ran Qi ignites, roiling, radiant, unassailable, locking upon the emperor's essence with divine inevitability, descending upon him like the final judgment of heaven itself. Boom. A sound like the shattering of cosmic law reverberates across the world. The tenfold soul-devouring curse is severed from the celestial mandate of Da'in. A final, agonized wail escapes the emperor's throat. Then the shadows clinging to his form dissolve like mist beneath dawn's first light. His face grows still, pale, vacant, utterly devoid of breath or spark. The tenfold soul-devouring curse feeds upon the host's life essence. Entwined with his very Mingmai, to excise it is to extinguish the host. As the last echo fades, your consciousness blurs, your limbs grow leaden, your breath shallow. Your body sways, then collapses backward. The Confucian path does not fortify the flesh. To bear the weight of heaven's qi in mortal form is to court annihilation. Your life force ebbs, like tide retreating from a dying shore. Through the haze, you feel the soft, yielding warmth cradling your head, familiar, tender, sacred. Through blurred vision, you glimpse Qin's face, tears streaming like fallen plum blossoms, salt and sorrow mingling on your skin. Then, clashing steel, thundering hooves, the roar of battle erupts beyond the palace gates. You know, Yinbei's army has arrived. With the last ember of strength, your hand lifts, gently, tenderly, wiping away a tear from her cheek. A faint, weary smile touches your lips. In the next life, I shall not read books. That year, the Prince of Yanbei raised the banner of purging corrupt ministers from the Emperor's side, leading 30,000 ironclad cavalry of Yanbei into the capital to root out treachery and purge the court. Within the palace, flames roared, consuming every trace, every secret, every scar of that fateful day. From the inferno, Yanbei's troops retrieved dozens of charred corpses, brought before the prince for identification. He glanced once, brief, indifferent, upon those unrecognizable remains, then issued the decree. His Majesty perished in the chaos of the fire. The next day, he stood beneath a scholar's locust tree at Qingfeng Academy, silent, still, holding a single clay jar of wine, through an entire day and night, speaking not a word to any soul. When the realm assumed the Prince of Yanbei would ascend the dragon throne, he shocked all by ordering an immediate withdrawal, riding day and night back to the northern marches. The world whispered that he feared the stain of usurpation, yet none knew the truth. In September of the same year, the Princess of Chang, with the support of court officials and the King of Yanbei, ascended to the throne, establishing the era of Ningqing, and became the first empress in the illustrious history of the Dayin dynasty. The current cycle of dreams has concluded, and the host has awakened. The total number of completed cycles stands at 2, with the system requiring 2 out of 10 for the next upgrade. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the second cycle of dreams. You may choose one reward from the following options. Image storage location. Chapter 15, a 7-character poem that moves the capital, heart of the sage. Upon selecting this reward, the host will acquire the virtues of the heart of the sage, eternally shielded by the righteous aura, immune to all forms of malevolent energy, poisons, curses, and charms that the world may impose. 10 transformations of the poisonous Gu. This Gu, crafted by the Wu Gu sect of the Southern Spirit Domain, merges various poisons and rare herbs based on the legacy of the Gu god, clinging to the body of the emperor to siphon the luck of the dynasty and empower the one who controls it. Inspector General. Upon selecting this reward, the host will become the adopted son of the current Inspector General, able to mobilize all the covert agents of the Inspectorate throughout the Great Yin. Once again, it is the familiar 3 choices. Luo Yuan felt exasperated. Why must he always face such formidable dilemmas? His palms, backs of hands, and even the crevices of his nails were clammy with anxiety. Oh, why can't you allocate rewards more reasonably, Zhongzige? After calming his mind, he began to analyze the merits and demerits of the 3 rewards. Firstly, he ruled out the second option, not because it lacked strength, but simply due to a lack of space to accommodate it. While he, as a cultivator, should not be overly soft-hearted, he could not bring himself to use a Gu to siphon the fortune of the emperor, a morally reprehensible act. Moreover, the current empress was wise and benevolent. Under her governance, the Great Yin prospered, and he had no justification to usurp her luck. If anyone were to siphon, it should be her drawing from him. Thus, he was left to choose between the first and third options. Selecting the first would grant him a permanent buff, an effect so formidable that it translated to immunity from any abnormalities. The mere immunity to all forms of Gu, poison, and charm would enable him to traverse the Southern Spirit Domain with ease. The third reward was also appealing. The Inspectorate was the most significant oversight institution in the Great Yin, with countless covert agents spread throughout the realm, even infiltrating various cultivation sects in the 4 spirit domains. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if he could wield power within the Inspectorate, he would effectively hold sway over half of the officialdom in the Great Yin. After much contemplation, Luo Yuan ultimately decided to choose the first option. Despite the numerous advantages of the Inspectorate, its primary influence remained within the mortal realm of the Central Continent. Even though the 4 spirit domains and the Central Dynasty were mutually beneficial, the true authority rested in the hands of those with strength. With the blessing of the heart of the sage, not only would he be impervious to various forms of poison and assassination, but he would likely thrive in front of the scholars of the Guozijian. Thus, he would achieve 3 significant advantages in one fell swoop. After selecting his reward, Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling above. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gloom and melancholy. Everything that transpired in the dream felt strikingly real, and he remained ensnared in the emotional aftermath of the dream, unable to extricate himself. Once he had regained his composure, he gradually stood, stretched, and prepared to seek out Xiaoyu to inquire about the reception of his poem. However, as soon as he stepped out of his room, he sensed something amiss. A cacophony of sounds echoed from downstairs, accompanied by a clamor of voices, causing the floor beneath him to creak ominously. The soundproofing in this room left much to be desired, he thought to himself. He cautiously pushed open the door and descended to the hall below, where the sight before him momentarily left him in astonishment. The first floor of the Xianyin Pavilion was packed to capacity. Every seat, every private room, and every long bench was filled to the brim, with not a single vacancy in sight. The clinking of glasses, the buzz of conversation, and the sound of string instruments resounded continuously, occasionally interspersed with shouts and quarrels. The entire hall was a tumultuous sea of voices, lively and bustling. Despite the raucous atmosphere, people continued to pour in from outside, inquiring if there were any seats available. Upon receiving a negative response, they would leave with expressions of disappointment. Some, unwilling to give up, formed long queues in the sweltering sun outside. This noisy scene starkly contrasted with the usual tranquility of the venue, and had he not seen the Xianyin Pavilion's emblem, Luo Yuan might have presumed he had wandered into the wrong place. His gaze shifted, scanning the crowded hall. Most of the patrons were scholars, their faces pale and clean-shaven, clad in scholarly robes, engaged in animated discussions. "Brother Han, have you heard? There is a maiden named Xiao Yu in the Xianyin Pavilion, rumored to possess unparalleled beauty and exceptional skill in playing the zither, truly a paragon of grace and talent." A handsome young man raised his cup toward a youth in green attire, his expression tinged with admiration. "Naturally, I have heard," the youth in green replied, clinking his cup against the others and downing its contents. "That poem, Qing Ping Lu, A Brief Respite at the Xianyin Pavilion, has already spread throughout the capital. To be honest, I have come today solely to catch a glimpse of the fair maiden Xiao Yu. It appears that you share my sentiments," remarked a young man dressed in the attire of a wealthy family, sighing with a hint of regret. "How could I, having immersed myself in the pleasures of the capital for so long, remain unaware that such a beauty resided within the Xianyin Pavilion? Clouds desire garments, flowers wish for beauty. What sort of exquisite beauty could possibly deserve such a phrase?" A student from the Guozijian gazed on with envy, declaring, "If only I could spend a night in her company, I would gladly sacrifice my chance at the highest honors and promotions." A group of patrons raised their cups, exchanging whispers filled with admiration for the maiden Xiao Yu. Amidst this crowd, a few figures stood out, clad in moonlight white robes, neither mingling with others nor engaging in conversation, their demeanor exuding a subtle pride. Luo Yuan recognized their attire from his dream. They must belong to the Qing Feng Academy. Observing this scene, Luo Yuan understood the situation clearly. If all went as expected, his 7-character poem had indeed made an impact. As anticipated, the effect of such a timeless masterpiece was extraordinary, especially in a city abundant with literati, leaving no concerns regarding its dissemination. Even the students of the Qing Feng Academy had come seeking it. "Xiao Yuan, you are awake?" Just as Luo Yuan was lost in thought, Bai Ruoli's voice suddenly reached him from beside, pulling his reverie back to reality. "Senior sister, how many days have I slept?" Luo Yuan inquired. "Given the current bustling atmosphere of Xianyin Gu, it is evident that my poem has been circulating for a considerable duration, at least 3 days." A hint of concern gradually surfaced on Bai Ruoli's charming countenance. "Xiao Yuan, you haven't contracted some peculiar ailment, have you? Why have you been sleeping so much lately? Perhaps it is due to excessive mental exertion that my spirit feels somewhat depleted." Luo Yuan casually fabricated an excuse and swiftly redirected the conversation. "Senior sister, how has the business at Xianyin Gu been these past few days? How many spirit stones are being accrued daily?" Although he already had a rough idea, he was eager to ascertain the precise outcome, for only then could he determine whether to initiate the second phase of the plan. Chapter 16. When will the empress have a consort? Bai Ruoli regarded Luo Yuan's explanation with a hint of skepticism and slowly remarked, "It is indeed surprising how much attention your poem has garnered. Ever since Xiao Yu dispatched people to disseminate it, it has circulated throughout the literary circles of the capital in less than a day. The number of visitors drawn here in the last couple of days is innumerable, with foot traffic exceeding tenfold compared to usual. Our daily revenue from spirit stones is equivalent to the total from the past month, and the young ladies are nearly overwhelmed with the demand." Luo Yuan nodded, clearly unperturbed by the outcome. If the literary drivel penned by the students of the Guozi Academy could achieve fame in the capital, then surely his rendition of Li Taibai's immortal work would flourish as well. Anything less would be an affront to reason. Bai Ruoli glanced at the expressionless Luo Yuan and seemingly recalled something, her expression tinged with concern. Now that our Xianyin pavilion is flourishing, while Xiao Yu may possess some beauty, she is yet to reach the level of a national calamity, let alone be as breathtaking as described in your verses. I fear that over time, you worry that visitors may grow weary after a couple of visits and not only refrain from returning, but also accuse us of false advertising? Luo Yuan gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind his senior sister's ear and inquired with a smile, "Senior sister, in your opinion, who are the majority of those coming to see us because of the poem?" "Naturally, they are literati," Bai Ruoli responded without hesitation. "What is the most prominent trait of literati?" Luo Yuan pressed further. "Perhaps arrogance?" Bai Ruoli replied, her tone laced with uncertainty. "Precisely. Scholars often carry an innate pride and dread losing face before others. Even if someone finds fault, they are more likely to question their own taste if the majority remains silent, rather than critique Xiao Yu's appearance. This concept mirrors the tale of the emperor's new clothes." Luo Yuan elaborated confidently on his hypothesis. "The emperor's new clothes? What is that?" Bai Ruoli furrowed her brow, acknowledging that the current emperor is a woman, but the new attire described is not something our young ladies could wear. It is merely a metaphor. As long as you grasp the meaning, that suffices." Luo Yuan scratched his head, suddenly realizing that this world lacked Anderson. "Right, senior sister. Accompany me to a particular place shortly." "Where to?" "The headquarters of the Heiyue Merchant Guild." Within the opulent chambers of the Da'in Imperial Palace, an elderly man clad in ceremonial robes stood quietly. With graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles, his dimmed eyes held a flicker of sharpness. At a glance, one might struggle to believe that this seemingly frail old man was the current head of the civil officials, the esteemed Prime Minister Ning Qian, who had endured through 3 reigns yet remained in a position of power. Opposite him, the Empress Qingyan sat gracefully at her desk, holding a newly presented memorial, a trace of worry gracing her coldly beautiful visage. After a lengthy pause, she placed the document down and inquired softly, "Minister Ning, how prepared are we for the four-domain conference?" The old Prime Minister bowed slightly and reported, "Your Majesty, all is in readiness. However, it seems there is a discrepancy regarding the list from the Eastern Domain. The representative sent by the Ningjian sect appears to be not the sect master Gu Chunjun, but rather the Saintess Gu Qingshang." In response, the Empress's eyes reflected no surprise. The Ningjian sect is the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain. It is only natural they would nurture an heir early on. She then shifted the topic, asking, "Since I have remained in the depths of the palace since the ancestral rites, are there any new developments in the capital?" Ning Qian pondered briefly before replying. "It is said that a fine piece of work has recently emerged, composed by a student from the Guozi Academy for the courtesan of the Teaching Bureau, and it has gained widespread acclaim in the capital. If it is indeed a masterpiece, it will undoubtedly circulate widely. It has indeed been a long time since the Da'in literary world saw a good poem." The Empress sighed softly, displaying little interest. After a while, she seemed to recall something, her gaze growing tinged with melancholy as she murmured, almost as if reminiscing or confiding, "When it comes to poetic talent, who in the world could rival my consort?" This statement, neither too heavy nor too light, landed squarely in the ears of Ning Qian, causing the seasoned minister to shudder. "Consort? Wait, did I hear that correctly? Consort? When did Her Majesty acquire a consort?" At that moment, it seemed as if a thunderous clap echoed in Ning Qian's ears, leaving his mind buzzing. Having witnessed the Empress grow from a naive girl into a talented young woman, and later ascend to power through cunning and determination, he had never heard of her having a consort, let alone a consort. This Empress was known for her aversion to male companions, rebuffing the minister's repeated entreaties for her to take a male consort, threatening, "Should anyone dare to bring this matter up again, their entire family shall face execution." But what was this sudden mention of a consort? Had she discreetly resolved her personal matters? Ning Qian took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. Although his curiosity was insatiable, he firmly suppressed the urge to inquire further. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of court politics, he knew all too well what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. The emperor's personal affairs undoubtedly fell into the latter category. After reporting the status of the four-domain conference, Ning Qian hastily exited the palace. Once seated in his carriage, he remained lost in thought. If Her Majesty has found someone special, then matters of state can be settled, and the officials from the Ministry of Rites will likely quiet down. At that moment, A subordinate beside him unexpectedly handed over a piece of paper, which bore 4 lines of poetry and a few additional notes. Lord Ning, this is the latest acclaimed work circulating in the capital. Young master requested that you personally review it. His train of thought disrupted. The old prime minister's face registered annoyance. Haven't I already seen this poem? Why is that rascal bringing it up again? Ning Qian took the paper and glanced over it. Suddenly, he froze, as if struck by lightning, standing motionless in place. His gaze fixated on the words, and his hand holding the paper began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 17, The Revelation. My father is the wealthiest man in the Dongyu. What a splendid poem. How marvelous. The usually stoic prime minister of the cabinet, Ning Qian, was at this moment filled with excitement. Thumping his thigh, his face flushed with exhilaration. This is the essence of poetry that should be found in our day in literary circles. He leaned out of the carriage window, eagerly inquiring, "Who is the author of this?" Replying to the master. The servant said, "When the young master handed this paper to me, he did not disclose the author, only stating it originated from the Xianin Pavilion." Observing the master's demeanor, the servant outside the carriage was taken aback. As the prime minister of the cabinet, Ning Qian was undoubtedly the foremost literary figure of the realm, with only the great scholar from Qingfeng Academy being able to stand in comparison. Given his stature, what exquisite poetry had he not encountered? Why, then, this display of uncharacteristic enthusiasm? While the servant pondered this, the voice of the old prime minister resounded within the carriage once more. "Change course. We shall not return to the residence." "Not return?" the young servant exclaimed in surprise. "Then where shall we go?" "To the Xianin Pavilion." The headquarters of the Black Moon Merchant Association was situated in the most affluent and bustling area of the capital, merely a few streets away from the Xianin Pavilion. Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli arrived by carriage and reached their destination in less than 10 minutes. Standing at the entrance of the Black Moon Merchant Association, they were greeted by a striking emblem. A large crescent moon, dark as night, hung before the building, surrounded by the embellishments of jade and agate, exuding an air of grandeur. Is this the essence of wealth? Luo Yuan could not help but muse, as he slowly approached the 2 gatekeepers. "Gentlemen, I would appreciate it if you could inform inside that Luo Yuan from the Xianin Sect wishes to see Master Shun regarding an urgent matter," he cautiously inquired. Although his current identity was that of Shun Wanhao's adopted son, he was uncertain whether the rewards bestowed by the system applied solely to Shun Wanhao. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of disdain. "Our master is extremely busy and values his time. He cannot see just anyone." Upon witnessing the gatekeepers' reactions, Luo Yuan comprehended. It seemed that the system's rewards only altered the fate of Shun Wanhao and did not extend to others. Thus, he had no choice but to employ his monetary prowess. Just as he prepared to retrieve a spirit stone from his pocket, hurried footsteps echoed from within, accompanied by an exuberant exclamation. "Hey, my precious son, you have finally returned." A middle-aged man, resplendent in luxurious attire and rather portly, rushed out from the Merchant Association, followed by several flustered servants. "Godfather." Luo Yuan spread his arms wide, wearing a smile that appeared entirely natural. Witnessing this scene, the 2 gatekeepers were instantly struck dumb, their eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping to the ground. "Son, he is the master's son. When did the master have a son?" Beside them, Bai Ruoli was equally bewildered, her mind swirling with countless questions. Wasn't Xiao Yuan an orphan? How did he suddenly acquire a father who was the wealthiest man in the Dongyu? Was this what he referred to as the connections of the Black Moon Merchant Association? This could hardly be considered a small matter. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 3, Luo Yuan and his godfather embraced for a considerable time before slowly parting. Shun Wanhao scrutinized his adopted son, his expression a blend of joy and concern. "Xiao Yuan, look at you. You insisted on pursuing immortality. After spending years at the Xianin Sect, you have become so thin. To cultivate immortality, enduring hardships is only natural." Luo Yuan replied with an unwavering smile, then pulled Bai Ruoli closer, introducing her to Shun Wanhao. "Godfather, this is..." "Well done, my boy. You even found a wife during your travels." Before Luo Yuan could finish, Shun Wanhao interrupted excitedly. "Xiao Yuan, you should have brought her home sooner to let your godfather see her. I was worried about you going off to cultivate immortality without anyone to inherit our family's legacy." Bai Ruoli's face immediately flushed crimson, and she timidly interjected, "President Shun, you are mistaken. I am not Xiao Yuan's wife." Shun Wanhao slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, "Oh dear. I almost forgot. In your cultivation sect, you do not refer to your partner as a wife, but as a Tao companion. He then extended his right hand, slowly removing a jade ring from his ring finger, offering it to Ruoli. You came so unexpectedly, I did not have time to prepare a gift. Although this ring may not be precious, it is presentable enough. Consider it my gift to you upon our first meeting. In the future, I will have someone prepare a more impressive gift. As my daughter-in-law, you certainly cannot be shortchanged in terms of dowry. This jade ring was of exceptional quality, its surface emanating a refreshing aura, clearly not an ordinary item. Just as Ruoli was about to refuse, Luo Yuan reached out to accept the jade ring on her behalf. Then I will thank my godfather on behalf of Ruoli. We are all family here, no need for formalities. Shun Wanhao waved his hand, his face beaming with delight. Then, as if struck by a thought, he asked, Shao Yuan, I must inquire, is the Xianyin sect not located in the Dongyu? Why have you suddenly come to the capital? To speak candidly, we have come back with a matter that requires your assistance. Subsequently, Luo Yuan recounted the situation concerning the Xianyin Pavilion in detail. Upon hearing this, Shun Wanhao's eyes filled with confusion, as if he had encountered something utterly absurd. Isn't it merely a matter of someone snatching business? Why go to such lengths? Just buy out the other establishments. Luo Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the mindset of the wealthy was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like him. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Godfather, do the items sold by the Black Moon Merchant Association come packaged? Nodding, Shun Wanhao replied, naturally. Is there a logo on the packaging? None, Shun Wanhao stated slowly. No matter where the Merchant Association is located, for the convenience of customers, they generally do not embellish the packaging. That is precisely it. Luo Yuan toyed with the ring in his hand and continued, Godfather, might it be possible to print the Xianyin Pavilion's logo on the packaging of goods flowing through the Black Moon Merchant Association from now on? Additionally, a small line at the bottom. This year, during the festival, do not listen to music. For music, go to the Xianyin Pavilion. In return, the various Xianyin pavilions will pay the Black Moon Merchant Association 10% of their annual spirit stone revenue. Simultaneously, whenever Xianyin Gu participates in major competitions across the various spiritual domains or attends significant events, it adorns its ceremonial attire with the emblem of the He Yu Shanghui. Luo Yuan spoke with a calm and steady pace, articulating two proposals he had meticulously prepared. The first involves utilizing the expansive platform of the He Yu Shanghui to promote the brand of Xianyin Gu, whilst providing a certain fee to the platform. This action, in his past life, was aptly termed advertising. The second proposal aims to leverage the brand of Xianyin Zong to enhance the influence of the platform in return. This too had a fitting name in his previous existence, exclusive sponsorship. From his observations over this period, he noted that such an advanced promotional model had yet to emerge in this world. Should he implement it first, supported by the substantial platform of He Yu Shanghui, the potential benefits would be immeasurable. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's suggestions, Shun Wanhao's brows gradually furrowed, his expression becoming increasingly solemn. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, enveloping him in a sensation akin to enlightenment. This feeling was reminiscent of the thrilling moment when he earned his first fortune. As the wealthiest individual in the Eastern domain, Shun Wanhao's business acumen was formidable. Without the need for further elaboration from Luo Yuan, he instantly sensed the immense commercial opportunity contained within. Chapter 18. On poetry. I am a professional currently. The Heiyu Merchants Association reigns supreme within the Dongling domain, yet its foundations in other spiritual realms remain relatively fragile. For many years, Shun Wanhao has struggled to find ways to expand his market, and Luo Yuan's plan undoubtedly presents him with a fresh perspective. The influence of a mere Xianyin sect is limited, but what if it were a grand sect like the Ningjian sect? At that point, during any significant event, the sight of all attendees adorned in the unmistakable emblem of the Heiyu Merchants Association would render it impossible not to stand out. Shun Wanhao's heart surged with excitement as he gazed at his adopted son, his eyes brimming with pride and exhilaration. Truly, my adopted son is remarkable, possessing an innate business acumen. Adoptive father, time is of the essence. Shall we proceed to the Xianyin Pavilion to discuss the specifics? Luo Yuan urged fervently. Shun Wanhao readily agreed, and the trio swiftly boarded the carriage of the Heiyu Merchants Association, heading directly towards the Xianyin Pavilion. As they approached the pavilion, Luo Yuan suddenly inquired, Adoptive father, have you ever frequented such establishments? Shun Wanhao's expression shifted, And he replied sternly, "Nonsense. Do you not know who your father is? Venues like the Xianin Pavilion and the Jiaofeng Sea have never piqued my interest." At that moment, a young woman from the Xianin Pavilion approached, sweetly addressing him, "Lord Shun, it has been quite a while since you last visited us to enjoy the music. Are you here to see Miss Ying today?" Shun Wanhao felt a rush of embarrassment, cleared his throat, and waved his hand dismissively. As you know, in business, social obligations are unavoidable. Just then, another young woman from the Xianin Pavilion rushed towards Luo Yuan, her expression frantic. "Brother Luo, you have finally returned. Our pavilion is on the verge of being disrupted." Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the situation. Who would dare cause a disturbance beneath the emperor's feet? He had only just departed. How could trouble have arisen so swiftly? Could it be that a guest was dissatisfied? It's the people from the Jiaofeng Sea. The young woman panted, gesturing towards the hall. "Our reputation has surged in recent days, reclaiming their business. Just this morning, as soon as you left, they brought along a talented scholar from the Guozi Jian to stir up trouble, even claiming that your poem is plagiarized." Plagiarized? Luo Yuan was taken aback. He had not penned the poem himself. Yet there was no figure akin to Li Bai in this world. How could there be any notion of plagiarism? Furthermore, can matters of literary merit truly be called plagiarism? He hurried into the hall, where he saw a young man in a green scholar's robe standing at the center of the crowd, holding a wine cup and lamenting, "On that day at the Jiaofeng Sea, I composed 2 poems for that courtesan, intending one for posterity and one for personal enjoyment. Yet, I was robbed by a petty thief, who now seeks to defraud the world of my name. If such scoundrels are allowed to thrive, it will be a disgrace to the poetry of Dean and a shame to our literati." The scholars present frowned at his words. Some scoffed while others wavered. After all, this young scholar from the Guozi Jian had recently penned a celebrated piece, while the author of Qing Ping Lu, a brief respite at the Xianin Pavilion, had yet to make an appearance, raising suspicions. "You speak nonsense." A disciple from the Xianin Pavilion could no longer contain herself, retorting indignantly, "This poem was composed by our sect's brother Luo. It has nothing to do with you." The green-clad scholar sneered, a joke. "I, Lu Zigong, a distinguished student of the Guozi Jian, would never stoop to slandering an obscure third-rate sect like yours. It is you who have resorted to using stolen poetry to attract customers. I could easily report you to the authorities, and you could forget about doing business from now on." His words were brimming with arrogance, invoking the authority of the government, which caused the young women from the Xianin Pavilion to falter. Who would have imagined that the revered Guozi Jian would harbor such individuals? Just then, a resonant voice echoed from the back, capturing everyone's attention. Lu Zigong turned sharply to see a figure slowly entering the hall, his tone unfriendly. "You are Luo Yuan?" "I am your father," Luo Yuan replied, his expression unchanged, casually uttering those 4 words. "Such vulgar language, truly a lowly man," Lu Zigong scoffed. "Why do you say such things?" "I am merely reflecting your own logic." Luo Yuan feigned surprise, his face a picture of innocence. "You assert that this poem is not mine because I have never proven its authorship. By that same logic, I could claim to be your father, as your mother has never proven that she did not have an intimate relationship with me." Laughter erupted in the hall at this remark. Lu Zigong's expression shifted, and he struggled to suppress his urge to curse, taking a deep breath. "Enough of this nonsense, Luo Yuan. Today, will you dare to compose a poem here, for the audience to judge? Whoever wins shall have their words deemed true." "Oh, what sort of poem do you propose, Brother Zigong?" Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "How fortunate for me. I was just lamenting my lack of an opportunity to deliver a retort, and now you present it to me on a silver platter. Let us have some fun with this. I am quite the expert in composing poetry." Lu Zigong chose a theme he was most proficient in, a poetic description of nature. "Perfectly aligned with my talents." Luo Yuan nodded slightly, ideas for several nature-themed poems already swirling in his mind. He then surveyed the crowd and declared, "In that case, allow me to present my humble offering." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and began, resolutely clinging to the green mountains. "My roots lie firmly within the shattered rocks. Enduring countless trials, I remain unyielding, regardless of the winds from any direction." As the final line echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. Several seconds passed before someone finally regained their composure, exclaiming passionately, "What a magnificent poem! What an exquisite metaphor!" The final line clearly satirizes Lu Zigong's actions. Throughout history, many poems have extolled bamboo, yet none can compare to this piece in terms of spirit. The artistic conception of this poem surpasses that of the earlier Qing Ping Lu. How could someone capable of such excellence be a fraud? In an instant, the crowd was captivated by the poem's depth, showering praise upon it. As he surveyed the reactions of those around him, Shen Wanhao beamed with pride, his chest swelling with satisfaction. My son, Luo Yuan, possesses the qualities of a prime minister. At that moment, Lu Zhigang stood in stunned silence, gazing at Luo Yuan amidst the crowd with an expression of utter disbelief, akin to someone who had just ingested an unspeakable amount of refuse. Though he was loath to acknowledge it, the moment Luo Yuan's exquisite poem about bamboo was revealed, he understood that his chances of triumph had vanished. Resilient through countless trials, unyielding against the winds from all directions, such magnificent verses were destined to shine brightly. Just then, a stirring voice resonated from outside, capturing the attention of all present. Someone in the hall exclaimed with excitement, It is the esteemed Prime Minister." Chapter 19. The entire hall is stunned. Two great figures come to claim someone. The exclamation caused everyone present to rise in unison. The Prime Minister, the highest-ranking civil official throughout history, occupies a position that is truly one above all in the court. Furthermore, the current Prime Minister also serves as the master of the Guozijian, holding an esteemed status in the hearts of scholars across the land. The sudden arrival of such a prominent figure undoubtedly marks the most significant guest in the history of Xianin Pavilion. Prime Minister, it has been quite some time. Why have a few strands of silver appeared at your temples? Shen Wanhao approached with a smile, bowing respectfully. At his level, he was certainly qualified to befriend the Prime Minister. The affairs of state are complicated, and with my unworthy son causing me distress, it is hard not to be troubled. Ning Qian sighed helplessly. Unlike Chairman Shen, who has such an extraordinary adopted son, I cannot help but feel envious. Upon hearing this, the students in the hall were secretly alarmed. Could it be that the Prime Minister's unexpected visit to Xianin Pavilion was not for Shen Wanhao, but rather for Luo Yuan? Your Excellency, you flatter me. My son possesses only a modicum of literary talent. He is not worthy of such praise. Although Shen Wanhao spoke modestly, his heart was already filled with joy. Since ancient times, parents have always hoped for bright futures for their children. Though he was not related by blood to Luo Yuan, over the years he had come to regard him as his own son. With Ning Qian's commendation, he could not help but feel even more convinced of his previous assumption. My son Luo Yuan has the bearing of a prime minister. Ning Qian smiled faintly. Chairman Shen, you are too modest. Your son's poetic talent is evident to all. His Qingping Yue beautifully depicts the charm of the world's beauties, and his bamboo poem eclipses the works of ancient poets. Truly a prodigious talent. Such compliments left Luo Yuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ning Qian then turned to the side, looking at Lu Zhigang, and said solemnly, starting tomorrow, you need not come to the Guozijian anymore. Luo Yuan displayed a look of surprise. This prime minister indeed discerned right from wrong. However, the next moment, Ning Qian's gaze shifted back to him. My young friend Luo Yuan, I came today solely to see you, but upon hearing your recent work, I have other intentions. Your Excellency may speak freely, Luo Yuan replied, slightly bowing, though he was internally perplexed about the old man's true intentions. I wish to have you enter the Guozijian and personally take you as my disciple. What do you say? This brief statement struck like thunder among the crowd, leaving them in shock. The Guozijian is the highest institution of learning within the Great Yin, and the only other institution that could rival it is the Qingfeng Academy. Gaining admission to the Guozijian is the lifelong aspiration and honor of scholars across the land. It is no exaggeration to say that merely stepping through the gates of the Guozijian equates to securing a place in the future officialdom. Most importantly, the Prime Minister's words clearly indicated that he did not merely wish to admit Luo Yuan to the Guozijian, but intended to take him as his own disciple. Such an extraordinary opportunity, if offered to an ordinary person, would undoubtedly be a privilege earned through the virtuous deeds of countless ancestors. Shen Wanhao, standing behind, quickly reacted, nudging Luo Yuan's back in excitement. Xiao Yuan, do not forget to thank the Prime Minister. At that moment, the gazes of others in the hall towards Luo Yuan were filled with envy. Young and accomplished, bursting with talent, having a wealthy godfather and a prime minister as a teacher. Most crucially, he was also handsome. The disparity between people was indeed greater than that between man and dog. However, just as everyone expected Luo Yuan to agree, an elderly voice resonated from outside the hall. To To take such a prodigious talent under your wing would be a gross waste. The tone of this voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a mysterious power that accurately reached the ears of everyone present. Before their eyes, an old man strode into the main hall of Xianin Pavilion. His hair was gray, his posture slightly hunched. Dressed in a dark gray scholar's robe, and his countenance was exceedingly kind. Upon recognizing the visitor, several students from Qingfeng Academy were first taken aback, then hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Students greet the dean. This declaration caused an immediate uproar in the hall. The dean? This old man is actually the dean of Qingfeng Academy. To witness two literary giants today is a blessing beyond measure. Little did anyone expect that the newcomer was none other than Meng Zhou, the only figure in the current Great Yin literary scene who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ning Qian. Meng Zhou, why are you not teaching at the academy? What brings you here? The old prime minister's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Excellent question. Meng Zhou laughed heartily. Qingfeng Academy welcomes all virtuous scholars. Naturally, I have come to take on disciples. He then turned his gaze directly towards Luo Yuan and solemnly stated, This young friend, I am Meng Zhou, dean of Qingfeng Academy. I see in you a spirit of righteousness, and I sincerely invite you to join my academy. What say you? As his words fell, the surroundings fell into a hushed silence. Meng Zhou's stance was evidently one of vying with Ning Qian for a disciple, two renowned scholars openly competing for a student. And in a place of such revelry, if this were to spread, it would surely become a sensational tale. Meng Zhou, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. I arrived here first. Luo Yuan shall naturally come under my tutelage, Ning Qian said, his demeanor suddenly tense, even changing his self-reference from old man to I. Meng Zhou snorted disdainfully. Scholars of the world should choose the best trees to roost in. Do you think Qingfeng Academy is a filthy place like your Guozijian? Old fool, there are countless students in the world. Why must you compete with me to claim one? Ning Qian, now agitated, let slip some harsh words in his desperation to secure the student. Hearing this, Meng Zhou could no longer remain calm, instantly switching to a heated tone. What will you do about it? Today, I am determined to claim this student. As the two grand scholars found themselves at an impasse, Bai Ruoli, emboldened, spoke up. Dean Meng, Prime Minister Ning, I implore you to listen to me. Everyone turned to look, realizing that Xianin Pavilion also housed such an ethereal and beautiful woman. In the gaze of those around her, Bai Ruoli slowly continued. To be honest, Xiao Yuan has long been accepted as a direct disciple by our Xianin sect, so I fear I must disappoint both esteemed gentlemen. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Luo Yuan hastily seized the opportunity to respond. What you say, senior sister, is indeed not unfounded. I am deeply grateful for the generous affection bestowed upon me by both gentlemen, yet I have already committed myself to a sect several years ago, and my sect has treated me with great kindness. As such, I dare not seek another master. Nay, young friend Luo Yuan, you are overthinking, Ning Qian said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Xian Yinzong and Guazijian represent two distinct realms, one a sect of cultivation and the other a worldly academy. They do not stand in opposition to one another. I believe your esteemed master would not refuse such an opportunity. Meng Zhou nodded slightly and declared with a clear voice, excellent. To seize this opportunity while remaining grateful to one's original sect is a virtue indeed. You are truly worthy of being my disciple. He then retrieved a small piece of jade from his bosom and presented it to Luo Yuan, saying with a smile, since your mind is resolute, I shall not press you further. Take this jade pendant. It contains a strand of my concentrated righteous energy. In times of peril, shatter it, and I shall sense your predicament within a few breaths. Is a mere jade pendant truly worthy of such significance? Ning Qian retorted, unwilling to yield. He produced a token from his waist and placed it into Luo Yuan's hands. Chapter 20. The Empress's resolve. Upon the gathering's realization of the token's appearance, astonishment enveloped the crowd, their eyes wide with incredulity. The jade plaque, resplendent in golden hue and smooth in texture, was unmistakably a royal gift. Ning Qian, stroking his long beard, remarked nonchalantly, with this jade plaque, you may enter and exit all government offices in the capital, including the supervisory court, without restriction. Such a precious gift, to refuse it would be rather ungracious, indeed, foolish. Luo Yuan accepted the jade and token respectfully, expressing, the kindness of both esteemed gentlemen is something I shall never forget. In the next breath, he changed his tone. If neither of you mind, it would be my humble gesture to invite you to rest here at Xianin Gu to enjoy some music and dance. This proposition rendered the two scholars momentarily silent, their expressions betraying a hint of difficulty. Luo Yuan quickly added, "Should you graciously choose to stay, I shall cover all expenses for today's gathering." At this, the students present fixed their eager gazes upon the two scholars. The Prime Minister toils day and night for the nation. He deserves a time to unwind and rejuvenate, one voice chimed in. Indeed, the essence of the matter is not whether it is free or not. We simply cannot bear to witness the Prime Minister exhaust himself, echoed several students from Qingfeng Academy. As Confucius said, joy is the essence of a gentleman's nature. As students of Confucianism, how could we not heed such wisdom? Luo Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the scene before him. Truly, the tendency to seize opportunities without cost is an indelible aspect of human nature. He gestured towards the hall, instructing, "Bring forth the finest private room on the second floor. We must ensure that both esteemed gentlemen have an enjoyable time." Before long, a bevy of elegantly dressed young women emerged from the inner hall, surrounding the two scholars as they ascended the staircase. The scholars, stepping forward with large strides, protested half-heartedly. This is too much. Luo Xiaoyu, you are overly generous. Luo Xiaoyu, if word of this spreads, where shall I find the face to show? As he watched the two scholars depart amidst the charming company, Luo Yuan hastily pulled Bai Ruoli aside, whispering instructions into her ear. "Senior sister, please find 2 disciples skilled in painting and have them capture the scene of the two scholars enjoying the music. Include a few lines of text that read, 'On a certain day of a certain month, the Prime Minister and the President of Qingfeng Academy rendezvoused at Gu, indulging in music throughout the night, parting at dawn with expressions of great joy.'" Luo Yuan's reasoning lay in the fact that, while many literati frequented Gu, it remained a place of indulgence, deterring some who were concerned about appearances. Once the Prime Minister and the Academy President, two luminaries of the literary world, took the lead, the apprehensions of students would dissipate. If even the Prime Minister attended, what was there for a mere scholar or candidate to fear? This exemplified the phenomenon of the celebrity effect. In the evening, President Meng Zhou emerged from the grand doors of Gu, his demeanor refreshed. The young women within possessed remarkable skills, rekindling a sense of youth within him. Upon reaching the academy, the waiting inspector presented him with an imperial decree. He was summoned to the palace. In the palace's tea chamber, the empress sat across from the old president, surrounded by meticulously arranged incense, wafting fragrant purple smoke. It was well known throughout the Dain dynasty that the empress had once studied at Qingfeng Academy. Thus, she treated the former president with great respect. The president conveyed, "It is said that upon achieving the realm of a sage, though the physical form perishes, the spirit remains undying." The empress slowly lifted her cup, taking a delicate sip, her expression tinged with anticipation. Meng Zhou nodded gently. Indeed, upon reaching the sage realm, while the body may perish, the spirit is protected by the righteous aura of heaven and earth, remaining eternal. When conditions allow, it can even inhabit another's body to achieve rebirth. Our revered sage has exemplified this, and even after centuries, seekers continue to search for his reincarnation. The empress's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a rare flicker of emotion crossing her usually composed face. After a pause, she spoke again. "I have heard that today you had a dispute with Ninggu Lao at a certain pleasure establishment in the capital, stemming from a student?" Meng Zhou felt a tinge of embarrassment and admitted, "I must confess, the young man named Luo Yuan possesses extraordinary talent, and I, in a moment of admiration, inadvertently quarreled with Ning Qian." "What did you say?" The empress's gaze sharpened, her brows furrowing. "The young man you mentioned is named Luo Yuan." "Indeed," Meng Zhou replied, surprised at her recognition. "He is the disciple of the Xianyin sect. Does your majesty also know him?" The empress fell silent momentarily, her demeanor returning to its usual coldness, yet the hand gripping her teacup trembled slightly, spilling tea across the table without her notice. After a long pause, she abruptly stood, turning away. "I am feeling fatigued. I shall visit the academy at another time." Meng Zhou, though puzzled, felt it inappropriate to inquire further, hastily rising to bow. "This old man takes his leave. Your majesty should rest early." As soon as Meng Zhou departed, the empress summoned a guard, instructing, "You are to personally go to Gu and invite that fellow Luo Yuan to the palace for an audience with me. Be sure to extend a warm invitation. Should there be any hint of negligence, I will hold you accountable." "Yes," the guard replied, bowing deeply before withdrawing. The notion of an undying spirit, of inhabiting another, of sealed memories. Meng Zhou's words echoed in the empress's mind, rekindling a long-dormant hope within her. She slowly clenched her hands, her crystalline fingertips embedding into her palms, bringing forth waves of pain. Husband, if miracles exist in this world, I shall never allow you to leave my side again. At Gu. On the third floor, Luo Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, concluding his day's cultivation. The foul odor emanating from his body caused him to frown slightly, a result of the impurities expelled during the circulation of spiritual energy. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Luo Yuan decided to descend for a refreshing bath. Despite the fact that with Luo Yuan's current cultivation, cleansing the impurities from his body could be effortlessly achieved through a simple purification technique, the crux of the matter lies in the necessity of having someone to attend to him during the bathing process. Wouldn't a fragrant massage before sleep be delightful? An hour later, Luo Yuan returned to his chamber, his face radiating satisfaction from the recent bath, and his legs felt pleasantly weak. It must be said that the young ladies of Gu are all exceptionally talented, possessing striking beauty and melodious flute-playing skills. He truly relishes their company. After tidying everything up, Luo Yuan leaped gracefully, casting himself into the embrace of his bed. How does one alleviate worries? The answer is simple: slumber. Every night spent without deep sleep is a profound betrayal of the warm bed and soft blankets. Drowsiness soon enveloped him, and with his eyes closed, he swiftly drifted into the realm of dreams. The third cycle of the dream begins. Chapter 21. The third simulation. Me and my iceberg beauty master in this life. You were born at the borders of the Dongling domain, in a place known as Lingyan City, adjacent to the Biling domain. The Biling domain has long been the stronghold of the demonic race, while cultivators of the Dongling domain pride themselves on being righteous. For millennia, the conflicts between the Dongling domain and the Biling domain have persisted without respite. Your father instilled in you from a young age that demons are inherently steeped in dark spiritual energy. They are brutal, bloodthirsty, and envious, a collective embodiment of all negative emotions. Every cultivator from the Dongling domain should take it upon themselves to eradicate the demonic race. Under such influence, from the moment you began to form memories, the imprint of hatred towards demons was deeply etched into your mind. Whenever the topic of demons arose, your teeth would grind in fury, wishing to consume their flesh and drink their blood. Your family enjoyed immense prosperity and was the foremost power in Lingyan City. Your mother hailed from a family of merchants, while your father was revered as the most formidable expert in the city. You spent your childhood in carefree bliss. However, this idyllic existence was short-lived. At the age of 16, a sudden outbreak of demonic plague erupted at the borders of the Dongling domain. Under the leadership of the Demon Emperor, the demonic forces from the Biling domain launched a full-scale assault on the Dongling domain. As the battleground between the two domains, Lingyan City became a principal war zone. On that fateful day, shielded by the might of your family, you witnessed the elusive figure of the Northern Demon Emperor through the projection of spiritual energy in the sky for the first time. She was a dreamlike presence, her beauty unparalleled, with enchanting and hazy eyes. It seemed as if she harbored countless charms within her, making it difficult to meet her gaze. Every inch of her being exuded an unparalleled allure and seduction. A mere glance was enough to leave one spellbound. The image of the Demon Emperor starkly contrasted with your preconceived notions, as you had always envisioned demons as fearsome and loathsome beings that instilled terror in all who encountered them. This encounter prompted a profound doubt regarding the beliefs you had held since childhood. Was there truly such an insurmountable chasm between humanity and demons? Could the so-called hatred between humans and demons indeed be eternally irreconcilable? Yet swiftly, the admonitions of your father and kin echoed in your mind, and this terrifying thought was quickly dismissed. Demons are calamities born of nature, heretics that must be exterminated. This mantra reverberated in your heart, and you were relieved that you had not been enchanted by the Demon Emperor. Unbeknownst to you, this fleeting glimpse had secretly sown a seed in your subconscious. 6 months later, with the assistance of the Ningjian Sect and the Lihua Sect, the demonic plague was quelled, and the demonic forces retreated back to the Biling domain. In the struggle against the demons, your father fell while protecting you and your mother from the assault of several demon warriors. Devastated by this loss, your mother chose to follow him into the afterlife. In an instant, your once warm and harmonious family was shattered. Despairing, You resolved to embark on the path of cultivation to avenge your parents. Your innate talent for cultivation began to manifest, and driven by vengeance, your progress accelerated remarkably. Within a mere 3 years, you ascended to the second stage of foundation establishment without any external assistance, a feat that marked you as the most gifted talent in Lingyan City in centuries. However, just as you were filled with joy and anticipation for your impending revenge, your internal spiritual energy inexplicably began to dissipate. In the ensuing 6 months, your cultivation diminished steadily. No amount of effort could halt the disintegration of your spiritual power. Ultimately, your cultivation stagnated at the third stage of qi refinement. In a single night, you plummeted from grace, losing the brilliance of your former genius, while the attitudes of the clan's elders towards you underwent a drastic transformation. Those of your peers, who had long harbored jealousy, turned cold and began to make your life difficult. Deprived of your parents' protection and lacking in cultivation, you felt like a stream without a source, a tree severed from its roots, utterly reliant on no one. Ultimately, following a unanimous decision by the clan elders, you were expelled from the family. After a struggle, you finally uncovered the secret behind your waning spiritual energy. You wore an ancient jade pendant gifted to you by your mother, which had been secretly siphoning your spiritual power for a long time. Within that pendant resided a soul, and despite your repeated attempts to awaken it, each effort proved futile. In a moment of desperation, you collapsed by the roadside on a snowy day, just as your consciousness was about to fade. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before your eyes. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. You felt enveloped by a fragrant aroma, wrapped snugly in a soft quilt. As you slightly turned your head, an exquisite celestial visage instantly captured your attention. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the woman before you, a sense of familiarity welled up within your heart. It seemed as if you had encountered her somewhere before, yet you could not recall where. She introduced herself as Qingmu, a wandering cultivator from the far north of the Dongling domain. She appeared to possess an intimate understanding of your predicament, even knowing the secret behind your loss of spiritual energy, and promised to assist you in regaining your cultivation, provided you agreed to become her disciple. Without hesitation, you accepted, for in this world, you found yourself with nothing left. Your sole motivation for survival was revenge. After you agreed to become Qingmu's disciple, remarkably, the jade pendant ceased its siphoning of your spiritual energy, and your cultivation began to gradually recover. In the following years, you trained under this master at the juncture of the Dongling and Bailing domains. She guided you in your cultivation, aided in refining your body, and even selflessly used her own blood to purify your soul. In turn, you took care of all the mundane aspects of life. In your eyes, this master possessed a cool demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Yet, in rare moments, she would reveal glimpses of different emotions when faced with you. In the presence of this iceberg beauty, you often found joy in sharing amusing anecdotes from your life, introducing her to novel experiences she had never encountered, occasionally interspersing them with risque humor. At first, she remained silent on the matter. As time passed, you began to notice a hint of curiosity and brilliance gradually illuminating her beautiful eyes. Eventually, it seemed she came to a realization, often furrowing her brow and chastising you for your impure thoughts. Nevertheless, she still refrained from harshly condemning you. And these casual conversations gradually became a cherished routine between you and your master. Over time, the once frosty demeanor of her exquisite face began to soften with smiles, and at times, a subtle allure would unconsciously flicker in her gaze, leaving you momentarily entranced. You were uncertain why your master treated you with such kindness, yet you found yourself irresistibly drawn to this feeling, as it provided your wandering soul with a newfound anchor. Days passed, and the hatred in your heart seemed to wane, as if you had forgotten the original purpose of following her in cultivation. Occasionally, you would ponder the notion that if vengeance could never be achieved in this lifetime, it might be worthwhile to wander the world with your master. However, you found it perplexing that your master appeared to possess profound knowledge of any tendencies and movements of the demonic clan, regardless of how formidable the demons were. Upon sensing her presence, their gazes would instinctively betray fear and submission, until one day, the soul within the jade pendant at your chest suddenly awakened. This soul initiated communication with you, revealing a secret potent enough to upend the entire world. Chapter 22: The Revival of the Creator's Divine Will and the Acquisition of the Innate Spiritual Treasure. The soul, within the jade pendant, identifies itself as the incarnation of the Creator God, having long resided within this artifact, quietly observing the world it has fashioned. It is the wellspring of all laws in existence, the progenitor of every race, including humans, deities, demons, and spirits. After creating the myriad beings of the world, it chose to transcend, merging with the Tao, leaving only a fragment of its divine essence to wander the realm. In its vision, all races and beings should coexist in harmony, born equal, free from discrimination, slander, hatred, and bloodshed. However, throughout the eons, the conflicts among the various races have never ceased. The strife between humans and demons, as well as internal discord within the human race, has only intensified. Particularly, the clashes between humans and demons have escalated into a war between two grand spiritual domains, entirely contrary to the Creator's original ideals. It cannot bear to witness the destruction of the two races it created. Ultimately, it resolved to undergo reincarnation, utilizing the remnant of its divine essence to forcibly quell the hostilities between humans and demons. Yet, the power required for such rebirth is immense. Relying solely on a solitary fragment of soul to achieve this is akin to chasing a mirage. In desperation, it bound its divine essence to the jade pendant, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from each wearer to gradually accumulate strength. By the time it reached you, the accumulation of power was nearly complete, with only a final step remaining for its reincarnation. Upon hearing the soul's narrative from within the pendant, your heart trembled. The sudden influx of information was overwhelming, leaving you momentarily at a loss. Wait. You interrupted the Creator God, bewildered. If that is the case, why reveal this secret to me at this moment? Or have you already completed your reincarnation? The Creator's soul fell silent for a moment before responding slowly, because I see hope in you. A hope capable of utterly resolving the conflict between the demon and human races. Hope, you scoffed. As the Creator God who has been by my side for so long, you must understand the profound hatred I harbor towards the demons. Furthermore, as a mere cultivator at the transformation stage, how could I possibly reconcile the enmity that has persisted for millennia? No, you are unlike other mortals. I can discern that, although your heart is shrouded in hatred, deep down you do not truly believe that demons are inherently evil. The Creator's voice remained calm and devoid of emotion, revealing no trace of joy or anger. Moreover, perhaps you have yet to realize that your cultivation physique is that of the ancient sacred body that has existed since the dawn of creation. Your future potential will far surpass that of any contemporary human. Only an ancient sacred body can ensure the integrity of the spiritual meridians and roots, while I have drawn upon spiritual energy for so many years. Of course, the most significant reason lies in your identity. You furrowed your brow, perplexed. Your family has always taken pride in exterminating demons, and your parents perished due to demon-related calamities. If anything, your identity should be one of eternal enmity with the demons, not reconciliation. Seemingly noticing your confusion, the Creator's voice resounded once more. The identity I refer to is not your original lineage, but rather the bond between you and your master. While I have not experienced the emotions of mortals, I can perceive that over the years, a sentiment has developed between you and your master that transcends mere teacher-student affection. Upon introspection, do you genuinely wish for her to be solely your master? This additional sentiment between you and your master may very well be the key to preventing conflict between the two races. Enough. You furrowed your brows deeply, interrupting the Creator's words. I do not care if you are the Creator God or any other deity. My master is my master, and she holds no other identity. Your voice trembled slightly, for even you could not fathom the implications. Should that revered master, who has bestowed upon you immeasurable kindness, suddenly reveal a different identity you cannot accept, how would you face her? Your thoughts became chaotic, and your spirit began to ache from prolonged focus. Very well. One day you will find your answer. The Creator God lamented softly, and her consciousness faded into the darkness, slipping back into slumber. As the Creator's voice gradually dissipated, your awareness began to awaken. The host has awakened. The dream cycle has paused. Current dreams completed. 2 current dream cycles conducted. For system upgrade requirements. For 10. Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Upon stretching his limbs, he was pleasantly surprised to find his body not as stiff as he had anticipated. This indicated that this dream cycle had not consumed much time. Luo Yuan secretly hoped for this. Maintaining each dream session to 1 or 2 days was preferable. Firstly, it would facilitate explanations to his senior sisters. Secondly, shorter dream durations implied that the number of cycles required for a story would increase. The more cycles, the greater the rewards. How could he not delight in reaping the benefits from the system? However, while the dream duration could be brief, other aspects must not be compromised, for that pertains to matters of dignity. Just as Luo Yuan pondered, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! The host has successfully completed a dream cycle. You may choose one reward to retain from the following options. 1. Hongming Jade Pendant, an innate spiritual treasure born at the dawn of chaos, imbued with primordial spatial divine power. It possesses infinite space, capable of containing all things in the world. When in proximity to rare heavenly treasures, it emits a special response, accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs and enhancing their efficacy upon maturity. 2. Demon-subduing Tiger General, a divine weapon long guarded by the Luo family of Lingyan City in the East Spirit Domain, forged from purest steel, possessing a natural restraining effect on demons. Wherever its blade passes, all demons tremble in fear. Chapter 23. The Empress's Decree. Inviting young Master Luo to the palace upon the sudden appearance of 2 rewards before him, Luo Yuan swiftly made his choice without hesitation. Undoubtedly, he chose the first option. Had it been any other time, he might have pondered the second choice for a moment. After all, it was a divine weapon, safeguarded by his family for generations, imbued with a unique demon-slaying effect, and its quality was unlikely to be inferior. However, the dilemma lay not in a mere comparison, but rather in the presence of a piece of innate spiritual treasure. The abilities of infinite space, treasure sensing, and accelerated growth of spiritual herbs. Each of these powers, when considered independently, was extraordinarily formidable. Yet, this Hongming Jade pendant astonishingly combined all 3 capabilities without any adverse effects during use. Viewed from any perspective, it was a divine artifact among divine artifacts. After selecting his reward, Luo Yuan hastily stored all his valuable belongings into the Hongming Jade pendant. He then concentrated, releasing his spirit into the internal space. Unfortunately, unlike the dream where a creator deity resided, he found only a vast, gray expanse devoid of boundaries. What a pity! I had hoped for an additional bonus. Luo Yuan reluctantly withdrew his spirit. Having tidied everything up, he stretched lazily, preparing to head downstairs for breakfast and to enjoy some music, while also inspecting the operational status of Saintess Gu over the past few days. If all went as anticipated, the advertising and exclusive sponsorship plans initiated during his time in the dream would have begun to take shape. However, as he opened the door, instead of the sweet and charming young ladies of Saintess Gu, he was met with a burly man holding a document. Clad in light armor, sporting 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes, and a full beard. Goodness, what an imposing figure! Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the striking visage, questioning whether he had somehow traversed realms once more. Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the bearded man jolted as a surge of joy illuminated his previously weary eyes. He lunged forward, tears of happiness welling up as he exclaimed, "How wonderful, young Master Luo! You have finally awakened. If you had not, I would have fainted at your door." "Wait, who are you?" Luo Yuan, startled by the sudden advance, stepped back and hastily replied, "Our Saintess Gu is a reputable establishment. We do not sell ourselves. Even if one were to sell themselves, you should not be seeking me out. This is hardly appropriate." "You misunderstand, little Yuan," Biroli said as she descended the staircase nearby, pointing at the bearded man. "This is the esteemed Imperial Guard, Lord Lu Ting. He has been waiting for you for nearly 2 days." "The Imperial Guard?" Luo Yuan pondered. "Why would someone from the palace seek me? Could it be that the Emperor wishes to meet me?" "Ah, it is Lord Lu. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I mistook you for a rogue," Luo Yuan said with a professional smile, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask what brings you here?" "Lord Lu? Is it the Emperor who wishes to see me?" "Not a misunderstanding, young Master Luo. You are too courteous," Lu Ting replied, straightening his posture. "His Majesty has decreed that I personally invite you to the palace." It was indeed the Emperor seeking him, Luo Yuan mused inwardly. However, he had no prior dealings with the current Emperor. Why the sudden summons? Was it due to the recommendation of the Prime Minister? Or perhaps she valued his literary talents? No, despite his rising fame in the capital, the Emperor's demeanor should not be this peculiar. If she wished to meet him, a direct edict would suffice. Why send an imperial guard to escort him? None of these scenarios seemed plausible. What could be the reason then? Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Yuan, presenting a new possibility. The dream reflected reality. If the current Empress Ningqing was indeed the Princess Qinan from his dreams, coupled with the earlier incident of the Saintess of the Ningjian sect proposing marriage, everything began to make sense. Lord Lu, did His Majesty instruct you further? Luo Yuan inquired again. The Imperial Guard pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His Majesty only instructed me to swiftly bring young Master Luo to the palace. There were no further directives. He then gestured towards the outside, respectfully stating, Young Master Luo, time is of the essence. Her Majesty has awaited your arrival for nearly 2 days. We should depart promptly. Well then, regardless of whether it aligns with my thoughts, meeting her could only yield benefits. Luo Yuan concluded, following the Imperial Guard to the carriage bound for the palace. As soon as Luo Yuan stepped away from Xianin Gu, a group of unexpected visitors arrived. They were a band of swordsmen, all clad in moon-white robes, wielding bronze swords, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. Should any cultivator from the Dongling domain be present, they would undoubtedly recognize the attire as belonging to the esteemed Ningjian sect. At the forefront of this group stood a striking woman. Her beauty was akin to flawless ice sculpted by nature, her eyes as serene as a tranquil pond, radiating an aura of cold detachment that kept others at bay. Upon seeing this group at the entrance, the young lady at the front desk felt a twinge of apprehension but dutifully approached them. Esteemed lady, have you come to enjoy the music? Gu Qingshang did not respond, her gaze sweeping across the hall. You do not wish to listen to music? Surely you are here to appreciate poetry. The private rooms on the second floor have been hosting gatherings of talented poets, where you may find verses to your liking. Seeing Gu Qingshang remain silent, the front desk attendant continued with a smile. Not finding the figure you anticipated? A hint of disappointment crossed Gu Qingshang's face as she shook her head gently, stating with calm precision, I am here in search of someone. Her tone was neither hurried nor slow, the sound akin to delicate ice meeting the rim of a cup, pleasant, yet carrying an undercurrent of chill. Searching for someone? The attendant suddenly understood. You are looking for young Master Luo, aren't you? Regrettably, your timing is unfortunate. Brother Luo has just been summoned to the palace by His Majesty. Had you arrived a moment earlier, you might have encountered him. Entering the palace? Gu Qingshang's eyes glinted with curiosity. Does your Xianin sect have any dealings with the Dain imperial family? This esteemed heroine, you truly possess a talent for jesting. The young lady at the front desk covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her tone laced with amusement. Our Xianin sect is merely a second-tier sect in the eastern domain. How could we possibly forge an alliance with the imperial family? It is more plausible that the emperor has taken a fancy to brother Luo and wishes to include him in the harem. The words fell upon the ears of several young ladies from the Xianin pavilion, provoking a chorus of delicate laughter. You must admit, with brother Luo's striking appearance and considerable literary talent, even the prime minister and the head of the Qingfeng Academy are vying to take him as their disciple. It is entirely reasonable for the empress to have her eye on him. Indeed, the current monarch, being a woman, has yet to take a male consort since her ascension. It is only natural for her to entertain such thoughts now. Just a few days ago, I overheard several guests mentioning that the prime minister, having failed to take him as a disciple, is already contemplating marrying his daughter to brother Luo. The surrounding chatter wove a tapestry of murmurs, causing Gu Qingshang's heart to race. Though she understood that these were likely mere jesting remarks, she could not help but wonder, what if Luo Yuan truly became entangled with those women? What if he really caught the eye of the Dain empress? Would that not mean? Gu Qingshang's delicate brows furrowed deeply, her exquisite visage gradually enveloped in an icy demeanor. Without waiting for the front desk lady to speak again, she abruptly turned, channeling her inner spiritual energy to its utmost, and swiftly made her way towards the palace. The disciples of the Ningjian sect behind her exchanged glances, hastily following in her wake. Calling out loudly, Saintess, where are you going? To the palace, to meet the emperor. Chapter 24. The long-awaited reunion. The empress, unable to contain her emotions in the grand palace of Dain, within the tea chamber, the ministers of the Ministry of Rites stood in a neat formation, their expressions grave and filled with desperation. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the very foundation of our nation. It must not be delayed any further. Indeed, Your Majesty, should this issue remain unresolved, the future of the Dain dynasty will be at stake. Our national fortunes are lacking. We beseech your majesty to take a consort at the earliest opportunity. Across from them, Empress Ningxing lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip before responding slowly. It is still premature for such matters. The state affairs are pressing, and I prioritize them above all else, devoid of other thoughts. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, taking a consort and ensuring heirs is the most pressing state affair. He paused, then continued. In the past, when our esteemed predecessors were of your age, were they not surrounded by wives and concubines, with 3,000 beauties in their harem? Emperor Taizong, at merely 30, had over a dozen princes. Emperor Renzong was even more impudent. Who gave you the audacity to speak so recklessly about our esteemed predecessors? The Empress's expression darkened ominously, and she slammed her hand on the armrest beside her, exclaiming, "Let me make this clear. Whether or not to take a consort is my personal affair, and it is none of your concern. From this moment forth, anyone who dares to petition on this matter will face severe punishment." As her words fell, several ministers hastily knelt, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. At that moment, a maid rushed in from outside, panting as she spoke. Your Majesty, Lord Lu has returned to the palace with young Master Luo. Upon hearing this, the Empress's beautiful eyes lit up, and a trace of uncontainable joy appeared on her previously sullen face. Is that true? Where are they now? The maid bowed slightly, respectfully replying, Your Majesty, they are waiting outside. Upon hearing this, the Empress could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, excitement evident in her demeanor. Hurry and invite them in. The ministers, witnessing the Empress's fervent reaction, were taken aback. In their memory, this sovereign was unparalleled in political acumen and strategy, remaining composed even in the gravest of situations. What kind of individual could evoke such fervor in her? Why would she dispatch the palace guards to personally welcome them? In the next moment, amidst the eager gazes of the ministers, the palace guard Lu Ting strode into the tea chamber, followed closely by a young man clad in a white robe. His features were strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. He stood tall and poised, his every movement radiating an ethereal grace. Upon seeing the newcomer, the ministers were momentarily stunned, then they collectively felt an indescribable joy swell within them. Such beauty and charisma could only be described as a quintessential disaster for both the heart and the realm. No wonder the Empress had shown little interest in taking a consort. It seemed she had already chosen her candidate. The moment the Empress laid eyes on Luo Yuan, her expression froze, her breath quickening slightly. The once cold depths of her gaze began to tremble, and the atmosphere around her grew chaotic. She stared intently at Luo Yuan, as if she had lost all capacity for thought. My husband, is it truly you? The Emperor of Zhongzhou whispered softly, gazing at the visage he had long yearned for, his eyes clouded as if in a dream. All his pent-up resentment, longing, and grievances intertwined, flooding his thoughts. The air around them seemed to shift in response to the Empress's emotional turmoil, enveloping the chamber in an unusual atmosphere. Husband? The Minister of Rights felt a jolt in his heart. Why did the Empress refer to him as her husband? When had she taken a husband? Was it possible that she had already favored this person? The other officials shared similar bewilderment, their gazes toward Luo Yuan tinged with strangeness. As for Luo Yuan, he found himself overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Indeed, this was yet another dream manifesting into reality. The Empress before him was none other than the Princess Qinan from his dreams. Moreover, judging by her reaction, she evidently retained memories of those dreams. Thus, the question arose, should he reveal his identity to her? Luo Yuan's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. If he were to secure a favorable position beside the Empress, his future would undoubtedly be one of luxury and prosperity, elevating not only himself, but also his sect. Yet, the crux lay in the fact that she was the Empress. Should he truly embrace this opportunity, he would have to forsake all other aspirations. What would become of his senior sister? What of his master? What of the enchanting Qingshang? And all the beautiful maidens yet to be wed? The thought of such a scenario pained Luo Yuan deeply. He was not heartless. He merely wished to provide a home for all the celestial maidens of the realm. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yuan stepped forward, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he inquired, Your Majesty, do you recognize me? According to the narrative of his dreams, he had perished after inciting the intent of the masses to slay the emperor, dying in the embrace of Qinan. This provided him with a powerful alibi for his existence in this realm. as long as he did not actively acknowledge it. Even the most divine being could not prove he was the same individual. Upon hearing his words, the empress was momentarily taken aback, recalling the words of Dean Meng Zhou. Those who attain the realm of saints have their souls protected by the righteous aura, allowing them to attach themselves to a new vessel for reincarnation at the right moment. This meant that at present, Luo Yuan possessed only a fragment of his soul from before his reincarnation. With his memories temporarily sealed, the empress realized, no wonder her husband did not recognize her. She quickly composed herself, her tone softening as she said, "Within just a few days, you have composed two timeless masterpieces that have stirred the literary circles of the capital, prompting Elder Ning and Dean Meng to set aside their dignity to engage in competition. Such extraordinary talent. How could I not be aware?" The officials of the Ministry of Rites, upon hearing the words, swiftly realized that the potential male consort before them was none other than the renowned talent, Luo Yuan. It was fortunate that they did not recognize him, Luo Yuan thought, releasing a subtle sigh of relief. He then remarked, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am merely do not call me Your Majesty." The Empress hastily interjected, her gaze imbued with a warmth that seemed capable of melting hearts. "Call me Qin," and observing this exchange, the several ministers from the Ministry of Rites felt their suspicions solidify further. The individual before them was undoubtedly the male consort personally chosen by the emperor. Not only had the emperor sent the royal guards to personally greet him, but even in his presence, the self-reference had shifted from Idomi. Most significantly, the emperor had permitted him to address her as Qinin. It is worth noting that Qinin was the title bestowed upon the emperor prior to her ascension. Thus, the only person who could address her in such a manner was her biological mother, Empress Dowager Fu Yu. Yet here she was, allowing Luo Yuan to call her Qinin. There was no doubt. This was the future imperial consort. Do not be overly modest. Such talent should not be obscured among the masses, lest a pearl be tarnished. The empress gazed at Luo Yuan, her enchanting eyes filled with admiration. Her expression seemed to convey, "He is indeed the man I have chosen. Even in his reincarnation, he remains outstanding." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the empress shifted her tone, asking, "Luo Yuan, do you have a wife?" Upon hearing this, the ministers harbored no further doubts, thinking to themselves that this was a certainty. "I have spent many years cultivating in the eastern region and have not entered into marriage." Luo Yuan felt a sinking sensation within. What was about to unfold? Were they forcing him into this? Surely, this world had not succumbed to the trend of substitute literature? The empress nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Then do you have someone you hold dear?" Luo Yuan paused, preparing to respond, when a flurry of urgent announcements erupted from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the Saintess of the Ningjian Sect requests an audience." Chapter 25 The Reunion of Two Maidens. The Shura field returns. Upon hearing that voice, Luo Yuan felt a surge of unease. What a predicament! How did she end up here? Why did she leave Donglingyu to come to Zhongzhou, the Saintess of Ningjian Sect? The empress furrowed her brow, seemingly surprised by the visitor's untimely arrival. With the Four Regions Conference still some time away, why was the Saintess of Ningjian Sect so eager to pay a visit? Her gaze then shifted to Luo Yuan, a hint of intrigue crossing her expression. Luo Yuan hailed from Xianin's sect, which, like Gu Qingshang's Ningjian Sect, belonged to Donglingyu. Could it be that? But she quickly dismissed the thought. In her recollection, despite both sects being from Donglingyu, their standings were worlds apart. As the Saintess of Ningjian Sect, Gu Qingshang's status was exceedingly lofty. How could she possibly have any connection with Luo Yuan? The empress gradually returned to her seat and addressed the maid who had delivered the message, "Allow her to enter." Moments later, Gu Qingshang, clad in white, appeared before the assembly. Upon entering, her gaze immediately locked onto Luo Yuan. Seeing him properly attired and composed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Noticing Gu Qingshang's demeanor, the empress raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. "With still half a month until the Four Regions Conference, what brings your highness here so soon?" Gu Qingshang bowed respectfully to the empress and replied, "The Four Regions Conference is indeed of utmost importance to us in the Eastern Domain, yet my visit this time is not solely for that purpose." "Oh," the empress raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Pray, elaborate." "I seek to inquire about a person from your majesty." Gu Qingshang spoke calmly, her gaze subtly drifting toward the direction of Luo Yuan, who was present in the grand city of Dian. The empress's eyes narrowed slightly. For the saintess to come to court personally, the individual in question must possess a rather unique identity. Could it be? An adversary of your sect in Zhongzhou? It was entirely reasonable for Ningjian's sect, as the foremost sect of the Eastern Domain, to have enemies across the spiritual realms, and the Empress found her speculation plausible. Gu Qingshang cast a glance at Luo Yuan from afar and shook her head gently. Not at all. If he is not an enemy, could it be that the Saintess has taken a liking to some talented noble scion and wishes to recruit him into Ningjian's sect? The Empress inquired further. Gu Qingshang shook her head again, speaking in an exceedingly calm and natural tone. This person is neither an enemy nor a friend, but rather the one I hold dear. Clang. The disciples of Ningjian's sect outside seemed struck with disbelief, their swords clattering to the ground. Luo Yuan nearly stumbled, almost colliding with a nearby pillar. The Empress's heart jolted, yet her smile remained intact. Speak freely, Saintess. Regardless of which young master you favor, I shall personally assist in your union. To the Empress, Gu Qingshang's decision to seek her out implied an unrequited affection for that individual. By offering to facilitate the marriage, she could not only do a favor for Ningjian's sect, but also significantly strengthen the relationship between De Yin and Dong Lingyu, achieving a dual benefit. No matter how one looked at it, it was a surefire investment. Gu Qingshang raised her gaze to the Empress and inquired, "Is your Majesty sincere in this promise?" "Indeed." The Empress nodded slightly. A sovereign's word is unbreakable. Upon hearing this, the corner of Gu Qingshang's mouth curled into a slight smirk, a glint of cunning flashing across her face. She slowly raised her right hand and delicately pointed toward Luo Yuan, locking her gaze with the Empress as she enunciated each word. "Your Majesty, I wish to have him." As soon as the words left her lips, several officials from the Ministry of Rites nearby felt their legs weaken, almost losing their balance. They stared incredulously at Gu Qingshang, their eyes wide, mouths agape, questioning their own hearing. The breathtakingly beautiful Saintess of Ningjian's sect was actually vying for a man before the Empress? Was this even permissible? If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly ignite a scandal throughout the spiritual realms. The Empress's brows furrowed deeply, her expression gradually cloaked in a chilling severity as she replied coldly, "That individual is unacceptable." "Why is he unacceptable?" "There is no reason." The Empress's tone was resolute, entirely devoid of the previous politeness. "In all of De'in, any man favored by the Saintess can be wed at my behest, but not this one. I cannot agree to that." Gu Qingshang let out a soft huff, seemingly having anticipated such a reaction, and calmly replied, "This person is neither a court minister nor your Majesty's consort. He simply possesses a handsome appearance. Why can your Majesty not grant me this favor?" The Empress, unable to contain herself, felt a surge of indignation. If it weren't for the powerful foundation of Ningjian's sect, she would have lashed out on the spot. "Grant you a favor? This is my man. To bestow him upon you would be akin to adorning myself with a green hat." She steadied her thoughts, the aura of a ruler enveloping her as she spoke gravely. "My reasoning is sound, and I stand firm in my decision. As for you, Saintess, as the paramount maiden of the Eastern Domain, countless men would willingly risk their lives for your favor. Why fixate on someone so inconsequential?" Gu Qingshang retorted defiantly, "As the Empress of Zhongzhou, you have access to countless men across the realm. Why confine yourself to only Luo Yuan?" The exchange escalated, neither side willing to yield an inch, leading to a palpable tension in the atmosphere of the tea chamber. The intensity between Gu Qingshang and the Empress sparked a palpable friction, creating an almost electric tension. As the saying goes, when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. The officials from the Ministry of Rites and the guards stood by, quaking in their boots, afraid to utter a sound. For them, such a rare and extraordinary situation was far beyond their capacity to engage with. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions for their entire lineage. Gu Qingshang regarded the Empress with a grave expression, recognizing that she was up against a formidable opponent. Unlike Bai Ruali, who was easily flustered, this adversary was a sovereign, equally adept in guile, beauty, and strategy. Even her own proud figure paled in comparison to that of the Empress. Damn it, how is this woman so flawless? After a moment's pause, she clenched her silver teeth, as if finally resolving to unleash her most potent strategy. Chapter 26. Your Majesty. Your man is quite remarkable. Although your Majesty claims to value Luo Yuan, it ultimately remains a matter of mere words. Little do you know, I have already established a deeper connection with him. Gu Qingshang's tone was calm, yet her gaze toward the Empress was laced with provocation. "What? You think I can only covet the man you desire? I can act on it as well." Her eyes seemed to convey, "Your Majesty. Your man is indeed quite remarkable." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes suddenly turned frigid, and she retorted without hesitation. "The Holy Maiden has just stated herself that as the Emperor of Zhongzhou, I can pluck any man from under the heavens as I wish." The implication was clear. "Do you think this man is yours alone? I beg your pardon, but I have already been with him before his reincarnation." The officials from the Ministry of Rites listened with trepidation, standing by in silence, too afraid to breathe. The weight of the previous exchange was overwhelming, so much so that they began to doubt whether they would be able to leave the palace alive. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Luo Yuan felt increasingly uneasy. What on earth are these brazen declarations? One is the Holy Maiden of the Ningxian Sect, and the other is the Empress of Zhongzhou. How can such words escape your lips? Have you considered the feelings of the other party? When will my fellow men stand up? Seeing her opponent show no sign of retreat, Gu Qingshang snorted lightly and continued. "Even if your Majesty can forcibly bind Luo Yuan to your side, it would only be a reluctant arrangement. Those who remain through such means are no different from puppets." She paused, then slowly turned her gaze toward Luo Yuan, continuing, "The situation between him and me is entirely different. The ways in which we nurture our bond are far richer than your Majesty can fathom." As soon as she uttered these words, the room fell into a stunned silence. The Minister of Rites quickly bowed his head, silently chanting a mantra of propriety. A large number of Ningxian sect disciples collapsed outside the door. Luo Yuan felt a wave of panic wash over him, experiencing an acute sense of public humiliation. No, can such things be said in front of everyone? Discussing this privately would be more than sufficient. However, these seemingly lethal remarks did not seem to affect the Empress overly much, as a hint of disdain gradually appeared on her exquisite visage. She replied coolly, "Although your Highness possesses unparalleled beauty, in certain aspects, your understanding remains rather superficial. What merit is there in such tricks worth mentioning? If this is what you refer to as entirely different, then I must admit my disappointment. Reflecting on the time shortly after my marriage to Luo Yuan, what methods had we not tried? After all, I was merely a young girl then. We had long since grown weary of such trivialities." As her words fell, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Gu Qingshang's face. She had unleashed her full arsenal, revealing all her cards, yet her opponent remained unfazed and responsive under such intense scrutiny. "This adversary is extraordinary, truly extraordinary." Just as she was about to speak again, an elder from the Ningxian sect hurriedly conveyed a message. "Holy Maiden, the task entrusted to us by the sect master is to successfully complete the Four Regions Conference, which concerns our core interests in Zhongzhou. If any discord arises with the ruler of Dan, it may adversely affect our future negotiations." The elder's words were anything but subtle, nearly spelling out the message. "At this critical juncture, Holy Maiden, please do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshang's expression momentarily stiffened, a solemn look gradually appearing in her eyes. At this moment, she had no intention of retreating. However, should the two parties continue to clash, it would ultimately result in mutual detriment. If it were merely a matter of the Ningxian sect's interests, she might still act without concern. Yet, this time, the Ningxian sect represented the interests of the entire Dongling domain, and the stakes involved were immense. After all, this was someone else's home turf, and it would be exceedingly difficult for her to gain any advantage. Moreover, the spiritual power of cultivators from the Four Regions would be suppressed by the fortune of the worldly dynasty, and their realms would be restricted. If the opposing party intended to make things difficult, she truly would have no recourse. Considering this, Gu Qingshang took a deep breath, her cool gaze once again fixed on the Empress. She said, "If that is the case, your Majesty, let time be the witness to see whether Luo Yuan wishes to remain as your subordinate or has other intentions." In her view, Luo Yuan was ultimately a cultivator from the Dongling domain and would not stay in Zhongzhou for long. Once they returned to the Dongling domain, she had ample methods to take the lead. "If the Holy Maiden insists on this path, then I shall naturally accompany you to the end," the Empress replied resolutely, her demeanor showing no sign of yielding. "However, do not blame me for not warning you. Throughout my life, I have never failed to acquire that which I desire." "What a coincidence. I feel the same," Gu Qingshang replied. "Lu Ting, see off the esteemed guests of the Ningxian sect." "Yes." As the Empress watched Gu Qingshang's retreating figure, a twinge of concern began to stir within her. Although she shared a profound bond with her husband, he was currently undergoing the process of reincarnation, his memories yet to fully awaken. If during this time, her husband truly fell in love with another, what would she do? After contemplating for a long while, she found herself at peace. If that moment truly arrived, perhaps she would accept it with grace. To be able to reunite with her husband in this life was already a tremendous blessing. As long as her husband still held a place for her in his heart, that would suffice. After all, compared to sharing this love with another, what she feared most was evidently losing her husband. That heart-wrenching sensation was one she never wished to endure again. Reflecting on this, the Empress turned to the officials from the Ministry of Rites, who had been eavesdropping for quite some time, and commanded, "You may all withdraw. I need to speak with young Master Luo in private." Alone, the officials were momentarily taken aback, and then immediately realized, hastily fleeing the tea room. In a secluded chamber, the mere presence of a solitary gentleman and a lady, coupled with the earlier remarks of the Empress, would enlighten even the most oblivious mind. Before departing, the Minister of Rites cast a knowing glance at Luo Yuan, his eyes brimming with unspoken expectations. In a fleeting moment, the once slightly crowded tea room was reduced to the company of only Luo Yuan and the esteemed Empress Ningqing. "Young Master Luo, did my earlier words evoke any memories for you?" The Empress inquired tentatively, hoping to stir recollections through tales of the past. "I must humbly confess my ignorance. I merely perceived your Majesty's previous remarks as jesting between you and the immortal Qingshang," Luo Yuan replied, lowering his gaze, his words devoid of any hint of deception. The pinnacle of feigning ignorance lies in the ability to deceive even oneself. His expression bore a semblance of confusion, sincerity, and a hint of innocence, presenting an image of utter unawareness, leaving no trace of suspicion. "Jesting? Do you truly believe that my words were mere frivolity?" The Empress rose slowly, advancing towards Luo Yuan, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. Gazing upon the visage she had long yearned for, the emotions she had harbored within her heart surged, intensified by the sense of urgency instigated by Gu Qingshang's earlier antics. She felt an overwhelming desire to compel Luo Yuan to act against the imperial authority within the confines of this tea room. Chapter 27. The Four Realms Conference. The Empress's conditions. Your Majesty, please clarify. Luo Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though a hint of confusion tinged his tone. Seeing Luo Yuan still reacting this way, a trace of disappointment slowly surfaced in the Empress's beautiful eyes. She shook her head slightly and said, "It's nothing, just some old memories resurfacing. I had thought that after hearing my conversation with Gu Qingshang earlier, you might recall something. But from the current situation, it seems it hasn't had any substantial effect. Perhaps I was too subtle." The Empress sighed inwardly. Then she shifted the topic and asked, "I heard that you were originally cultivated in the Eastern Spirit Realm. Why have you suddenly come to visit our great inn recently? Could it be you're considering settling here?" Luo Yuan did not conceal the truth and replied slowly, "I was indeed cultivating in the Eastern Spirit Realm before, but recently, the operations of my sect's various industries have encountered difficulties. Therefore, under my Master's orders, I came to the capital to resolve the situation." "I see." The Empress nodded gently, lost in thought. After a long while, she looked at Luo Yuan and spoke again. "Young Master Luo, I wish to make a deal with you. What do you think?" "A deal?" Luo Yuan was taken aback. Why would she suddenly want to make a deal with me? What kind of deal? In what regard? With a puzzled gaze, Luo Yuan said, "Your Majesty, please speak." "Young Master Luo, are you aware of the Four Realms Conference?" The Empress asked. "Such a significant event concerning the distribution of interests among the four spirit realms is something I have certainly heard of," Luo Yuan replied. If he remembered correctly, he had heard Mo Qingqiu speak about the origins of the Four Realms Conference system long ago. For cultivators in this world, spirit stones are indispensable, whether for daily cultivation or trade. Ordinary quality spirit stones are only used for transactions, while high-quality spirit stones can assist in cultivation. However, the spirit veins that produce high-quality spirit stones are only distributed in the central continent. Thus, for the major spirit realms to obtain a sufficient quantity of high-quality spirit stones, they have no choice but to cooperate with the central continent's imperial dynasty. But therein lies a problem. The number of spirit veins is limited, and how to distribute them has become an inherent, unresolvable conflict among the major spirit realms. After all, everyone wants a larger share for themselves. Hence, against this backdrop of scarcity, the Four Realms Conference came into being. Every 3 years, representatives from the major spirit realms are sent to the central continent. Under the auspices of the central continent's human emperor, they negotiate the distribution and ownership of the spirit veins. At the same time, The Four Realms Conference also serves to mediate conflicts and resolve disputes. For example, the conflict between the Northern Spirit Realms demon race and the Eastern Spirit Realms cultivators has been brought up at the Four Realms Conference over 100 times, though each time mediation has ended in failure. The Empress's eyes shimmered slightly as she said slowly, "Since young Master Luo is familiar with the Four Realms Conference, you must also understand its purpose. The deal I wish to make with you is based on this." Luo Yuan looked puzzled and said, "Your Majesty must be joking. Although I am of limited talent and shallow knowledge, I understand that the outcome of the Four Realms Conference is constrained by many factors. How could a deal be based on it?" The Empress smiled faintly and spoke again. "If it were the usual distribution of spirit veins, I would naturally have no say in the matter. But as the host, our great imperial family is also entitled to 2 spirit veins. For years, due to the scarcity of cultivators in the central continent, these 2 spirit veins have remained idle. However, this time, I can reserve them for the Sect. In exchange, young Master Luo must accompany me to attend the Four Realms Conference in half a month." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, spirit veins are crucial resources for cultivation. I have neither merit nor virtue to my name. If I were to accept such a great favor rashly, I fear it would provoke dissatisfaction among cultivators across the land." "Young Master Luo means." The Empress frowned, a hint of tension in her expression. "Of course, I accept," Luo Yuan replied without hesitation. 2 spirit veins. This was a full 2 spirit veins. If managed properly, the Sect could use them for generations. Even thinking with the most basic logic, one would have to accept. Hearing this, the Empress's expression gradually relaxed, and she smiled. "Since that is the case, the matter is settled. I hope young Master Luo will keep the appointment on time." By now, she had completely shifted her mindset. The so-called Four Realms Conference and the Imperial Spirit Veins were all just pretexts. If Luo Yuan desired them, she could simply give them to him outright. Using these as conditions was primarily to keep Luo Yuan in the Great capital for a longer period. Her reasoning was simple. Since her husband could not regain his memories for the time being, it would be better to start from his current state and try to keep him by her side. As long as Luo Yuan remained within the Great Yin's borders, she was confident she could prevent him from being taken by another woman. But if he were to return to the Eastern Spirit Realm, she would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, having him appear with her at the Four Realms Conference would serve as an indirect public declaration. Facing representatives from the 4 spirit realms, such an act would be tantamount to announcing to the world, "Look, this is my man." By the time Luo Yuan returned to the Pavilion, it was nearly evening. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he sensed something unusual. The Pavilion was brightly lit and bustling with activity, while the neighboring shops on the street had already closed for the day. Even the signs in front of the shops had been taken down. Luo Yuan scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Strange, why would these shops close during their peak business hours? Could it be that they recognized they couldn't compete with the Pavilion and chose to operate at different times? But that didn't make sense either. There weren't many entertainment establishments on this street, so most shops shouldn't be direct competitors with the Pavilion. They had no reason to avoid it. Just as Luo Yuan was lost in thought, several receptionist girls approached with smiles. "I wondered which young master was so handsome. It turns out it's senior brother Luo returning." Seeing them, Luo Yuan quickly asked, "Why have all the shops on this street closed?" The receptionist girls covered their mouths and chuckled. "Senior brother Luo, you don't know. This entire street now belongs to our Pavilion. All of it belongs to us." Luo Yuan was shocked. What exactly had happened? "This is all President Shen's doing." A young lady, with a smile adorning her face, remarked, "This morning, Lord Shen visited the Gu to listen to music. Before departing, he found our establishment too small and rather frigid, prompting him to extravagantly purchase all the shops in this vicinity." As her words fell, Luo Yuan could not help but inhale sharply. Although he was aware of his godfather's wealth, he had not anticipated such a lavish display of expenditure. In this precious real estate of the capital, acquiring an entire street of shops is truly a testament to the might of the richest man in the eastern region. Indeed, the thought process of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Upon returning to his exclusive third-floor chamber, Luo Yuan shed his outer garments and sat cross-legged upon his bed, commencing his cultivation for the day. As time passed, with spiritual energy circulating and coalescing within him, he sensed the faintest signs of a breakthrough. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Boom. In an instant, it felt as though something within his spiritual veins had been pierced, and a stream of exceptionally pure energy surged forth from his dantian, gradually permeating his entire being. He had ascended to the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. Luo Yuan felt the transformation in his cultivation with a flicker of joy in his eyes. It had been more than half a month since his last advancement. During this time, he had neither relied on external assistance nor engaged in practical combat training. His sole method of cultivation was the fundamental practice of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Remarkably, he had managed to elevate his realm within a mere span of 10 days. The chaotic spiritual root is indeed terrifyingly potent. Subsequently, Luo Yuan circulated his energy through several more cycles to stabilize the newly acquired spiritual power within him. Once everything was in readiness, he turned over and reclined on his bed. Fatigue swiftly overtook him, and before long, he returned to the realm of dreams. The host has once again entered the dreamscape, initiating the dream content retrieval. Retrieval successful, successfully continuing from the previous unfinished dream content. Image storage location. Chapter 28. Journey to the North Spirit Domain. The true identity of Qingwu. Since the last awakening of the Creator's will, the jade pendant has remained silent. You refrained from sharing any of this with your master, continuing to accompany her in her cultivation as usual. Your interactions with her were no different from before, yet the words spoken by the Creator on that fateful day echoed persistently in your heart. The identity I refer to is not defined by your origins, but stems from the bond of master and disciple between you and your master. Though I have never experienced the emotions between mortals, I can keenly sense that over the years, a sentiment beyond mere mentorship has blossomed between you and your master. Deep within your consciousness, do you truly wish for her to remain just your master? These words linger in your mind like a persistent torment, resurfacing during the quiet of the night, compelling you to delve into thoughts you cannot control. Gradually, you begin to acknowledge the oddities around you, all the details you once overlooked coalescing into a singular realization. Why is the cultivation method she imparts so unique? Why did you feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity upon first meeting her? Why do the demon clan members instinctively avoid her? Why does she always refrain from discussing the North Spirit Domain? Even during conflicts with the demon clan, she merely injures her opponents rather than eliminating them entirely. Could it be the premonition in your heart intensifies, a possibility you had never contemplated quietly emerging within? A profound unease and fear envelop your spirit, the undeniable truths relentlessly battering your mind, making it impossible to ignore. Finally, one day, you confront Qingwu and pose the question that has lingered in your heart. Master, what is your true identity? Your voice carries a hint of hoarseness, subconsciously yearning for Qingwu to categorically deny it all. Yet, in response, you are met with her prolonged silence. After a moment, she takes your hand, and the scene transforms before your eyes into an entirely new landscape. Master, where are we? You inquire, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. The North Spirit Domain, and Qingwu replies, her beautiful eyes revealing a calm that suggests she has long made a decision. The North Spirit Domain? This is the stronghold of the demon clan. We must. Before you can finish, a scene before you abruptly silences your words. In the distance, from within a dense thicket, the sounds of 2 children playing reach your ears. As you peer through the layers of foliage, you discern the figures of 2 young girls. Accompanied by their mother, they are joyfully encircling a bamboo ball. Suddenly, the ball slips from their grasp, rolling slowly to your feet. One of the little girls gazes at you with a hint of trepidation in her sparkling eyes, yet after a moment's hesitation, she musters the courage to call out, "Big brother, could you please throw the ball back to me?" You are momentarily taken aback, but gently pick up the bamboo ball and toss it back. "Thank you, big brother." The girl's cherubic face radiates gratitude, her eyes curving into delicate crescents. "Mother tells me that those who are kind-hearted in this world are truly good people. You must be one of them, right?" As you behold the innocence in her gaze, something deep within you stirs, prompting an involuntary smile to grace your lips. This is not a matter of romantic desire, but rather a primal yearning for beauty and goodness. "Master, how can they be in the North Spirit Domain?" You turn to Qingwu, a look of confusion dawning on your face. If the demon clan discovers them, their fate would surely be. Qingwu shakes her head, softly stating, "They are the demon clan." The weight of her words hangs in the air, each syllable striking like thunder, leaving your mind momentarily blank. The demon clan. They are the demon clan. In your conventional understanding, the demon clan embodies all negativity in the world, born of brutality, ferocity, and bloodlust, an abomination to be eradicated. How can they possibly be the demon clan? Your pupils tremble uncontrollably, struggling to reconcile the joyous family before you with the demon clan you loathe. As you observe, even among the demon clan, they too possess love, kinship, and bonds. They experience their own emotions, joys, and sorrows. The essence of the demon clan and the human clan is not fundamentally different, and Qingwu's gentle voice resonates within your soul. Yet, despite your deep-seated animosity towards the demon clan, you find yourself at a loss for words in the face of this tender scene. Your spirit sways. The beliefs you have steadfastly built over the years seem to crumble and reshape in a relentless cycle. Just as your thoughts spiral into chaos, and Qingwu once again takes your hand, and with another shift in the scene, you find yourself in a different setting. Before you stands a grand room, lavishly adorned, with a magnificent chair carved from premium spiritual jade at its center. It is evident that this is no ordinary residence. Is this the city lord's manor? You gasp, recognizing the architecture. And Qingwu has concealed your presence, and you both stand in a hidden corner, secretly observing the happenings within the room. Suddenly, you notice something that causes your pupils to dilate and your lips to tremble, your gaze fixated on a particular spot in the room. In one corner, several figures are seated around a table crafted from exquisite spiritual jade, exchanging cups and engaging in jovial conversation. The one seated at the outermost edge, judging by his appearance and attire, is clearly a member of the demon clan. The demon clan. What are they doing in the city lord's manor? Could it be that the demon clan is secretly plotting an assault on the Dongling domain? Your mind is beset with countless doubts, yet as your gaze shifts, these uncertainties are swiftly shattered, replaced by a deeper astonishment and confusion. Beside the demon man sits a stoic, middle-aged figure clad in a robe unmistakably belonging to the Luo Sect. Luo Sect? Were they not the principal force in battling the demonic scourge of yore? Why would an elder of the Luo Sect be seated alongside the demons? And what of the individual next to him, the former lord of Lingyan City, who was believed to have perished in that very calamity? Your brows furrow deeply, your thoughts tumultuously swirling as your gaze traverses the scene until it lands on the figure seated at the outermost edge. It is none other than the grand elder of your former clan. The sight that greets you is profoundly shocking. An inexplicable chill surges from your feet upwards, causing your hands to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, Qingwu suddenly dispels her concealment, swiftly appearing before the quartet. You are a demon. The four regard the suddenly materialized Qingwu with terror, as if confronted by the most horrifying sight imaginable, their pupils contracting and trembling incessantly. In the next heartbeat, you witness a flash of violet light in Qingwu's eyes, causing the quartet's gaze to drain of all color, rendering them akin to marionettes hanging limply in place. With a graceful flick of her jade arm, Qingwu casts the four before you, softly uttering, "What you are about to hear is the truth behind the calamity that befell Lingyan City many years ago." Chapter 29. The heart's collapse and the truth of the demon affliction. As Qingwu's voice fell, her fingers gently twirled, and a flash of dark purple light flickered in the eyes of the four individuals. Their gazes soon regained clarity, yet their bodies remained motionless, unyielding to any extraneous movements. This is the soul-capturing technique? Observing the reactions of the four before you, realization dawned upon you. Their souls had been entirely seized by your master. Qingwu's gaze first settled on the elder of the Luo Sect, and she inquired softly, why did the Luo Sect delay its emergence during the demonic calamity in Lingyan City 5 years ago? The elder's expression was vacant as he mechanically replied, the demon clan, engaged in combat, with heavy casualties. It was better to wait until both sides suffered, and then reap the benefits. At that moment, your expression froze. Among the four major sects of the Dongling region, the Luo Sect was the closest to Lingyan City, yet they were the last to arrive at the battlefield when the calamity erupted. This question had lingered in your mind for years, leaving you in a state of confusion, and the truth behind it was chilling. Even more startling was the fact that the Luo Sect, one of the four major sects, had prided itself on righteousness for centuries. Who would have thought that beneath such a resplendent facade lay such filth and corruption? Qingwu's gaze then drifted to the former city lord of Lingyan City, and she continued, the chaos 5 years ago began at the hour of the rat. As the city lord at that time, why did you choose to suppress the news despite knowing the dire situation? The former city lord's eyes were glazed as he spoke. Lingyan City, remote and sparsely populated. If I did not plan ahead, my life would be doomed to stagnate at the transformation realm. Only by cooperating with the demon clan could we have a chance to advance further. As the city lord, could you truly bear to watch the citizens of your city be slaughtered for the sake of your own path? You furrowed your brow and could not help but ask. A mere handful of grass. If they die, they die. The former city lord's tone revealed no fluctuations. Even his soul showed no signs of struggle or resistance. And Qingwu withdrew her gaze and turned to the last elder of the Luo family, speaking once more with an enigmatic tone in the early stages of that chaos. The Luo family was not affected by the flames of war, yet they were subjected to a bizarre ambush just as the turmoil was nearing its end. On that day, when Luo Hongqiu fled with his wife and children, the path he took should have been free of demons. Why did he suddenly find himself surrounded? The elder of the Luo family felt a fierce resistance in his soul, yet he was still unable to escape the soul capturing control. He spoke in a daze. It was I, who secretly contacted the city lord, informing him of their escape route, allowing the demons to lie in wait on that necessary path, ensuring that no one from the Luo family would survive. A roaring sound echoed in your mind, your expression drained of color. Luo Hongqiu, your father's name. And it was during the latter stages of the demon affliction that your father perished while trying to save you and your mother amidst the demon siege. Could it be? Could it be? Your lips quivered, your chest felt as if it were being sliced by countless blades, and your breath became erratic. And Qingwu turned to you, her gaze profound. The next question, I believe, should be posed by you. You struggled to maintain control over your tumultuous emotions, took a deep breath, and looked towards the elder of the Luo family, the very man who had cast you out of your family. With gritted teeth, you demanded, my father held you in high regard within our family, treating you as a respected elder. If it were not for my father, your son would have perished at the hands of the demons long ago. Why would you want to condemn our family to death? A flicker of purple light shone in the elder's eyes as he dully replied, Luo Hongqiu, too brilliant. If he were not removed, I would never be able to fully control the Luo family. As those words left his lips, your hope shattered completely, and all doubt evaporated from your expression. The soul-capturing technique could forcibly control another's soul. In such circumstances, the subject's will was entirely at the mercy of the caster, rendering deception impossible. The city lord sought collaboration with the demon clan for his own gain. The Lihua sect profited from the chaos. The elder sold out his kin for power, and coupled with the presence of the demon man alongside these three, everything began to align with eerie logic. You slumped down, your body drained of strength, your eyes vacant as you stared blankly ahead. Your mind engulfed in despair. The world had long declared the demon clan as embodiments of evil, the natural aberrants, a belief you had held steadfastly for years. Following the calamity in Lingyan City, you had taken it upon yourself to eradicate the demon clan as your life's mission. Yet, you had never pondered, where did the demon clan's evil truly lie? How did their malevolence differ from that of the human race? The three humans before you. Some indifferent to the conflict between the two races for the sake of reputation, others callous enough to witness the devastation of their own city for profit, and still others willing to harm those of their own blood for personal vendettas. If the demon clan was born to represent brutality, slaughter, and hatred, how then should these self-proclaimed righteous individuals, who perpetrated heinous acts, be judged? In this stark comparison, which of the two truly embodied the notion of a demon? Your lifelong beliefs were shattered at this moment by the unyielding truth. In the depths of despair, clinging to the last vestiges of reason, you turned to the silent and Qingwu beside you and asked the final question that lingered in your heart. Master, how did you come to know all of this? The demon affliction erupted at the hour of the rat. The path that Luo Hongqiu took had no demons lurking. These crucial pieces of information you had spent years investigating yielded no results. Yet your master was able to articulate them effortlessly? And Qingyu sighed softly, her enchanting eyes slightly averted as she spoke gently. Shi Yuan, do you recall the fleeting projection of the demon emperor that appeared above Lingyan City just before the human-demon conflict began? Chapter 30. I am your master, and also the demon emperor. And Qingwu's words echoed like the most enchanting demonic melody, shaking the very core of your soul. The scene that unfolded over Lingyan City that year remains etched in your memory, a sight you could never forget. It was your first glimpse of a demon's visage, and the first time a question arose within you about the distinction between humans and demons. The projection of the demon emperor left a deep imprint on your memory and soul, vivid even to this day. Your eyes slowly lifted, filled with confusion as you asked. The Demon Emperor's projection captivated hearts and seized souls. Everyone in Lingyan City witnessed it that day. Master, why do you ask about this? And Qingwu's gaze shimmered softly as she replied, because the one who cast that spiritual projection that day was none other than me. Standing before you now. Suddenly, her expression shifted. A trace of allure appeared on her originally aloof and transcendent face, her eyes misty with a spring-like charm, and the bewitching aura in her gaze left you momentarily entranced. This feeling of enchantment, this captivating presence, was exactly the same as when you first beheld the Demon Emperor's projection. Who are you? You took half a step back, your voice trembling as you asked you. Just who are you? With a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, an illusory layer of spiritual energy slowly faded from her face, revealing a countenance of unparalleled beauty, one that could captivate the entire world. And Qingwu looked at you and whispered softly, my true identity is the ruler of the northern spirit domain, the Demon Emperor who commands all demons in this world. The moment this face appeared, the last remnants of hope and expectation in your heart were utterly shattered. Your most beloved, most relied upon, and most grateful master was actually a demon, the very Demon Emperor you had once sworn to eradicate on sight. At this moment, the bullet you fired at the age of 16 finally struck you squarely between the eyes. And Qingwu stepped forward, gently pressing your face against her chest as she whispered, I know this is not easy for you to accept, but no matter what happens, I will always be your master. On the eve of that calamity, I cast a projection over Lingyan City, intending to intimidate the masses. Unintentionally, I discovered your ancient sacred body and the unusual aura emanating from the jade pendant on your chest. The war between humans and demons has lasted 10,000 years, leaving both sides weary. Many no longer even know why they fight or why they harbor such hatred. In such circumstances, both sides need someone to step forward and end this conflict. You possess the ancient sacred body, and your future potential will undoubtedly surpass all humans in this world. In the depths of my soul, I felt you were the one who could stand up for humanity. Coincidentally, at that time, you were framed and exiled from your family. So, I found you, took you as my disciple, helped you restore your spiritual veins, and guided you in your cultivation. But who could have foreseen that events would unfold far beyond my expectations? In the time we spent together, I listened to your joys and sorrows, felt the happiness you brought me, and cherished the meticulous care you showed me. All of these were feelings I had never experienced in my 1,000 years as emperor, and I became deeply attached to them. Gradually, I grew accustomed to having you by my side, yet at the same time, I feared the day you would learn the truth and leave me without hesitation. It is almost laughable I, who once believed no man in this world could catch my eye, would one day develop feelings for a junior of the human race. And Qingwu's words lingered softly in your ears, each syllable gentle yet piercing your soul. However, at that very moment, the ground beneath your feet began to tremble violently. Eerie blue lights surged unexpectedly from beneath the earth, shimmering with a bewitching glow. This is bad. It's the demon sealing forbidden array. And Qingwu's brows furrowed deeply as she urgently pulled you to flee. But it was too late. The omnipresent blue light enveloped you in an instant, trapping you firmly within the array. Immediately after, a fiery light burst through the wall, accompanied by an overwhelming blaze of power, charging straight toward you. Boom! The flames erupted into a thick smoke before Qingwu. As the smoke cleared, dozens of unfamiliar Lihua Sect cultivators stood before you. You glanced at the Lihua Sect elder whose soul had been seized earlier and suddenly realized the truth. When his soul was invaded, it triggered the shattering of the soul crystal kept within the sect, alerting the higher-ups of the Lihua Sect. Using the fading memories of the elder before his consciousness dissipated, they pinpointed your location, learned of the Demon Emperor's presence, and mobilized their entire force. While you were momentarily distracted, they laid an inescapable net outside the city lord's mansion and activated the demon sealing forbidden array buried beneath it, vowing to eradicate the Demon Emperor here. Facing the aggressive Lihua Sect, and Qingwu's gaze and aura gradually turned icy, and a fierce battle was imminent. Originally, within Qingwu's peak Mahayana realm strength, she could have effortlessly crushed these Lihua Sect elders, whose highest cultivation was only at the Unity realm. But under the suppression of the demon sealing forbidden array, her strength was reduced to less than 30%. As time passed, she gradually showed signs of fatigue under their combined assault. Demon Emperor, Today the city lord's mansion shall be your burial ground. A Lihua sect elder roared, flames surging in his hands as blazing infernos erupted with his words. Do you truly believe you can kill me? And Qingwu gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a flash of determination flickering in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a dark purple light shimmered across her body. Her previously weakening aura began to surge violently, and the surrounding space was instantly engulfed by this world-shaking demonic might. Watching in Qingwu's actions, you suddenly sensed something amiss. She intended to burn her essence and blood. You rushed forward in a panic to stop her, but before you could get close, you were repelled by the powerful whirlwind of spiritual energy. Boom! An immense wave of dark spiritual energy descended, nearly obliterating the entire core combat force of the Lihua sect. Having accomplished this, Qingwu was completely drained. Her hands fell limply, and her body slowly descended from the air. Outside the city lord's mansion, a cacophony of sounds erupted, the earlier violent clash having alarmed other cultivators within Lingyan City. Seizing a fleeting moment, you hastily caught your master, utilizing every ounce of speed within you to flee the city lord's estate. Ultimately, you ventured deep into the heart of the North Spirit Domain, a place shrouded in millennia of demonic energy, where cultivators from the East Spirit Domain could not possibly tread. Although you had temporarily evaded danger, the condition of Qingwu was far from optimistic. She had forcibly expended her blood essence, her internal spiritual energy nearly depleted, and in that moment, her life hung by a thread, as fragile as a wisp of smoke. You endeavored to channel spiritual energy into her, employing various treasures of heaven and earth to safeguard her vital essence, yet all efforts proved futile. In a moment of desperation, you suddenly recalled the primordial deity residing within the jade pendant. The primordial deity, the source of all creation and the origin of the myriad laws of the universe, must possess a means to save your master. Clinging to the slender hope, you swiftly released your consciousness into the jade pendant, attempting to commune with the deity's spirit. However, the only response you received was an enduring silence. And Qingwu's vitality continued to wane, and as you gazed upon the deepening anguish etched upon her exquisite face, your heart burned with torment. In a fit of urgency, you even dared to collide your own spirit with that of the primordial deity, hoping to awaken her. Yet, this was the soul of a being of unfathomable stature. How could a mere mortal spirit like yours hope to disturb even a fraction of its essence? After several fruitless attempts, despair loomed closer. Strangely, why had your own spirit spiraled out of control? Just as you teetered on the brink of hopelessness, a voice, ancient and profound, suddenly resonated from within the jade pendant. Chapter 31 The Only Method. Deceiving the master, your heart and soul suddenly surged, and a flicker of hope reignited in your eyes. Creator deity, I beseech you, please save my master. It seemed that the intensity of your unwavering desire resonated within the creator deity. With a deep sigh, he slowly replied, her spiritual veins are utterly depleted, her soul is exhausted, and her body bears numerous fatal wounds. If she is to survive, relying solely on mortal methods is utterly impossible. However, if it were you, the situation might differ. The creator deity's words made you suddenly lift your head, excitement illuminating your features. What is it? How can I save my master? Within the confines of the jade pendant, the voice of the creator deity resonated once more. You have worn this jade pendant, which harbors my essence, for an extended period. Regardless of your physical form, spiritual energy, or soul, you have long been imbued with the unique essence of the creator deity. The essence of the creator deity is the most primal and powerful force in existence, possessing the ability to defy order and recreate cycles of life. If you can transfer a portion of this essence into her body, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Creator deity essence. Yes, creator deity essence. You grasped this last thread of salvation and hurriedly inquired, what must I do to transfer the creator deity essence into my master? A profound silence enveloped the jade pendant, and after several seconds, the ancient and distant voice gradually emerged. The essence of the creator deity differs from ordinary spiritual energy. To transfer it into another's body, a perfect fusion of spiritual energy, physical form, and soul is required. Given your current strength, achieving such a soul fusion from a distance is akin to climbing to the heavens, thus leaving you with but one method. You must merge your spirit and body with hers. As soon as these words fell, a resounding boom echoed in your mind. Spiritual energy resides within the spiritual veins of your body, but now, Qingwu cannot accept spiritual energy through her veins. Therefore, the only course of action is. This exceedingly strange method of saving her took you by surprise. Your thoughts became a chaotic tempest, struggling between two choices. She is your master, the empress of the demon clan. If you were to commit such an act of profound insubordination, how could you ever face her again? Yet, if you do not proceed, her life hangs in the balance. Even if you could miraculously preserve her life force, her future cultivation would undoubtedly suffer greatly. With her proud character and exalted status, how could she possibly accept? Watching Qingwu's breath grow increasingly feeble before you, you gritted your teeth and made your decision. Even if it meant facing her with shame in the future, it was still better than never seeing her again. Above all, saving your master's life is paramount. You raised your hand slightly, gradually enveloping the surroundings in a veil of spiritual mist, isolating all sight and perception within a 10-mile radius. Then, you began the endeavor to save your master's life. The host has awakened. The dream cycle has been paused. Current dreams completed. 2. Current dream cycles undertaken. 5. System upgrade requirements. 510. Luo Yuan opened his eyes, slowly rising from his bed. He patted his face to shake off the remnants of sleep. It must be said, the narrative style of this dream cycle system is indeed ever-changing. The previous two storylines were confined to realms of secret exploration and imperial mysteries. Goodness, this time it plunges directly into the battle between humans and demons. At this rate, will there be a cycle through the realms of the demon clan, the sea clan, and all the myriad races? Beep. The host has successfully completed a dream cycle. You may choose one reward to retain from the following options. 1. Creator Deity Essence. Originating from the primal power of the creator deity, it is the most original and potent force in existence. Choosing this reward will grant the host a strand of the purest creator deity essence, which, when faced with a life-threatening situation, can allow the host to rise from the brink of death and elevate their cultivation by one major realm. 2. Devouring Heaven Demonic Art, the core technique exclusive to the Demon Emperor lineage of the North Spirit domain, requiring dark spiritual energy for cultivation. Once fully realized, it allows the absorption of others' essence for personal use. Gazing at the two rewards from this dream cycle, Luo Yuan fell into deep contemplation. The first reward appears rather complex. In simpler terms, it is akin to a one-time revival armor. It occupies no space and possesses no adverse effects while enabling a significant breakthrough in cultivation. At critical moments, it could prove extraordinarily effective. The second reward is also appealing, being the core technique of the North Spirit domain, known for its domineering absorption capabilities. With this technique, he need not worry about spiritual energy depletion during combat. As long as the number of opponents is sufficient, it will provide an inexhaustible source of spiritual energy. After much deliberation, Luo Yuan finally made his choice. System, I select option 1. While the Devouring Heaven Demonic Art is enticing, it requires dark spiritual energy for cultivation. To master it fully, an immense quantity of dark spiritual energy is necessary. Given that he spends most of his time in the East Spirit domain and Central Continent, his access to dark spiritual energy is exceedingly limited. In contrast, the limitations of the creator deity essence are far fewer. Once chosen, it will adhere to him permanently, requiring no maintenance conditions, and will activate automatically when necessary. Selecting it is akin to granting himself a layer of insurance. There is no way to lose. Having made his selection, Luo Yuan donned his clothes, tidied himself briefly, and then sought out by Ruoli. From her, he learned that he had spent another 3 days within this dream. Sister, while I have been asleep these past 3 days, has anything happened in Xianin Pavilion? Luo Yuan inquired, a steaming piece of red sugar glutinous rice cake in hand, chewing as he spoke. Although his current cultivation level rendered sustenance unnecessary, eating could serve not only as a physiological need, but also as a source of enjoyment. Biroli picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped the sugar residue from Luo Yuan's mouth, softly remarking, overall, these past few days have been rather normal. As you anticipated, Xiao Yu has emerged after a period of concealment, and the enthusiasm of our guests has not only persisted, but has actually intensified, with their visits becoming increasingly frequent. Furthermore, our collaboration with the Heiyue Merchants Association has significantly elevated the prominence of our Xianin Pavilion. Initially, our patrons consisted primarily of scholars and literary enthusiasts, as well as wanderers from the Jianghu, but now we attract individuals from all walks of life, including practitioners from various spiritual domains who occasionally grace us with their presence. Luo Yuan nodded, taking a bite of the glutinous rice cake, and inquired, "Have there been any significant events in the capital in recent days?" "In the capital, let me think," Biroli said, her beautiful eyes narrowing in contemplation. After a moment, she suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I remember now. Indeed, a major event has transpired in the capital recently. The day before yesterday afternoon, a group of Taoists arrived from outside the city, claiming to be from the Nanling domain. They set up a venue for philosophical debates, publicly inviting scholars from all over to engage in discourse, with the promise of a spiritual artifact as a reward for anyone who could surpass them in debate." "Taoists from Nanling?" Luo Yuan furrowed his brow, displaying a look of confusion. "What brings them to the grand capital of Diin? Are they here for the Four Domains Conference?" Biroli shook her head. "That remains uncertain. Lured by the prospect of spiritual artifacts, numerous scholars have taken the stage to debate with them in recent days, yet all have ultimately faced defeat. The scholarly prestige of Diin appears to be waning in the presence of the Nanling Taoists. The orthodox schools of Diin are evidently losing ground against these foreign factions, which undoubtedly tarnishes the reputation of the entire Diin dynasty. His Majesty is greatly troubled by this and issued a decree this morning. Anyone who can achieve 3 consecutive victories in the debate arena, regardless of their background, will be rewarded handsomely." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan appeared contemplative, then promptly stuffed the remainder of the glutinous rice cake into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "Senior sister, where is the debate venue? We might as well join in the excitement." Chapter 32. The Discourse in the Capital. The schemes of the Taoist sect. When Luo Yuan and Biroli arrived at the Taoist preaching ground, it was already thronged with people. The streets of the capital were bustling with citizens, forming layers of spectators around the venue, filled with gasps and exclamations that added a touch of clamor to the already vibrant atmosphere. At the center of the preaching ground sat an elderly Taoist priest clad in a grayish-blue robe, facing a student from Qingfeng Academy, both sitting cross-legged in a standoff. Their eyes were tightly shut, brows furrowed, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, indicating they were deep in a critical spiritual confrontation. Above them, a luminous barrier of spiritual energy clearly displayed the entire process of their soul's battle. Luo Yuan maneuvered through the crowd with his senior sister, finally squeezing into the inner area. He noticed the scholar on the platform suddenly trembling violently, the surrounding atmosphere growing increasingly chaotic, and his form appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, as if he would fall from the stage at any moment. The crowd sighed collectively, some even turning away in frustration. Luo Yuan, perplexed, pulled a bystander aside and inquired, "Good sir, are the two on stage engaged in a duel of magic?" The man, with a reluctant expression, sighed, "Young friend, you are unaware. These foul Taoists from Nanling arrived 2 days ago, ostensibly to participate in the Four Regions Conference. However, the leader of their delegation openly provoked our esteemed scholars, declaring that study is futile, and even set up a preaching ground here, inviting literati from all over to engage in discourse. The contention between Confucianism and Taoism has existed since ancient times. What can be achieved through mere debate?" Luo Yuan asked. The man lamented in response, "The dispute is over orthodoxy and principles. If there were a back-and-forth exchange, it would be acceptable, but now, 2 days have passed, and not a single scholar has managed to endure even the time it takes to burn an incense stick on this stage." Luo Yuan pondered deeply. "Nanlingyu. If memory serves, the witchcraft sect in my dreams hails from Nanlingyu. Previously, I believed that all sects from Nanlingyu were of lesser repute, yet I did not anticipate the existence of such an upright Taoist sect." Just as Luo Yuan was lost in thought, the scholar on stage suddenly turned pale, and with a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He uncontrollably fell from the preaching ground. Upon witnessing the defeat of even the student from Qingfeng Academy, the audience erupted in yet another wave of sighs. Although most had anticipated this outcome, they could not help but express their dismay. After all, the Taoist sect's actions not only humiliated Qingfeng Academy, but also tarnished the dignity of scholars across the realm. In the gaze of the crowd, the elderly Taoist slowly rose and addressed the audience with a calm tone. "I come from Nanlingyu. Having heard that Diin is the root of Confucianism and Taoism in the world. Qingfeng Academy and the Guozijian have endured for a millennium, hence I established this preaching ground to engage in discourse with the scholars here. However, in the past 2 days, Not a single person has managed to last even the time it takes to burn an incense stick on this stage, which greatly disappoints me. The Confucian platform of Dean is but this. As his words fell, the crowd was instantly incensed. The Taoist remarks were akin to spitting in the faces of Yin's scholars. Who could tolerate such affront? Arrogant Taoist, what audacity! Such brazen words shall surely bring about retribution. These arrogant Taoists are taking advantage of us. Do they truly believe that Yin's literary circles are devoid of capable individuals? Once Director Meng and Elder Ning make their appearance, they shall swiftly bring this insolence to an end. If Director Ning and Elder Meng were to intervene, what difference would it make whether they won or lost? The expressions of the crowd dimmed, for the opponent was merely an ordinary disciple of the Taoist sect, while they had dispatched the two most esteemed scholars of the current Confucian realm. Even if they triumphed, there would be little to boast about, as they would risk being labeled as victorious through unfair means. And should any misfortune befall them during the process, it would be even more detrimental. Within the palace, the empress stood atop a pavilion, observing a projection of the scene at the preaching ground. Director, it seems that the student from Qingfeng Academy is also unable to contend with that Taoist. The empress shook her head, her cold visage etched with concern as she witnessed the student from Qingfeng Academy fall from the stage. The Taoist techniques appear rather peculiar. Behind her, the silver-haired Director Meng's eyes sparkled with insight as he remarked, "It seems the Taoist sect has come well prepared this time." The defeat of the Qingfeng Academy student, as the director, naturally reflects poorly on him. Regardless of any preparations, defeat is defeat. The empress furrowed her brows, her gaze sharpening. In past four regions conferences, while there were occasional conflicts between the Taoist sect and our Yin's Confucian circles, it never escalated to such a grand display of aggression. What is the purpose behind the Taoist sect's actions this time? In my humble opinion, it is likely related to the internal conflict regarding the Taoist orthodoxy. Ning Qian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Conflict over orthodoxy? A hint of confusion crossed the empress's graceful features. What do you mean by that, Elder Ning? Ning Qian stepped forward and explained, the two factions of the Taoist sect originally stemmed from a single source, but 5,000 years ago, the 10th Taoist sect leader ascended. Before his passing, he left behind a cryptic statement, leading to a divergence in interpretation within the sect, ultimately resulting in the split into the Tian and resurgence. Each faction believes itself to be the true orthodox lineage of Taoism, and they have been in constant conflict for centuries. Thus, every decade, a debate is held between the two sects, with the victorious leader assuming the title of Taoist sect leader for the following 10 years. Elder Ning implies that the leader of the Rin sect has come to the capital to prepare for this conflict over orthodox lineage. The empress inquired. Your Majesty sees clearly. Ning Qian nodded slightly. The current leader of the Rin sect, Xian Songzi, is adept in the ways of humanity. Should he prevail over the scholars of the realm, it would greatly benefit his Taoist practices. As his words resonated, the empress's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, turning to ask, Elder Ning, Director Meng, are there any suitable candidates for battle from the Guozijian and Qingfeng Academy? Both esteemed scholars fell into a thoughtful silence. After the recent defeat of Qingfeng Academy, Director Meng felt a deep sense of shame. Ning Qian, too, remained silent with his head bowed. Under normal circumstances, had the students of Qingfeng Shuyuan faced defeat, he would have surely mocked them both overtly and covertly. However, the present situation was markedly different. On one hand, both parties were allied in the same cause, and on the other, the Guozijian could not muster a capable contender. Witnessing this, the empress could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that it was inevitable for the Taoist sect to gain the upper hand this time. At that moment, the images transmitted through the spiritual projection began to shift, and her lovely eyes widened in astonishment as a glimmer of excitement danced within them. She gracefully lifted her hand, gently gesturing towards the projection before her. The typically serene visage, which commanded respect without anger, suddenly illuminated with a youthful smile, as she declared, Gentlemen, a turning point has emerged. The two esteemed scholars turned abruptly, astonished to discover that Luo Yuan's figure had, unbeknownst to them, already appeared beneath the Taoist preaching grounds. Chapter 33, Luo Yuan. It is time to showcase true skill at the Tao preaching venue. The elder clad in a green robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, an elderly man dressed in a crimson Taoist robe stroked his beard with a faint smile. His figure resembled that of a crane, standing firm like an ancient pine. From a distance, he exuded an ethereal aura, but upon closer inspection, he was shrouded in a cloud of dust. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the elder in front, neglecting the seemingly inconspicuous figure behind him. Yet, no one would have guessed that this unassuming elder was none other than the representative of the Southern Spirit Domain, one of the two leading figures of the Taoist sect, the headmaster of the Taoist sect, Xian Songzi. Xian Songzi took a few steps forward, signaling for the elder to step down, and then addressed the crowd. This humble Taoist has heard that the scholarly tradition of De'in is profound. Are there any fellow Taoists willing to take the stage for a discussion? The scholars present exchanged glances, hesitating for an extended period, yet none dared to step forward. Observing this, a barely perceptible smile crept upon Xian Songzi's lips. In that case, allow me to speak, which may grant you all a glimpse into the mysteries of the Tao. Of course, should anyone attain enlightenment during my discourse, they may join my sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of discontent swept through the audience. To hold a grand preaching session in our territory was one thing, but to openly provoke the scholarly circles of De'in was quite another. Not only did he openly challenge the literary community, but he was also attempting to undermine their foundation. The scholars present seethed with anger, yet were left feeling helpless. There was no way around it. Their hard power could not compete, and they were inevitably subjected to ridicule. Furthermore, the capital of De'in was under the protection of the dynasty's fortune, which suppressed the realms of those practitioners. Even if they wished to reason with them, their efforts would be in vain. On a nearby inn's loft, the members of the Ningjian sect observed the unfolding events at the preaching ground with indifferent expressions. They had not expected the Taoist arts of the Southern Spirit Domain to possess such profundity, even confounding the scholars of De'in. One disciple of the Ningjian sect leaned against the railing, a smirk on his face. An elder of the sect shook his head slightly and remarked, while Taoists may not match scholars in verbal debate, in the art of combat, the scholars are indeed far outmatched. He then turned his gaze to Gu Qingshang, who was nearby. Saintess, what do you think of this debate? Gu Qingshang's beautiful eyes remained calm as she took a delicate sip of tea. The contention between Confucianism and Taoism has existed since ancient times. Occasional victories and defeats are perfectly normal. After speaking, she slowly set down her teacup and stood as if to leave. For her, the outcome between De'in and the Taoists was inconsequential, as she had two primary objectives for her visit to the capital of De'in: to attend the Four-Domain Conference and to pursue men. Naturally, her focus was primarily on the latter. At the preaching venue, Xian Songzi stood proudly, disregarding the scholars below who were furious yet silent. The onlookers, witnessing such arrogance, could not help but sigh in dismay. How far the scholarly tradition of De'in had fallen. Was there not a single scholar capable of confronting these odious Taoists? The disparity in the Taoist-Confucian debate was glaringly apparent, leading many to question the purpose of their years of study. Amidst the crowd, several wavering scholars began to falter, internally questioning whether their choice of Confucianism over Taoism was indeed the right path. Just as despair began to settle over the audience, a resonant male voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Esteemed Taoist, may I have a chance to contest? This bold declaration pierced through the silence, capturing the attention of all present. They turned to see a young man dressed in a white robe standing confidently at the forefront. His attire appeared remarkably luxurious, his features strikingly handsome, exuding an air of superiority rather than the typical scholarly demeanor. In the distant palace, the empress's gaze sparkled as she fixated on the figure projected by the spiritual energy, her previous tension dissipating instantly. Back at the inn, Gu Qingshang, who had been preparing to leave, found her attention drawn back to Luo Yuan as he stepped onto the stage, her beautiful eyes lighting up. She quickly chose a prime viewing spot and sat down again. The crowd began to buzz with speculation about the newcomer. Who was this person? Was he also here to debate? He hardly seemed like one. With such attire, could he be a frivolous son of a wealthy family? What frivolous son? You blind fools. This is none other than Luo, the talented poet of Xianin Pavilion. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized Luo Yuan. Talented poet? Is this the one who penned Qing Ping Lo, a gift to Xiao Yu from Xianin Pavilion? Indeed, he was the remarkable Luo, whose poetry had stirred contention between Dean Ning and Minister Ming, legendary for capturing the essence of beauty in his verses and eclipsing many historical works with his bamboo poems. In contemporary poetry, none could rival him. With Luo Yuan's name circulating among the crowd, a flicker of hope reignited in their hearts. Especially those who had personally experienced the poetic duel at Xianin Pavilion felt invigorated, placing all their expectations upon Luo Yuan. Behind him, Bai Ruoli gently tugged at his sleeve, quietly cautioning, Xiao Yuan, debating is not the same as writing poetry. Even the students of Qing Feng Academy were defeated. Are you sure you wanna? Her concern was not unwarranted. After all, proficiency in poetry did not guarantee mastery in strategy or debate. Poetry, at its core, was merely one aspect of Confucianism. To surpass the opponent in a contest of skill and philosophy, one needed to be well-versed in all 6 arts. Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively and smiled lightly. Do not worry, senior sister. I would not step forward if I lacked confidence. In truth, he had merely intended to observe quietly, but his current interests were intertwined with the scholarly community of Di'in. Not to mention, the daily influx of literary students coming to enjoy the music contributed significantly to Xian'in Pavilion's revenue. Furthermore, having previously leveraged the esteemed figures of Ning Qian and Meng Zhou to promote Xian'in Gu, it is only fitting that I now extend my support to the Dain Ru Tan, thus reciprocating their kindness. Moreover, with the connection to the empress, the bond between us could be likened to that of Guan and Bao. In light of the Taoist sect's audacious provocation, both out of sentiment and reason, it is imperative that I offer my assistance. Additionally, who would shy away from the opportunity to exhibit one's prowess in a manner so distinguished, provided one possesses the assurance to do so? As a traveler from another realm, it is my duty to fully harness the advantages of my unique position. After a prolonged period of observation, I have discerned that while the Confucianism and Taoism of this world bear some resemblance to those of my previous existence, they are significantly less developed. Under such circumstances, I find myself entirely unfazed by the impending conflict over Taoist doctrines. In terms of depth of Taoist philosophy, can one surpass Laozi and Zhuangzi? In the realm of Confucianism, can one rival the profundity of Confucius and Mencius? Chapter 34, Taoist, your path is misguided. Renzong Dao Shou Xian Songzi gazed at Luo Yuan, who was ascending the stage with measured steps, and with a faint smile remarked, esteemed Dao friend, this discourse is a contest of principles. You must engage in 3 debates with my 3 disciples here in the preaching arena. Should you persuade them all within half a day, victory shall be yours. Conversely, if you falter in any one of the debates, it shall be a win for my Dao sect. Luo Yuan nodded slightly, inwardly cursing the old man for his cunning. To achieve victory, he must triumph in all 3 debates, while the latter only needs to win 1. Yet, he could not voice his grievances, for this was the grand capital of Di'in, where Confucian scholars held the advantage. Pursuing absolute fairness might just lead to accusations of seeking an unfair advantage. Seeing Luo Yuan acquiesce, Xian Songzi slowly clasped his hands behind his back, his smile broadening. Judging by the reactions of the audience, it was apparent that Luo Yuan held a significant status within the Di'in Confucian circle. While perhaps not as esteemed as Ning Qian or Meng Zhou, he was undoubtedly a person of distinction. If he could best Luo Yuan, it might elevate his own Taoist practices. He then stepped aside slightly and said with a gentle smile, Dao friend Luo, please. As Luo Yuan ascended the preaching stage, Xian Songzi retreated to the back, leaving him face to face with the previously encountered elder Taoist clad in blue. The blue-clad Taoist bowed respectfully and stated, I am Qing Xian, an inner disciple of the Renzong. Please enlighten me. Luo Yuan settled into a cross-legged position and inquired, Taoist, what shall be the topic of our first debate? Rather than responding, the blue-clad Taoist slowly closed his eyes, and a flicker of spiritual light appeared on his forehead. In an instant, the entire debating platform underwent a drastic transformation, with a faint ethereal aura manifesting around them. What a surprise, a forced alteration of the battlefield. Luo Yuan focused his senses on the surrounding space, discovering no difference in the atmosphere. It seemed to be merely a trick of the eye. The only distinction was that the images within their souls were projected onto the spiritual energy screen outside the platform. Public execution. Luo Yuan was alarmed. This is unacceptable. I must quickly enter sage mode. Otherwise, the vast trove of learning materials I have stored in my mind might be laid bare for all to see. Before he could act, the voice of Qing Xian echoed through the realm of souls. Confucian scholars advocate active engagement with the world, shaping the affairs of the realm through their own actions, whereas our Tao sect believes that all things in the world should align with nature and proceed with the flow. Thus, the topic of our first debate is action versus non-action. As his words fell, countless strands of pale blue spiritual energy emanated from his soul, slowly enveloping and shrouding Luo Yuan's spirit. Another trick? This shameless Taoist has used this same tactic repeatedly. This move is particularly insidious, capable of subtly stirring the hearts of men. It was precisely this that led to my previous defeat. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment, for during the earlier debates, Qingshang had evidently employed this same method. As his soul was encircled by the azure spiritual energy, vivid images began to flicker in his mind. In the 50th year of De Yin's establishment, court officials incited the Prince of Honor, secretly harming his brother to usurp the throne. In the 160th year, the Crown Prince, spurred on by court officials, rebelled and murdered his father at Zhuxian Gate to seize power. In the 300th year, the current minister of the National Academy abused his power, executing his entire family of 5 to prevent his cousin from exposing him for treason. To kill one's lord as a minister, to slay one's father as a son, to murder one's brother as a sibling. The rights have crumbled, music has decayed, and the court has fallen into chaos, all stemming from the advocacy of active engagement by Confucian scholars. Cultivating oneself, governing the state, bringing peace to the world. Are these truly so paramount? Faced with the arguments presented by Qingshang, Luo Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The opponent utilized factual evidence. Had he relied on ordinary reasoning, he might have truly struggled to prevail in theory. Furthermore, these arguments directly undermine the 3 fundamental goals of Confucianism: self-cultivation, governance, and world peace. This was an attempt to fundamentally uproot the Confucian platform. Had it been a Confucian scholar with a wavering resolve, perhaps their Tao heart would have shattered by now. Yet regrettably, I am not a Confucian scholar. I do not excel in reasoning with logic. I am only adept at reasoning with logic. Luo Yuan inwardly scoffed. As long as I do not possess a Tao heart, it cannot be shattered. This level of debate shall not confound me. Seeing Luo Yuan remain unresponsive for an extended period, the surrounding spectators began to sweat anxiously on his behalf. From a distance, atop a pavilion, Gu Qingshang's beautiful eyes burned with anger. Her silver teeth clenched tightly. These shameless Taoists from Nanling domain agreed to a debate, yet dare to employ Taoist techniques in the shadows. Upon my return, I shall cleave that Renzone temple with a single sword. Within the imperial palace, the empress observed the unfolding scene, a hint of concern crossing her delicate visage. Elder Ning, in this situation, does Luo Yuan possess a means to turn the tide? Ning Qian sighed deeply and replied, though Luo Yuan possesses innate talent, he remains unacquainted with orthodox Confucian teachings. In the face of such Taoist encroachment, the odds are stacked against him. Unless what? The empress pressed urgently. Unless he can embody the heart of a sage, Meng Zhou interjected. In that case, he would be shielded, unperturbed by external distractions, and maintain clarity. On the preaching stage, Luo Yuan's spirit was highly concentrated, contemplating strategies for response. The opponent advocated for the theory of non-action, attacking the Confucian principle of action. If I merely retaliate with the principle of action, I will likely find myself at a disadvantage, at best achieving a stalemate. What perspective could transcend the constraints of both? Luo Yuan's thoughts momentarily stagnated, as if the answer were within reach yet elusive. At this moment, he wished to rise and deliver 2 swift slaps to that Xian Songzi. What a philosophical conundrum this turned out to be instead of a straightforward debate. Truly, none from the Nanling domain are earnest sects. Suddenly, a wave of clarity surged through his mind, piercing through the azure spiritual energy that enveloped his soul, invigorating him entirely. A resonant, powerful sound echoed within the realm of his spirit. The azure spirit energy appeared to collapse and dissipate from within, akin to a punctured balloon, ultimately leaving behind 2 delicate strands of spiritual essence that returned to the divine soul of Qingshang Daoshi. Could this be the heart of the sage? The 2 esteemed scholars, captivated by the imagery projected from the spiritual energy, gasped in unison, unable to contain their astonishment. As waves of pure energy continuously surged toward his divine soul, Luo Yuan felt a sudden clarity emerge within his mind, as if a divine light had flickered into existence. The heart of the sage possesses the remarkable ability to render one immune to all forms of poison, curses, charms, and malevolence, while simultaneously expelling external disturbances and safeguarding oneself. When foreign doctrines attempt to invade his divine soul, it triggers an innate protective mechanism concealed within his being. Under the purification of the heart of the sage, it would not take long to expel and dissolve the intruding foreign entities. In the preaching hall, The elderly Taoist opened his eyes, his countenance suddenly paling, and he spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood. The disruption of his Taoist techniques evidently inflicted considerable backlash upon his divine soul. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yuan grasped the answer he had long sought. He then slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the Qingxian Daosher before him, speaking softly. The so-called non-action is not a passive retreat from the world. And the so-called action is not merely the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune. Daozang, your approach to cultivation may be excessively dogmatic. Chapter 35. The First Victory. The astonishing Luo Yuan, upon hearing these words, Qingxian appeared contemplative, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, perplexed as he inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed friend, what do you mean by this?" The gathered crowd also turned their gaze toward Luo Yuan, eagerly anticipating his response. Luo Yuan paused briefly before speaking slowly. To act is to risk error, while to refrain is to fall short. Thus, the path I follow is neither inaction nor mere action, but rather, it is the path of possibility. What constitutes possibility? Upon hearing this, Qingxian's eyes brightened, and disregarding his injuries, he eagerly pressed for clarification. To have purpose is to also know what to forego. This is the essence of possibility, Luo Yuan reiterated, his tone imbued with a hint of pride. Life is fleeting. One must exhaust one's heart and strength, yet engage in human affairs without questioning the future. With that, he gradually rose, facing the audience, and proclaimed with clarity, "I am but a humble individual, whose lifelong aspiration is to share in the worries of the world before the world rejoices." Boom. As his words resonated, it was as if a thunderclap echoed in the ears of all present, rendering them breathless. The vast preaching ground fell into a profound silence. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. After a full 5 breaths, someone finally emerged from this overwhelming mental impact. The scholars present all displayed gleaming eyes, as if a flash of inspiration had struck them, their expressions gradually transforming into excitement and fervor. To have purpose and to know what to forego. This is indeed the essence of possibility. Young Master Luo is truly extraordinary. Studying is not solely for personal renown, but rather for the benefit of all humanity. This is the grand path we scholars should pursue. The kindness of young Master Luo in imparting wisdom is beyond repayment. I shall surely visit Xianin Pavilion in the future. Among the crowd, Bai Ruoli stared blankly at her spirited junior brother on stage, her gaze nearly tangible. In the distance, atop an inn's loft, Gu Qingshang could not help but smile lightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with diverse emotions. Within the distant palace, the empress nodded with satisfaction. Although her exterior remained calm, her heart surged with excitement. Behind her, 2 esteemed scholars were momentarily stunned by Luo Yuan's words, as if they had entered a state of enlightenment. To share in the worries of the world before others rejoice. What a profound realization. Meng Zhou clapped his hands in exhilaration, his beard trembling with emotion. Ning Qian also wore an expression of astonishment. Lamenting, to have Luo Yuan among us is truly a blessing for the Da'in scholarly community. To have purpose, and to know what to forego. The Taoist Qingxian softly repeated Luo Yuan's words, as if something within him was quietly elevating. After a long moment, he slowly rose and respectfully bowed to Luo Yuan. "I have learned greatly, esteemed friend. This round of discourse is yours." Witnessing the Taoist's concession, the crowd erupted in applause, their spirits lifted. What a relief. Truly, this is the caliber we scholars of Da'in should possess. A mere Taoist sect dared to provoke our esteemed scholarly community, only to bring shame upon themselves. With young Master Luo present today, one must ask, who among the Taoists would dare to ascend this platform of debate? In the past few days, the Da'in scholarly community had faced repeated defeats, with no one able to endure even a single incense stick's duration on the preaching ground. This dismal state is indeed one of the darkest moments in the history of Da'in's scholarly traditions. Yet, Luo Yuan's victory is akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, serving as a tremendous encouragement for scholars throughout the capital. On the preaching ground, Xian Songzi gazed at Luo Yuan from a distance, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Although he had not heard of Luo Yuan prior, he recognized the profound depth of Da'in, which was not lacking in remarkable talents. Thus, a single defeat was within the realm of acceptance for him. He then slightly tilted his head and addressed a stunning Taoist maiden clad in robes beside him. "Ming Chun, it is your turn for the second round." The alluring Taoist maiden named Ming Chun gently nodded, then gracefully stepped onto the preaching ground. Luo Yuan, observing the enchanting figure before him, couldn't he help but sigh inwardly. Such beauty and grace, yet so young and already a Taoist. How unfortunate it is that she will spend her latter years in ignorance. Ming Chun, noticing the peculiar gaze Luo Yuan directed at her, felt a tinge of confusion on her exquisite face. However, she dared not let her guard down. The previous discussion had made it clear that her opponent was no ordinary individual. Esteemed friend Luo, this second contest will revolve around the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Our sect advocates for a natural approach to the Tao, engaging in all 5 elements during cultivation. Therefore, I shall not engage in a verbal dispute with you, but instead, we shall compete in the manipulation of elemental changes. Upon finishing her words, Ming Chen slowly retrieved a dark golden compass from her robes and placed it in her palm. This is the yin-yang 5 elements disc, which releases different elemental spiritual powers based on the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. Currently, in the early spring of Dain's capital, the air is crisp and cold, making it the perfect time for the release of pure ice spiritual energy. All you need to do, esteemed friend Luo, is endure for a quarter of an hour within the ice spiritual energy emitted by the disc to win this round. As soon as she spoke, the numerous spectators below could no longer remain seated, pointing and angrily accusing Xian Songzi, shameless old Taoist. What is the meaning of requiring Luo Yuan to endure the spiritual energy whip? Indeed, who does not know of your sect's prowess in elemental transformations? How is this different from cheating? Such hypocrisy. Xian Songzi remained calm and unperturbed, addressing the crowd with indifference. If it is a contest of skill, one must naturally utilize each party's strengths. If our sect were not to discuss the 5 elements, it would be as absurd as your Confucian scholars not discussing poetry and literature. From a distant loft, an elder of the Ningjian sect observed this scene, shaking his head slightly. It seems that Xian Songzi is serious. For the sake of a debate, he has even brought out such a treasured artifact of the sect. He then turned to Gu Qingshang, a smile playing on his lips. Holy maiden, it appears your beloved is likely to falter in the second round. The yin-yang 5 elements disc is a treasured artifact of the Taoist sect, and when fully activated by its user, the elemental divine powers it releases would be challenging even for a practitioner at the integration stage to withstand. Thus, in the eyes of this elder from the Ningjian sect, while Luo Yuan may possess some expertise, he ultimately remains a disciple of a second-rate sect. Given such a vast disparity in levels, the difficulty of winning this second round is akin to scaling the heavens. Gu Qingshang slightly curled her lips, choosing not to respond to his words. As a first-hand witness of the journey to Mushua Shinshan, she was acutely aware that Luo Yuan, having obtained the Ice Emperor's legacy, would fear no chill in the world. Upon hearing the rules of the second round in the arena, Luo Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Why choose any other form of spiritual power when it had to be ice? After fully assimilating the Ice Emperor's legacy, his affinity for ice spiritual power had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. No matter how formidable the ice spiritual power was, it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon his physical body or soul. Conversely, when immersed in an environment rich in ice spiritual power, his body would accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the healing of injuries and the restoration of vitality. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in this debate, he was truly favored by the heavens, the earth, and the people. If he were to lose now, it would be quite impolite. Chapter 36. The Ice Spirit's Discourse, the Divine Might of the Ice Emperor's Legacy under the intense gaze of the onlookers. Ming Chen's delicate hand gently swept across the surface of the yin-yang 5 elements disc. As her palm glided, the inscriptions upon it began to illuminate one by one, transforming the once dim compass into a dazzling spectacle. Moments later, the flickering inscriptions abruptly ceased, and a chilling azure radiance erupted from its center. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming surge of frigid spirit energy shot forth, enveloping the entire discourse arena. Instantaneously, the temperature plummeted, and ice spikes erupted from the ground in unison, accompanied by an onslaught of cold air and a formidable chill. From a distance, the vast arena appeared shrouded in a thick mist, resembling a realm of extreme frost. The immense coldness emanating from the arena forced the surrounding spectators to retreat in haste. Observing this, Xian Songzi raised his left hand, casting a barrier over the arena to contain the escaping chill. The crowd witnessed the unfolding scene with expressions of astonishment and terror. What kind of technique was this? Could this truly be the power of a treasure from the Taoist sect, capable of altering the seasons and dimming the heavens in an instant? This bone-chilling cold would likely overwhelm an ordinary person within seconds. Could young Master Luo endure it for a quarter of an hour? Xiao Yuan, you must not come to harm. Bai Ruoli clutched her dress tightly, her palms damp with anxiety. Her gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan, following his every step until he entered that realm of extreme cold. The moment Luo Yuan stepped into the icy domain, he was met by a piercing cold wind that momentarily halted his movement. However, rather than the bone-chilling cold he expected, he found the wind to be invigorating, an unparalleled refreshment. In an instant, he felt his spiritual veins expanding, and even the circulation of his spiritual energy became noticeably smoother. For an ordinary person, this was a chill potent enough to extinguish the soul, yet for Luo Yuan, who had completely refined the Ice Emperor's legacy, it transformed into a rare and invaluable aid for cultivation. Indeed, as he focused on the changes within his spiritual veins, he marveled at the might of the Ice Emperor's legacy. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc was a treasured artifact of the Taoist sect, and the ice spirit energy it released was extraordinarily pure. Coincidentally, his spiritual veins had integrated with the Ice Emperor's legacy, and encountering this untainted ice spirit energy was akin to a long drought meeting a nourishing rain, allowing him to absorb the pervasive coldness with fervor. If he could remain in such an environment for an extended period, even without deliberate cultivation, his realm would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. The surrounding Taoist disciples gazed in disbelief at the composed Luo Yuan, their expressions a mix of astonishment and incredulity. How could this be possible? As practitioners of the Taoist sect, they were acutely aware of the formidable power of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc. Thus, they could not fathom how Luo Yuan could endure in this icy expanse for so long. As time ticked by, 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes, 9 minutes. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed under the baptism of the ice spirit energy. Only 1/3 of the allotted 15 minutes remained. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation, unwilling to miss a single moment of this critical juncture. Observing Luo Yuan's calm demeanor, Xian Songzi began to sense something amiss, and his expression gradually darkened. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Finally, after approximately 30 minutes, the operation of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc began to slow, and the azure glow on its surface flickered and faded. The ice spirit energy within the arena gradually dissipated, leaving only pools of melting snow water behind. Ming Chun gazed at the Yin-Yang 5 Elements disc in her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Had the elemental divine power of the compass truly been exhausted? With a hint of reluctance, she retracted the disc and silently descended from the discourse arena. Though she did not voice it, the outcome was clear. At this moment, the time exceeded the prescribed quarter of an hour by more than double. Instantaneously, the area surrounding the discourse arena erupted in fervor. Young Master Luo had triumphed over the Taoist sect twice. Truly a marvel. One excited bystander clapped joyfully, his eyes filled with admiration for Luo Yuan. Such audacity to challenge our Dain Confucian scholars. Even a sect's divine artifact could not prevent their defeat at the hands of our illustrious scholars. Several scholars voiced their excitement, their faces radiating with pride. The Taoist sect of the southern region is but a trivial matter. In the myriad paths of the world, Confucianism ultimately reigns supreme. Amidst the crowd, Bai Ruoli sighed in relief as she beheld the unscathed Luo Yuan. She cared little for the outcome between the Dain Confucian scholars and the southern region Taoist sect. Her only concern was for Luo Yuan's safety. In a distant pavilion, the elder from the Ningjian sect, who had previously spoken, stood in stunned silence. After a moment, he gradually regained his composure and remarked to Gu Qingshang, "Saintess, I now understand why you chose him. This young man is destined for greatness." Gu Qingshang raised her exquisitely pale chin, a rare smile gracing her typically frosty countenance upon hearing the first half of his statement. It was as if to say, "See? This is the man I have chosen." However, upon hearing the latter half, her expression soured, and she retorted decisively, "Why wait for the future? He is already a remarkable talent." Within the palace, the Empress's gaze was fixed intently on the luminous display of spiritual energy before her, momentarily entranced. Such extraordinary talent, such spirited ambition, was reminiscent of her husband from her memories. Behind her, Meng Zhou stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, pride evident on his face. Mastering both Confucianism and Taoism, he truly lives up to being my disciple. Old man, what does Luo Yuan have to do with you? Upon hearing this, Ning Qian immediately lost his composure, audaciously uttering profanities before the empress. This is clearly the disciple of this humble minister. In the debate arena, Qian Songzi's gaze swept over the exuberant crowd, his brows gradually knitting together, and his expression becoming increasingly grave. If the defeat in the first round was somewhat anticipated, then the setback in the second round far exceeded his psychological expectations. Despite their sect presenting their treasured artifact, they had failed to expose even the slightest flaw in their opponent. This could not merely be termed a common defeat, but rather a catastrophic failure. To secure victory in the contest of philosophical doctrines, the final round must be infallibly assured. He then took a deep breath and returned to the center of the debate arena, addressing Luo Yuan. I did not expect that not only has Dao Yu Luo attained profound insights in Confucianism, but he also possesses remarkable attainments in Taoist practices. Such exceptional talent compels even this humble practitioner to engage in the discourse of doctrines. Therefore, I shall personally preside over this third round. Chapter 37. The Empress summons again, entering the palace for the second time. Daozhong. This is already the third round. Can we engage in a more conventional discourse? Luo Yuan remarked, gazing at the already seated Qian Songzi. Stop resorting to battles of the soul and icy, desolate themes. We are all scholars here. It is quite unappealing. That is indeed the case. Qian Songzi unexpectedly nodded in agreement, then spoke gravely. I am the 10th leader of the Dao sect, known as Zaiyozi, the epitome of Taoist arts in our history. Before his ascension, he left behind a testament consisting of merely 3 words. 1. Ren. 1. Xiren. Luo Yuan was engrossed in the conversation when Qian Songzi abruptly fell silent, leaving him perturbed, reminiscent of an interruption during a pressing moment. Daozhong, what does the ancestral testament signify? Luo Yuan inquired. I too am unaware. This is the essence of our discussion, Qian Songzi replied. Luo Yuan felt disheartened. This old Taoist was not adhering to the expected norms. Within the palace, the empress, listening to the voices emanating from the light screen, furrowed her brow. The ancestral testament. What does it imply for the Ren sect's leader? Behind her, Meng Zhou scoffed, displaying disdain. Qian Songzi has truly gone all out, dragging the conflict of the Tao traditions of heaven and humanity into this. The empress's beautiful eyes gradually reflected surprise as she recalled the earlier mention by Ning Qian regarding the schism in Taoism triggered by the ancestral testament. In the discourse arena, Luo Yuan pondered for a moment and tentatively posed a question. Daozhong, in your opinion, what constitutes heaven and what constitutes humanity? Heaven represents the Tao of heaven, symbolizing all of nature. Humanity signifies the Tao of man, embodying the essence of human nature. Qian Songzi answered calmly. All of nature, humanity, and nature. Isn't this essentially a matter of the relationship between humanity and nature? Ultimately, it aligns with the Taoist philosophy of the past. Luo Yuan seemed to grasp the underlying principle and continued. Daozhong, is there any commonality between humanity and nature? Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Songzi shook his head. Humanity is humanity, and nature is nature. The boundaries are distinctly drawn, with no semblance of similarity. Ah, I see. Observing Qian Songzi's reaction and recalling his earlier remarks regarding the ancestral testament, Luo Yuan instantly comprehended the crux of the issue. The so-called conflict of Tao traditions fundamentally revolves around the opposition between humanity and nature. The root of all these issues traces back to that ancestor. Why not simply state that humanity and nature exist in harmonious coexistence, thereby avoiding countless troubles for future generations? With the breakthrough in mind, the next steps became considerably simpler. He exhaled slowly and remarked, Daozhong, it appears I have unraveled the riddle left by your sect's ancestor. Oh, Qian Songzi expressed surprise, inquiring further, what profound insight does Luo Daoyu possess? The conflict between the Tao traditions of heaven and humanity had persisted for a millennium. After so many years of discourse, the understanding of this ancestral testament within the Tao sect had nearly reached its limits. As a seeker of the Tao, Qian Songzi was genuinely eager for Luo Yuan's perspective on this matter. However, instead of directly addressing the inquiry, Luo Yuan began to narrate a story. Last night, as I drifted into slumber, I dreamt I had transformed into a butterfly, soaring freely amid heaven and earth. Everything in the dream felt strikingly real. I adopted the butterfly's perspective, perceiving what it perceived and sensing what it sensed, as if I were indeed that butterfly. Yet upon awakening, all of it vanished without a trace. Daozhong, who dreamt of whom in this dream? Naturally, it was the Daoyu who dreamed of the butterfly. Xian Songzi responded nonchalantly. Why could it not be the butterfly dreaming of me? Luo Yuan countered. Xian Songzi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of enlightenment illuminating his mind, instigating a stirring within his spirit. What do you mean by that? Luo Yuan paused, then spoke slowly. Humanity exists within nature, and nature can likewise be utilized by humanity. Hence, whether I dream of the butterfly or the butterfly dreams of me, there is no essential difference. Humanity and nature are inherently one, inseparable, and if one wishes to transcend the shackles of these two, one must attain a certain realm. What realm? Xian Songzi's expression grew increasingly animated, a longing emerging in his gaze that had not been felt in decades. Pray, enlighten me, Luo Daoyu. Luo Yuan gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the azure sky, and softly stated, the unity of heaven and humanity. Those four succinct words fell like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully against Xian Songzi's steadfast beliefs, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I dreamed of the butterfly dreamed of me. Humanity and nature. Nature and humanity, transcending shackles. Xian Songzi repeatedly echoed Luo Yuan's words, as though something profound was undergoing a transformation within his mind. Humanity is a part of nature, and nature can be wielded by humanity. The divide between them is non-existent. The unity of heaven and humanity. The unity of heaven and humanity. I understand now, I understand. Xian Songzi abruptly opened his eyes, an ethereal aura subtly emanating from his being. He then slowly rose, regarding Luo Yuan with respect. Luo Daoyu, your words have awakened me from my slumber. In this third round of discourse, I concede. As his declaration faded, the atmosphere erupted into fervor. Although they could not comprehend the exchange between the two, it was evident that Xian Songzi had conceded. We have triumphed. Our Da'iru Lin has emerged victorious. Young Master Luo truly embodies the essence of heaven and humanity with his presence. Our Da'iru Shui shall flourish for a century to come. Henceforth, anyone within this capital who dares utter a single word against young Master Luo shall be at odds with AI Lu Guan. Within the carriages outside, several young ladies gazed intently at Luo Yuan, their eyes brimming with admiration. Who would have thought that Xian Songzi, through misfortune, would fortuitously unravel the ancestral testament that has perplexed our Dao sect for a millennium? On the tower above, an elder from the Ningjian sect sighed in contemplation. Daozhong, shall we not continue? Luo Yuan, observing the suddenly yielding Xian Songzi, mused inwardly about the plethora of theories he still wished to express. I have obtained far more valuable insights. The outcome of this discourse is of little consequence. Xian Songzi waved his hand, bowing sincerely to Luo Yuan. Luo Daoyu, your mastery of the Dao is profound. I hold deep respect for you. Should you visit the Nanling region in the future, our Ren sect shall honor you as a distinguished guest. The heartfelt and genuine compliments echoed through the crowd, leaving the onlookers in sheer delight. Even the leader of the opposing faction conceded defeat with respect and admiration. This could no longer be regarded as an ordinary victory. It was a complete and resounding triumph. Just then, a powerful voice shattered the jubilant atmosphere, proclaiming the arrival of an imperial edict. A tall and robust figure hurriedly pushed through the crowd, followed closely by a royal carriage. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yuan recognized the imperial guard, Lu Ting, who had previously come to escort him to the palace. Lu Ting approached Luo Yuan, panting as he bowed, and said, Young Master Luo, His Majesty has issued a decree. Please conclude your affairs here and proceed to the palace with haste. To enter the palace? Luo Yuan was taken aback by the news. Was Qin seeking to meet him again? Why would she summon him at this precise moment, right after the debate concluded? Could it be that I inadvertently revealed my righteous aura during the discussion, and she sensed something amiss? Yet that could not be right. She was not present at the scene. Luo Yuan was bewildered, grappling with confusion as he accepted the imperial decree. Ultimately, amidst the cheers and adulations of the citizens of the capital, he ascended into the carriage bound for the imperial palace. From a distant loft, Gu Qingshang gazed at the receding carriage, her silver teeth clenched slightly, a hint of a pallid hue gradually surfacing on her stunningly beautiful face. That woman, once again, that woman. Sooner or later, I shall bind you to my side, ensuring you go nowhere. Chapter 38. I want you to be my imperial consort. As Luo Yuan arrived at the imperial palace in a carriage, the sky was already dimming towards evening. Upon reaching the palace gates, he noticed two esteemed scholars emerging from within. Director Ming, Elder Ning, have you just concluded your audience with His Majesty? Luo Yuan inquired, leaning out of the carriage window. We have just accompanied His Majesty to observe the philosophical discourse in the city. Young friend Luo's celestial demeanor has vanquished formidable opponents of the Taoist sect, leaving me in awe, Director Ming remarked, his gaze towards Luo Yuan brimming with admiration. Moreover, His Majesty holds you in high esteem. I dare say that after today, you shall become a trusted advisor at His Majesty's side. Elder Ning chuckled, stroking his long beard, seemingly anticipating the Empress's regard for Luo Yuan. Observing the discourse, Luo Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, the palace possessed a similar ethereal projection of the discourse. This implied that Qin and could witness the entirety of my 3 philosophical discussions, affirming my previous deductions. Having already borne memories from my dreams, Qin and had sensed the righteous aura surrounding me during the discourse. With so many intertwined factors, I find it increasingly difficult to separate my dream self from my reality. What if she truly inquires about my identity? Should I confess directly or provide further explanations? Alas, I shall take one step at a time. For now, recognizing Qin and can merely be regarded as an undecided matter. Should the situation become dire, I shall seek alternative methods. As Luo Yuan pondered these thoughts, he followed Lu Ting into the palace. Deeper within, a palace maid unexpectedly appeared, halting them. She was tasked to replace Lu Ting and guide Luo Yuan onward. This young lady, what does His Majesty require of me? Luo Yuan asked, observing the maid's delicate features beside him. The young maid shook her head gently and replied in a soft voice, Young Master Luo, His Majesty has only instructed me to take you to the sleeping quarters. Nothing else was conveyed. Sleeping quarters? Luo Yuan's mind momentarily blanked. If there was a need for discussion, the tea room or side hall would suffice. Why summon me to the sleeping quarters at this late hour? Surely, it cannot be for a personal audience. With a hint of trepidation and unease, Luo Yuan followed the young maid to the entrance of the sleeping quarters. Upon pushing open the grand doors, Luo Yuan paused, suddenly rooted to the spot. Inside the chamber, the Empress languidly reclined upon her bed. Draped in exquisite garments, her figure was perfectly accentuated. Despite having witnessed this scene multiple times in dreams, the reality stirred his senses profoundly. What is happening at this hour? Is this a test? I am a respectable man. Steeling himself, he approached the Empress, bowing deeply. This humble servant, Luo Yuan, pays his respects to Your Majesty. You have greatly enhanced the prestige of our Da'in state through your discourse in the capital today, the Empress said, rising slowly. Her tone lacked any imperial authority, instead carrying a hint of youthful charm. Pray tell, how should I reward you? Standing before her, Luo Yuan maintained his bow, his voice steady and devoid of fluctuation. For my modest contributions, I defer to Your Majesty's decree. He raised his gaze, attempting to discern her thoughts, though his view was obstructed by an ornament at her waist. The Empress leaned closer, helping him rise, her gaze settling upon his handsome visage, and she smiled lightly. Since my ascension, I have always been discerning in matters of reward and punishment. Today, your victory over the Taoist sect has revitalized our Da'in scholarly community. If I do not reward you handsomely, I fear the voices of scholars across the realm will not be silenced. In addition to the 2 spiritual veins previously promised, I shall decree on another day to appoint you as the national teacher of Da'in. In the realm of Da'in, the position of national teacher, while not high in rank, holds substantial influence, second only to the prime minister in the court. Attaining this role would yield immeasurable benefits. Luo Yuan hastily rose to express his gratitude. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Do not be in haste to express your gratitude, the Empress said, her gaze flickering with amusement as she observed him. This reward, on the surface, is the title of national teacher, but behind the scenes, it carries another requirement. Your Majesty, please speak freely. Luo Yuan's heart raced, yet he stood tall, meeting the Empress's gaze unwaveringly. In private, I want you to be my imperial consort. The Empress's lips parted softly, uttering these 4 words with tranquility. Your Majesty, this seems rather improper. Luo Yuan's complexion shifted slightly, inwardly thinking that the Empress was no longer pretending. Allow me to finish, the Empress interjected, extending a delicate finger to gently press against his lips. I understand your heart is not here and that you will not linger in Da'in for long. However, rest assured, I will publicly proclaim you as the national teacher. Only in private will you possess another identity. I will not concern myself with your entanglements with other women. Just one condition. When you are alone with me, your heart must solely dwell on me. The Empress's tone carried a hint of concession, and upon closer inspection, there was even a plea. Her words bore little resemblance to those one would expect from a ruler, instead reminiscent of a secluded beauty lamenting her fate. Faced with such earnestness from the Empress, Luo Yuan found it difficult to decline. I am profoundly grateful for your Majesty's favor. It is a debt I cannot repay. Though aware that this was the Empress's favoritism, it was essential to maintain decorum until their identities were reconciled. A debt you cannot repay? The Empress's lips curled into a playful smile, her expression suddenly igniting with intrigue. If you desire, I can grant you an opportunity to repay me right now. Before Luo Yuan could react, she swiftly pulled him to her side by the bed. Outside the palace walls, the Imperial Guard stood in formation, ever vigilant against any disturbances that might threaten the palace's security. Their spirits were taut, leaving no detail unexamined that could jeopardize the Empress's safety. After all, as the elite force directly under the Emperor's command, their sole and paramount duty was to safeguard the Empress. Little did they suspect that the very Empress they vowed to protect was currently facing an assassination attempt from an intruder deep within the palace. Chapter 39. In your heart, am I merely your cultivation master? The night sky hung heavy as ink, shrouded by thick, roiling clouds that eclipsed the moon. Within the imperial bedchamber, Lord Luo Yuan drifted into slumber, cradled by a subtle, intoxicating fragrance, deep and ethereal, until consciousness dissolved into dreamscape. Host detected re-entering the dream realm. Initiating dream state continuity protocol. Continuity confirmed. Resuming narrative from last unresolved juncture. Re-immersed in the cyclical dream. Luo Yuan felt a gentle disorientation, like waking mid-breath after a long, deep dive. He recalled clearly. The prior dream had fractured precisely at the pivotal moment he tended to Qingwu's grievous wounds. In reality, he just concluded a grave and solemn duty. Yet within the dream, he remained immersed in that same solemnity. First, he pierced the celestial emperor. Next, he defied his master. Truly, he had carried impiety to its most exquisite, most perilous zenith. To preserve in Qingwu's life essence, you followed the creator god's counsel and undertook soul and body fusion cultivation with her. Her injuries were catastrophic. Though the creator god's breath possessed curative potency, the mere trace you carried, fragile, attenuated, proved insufficient. Thus, throughout an entire night of profound soul synchrony, you channeled the greater part of that divine breath into her meridians. Retaining only the faintest thread, the creator god's primordial divine essence, her last vestige of sovereign power, a safeguard meant to defy cosmic law and rewrite causality in moments of ultimate peril. Under its sacred influence, Qingwu's wounds knit themselves together before your very eyes, flesh reknitting, meridians regenerating, life essence surging back like dawn breaking over still water. In your breathless, watchful gaze, her eyes, luminous, deep as midnight lakes, slowly opened. Though gravely wounded, her mind retained a sliver of lucidity. Every sensation, every nuance of that sacred union, she perceived with crystalline clarity. The moment their gazes met, an unspoken tension shimmered between them, awkward, tender, charged with the quiet tremor of irrevocable change. No longer merely master and disciple, their bond had deepened beyond ritual, beyond hierarchy, into something intimate, ineffable, and wholly uncharted. This sudden metamorphosis left them both adrift, uncertain of footing, uncertain of title, uncertain of how to stand before one another now. Master, you began, yet the word faltered, suspended mid-air, as though some invisible weight had sealed your throat. You still call me master? And Qingwu whispered, her rose-soft lips parting, her gaze unwavering, unflinching, meeting yours with quiet, devastating candor. Even now in your heart, am I only your master? Her gaze pierced you, not with accusation, but with revelation. And in that instant, something deep within your spirit stirred, a long dormant gate. Rusted shut by years of discipline and duty, groaned open at last. Buried emotions, long suppressed, carefully buried beneath layers of reverence and restraint, surged forth, unbidden and irresistible. You asked yourself, facing her now, my master, the demon sovereign. Do I truly still need such hesitations? Such barriers? When we have already crossed the threshold between life and death, does mortal convention hold any weight at all? Qingwu Yu murmured, her name, spoken at last without deference, without distance, your eyes clear, resolute, unclouded by doubt. A shared smile bloomed between you, soft, knowing, radiant, as if the entire cosmos had narrowed to the space between your glances. Thereafter, she brought you to Wan Mo Jian, the demon's sovereigness sanctum, the beating heart of the northern spirit realm. You dwelled there with her, presenting yourself publicly as her closest attendant, discreet, silent, ever present. To avoid suspicion, you never wielded spiritual energy in public, nor uttered a single incantation, nor exchanged more than perfunctory words with outsiders. Though both you and Qingwu yearned for reconciliation between human and demonkind, centuries of mutual enmity could not be undone in a season. In the eastern spirit realm, demons were branded heretics. In the northern spirit realm, humans were regarded with equal suspicion, especially within the capital S elite circles, where distrust ran deepest. Should your cultivation origins ever surface, your human arts, your refined spiritual resonance, the consequences would be catastrophic for you and for Qingwu, whose sovereignty would be undermined by scandal and sedition. Life in exile was arduous, yet with time, it softened, settled. For Shi and Qingwu was now the sole warmth in your world, the only hearth where your spirit could rest unguarded. In the northern spirit realm, you rose and retired with her, walked beside her through marble halls and twilight gardens, slept nestled against her, your breath mingling with hers. You shared quiet laughter over trivial joys, delighted her with small, thoughtful tokens, and, from time to time, dared the most exquisite transgression, the gentle, irreverent defiance of a disciple who had long ceased to see his master as merely a master. Everything echoed the days of old, when you trained together in the eastern spirit realm, yet everything had also transformed, subtly, irrevocably. Sometimes, gazing upon her flawless, moonlit countenance, you found yourself wondering, softly, tenderly, if a lifetime like this, serene and unbroken, might be the rarest grace of all. Let hatred fade. Let resentment dissolve. Let sorrow loosen its grip. Let the past, every wound, every injustice, fade like mist beneath the rising sun, until only peace remained, quiet, enduring, absolute. Spring surrendered to autumn. A full year passed within the northern spirit realm. Across the eastern spirit realm, the four great sects, led by the Lihua sect, launched relentless campaigns to capture you. The Lihua sect bore the deepest grievance, the siege of Lingyan City, where the demon sovereign had been rescued at great cost, had left them crippled, perhaps for a century. Their hatred for you, the one who de-spirited away their greatest enemy, burned white-hot. Meanwhile, the northern spirit realm's demon nobles, having grown accustomed to your constant presence beside Qingwu, your refined features and quiet devotion, assumed you were her chosen consort, a beautiful, silent ornament in the sovereigness court, to avert open war and nurture the fragile seed of peace. Qingwu began withdrawing strategic outposts along the eastern border and issued strict edicts forbidding unnecessary contact between border demons and eastern cultivators. Yet this measured diplomacy ignited fierce resistance among the northern realm's militant faction, the Warhawks, whose pride and prejudice would not yield so easily. Chapter 40. Shao Yuan. I shall find you. Dissatisfaction gradually arose among the higher echelons of the demon race, who believed that your very existence prompted the demon emperor's shift in external policies. Consequently, they clamored for your expulsion from the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Qingwu discerned their ulterior motives and chose to disregard their unreasonable demands. Time passed swiftly, and before long, you had spent another year in the Beiling domain. At the dawn of this new year, you began to experience an unusual change in your physical condition. A subtle decay of your internal energy was apparent, yet your spiritual power and divine consciousness remained unaffected. Initially, you dismissed this anomaly as a mere side effect of prolonged exposure to dark spiritual energy. However, as time wore on, the severity of the situation escalated to a level that demanded your attention. Eventually, every passing day saw your energy diminish significantly. You and Qingwu attempted countless remedies, yet none revealed the cause. It was not until one fateful day that the will of the Creator God awakened once more, imparting the grim truth. To defy the celestial order invites divine retribution. Your primordial sacred body, inherently a transgression against the established order, had been plagued by misfortune since birth. As a son, you faced the loss of both parents. As a friend, you experienced betrayal. As a disciple, you witnessed the annihilation of your masters. If you could not rapidly evolve within a short span, your energy would fall victim to celestial punishment, leading to a swift demise. Previously, with the essence of the Creator God within you, you could withstand the repercussions of celestial retribution. However, after transferring that essence to Intrigue, you were left defenseless, destined to confront a brutal fate. Now, your energy had dwindled to a critical state. With less than 3 months of lifespan remaining, in your final moments, you resolved to take action. Fate had dealt you an unjust hand, yet you were determined to make one last stand, not for any other reason, but to assert that you had once existed. A month later, under the guise of the Demon Emperor, you convened with the leaders of the 4 major sects of the eastern region at the border. Your singular objective was to unleash the last vestige of the Creator God's power within you to forcibly alter the wills of the 4 sect leaders, thereby directly averting conflict between the 2 races. Upon arriving at the designated location, you immediately articulated your thoughts and experiences to the leaders. However, the centuries-old grievances between the 2 races were far too profound to be resolved with mere words. Before you could finish, they abruptly turned their hostility upon you. Each of the 4 sect leaders was a towering figure at the pinnacle of this world, all having attained the fearsome state of consummate great ascension. Under their combined suppression, you swiftly found yourself battered and plummeting from the sky. As you beheld the approaching figures of the 4 sect leaders, a barely perceptible smile graced your lips. Enduring the pain, you began to channel the last flicker of the Creator God's power. As they drew near, you prepared to unleash the divine radiance, intending to envelop them and alter their wills. This was the utmost limit of your capabilities in your current state. 100 zhang, 50 zhang, 10 zhang. Just as they were about to enter your anticipated range, a dark purple light suddenly shot forth from the side, colliding violently with the 4 figures. The Demon Emperor, the expressions of the 4 sect leaders darkened, each facing a formidable adversary. "Master, why have you come?" you exclaimed in shock as you recognized the incoming figure. "If I do not come, shall I merely watch as you march to your demise?" Intrigue's voice was cold, rarely issuing such reprimands. "I warned you, the reconciliation between our races is not a matter to be taken lightly. How could you hope to persuade these obstinate old fools with mere words? Unaware of your intentions, she presumed you still harbored a glimmer of hope for humanity." Before her words could dissipate, the air split with the sound of rushing flames, as several torrents of blazing fire surged toward you. The leader of the Luo sect, who harbored deep animosity towards you, was eager to eliminate you both on the spot. Intrigue swiftly summoned her spiritual power to fend off the flames, engaging in fierce combat with the leader of the Luo sect. The sky became a battleground, engulfed in dark purple shadows and crimson flames. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted skyward, forcibly separating the 2 opposing energies in the heavens. The 5 figures in the sky turned in astonishment to find you had approached them unnoticed. "Shi Hao, what are you intending to do?" Intrigue questioned, sensing something amiss as the radiant white light emanated from you. You gazed at Intrigue, a resolute smile gradually forming upon your face. "Master, throughout my life, I have walked on the thinnest of ice, my existence akin to a speck of dust, adrift in this vast world until I encountered you, at which point I finally found a sense of belonging. You protected me, valued me, loved me, and invested your heart and soul into me, for which I can offer no repayment. Allow me, in this moment, to fulfill my duty as a disciple," as your final words echoed. The luminous power of the Creator God enveloped all beings present, your form beginning to shatter. Shi Yuan no Intrigue emitted a heart-wrenching cry, tears cascading from her beautiful eyes. As the Emperor of 10,000 demons, the supreme ruler of the Bei Ling domain, she had never felt such despair and helplessness as in this moment. In a world blanketed by white, your form gradually disintegrated into countless fragments, leaving no trace behind. May the 2 races of humans and demons be free from entanglements. May all beings in the world know no strife. Your final voice resonated softly before fading with the wind. Time elapsed, though its measure was lost, leaving only the solitary figure of Intrigue amidst the boundless expanse. She stood there, dazed, gazing at the spot where you had vanished, her eyes seemingly devoid of all color. At that moment, The voice of the creator god suddenly resonated within her soul. Though the physical body may perish, the soul remains. Perhaps Luo Yuan has not entirely dissipated. Demon Emperor, there exists an unfinished karmic bond between you and him. And Qingwu was taken aback by these words, and then, filled with immense excitement, she exclaimed, "Are you saying that Xiao Yuan is still alive? Where is he now?" The voice of the creator god echoed once more. "The divine power I bestowed upon him is derived from my original source of strength. Although the divine energy contained within it is far less than before, it is still sufficient to enable a mortal spirit to undergo a cycle of reincarnation. While I cannot ascertain the specific details of his reincarnation, I am utterly convinced that he undoubtedly exists somewhere in this world. However, before his demise, he utilized the creator god's power to alter his will, leaving the residual divine energy to support his reincarnation as an unknown factor. Should the divine energy allocated for reincarnation be insufficient, then his time, experiences, and memories post-reincarnation may be distorted. You must prepare yourself mentally. Reincarnation, reincarnation." And Qingwu gazed at the spot where his body had vanished, softly murmuring to herself, "Xiao Yuan, no matter what, I will undoubtedly find you." Chapter 41. The Demon Emperor personally heads to Zhongzhou. The Four Realms Conference begins. This dream cycle has ended. The host has awakened. Number of dream cycles completed, 3. Number of dream cycles conducted, 6. System upgrade required, 610. Luo Yuan awoke slowly, his eyes taking in the opulent, gilded decorations of the imperial bedchamber. The empress was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a lingering fragrance by the bedside. A silent testament that the events he had experienced were far from mere dreams. He sat up gradually, licking his parched lips as a wry smile touched his face. As expected, his dream self had met yet another heroic and tragic end. But regardless of the outcome, the journey through the dream had been remarkably enjoyable. After all, the Demon Emperor in the dream was truly captivating. No wonder his dream self's vitality had waned day by day, living such an unrestrained and indulgent life with the Demon Emperor in the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Who could possibly withstand it? By the way, system, what is the reward this time? The thought suddenly crossed Luo Yuan's mind, reminding him that he had yet to claim his reward. Detected that the host has successfully completed this dream cycle. Please select one reward from the following options to retain. Option 1. Human-Demon Symbiosis. Upon selecting this reward, the consciousness of the high-ranking members of the four major sects in the Eastern Spirit Realm and the demon nobility of the Northern Spirit Realm will be altered. Their mutual hatred will be erased, and the two races will embark on a path toward peace. Option 2. Eternal Blood Feud. Upon selecting this reward, the existing hatred between the two sides will deepen, leading to a bloody war between the two spirit realms in the near future. However, their attitudes toward you will remain unchanged, placing you in a position of complete neutrality. Option 3. Demon Emperor's Attendant. Upon selecting this reward, the host will gain an additional identity as the personal guard of the Demon Emperor of the Northern Spirit Realm. Staring at the three rewards before him, Luo Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Strictly speaking, all three rewards fell under the category of identity-based rewards. Much like the identities of son of the wealthiest man and close friend of the king of Yanbei he had chosen before. Selecting such rewards would involve altering the causality of the real world, so caution was paramount. The first option was a manifestation of his dream's conclusion, peace between humans and demons. However, it came with a drawback. Only the consciousness of the higher-ups would change, while the beliefs of countless ordinary cultivators would remain difficult to shift in the short term. Useful but flawed. The first option remained under consideration. The second reward would intensify the existing conflict in reality. Although the position of absolute neutrality offered significant potential, it hinged on the premise of a fierce war between the two sides. If war broke out between the two great spirit realms, the Xianyin sect, as part of the Eastern Spirit Realm, would inevitably be drawn into the conflict. While he could remain unaffected due to his neutral status, his master and senior sister might not be so fortunate. The risks of the second option were too high, with immense unpredictability. It was eliminated. As for the third option, it was likely redundant. Based on his previous experiences, the female protagonist from the dream would most likely retain her memories in reality. In other words, his relationship with the Demon Emperor of the Northern Spirit Realm was no different from what it had been in the dream. There was no need for the identity of Demon Emperor's attendant to gain anything, rendering the third reward option equally useless. Thus, only the first option remained. System, I choose option 1. Luo Yuan made his choice with an impassive expression. Next time, remember to offer more useful rewards. Don't always make me use the process of elimination to decide. Having settled this, Luo Yuan rose from the bed, dressed neatly, and decided to take a stroll around the palace. The moment he pushed open the door to the bedchamber, a young palace maid who had been waiting outside rushed up to him, her face filled with agitation. Thank goodness. Young Master Luo, you're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, the Four Realms Conference would have been delayed indefinitely. The Four Realms Conference? What do you mean? Isn't it still several days away? Luo Yuan was taken aback, confusion evident in his voice. And what do you mean by if I hadn't woken up, the conference wouldn't happen? What exactly is going on? The young maid replied urgently. That day, Her Majesty summoned you to the palace to stay the night, intending to send you back the next day. But who could have known you would fall into a deep sleep and not wake up for 5 whole days? When the holy maiden of the Ningjian sect saw that you hadn't left the palace for days, she demanded an explanation from Her Majesty at the conference venue. Right now, the delegations from all the spirit realms are waiting at the venue, and the conference is set to begin in a quarter of an hour. I fear that if this drags on any longer, Her Majesty and the holy maiden of the Ningjian sect might come to blows. Please, hurry and follow me to the venue. The Four Realms Conference is about to begin. Luo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This dream cycle had lasted far longer than he had anticipated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly followed the young maid as they dashed toward the conference venue. Northern Spirit Realm, Hall of 10,000 Demons. Within the Grand Hall, a slender female figure reclined lazily upon the throne. Her beauty was unparalleled, clad in a purple robe, with dark, profound eyes that shimmered with an enchanting violet light. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, the contours of her robes accentuating the exaggerated curves of her form with every subtle movement. Every inch of her exuded a bewitching, soul-stirring allure. Before her, 2 attendants stood in respectful silence, awaiting her commands. Jijin, how is the progress of the Four Realms Conference? Has the delegation sent to Zhongzhou reported any news? And Qingwu's lips parted slightly, her lazy, mellifluous voice capable of captivating hearts and minds. The attendant beside her stepped forward slightly and replied respectfully, reporting to Your Majesty, the Four Realms Conference is proceeding smoothly. However, just before it began, a minor incident occurred in the capital of De'in. The leader of the human sect from the Southern Spirit Realm's Taoist order set up a debate platform in the city, but unexpectedly, a Confucian scholar from De'in defeated 3 of their representatives in succession, forcing them to withdraw in regret. Oh. And Qingwu's delicate eyebrows arched slightly. There is such an extraordinary individual within Zhongzhou's borders? What is his name? He is a Confucian scholar named Luo Yuan. According to our scouts, he was originally a cultivator from the Eastern Spirit Realm. What did you say? The moment the words were spoken, and Qingwu sprang to her feet. The seductive laziness vanished from her jade-like face, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. Are you certain that Confucian scholar is named Luo Yuan? Upon witnessing this, the attendant was perplexed and stammered, Your Excellency, it is indeed true. After a brief moment of silence, and Qingwu spoke again, her tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. For this Four Realms Conference, I shall personally attend. Jijin, activate the Dimensional Extreme Array. I must proceed to the venue of the conference at once. Your Excellency, you wish to go in person? The attendant was taken aback, for the Dimensional Extreme Array leading to Zhongzhou was exceedingly precious, capable of being activated only once every 100 years. She could hardly comprehend why the Excellency would choose to alter her decision at this moment. Forgive me for my impertinence, but may I inquire why you have suddenly decided to attend in person? Another attendant ventured cautiously. With the capabilities and experience of the demon envoy, such a situation should be well within your grasp. And Qingwu did not respond to their inquiries, her gaze gradually shifting towards the direction of Zhongzhou. In her enchanting eyes, a trace of sorrow and determination emerged, as she softly murmured, almost as if reminiscing or confiding, Xiao Yuan, this must be you. Even if there is but a 1 in a billion chance, I shall certainly find you. If miracles exist, I will never allow you to leave my side again. With that, she moved gracefully and stepped into the already activated Dimensional Extreme Array. In an instant, a magnificent surge of spatial divine power enveloped her entire being. The next moment, and Qingwu's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a bewildered attendant in a state of confusion. Chapter 42. How can one be called a national master when sharing the empress's bed daily? In the grand hall of the Da'in imperial palace, which usually stood desolate, was now bustling with attendees. Representatives from the Dongling domain S Ningjian sect, the Nanling domain S Daoist sect, the Shiling domain S Demon clan, the Beiling domain S Devil tribe, and the central region S Da'in were all seated, filling the hall with a lively atmosphere. As the host, the Da'in empress occupied the central seat, adorned in splendid attire that accentuated her breathtaking beauty. However, beside her lay an unprecedentedly vacant spot, seemingly reserved for someone of significance. Notably, there was no evident separation between this spot and the empress's, suggesting a parity that was rarely seen. The only individuals in the central region who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Da'in empress were either her still-living mother or the powerful beings from the four spiritual domains. The attendees eagerly anticipated the arrival of the guest, their gazes filled with expectation, while Gu Qingshang remained impassive, coldly scoffing, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. She had witnessed Luo Yuan being escorted back to the palace by the imperial guards and had not seen him emerge since. It was evident for whom that vacant seat was reserved. Your Majesty, all representatives from the four domains have arrived. May I inquire who this seat is reserved for? Xian Songzi stepped forward, his gaze tinged with anticipation. Is it for my Taoist friend Luo, who discussed Tao with me in the capital? The empress's eyes narrowed slightly as she shook her head gently. This seat is reserved for a distinguished guest I have personally invited. You will understand in due time, Taoist, so please remain patient. She longed to confirm it outright, but the uncertainty of whether Luo Yuan had awakened lingered. The maid sent to check on him had yet to return, leaving his attendance at the four-domain conference an open question. Disappointed, Xian Songzi returned to his seat in the Nanling domain, scanning the crowd once more. After a few moments, he withdrew his gaze, still unable to find the figure he sought. Master, perhaps we should let it go, whispered his disciple, the young Taoist Ming Chun. Though Luo is exceptionally talented, he is not part of De Yin's core power circle. I doubt he would attend such an occasion. Xian Songzi shook his head, expressing his frustration. My intention is not merely to seek his counsel, but to pursue something greater. Not for discussing Tao. Then what is it for? Ming Chen asked, confusion evident in her sparkling eyes. Are you perhaps seeking his advice on how to handle women? After all, he often resides in places like Xianin Pavilion, surrounded by beauties. He must be quite skilled in this regard. Suddenly recalling something, Ming Chen's eyes brightened. All right, master. Just a few days before we left the sect, several women claiming to be your wives came looking for you. They even said, Ming Chen. Xian Songzi quickly interrupted, not wanting to hear more. Some matters should simply unfold naturally without being vocalized. I wish for Taoist Luo to accompany us back to the Nanling domain. His insights on the concept of harmony between heaven and man have greatly enlightened me. With the impending dispute over Tao lineage, this might be our chance to reunite our two sections. Ming Chen finally understood, pausing before asking, but what if Taoist Luo declines? Then you shall have to bear the burden, he replied. Ming Chen's eyes widened. But master, our sect primarily practices Tai Shang Wang Qing, which forbids romantic entanglements. Ming Chen, that is the heart of the Tian sect, Xian Songzi said, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. At that moment, two figures appeared at the hall's entrance, capturing Xian Songzi's attention. Upon recognizing one of them, excitement flickered across his usually composed features, and his furrowed brow began to relax. Taoist Luo, I have finally awaited your arrival. His voice drew the attention of all present, as representatives turned their gazes toward the hall's entrance. Young Master Luo has arrived? Upon seeing Luo Yuan, the empress's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She hurried forward, taking Luo Yuan's hand, and introduced him to the assembly. Today, representatives from all spiritual domains have gathered into Yin, and I wish to introduce to you this esteemed individual, our new national master, Luo Yuan. National master? The Da'in officials were taken aback, their expressions revealing their astonishment. The position of national master was of great significance, yet the empress had casually bestowed it upon an outsider. Among the officials, only the chief minister Ning Qian and the minister of rites remained composed, wearing smiles as they observed the empress and Luo Yuan with apparent ease. On the Dongling domain side, Gu Qingshang had also noted Luo Yuan's arrival. Her gaze fixated on the clasped hands of the empress and Luo Yuan, her brows furrowing in displeasure. How dare she hold his hand? Noticing Gu Qingshang's unusual reaction, The Empress's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. She then turned to Luo Yuan, her expression filled with concern. National Master, after that night, you have been asleep on my bed, causing me great worry. Thankfully, the imperial physician confirmed you are well, allowing me to rest easy while you recuperate. Otherwise, I fear I would have been unable to attend to state affairs these past few days. That night, in the palace, in bed, the assembly suddenly perked up. As the isolated words held no particular significance, but when combined, they conveyed a substantial implication. Goodness, was the reigning empress truly indulging in such frivolities? The practitioners from the 4 spiritual domains remained silent, yet each of them strained to hear more, eagerly anticipating the unfolding scandal. They all regarded Luo Yuan with peculiar gazes, instinctively sensing that his relationship with the empress was far from ordinary. To sleep in the empress's bed at night, how could this be merely referred to as being a national master? Which national master throughout history had dared to engage in such intimacy with the empress? Chapter 43. Empress vs. Saintess, the third round of the Shura field within the seating of the Nanling domain. Xian Songzi observed the interlocked fingers of Luo Yuan and the lady not far away, lost in contemplation. Initially, he had regarded Luo Yuan merely as a man of exceptional knowledge and talent, but he had not anticipated such romantic entanglements. Not only did he engage passionately with the courtesans of the pleasure quarters, but even the reigning empress had fallen under his spell. A man of striking appearance, extraordinary talent, and the ability to win a woman's heart, who also possessed a profound understanding of the unity of heaven and man. Perhaps he could inspire his own disciple, the head of the Tian Zone, to bloom like a withered tree. Xian Songzi silently resolved that after the 4-domain conference, he must endeavor to bring Luo Yuan back to the Nanling domain with him. At this moment, the empress observed the reactions of those within the grand hall, her smile more pronounced than before. Clearly, she had achieved the effect she had anticipated. The most effective way to assert sovereignty was to seize the high ground of public opinion first. Even if, in due course, others discovered that the reality was not as they had imagined, an indelible impression would remain in their hearts, making the actual occurrence of events seem unsurprising. Subsequently, the empress slightly raised the hand she held with Luo Yuan, casting a deliberately provocative glance toward Gu Qingshang, who was present. Her gaze held a hint of disdain and a touch of triumph, as if to say, what of the saintess of the Ningjian sect? Even if you have had a few fleeting encounters, what of it? I am the rightful empress, and my husband and I are legally wed. As long as I strive to keep him by my side, reveling in the night, I can completely drain him of his affections for other women. At that point, no matter how enchanting you may be, Gu Qingshang, he will not spare you a second glance. Faced with the empress's almost brazen provocation, Gu Qingshang tightened her grip on the sword sheath in her hand, her slender, jade-like fingers turning pale from the pressure. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her typically steadfast resolve wavered uncontrollably whenever matters concerning Luo Yuan came to light. To her, the empress had intentionally uttered those words to assert dominance in front of so many. If she were to step forward, she would inevitably be perceived as a third party in their relationship. After all, human beings are inherently emotional creatures, often swayed by preconceived notions, regardless of their level of cultivation. A wave of unprecedented fear washed over her heart, instilling in the proud saintess of the Ningjian sect a tangible sense of crisis for the very first time. If the empress were to succeed, what identity could she assume to approach Luo Yuan in the future? A third party? An outsider? Or would she simply resign herself to calling the empress sister in peace? The triviality of being mocked was nothing compared to the gravity of losing her status. As the esteemed saintess of the Ningjian sect, how could she ever play second fiddle in a romantic entanglement? With these thoughts racing through her mind, she suddenly rose from her seat and stepped forward, gently linking her arm with Luo Yuan's on the other side, defiantly declaring, "What of the national master? In the end, Luo Yuan belongs to the Dongling domain. And what my Ningjian sect can offer him far surpasses that of a mere national master from the Da'in kingdom." Silence engulfed the hall, a deathly silence. Gu Qingshang's unexpected action was akin to a thunderclap, rendering the assembly speechless. All present gazed at her in astonishment, their shock palpable. The representatives from the various spiritual domains, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper among one another. Did I see that correctly? The Saintess Gu Qingshang is entangled with Luo Yuan? Who is this Luo Yuan, that he could capture the hearts of two extraordinary women simultaneously? Surely, He must be an exceptional disciple from a recently prominent sect. If he lacked genuine talent, the admirers of the Saintess would surely drown him in disdain. Once the news of the Saintess's affection spreads, countless men in the Dongling domain would likely find it impossible to sleep. The crowd buzzed with disbelief and incredulity, unable to reconcile the image of the proud and untainted Saintess Gu Qingshang lowering herself to publicly express such affection for a man, especially to compete with another woman for his heart. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world. Most critically, her rival was not just any woman, but the formidable empress of the Da'in, a figure of unparalleled beauty, status, physique, and power. For an ordinary man, winning the affection of either woman would be a lifetime fortune. Yet, here stood Luo Yuan, inexplicably enjoying the favor of both these celestial beauties, inciting jealousy and rivalry between them. Many young men in attendance gazed at Luo Yuan with envy, feeling as if they had just bitten into a dozen lemons. Numerous male cultivators who secretly admired Gu Qingshang were left lamenting, their jealousy so intense they felt as though they might shatter their teeth in frustration. However, at this moment, the most unsettled individual in the grand hall was undoubtedly Luo Yuan. Surrounded by two breathtakingly beautiful women, even the air around him seemed infused with a captivating fragrance. Ordinarily, he might have taken a moment to savor the situation, but given the current circumstances, any attempt to do so could lead to disaster. After all, enjoying the favors of two women is not something everyone can navigate smoothly. If mishandled, it could result in calamity. Observing Gu Qingshang's assertive actions beside him, the empress displayed no sign of surprise, maintaining her composure as she remarked, "While I have yet to step into the realm of cultivation, I have heard that within any sect, schemes and machinations abound. Compared to this unburdened imperial court, which do you think Luo Yuan would prefer? Furthermore, should Luo Yuan remain in our great inn, he would not only bask in the imperial favor day and night, but also, should any of the women in this palace catch his eye, I could generously bestow her upon him. However, given the temperament of the esteemed Saintess, it is likely that she would not tolerate the presence of other women by his side." Having spoken, the empress leaned closer towards Luo Yuan, gently encircling his arm within her embrace. Chapter 44. You cannot win a man's heart this way. Faced with the relentless advances of the empress, Gu Qingshang showed no fear. Instead, she slightly raised her head, directly meeting the gaze of her opponent. "Your Majesty, it is widely said that the most heartless are those of royal blood. If we speak of cunning and schemes, what place rivals the grand palace of the Da'in dynasty? Moreover, while men may be fond of beauty, they are not so desperate as to be indiscriminate in their choices. To use this as leverage, Your Majesty, is to underestimate the man beside you." As she spoke, she subtly shifted, drawing Luo Yuan's arm closer to her embrace. What a joke! Wasn't it merely a public display of affection? This holy maiden could certainly do the same. With her arms firmly wrapped around the handsome figure, Luo Yuan found himself reluctant to withdraw his hand. In that moment, he longed to shout out, "Indeed, I am that shallow." But upon reflection, he deemed this notion somewhat inappropriate. Was a gentleman's conduct truly shallow? No, it was the essence of nobility. Shallow. The empress arched an eyebrow, a playful smile gradually gracing her exquisite features. "Holy maiden, your assertion is misguided. Men are creatures of novelty. Prolonged attachment to a single individual, no matter how breathtakingly beautiful, will inevitably lead to weariness. Given enough time, one cannot be certain when another woman may stealthily capture his heart." Her voice flowed like a gentle breeze, leaving listeners uncertain of her sincerity. The subtle shifts in her expression were intriguing, her demeanor infused with theatricality, starkly contrasting the regal aura she possessed before Luo Yuan's arrival. This striking disparity sent shivers down the spines of the assembled ministers. Seasoned by decades in the treacherous world of court politics, they had honed their skills in discerning character. Yet, they could not fathom that the usually decisive and formidable empress bore such a hidden side. This demeanor, these words, and the hint of jealousy in her gaze did not resemble that of a sovereign. Rather, she appeared more like a concubine vying for favor in the imperial harem. All of this stemmed from the man at her side. The minister's eyes swept over Luo Yuan one by one, and a singular thought emerged in their minds. Regardless of the circumstances, they must cultivate a favorable relationship with this newly appointed national master, for no other reason than to ensure that he might whisper sweet nothings in the empress's ear, thereby smoothing their own paths to advancement. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshang, unfazed by the empress's veiled insinuations, scoffed disdainfully. A trace of derision surfaced on her typically frosty countenance as she coolly responded. Those faded flowers and wilting willows may gain fleeting advantages, but what of it? The time and effort Luo Yuan has devoted to them scarcely equals the nights we have shared together. Her brazen words elicited a collective gasp from the audience. They could not help but reevaluate the man named Luo Yuan. Beyond his striking handsomeness, what extraordinary qualities did he possess to captivate the enchanting Gu Qingshang to such an extent that she would openly declare such intimate sentiments before all? At that moment, Luo Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to being stripped bare before them. My dear lady, is this truly appropriate to say? Such matters could be discussed privately. Uttering them here could irreparably tarnish my virtuous image. Yet, truth be told, Gu Qingshang's words held merit. After all, in the first cycle of dreams, he had first-hand experience of this. When he and Gu Qingshang had spent nearly 2 months in that temple of dusk and snow, their proximity was undeniable. The number of times he had cured her ailments exceeded 100. It was clear that she surpassed ordinary women in many respects. Alas, had her possessiveness not been so intense, he might have turned a blind eye and yielded to her charms. A man's stringent control can often yield counterproductive results. Little sister, such behavior will not secure a man's heart. Suddenly, a melodious laugh resonated through the grand hall, capturing the attention of all present. This voice seemed to possess an enchanting allure, sending shivers through the hearts of everyone in attendance. Some of the weaker-willed male disciples found their desires stirred, their senses dulled by a heat they could scarcely control. With a clear mind and a tranquil spirit, Xian Songzi formed hand seals and slowly cast the Qingxin spell. The male disciples, as if struck by a sudden awakening, broke free from their enchantment, regaining a semblance of clarity. A vast dark purple spatial formation gradually materialized above the hall. As the fissures in the space widened, a graceful figure clad in purple emerged from the formation. Upon recognizing her visage, silence fell over the North Spirit Domain's delegates, plunging the assembly into a profound stillness. Moments later, the representatives of the demon race belatedly reacted, hastily rising to bow before the figure in the air, uttering, "We pay our respects, Your Excellency." Your Excellency. The assembly was taken aback by the sudden address, a wave of surprise washing over them. All present knew that the representatives from the North Spirit Domain were high-ranking members of the demon race. In the current realms, the only individual who could command such reverence from the North Spirit Domain's representatives was none other than the Demon Emperor of the North. Instinctively, they turned their gazes towards the figure hovering in the hall, their thoughts converging on this singular possibility. Chapter 45. Master has finally found you. As the spatial array gradually closed, and Qingwu's figure fully emerged before the eyes of the crowd. Clad in a flowing lavender gown, her brows resembled delicate willows, and her skin was as smooth as congealed fat. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, gently swaying with every movement. Her enchanting eyes, veiled in a misty allure, sparkled with a subtle dark violet luminescence, as if a single gaze could ensnare the soul in an instant. Every inch of her body seemed to exude the most exquisite temptation known to this world. Despite not deliberately flaunting her allure, she effortlessly captivated the attention of those around her. This bewitching beauty and mesmerizing figure caused the men present to be overwhelmed by a rush of blood, their veins surging with fervor. Even the Qingxin chant could not dispel the desires ignited within them. Upon recognizing the newcomer's face, Luo Yuan felt an inexplicable pang of dread. This was the end of all things. The woman beside him was already more than he could bear, and now a third had arrived. What was the intention behind this? For a fleeting moment, he even began to suspect that the entire situation had been orchestrated by the system behind the scenes. Why was it that every time he finished a dream, the protagonist from that dream appeared right before him? If they came one at a time, it might have been manageable, allowing for deeper interactions. Yet, they always chose to congregate in the same place. Under such circumstances, no matter how adept he was at managing his time, he found himself wholly unprepared. Master, why are you and the senior brothers not speaking? On the seats of Nan Lingyu, Ming Chun questioned his fellow disciples, who wore dazed expressions. Is the demon emperor secretly employing charm techniques? Xian Songzi shook his head and replied calmly. This is not the demon emperor deliberately casting enchantment, but rather the innate allure that emanates from her being. Coupled with her profound cultivation, having reached the pinnacle achievable in this age, the disparity in cultivation levels inevitably influences those around her. If she were to exert her charm fully, there would be no man in this world capable of resisting her allure. What about you, master? Ming Chen asked, ill-timed. As for me, I would be unaffected, Xian Songzi stated. Demon Emperor in Qingwu undoubtedly epitomizes the beauty of all women in the northern Lingyu. In this vast realm, whether human, demon, spirit, sea creature, sword spirit, or artifact spirit, none who have witnessed the true form of the Demon Emperor would harbor any doubts. However, this was limited to the northern Lingyu and a minuscule portion of others who had seen in Qingwu's true visage. Within the four Lingius, many had never laid eyes on the Demon Emperor. Thus, when her true form was revealed, the once chaotic assembly hall fell into a profound silence. Particularly among the representatives of Dong Lingyu, the young disciples of Ning Jianzong were left speechless, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Occasionally, the sound of someone swallowing in awe could be heard. Is this truly the Demon Emperor of the North? One disciple from Ning Jianzong stammered, his eyes wide with incredulity. Such beauty exists within the demon race. Beside him, an elder from Ning Jianzong gazed blankly, momentarily entranced. I had no idea the Northern Demon Emperor possessed such celestial beauty. We have been confined to Dong Lingyu for so long, and were completely unaware. In the minds of the Ning Jianzong members, the Northern Lingyu demons were expected to be grotesque beings, with twisted features. Even if they were not as exaggerated as described, they certainly could not be considered beautiful, especially when compared to the women of Dong Lingyu. The thought of competing with the enchanting fairies and holy maidens of Dong Lingyu was laughable. Yet, they could hardly fathom that in Qingwu, the empress of the demon race, could possess such ethereal grace that merely a glance could leave them spellbound. In terms of beauty alone, she was undoubtedly on par with Gu Qingshang, hailed as the fairest maiden of Dong Lingyu. Moreover, when combined with her alluring figure, the charm she radiated even slightly surpassed that of Gu Qingshang. At the seats occupied by the ministers of De'in, Ning Qian stroked his beard, a rare glint of brilliance flashing through his murky old eyes. With the Demon Emperor's presence, it seems inevitable that this four-domain conference will be fraught with contention. Elder Ning, your statement is misguided, spoke the Minister of Rights with indifference. The dispute between the two Lingius of the Northeast has persisted for millennia. Their mutual hindrance might actually serve as a boon for our De'in. They simultaneously turned their gaze toward the representatives of Dong Lingyu. However, the sight before them left them bewildered. The seats of Dong Lingyu, from the elders to the core disciples of Ning Jianzong, bore no hint of hostility. Not only that, but even Gu Qingshang, standing beside Luo Yuan, exhibited no unusual reaction. How peculiar! Exceedingly peculiar. The long-standing grievances between Dong Lingyu and Northern Lingyu were well known throughout the four Lingius. Typically, a practitioner from the eastern region would seize any opportunity to attack a being from the Northern Lingyu. What was happening here? The brows of the two ministers furrowed slowly, a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. As silence enveloped the grand hall, the empress, with a countenance as serene as water, gradually broke the strange atmosphere. I have long heard of the unparalleled beauty of the Northern Demon Emperor, but having seen her today, I realize the truth of those words. The participation of the Demon Emperor in this four-domain conference will surely be etched in history. Though she was unaware of Qingwu's sudden appearance, she understood that it could only be advantageous for the conference. After all, when multiple parties are entangled in a web of interests, those with greater influence possess the ability to make decisions that are more direct and effective. However, Qingwu before me appeared to be oblivious to her words, her gaze fixed intently on the distant Luo Yuan, her delicate lips parting softly. Xiao Yuan, at last, I have found you. Chapter 46. The Demon Emperor as Master. What further secrets does Luo Yuan conceal? As the words fell, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. Who exactly is Luo Yuan, and what connection does he have with the Demon Emperor of the North Spirit Domain? Was he not the national master of the Dayan Kingdom? How has he now become a disciple of the Demon Emperor? Could it be that Dayan has secretly allied with the North Spirit Domain? Within the grand hall, a cacophony of speculation erupted. The revelation was akin to a thunderclap, shocking all present who were hearing it for the first time. Consequently, their perceptions and conjectures regarding Luo Yuan's identity and background expanded dramatically. Occupying the position of national master, winning the affection of the empress, being adored by the Saintess and now being a disciple of the demon emperor. Each of these 4 relationships alone could propel an ordinary individual to unprecedented heights. Yet, astonishingly, Luo Yuan embodies all 4. Such a formidable background is rare in the entirety of the 4 spirit domains. Not far off, Gu Qingshang observed the approaching Intrigue, her brows furrowing as an overwhelming sense of confusion mingled with a rising feeling of unease surged within her. When did Luo Yuan become the demon emperor's disciple? If her memory served her right, was not his master the sect leader of the Xianyin sect, Qingxiu? What then was the situation with this suddenly appearing demon emperor? Had she perhaps mistaken him for someone else? After a thorough elimination of possibilities, Gu Qingshang remained perplexed. Yet her instincts warned her that this demon emperor from the north held unusual intentions towards Luo Yuan. In a similar vein, the empress beside her reached the same conclusion. The demon emperor's presence in Zhongzhou was far from a mere attendance at the 4 Domains conference. At this moment, Luo Yuan appeared remarkably composed amidst the swirling emotions of the crowd. Although the sudden appearance of the demon emperor caught him off guard, his previous experiences of manifesting dreams had prepared him for this moment. After a brief flurry of panic, he quickly regained his composure and devised a strategy: feign ignorance and delay. As long as he did not acknowledge the truth, even if the demon emperor himself were to confront him, he could not be identified. Gradually lifting his gaze, he met in Qingwu's eyes and inquired with a tone laced with confusion, "Esteemed demon emperor, I have spent my youth in the East Spirit domain in Zhongzhou, and my master is the sect leader of the Xianyin sect. Might you have mistaken me for someone else?" His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, mingled with the nervous urgency that one exhibits in the presence of authority. Such a masterful display of acting, coupled with his sincere demeanor, momentarily caused Qingwu to hesitate, despite her familiarity with Liyuan's aura. Just as she was about to speak again, the empress's voice resonated in her ear. "Demon Emperor, I assure you that every word from Luo Yuan is the truth. He is now a disciple of the Xianyin sect, under the tutelage of the sect leader Qingxiu. Surely, you must have mistaken him for someone else." The mention of the East Spirit domain and the Xianyin sect caused Qingwu to pause, a flicker of doubt and confusion gracing her enchanting visage. Liyuan's denial had already stirred her heart, and with the empress corroborating his claims, she found herself compelled to reevaluate her initial judgment. Turning her gaze back to Luo Yuan, she was met with an expression of genuine innocence, devoid of any signs of deception. While words can be easily twisted, such an instinctive display of emotion is nearly impossible to feign. This indicated that the Luo Yuan before her genuinely did not recognize her. With a sense of hope extinguished, Qingwu felt an inexplicable sorrow welling within her. After tirelessly gathering information and leaving no stone unturned, even resorting to the use of the dimensional array, she was met with such a disheartening outcome. However, at that moment, a memory resurfaced in her mind, the words of the Creator God. Though his physical form had perished, his soul persisted within this realm. Before his demise, he had utilized the Creator's power to alter consciousness, and the extent of the divine power sustaining the cycle of reincarnation remained uncertain. The memories and experiences in his reincarnation would inevitably be skewed. Yes, memories can be distorted. Qingwu abruptly regained her focus, as if a light had dawned upon her. The Creator's power for reincarnation was insufficient, which explained Luo Yuan's altered memories, identity, and experiences. Thus, it was no wonder he did not recognize her. Otherwise, given Luo Yuan's feelings for her, how could he deliberately avoid acknowledging her? So, all she needed to do was to find opportunities for more interactions with Luo Yuan and occasionally mention their past. Eventually, he would remember her. With this in mind, Qingwu slowly spoke, "I see you are a disciple of the Xianyin sect. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion, esteemed guests. A millennium ago, I had a beloved disciple named Luo Yuan, whose features bear a striking resemblance to this young friend before me. Upon seeing his face, I was overwhelmed by emotion and mistakenly identified him as my long-lost pupil." Having concluded her statement, Qingwu turned and returned to her seat in the North Spirit domain. The demon envoy leading the group hurriedly vacated his position, hesitantly asking, "Your Excellency." At this juncture, why? Qingwu's gaze sharpened, cutting him off. "No need for further inquiries. I have my own plans." As Qingwu resumed her seat, Ningqian promptly interjected, "The bond between the demon emperor and her beloved disciple is a natural sentiment, one I can deeply empathize with. Should this matter come to light, it would not tarnish the demon emperor's reputation. Rather, It would become a cherished tale in the annals of the Four Domains Conference, enduring through the ages. As his words faded, he slightly turned to the Empress and continued, "Your Majesty, time is of the essence. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us commence the conference." The Empress had indeed harbored such intentions and thus seized the opportunity presented by Ning Qian's words to assert, "What Elder Ning has stated is profoundly accurate. Time is of the essence. I kindly urge all esteemed guests to take their seats." Although Gu Qingshang longed to remain by Luo Yuan's side, the overarching matters at hand necessitated her reluctant return to the representative seat of Donglingyu. Luo Yuan, in turn, exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have finally extricated himself from this tumultuous arena. Thus, this grand and highly anticipated conference among the Four Realms commenced, albeit with a few stumbles along the way. Chapter 47. As long as you assist us in securing the spirit vein, you may do as you wish in the grand city of Di'in. At the Xianin Pavilion, Bai Ruali sat at the entrance of the main hall, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the bustling streets outside. Her brows were tightly knitted, as if a thread of unresolved worries had woven itself into her thoughts. Xiao Yuan had been in the palace for nearly 10 days, yet there was still no word of his return. This was the first time since he joined the Xian'in sect that she had been separated from him for such an extended period. How was he faring in the palace? Why had the Empress suddenly summoned him? And why had she kept him there for so long? An array of questions swirled in her mind, rendering her a veritable embodiment of curiosity. Amidst her introspection, the communication jade at her waist suddenly vibrated violently, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Was Master seeking me? The notion flashed through Bai Ruali's mind as she slowly removed the jade and infused it with a faint trace of spiritual energy, allowing the voice within to emerge. "Ruali, I am mostly aware of your actions in the capital. The revival of the Xianin Pavilion owes much to you and Xiao Yuan. Currently, the Xianin Pavilion in the southern spirit domain is struggling, and with the impending conflict over the Taoist lineage, the head of the Tian sect has also invited me to attend. Once you conclude your affairs, it would be prudent for you to visit the southern spirit domain and assist me in this matter. Regardless of the outcome, after the conflict concludes, you must return to the sect promptly, as the eastern domain competition will soon commence, and we shall need to determine our representatives." With a sharp chime, the jade ceased its trembling, and Mo Qing Chio's voice faded away. Bai Ruali contemplated the words of her master. The southern spirit domain. The conflict over the Taoist lineage. Why did Master wish for Xiao Yuan to be involved in this dispute? Furthermore, with the Eastern Domain competition looming, did Master intend for Xiao Yuan to participate? Perhaps it would be best to wait until Xiao Yuan returned from the palace to discuss these matters. In the palace's council hall, what had once been an orderly meeting had devolved into chaos. The air was thick with heated arguments and discussions, reverberating within the chamber as if to shatter its very dome. Representatives from various spirit domains exchanged sharp words, their faces flushed as they passionately contended for the coveted spirit vein. "This vein has belonged to our western spirit domain for ages. Why should it be ceded to you?" A representative from the demon clan pointed accusingly at the distant Qing Xian Taoist, his tone resolute. "Dear friend, you have monopolized this vein for a millennium. Cannot the southern spirit domain enjoy it just once?" The elder Taoist Qing Xian shook his head with a sigh and proposed, "Let us jointly develop this vein, and as a condition, I shall offer the demon clan an additional 30,000 high-grade spirit stones." How does that sound? The demon representative scoffed derisively, his expression hardening. "What nonsense. This vein has blessed my clan for a millennium. It has become an inseparable part of us. How dare you suggest we relinquish it for a mere 30,000 spirit stones? Do you think my clan is comprised of mercenaries?" Qing Xian remained stoic, extending a palm and calmly stating, 50,000 is my southern spirit domain's final offer. That is your proposition, then it is settled." The demon representative's eyes narrowed, and a smile stretched across his face, revealing his delight. "You are indeed a seasoned practitioner. I shall consider you a friend from this day forth." Observing the somewhat theatrical scene within the hall, the Empress shook her head in resignation and addressed the attendees. "If that is the case, the spirit vein shall be jointly owned by the western and southern spirit domains for the next few years. Is there any dissent?" Silence reigned in the hall, signifying a consensus among the parties present. The Empress nodded gently, urging a scribe to document the agreement for future reference. She then spoke again. "Next, we shall discuss the allocation of a Qi Jin spirit vein located at the borders of Di'in. This vein is renowned for yielding exceptional spirit stones and has been under the control of the Eastern Spirit Domain for the past 60 years. If you are interested in this vein, please present your offers for discussion. As her words settled, the representatives from various spirit domains fixated their gazes upon the map indicating the Qi Jin vein's location, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The Qi Jin vein was exceedingly rare, the sole one of its kind in the entire Zhongzhou, and since its discovery, all major spirit domains had coveted it, eager to claim it for themselves. It was no exaggeration to say that previous veins were merely appetizers. The Qi Jin vein was the main course. The representatives eagerly prepared to negotiate, their eyes gleaming with ambition, awaiting the first to make an offer. Of course, if anyone were to exhibit disinterest, it would undoubtedly be Luo Yuan. He sat quietly in his seat, his gaze wandering in search of the charming representatives from various spirit domains, his thoughts simple. I am merely a tool, and unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from involving myself in these matters. After all, one must always think twice before acting. First, can I avoid doing it? Second, can I do it tomorrow? Third, can I delegate it to someone else? As long as nothing unexpected occurred, he could simply coast through this four-domain conference. Afterward, he would return to the Xianin Pavilion to enjoy some music and a massage. Such a life would be truly delightful. However, it is often at such times that unexpected events arise. Just as Luo Yuan resolved to remain a passive observer, a voice suddenly echoed within his consciousness. It was Gu Qingshang's transmission, Luo Yuan, as a member of the Eastern Spirit Domain. The ability to secure the ownership of the Qi Jin vein is crucial to the collective interests of all Eastern Spirit cultivators. Soon, we shall take the lead in unveiling our chips. You need only to discreetly lend your support, assisting us in securing the ownership of this spiritual vein. At that moment, you may act as you wish. The sudden voice caused Luo Yuan to pause in astonishment. Gu Qingshang seeks my involvement? It appears she desires me to exploit my position as the national master for clandestine manipulation. Should I grant this favor or withhold it? Wait, she seemed to imply that anything goes. Anything goes. Could it be as I envision? Before he could reach a conclusion, the gentle whisper of the empress resonated once more in his ears. National Master, during the contest for this spiritual vein, please maintain silence. The various spiritual realms will counterbalance each other, allowing our Da'in to reap the benefits. Remember to visit my palace later to receive your reward. A reward in the palace? What kind of reward? Is it the kind of reward I am imagining? Your Majesty, this predicament places me in a difficult position. In that moment, Luo Yuan found himself wavering, not so much for the sake of the reward, but rather due to his fondness for the sleeping environment of the Empress's palace. Just as he wrestled with whether to assist Gu Qingshang or the Empress, a third voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 48. Those who tread two boats are called fickle, while those who tread three are deemed skilled. Luo Yuan, this spiritual vein is of utmost significance to my demonic kin. If you assist me in securing it for the Northern Spirit Domain, I assure you that I shall not treat you unjustly thereafter. This voice was unmistakably familiar to Luo Yuan. It could only belong to Qingwu. After all, in the recently concluded cycle of dreams, they had shared many years of companionship, their bond growing exceedingly intimate. However, a dilemma arose. With three women gathered, how was he to choose? Assisting Gu Qingshang might displease the Empress. Supporting the Empress would surely provoke Gu Qingshang. Helping in Qingwu presented its own challenges, as he lacked an appropriate identity or standing. This left him in quite the conundrum. Perhaps he could attempt to ignore the situation entirely? A sudden thought struck Luo Yuan, contemplating a feigned indifference. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion. At such a close distance, it would be implausible to claim he had not received the message. As he pondered this predicament, an unfamiliar transmission echoed within his mind. Young friend Luo Yuan, my Southern Spirit Domain has long coveted this spiritual vein. Might you assist us in discreet negotiations? Should we succeed, I promise you a substantial reward. Luo Yuan felt overwhelmed. Taoist, why do you join this commotion? Moments later, he finally devised a plan. He sent a transmission of spiritual power to Gu Qingshang. Fair Qingshang, we have endured trials together at the Mushua Temple, experiencing life and death side by side, forging an unbreakable bond. Given our friendship, I shall unconditionally support you. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingshang paused, a faint blush gradually gracing her frosty visage. The declaration of his unwavering support felt like honey poured into the softest corners of her heart. filling her with a delightful sweetness. He had always cherished their time at the Mushua temple. He had always cared about her feelings. He harbored feelings for me. Gu Qingshang gently lifted her delicate hand, placing it upon her ample chest, as if she could hear the rhythmic beating within. Following this sugary overture, Luo Yuan continued with a second message. As the Grand Master of the Dain, I cannot be overly conspicuous. Yet, for you, fair Qingshang, I am willing to take risks. I shall do my utmost within the confines of my capabilities, and if my efforts result in failure, I hope you will not hold it against me. You must do your best. Even if you fail, it matters not, Gu Qingshang hastily replied, her tone laced with urgency and concern. Please do not overexert yourself. Listening to her response, Luo Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his approach was indeed effective. He had begun with sweet words to express his willingness to assist, thereby strengthening their connection. Subsequently, he hinted at the possibility of failure, perfectly averting any future repercussions. Finally, he humbled himself, attributing any potential failure to his own inadequacies, eliciting sympathy and sparing himself from blame. A seamless trifecta, executed flawlessly. Next, Luo Yuan directed a transmission to the empress at his side. Your Majesty, as the Grand Master of the Dain, and having received your grace for many days, I am fully aware of your kindness and hold it dear to my heart. Your Majesty's favor compels me to stand unconditionally by your side. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress's previously serious demeanor softened, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her heart felt as if it were melting beneath the sun's rays, warmed by his words. Unconditionally by my side. The Empress silently echoed Luo Yuan's declaration, her heart swelling with sweetness. She turned her gaze towards him, her eyes softening, filled with a tenderness that seemed to overflow. Indeed, intimate interactions with her husband proved beneficial. Though he had yet to fully regain his memories, the feelings buried within his subconscious had already begun to lean towards her. With a bit more effort, and by inviting him to the palace a few more times, he would surely recall everything. Meanwhile, seeing the notable shift in the Empress's expression, Luo Yuan seized the moment to send another message. As a practitioner of the Eastern Spirit domain, I should naturally lean towards my own, yet for your Majesty, I am willing to defy convention. I shall endeavor to remain discreet, and if my careless words lead to unfavorable outcomes, I hope your Majesty will not blame me. There is no need for you to be so hard on yourself. Achievements depend on human effort, but outcomes are in the hands of fate. How could I bear to blame you? The Empress quickly reassured him, her words filled with compassion. After conveying the first two messages, Luo Yuan crafted a third. Senior Demon Emperor, while we have only met for a brief moment, I cannot explain why I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon first seeing you. Under normal circumstances, I would gladly assist you. However, given the current situation, I, as the Grand Master of the Dain and a disciple of the Eastern Spirit domain, cannot overtly aid you. I shall do what I can discreetly, and if my actions result in unintended consequences, I hope you will understand. And Qingwu trembled at his words, her breath momentarily stilled, as if the very air around her had shifted. First meeting. A sense of familiarity. Her mind echoed Luo Yuan's words, her enchanting eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Indeed, my intuition was correct. Though he had not fully regained his memories, a vague affection still lingered in his subconscious. Even though it was their first encounter, he was still inclined to support her. Thus, by engaging with him more, she would inevitably awaken his memories. And Qingwu lifted her gaze towards Luo Yuan, her eyes gradually reflecting an unshakable tenderness. Chapter 49. Daozhong, please refrain from causing trouble. Observing the reactions of the three women, Luo Yuan mused that this was a favorable situation. To tread on two boats is to be fickle, while to tread on three is to possess remarkable skill. In my previous life, I at least perused Lu Shichunkyu and absorbed the profound wisdom of my esteemed ancestors. Such a minor arena of conflict is truly laughable. As for Xianzongzi, well, Luo Yuan chose to bypass him entirely. At this moment within the Grand Hall, representatives from various spiritual realms were engaged in final negotiations, determining the stakes to be presented shortly. As the opportune moment arrived, the representative from the Dongling realm spoke first. The Qijin spirit vein is a rare and precious mineral. My Dongling realm is willing to offer the Dain imperial family 100,000 high-quality spirit stones annually. And I hope our friends from other realms will grant my Dongling realm this favor. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing. 100,000. The Dongling realm was making such a bold offer right from the outset. It seemed the Dongling realm was determined to secure this Qi Jin spirit vein. Given their abundant resources and formidable strength, it was hardly surprising they could present such a proposal. The representative from the Xiling realm, undeterred, immediately countered. Coincidentally, my Xiling realm also harbors great interest in this Qi Jin spirit vein. We are prepared to offer 120,000 high-quality spirit stones for the rights to exploit the vein. 120,000? Luo Yuan was taken aback. Could the Qi Jin spirit vein truly be worth such a fortune? The price had surged by 20,000 stones, solely for the exploitation rights. The representative from the Dongling realm appeared to have anticipated this, unfalteringly continuing to raise the bid. My Dongling realm is willing to offer 150,000. Upon this declaration, the assembled representatives collectively inhaled sharply. 150,000, an amount that could last a lifetime. In the span of merely 1 minute, the price of a single spirit vein had skyrocketed by a staggering 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Such a terrifying increase was unheard of, even to those accustomed to dealing with wealth, causing their hands to tremble as they recorded the figures. Listening to the escalating stakes, the Empress allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips. She then addressed the attendees in the hall. Her tone calm. The representative from the Dongling realm has proposed 150,000 high-quality spirit stones. Do any of you have a higher offer? The representatives exchanged glances, momentarily ensnared in silence. Although the representative from the Xiling realm wished to continue bidding, 150,000 high-quality spirit stones far exceeded their expectations, compelling them to reluctantly withdraw from the competition. Observing this, the Empress slowly began to speak. Even so, the ownership of the Qi Jin spirit vein shall be. Suddenly, a charming and melodious voice interjected from the Grand Hall. My Beiling realm is willing to offer 200,000 high-quality spirit stones. The crowd turned their gazes toward the Beiling realm's seat in astonishment. 200,000? The Beiling realm could muster such a colossal offer. It became clear why the Demon Emperor had personally attended. This was a strategic move. With an offer of 200,000 high-quality spirit stones, the ownership of the Qi Jin spirit vein was likely to change hands. The representative from the Dongling realm's expression darkened slightly as he solemnly replied, as expected of the Demon Emperor from the north, your generosity is indeed commendable. However, my Dongling realm will never relinquish the Qi Jin spirit vein without a fight. Your Majesty, my Dongling realm is prepared to offer 220,000 high-quality spirit stones. 220,000 high-quality spirit stones was indeed the utmost limit they could accept. Yet, and Qinggu, without hesitation, chose to raise her bid. I am willing to offer 250,000. Demon Emperor, are you intent on opposing my Dongling realm? The representative from the east stood up abruptly, visibly perturbed. He had never anticipated that despite exhausting their resources, the opposing side could still present a higher offer. And Qinggu remained composed, her voice serene. In the contest for spirit veins, victory belongs to the highest bidder. As an elder of the Ningjian sect, have you truly forgotten such a rudimentary principle? Her reasoning was straightforward. If her side could secure the vein at a high price, then Luo Yuan would not need to risk assisting her through underhanded means. In other words, while the Qi Jin spirit vein was indeed significant, she was even less inclined to place Luo Yuan in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the representative from the Nanling realm, Xian Songzi, observed the rising stakes with mounting anxiety. He wished to make a counteroffer, but was waiting for Luo Yuan's affirmative response. If Luo Yuan could discreetly support him, perhaps he could still contend for the Qi Jin spirit vein. However, since he had sent a message earlier, there had been no reply from Luo Yuan. Xian Songzi furrowed his brow, pondering, strange, why does Dao Yu not respond to my message? It was clearly transmitted. At that moment, he felt akin to a lovesick individual eagerly awaiting a reply, having sent a lengthy message and yearning for even a simple acknowledgement. Yet now, despite the message being marked as read, there was no response. As the competition between the two major spiritual realms intensified, Xian Songzi could no longer restrain himself. He sent another message to Luo Yuan. Dao Yu, why do you ignore me? Luo Yuan offered no response. Dao Yu, I observed an unusual expression on the faces of the saintess of the Ningjian sect, the Empress, and the Demon Emperor. Have you been discussing something in secret with those three ladies? Luo Yuan continued to remain silent. Oh well, it seems Dao Yu must have some unspoken concerns. I shall inquire with them myself. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan felt a surge of urgency. If Xian Songzi were to approach each of them for answers, it would surely lead to trouble. No. Daozhong, please do not create a scene. He quickly sent a message to Xian Songzi. Daozhong, you misunderstand. Regarding the ownership of the spirit vein, I have long devised a more prudent plan. I was just discussing the feasibility of this plan with the three ladies. Oh, what brilliant scheme do you have in mind? Xian Songzi inquired eagerly, intrigued by Luo Yuan's proposed strategy. Daozhong, I wish to strategize with you. Luo Yuan replied nonchalantly. I, a humble practitioner, typically wield my sword without the aid of steeds. Luo Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly transmitted his thoughts. Daozhong, my method is an ingenious concept that has never been encountered throughout history. I have named it Mo Ba Jingji. Mo Ba? What does Mo Ba entail? Xian Songzi inquired, perplexed. In simpler terms, it is a rather unique form of collective sparring. Well, the explanation may be a bit convoluted, but you will understand shortly, Daozhong. Luo Yuan sighed inwardly. This approach was initially intended to attract patrons to Xianin Gu, yet unexpectedly, it had to be unveiled today. Alas, the consequences of one's own actions must ultimately be faced alone. He then slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the representatives from the eastern and northern spirit domains within the Grand Hall, and declared in a clear voice, Esteemed guests, I implore you to lend me your ear. Chapter 50. Rebirth in the Immortal Realm. Playing MOBA. Upon hearing these words, the attendees turned their gazes toward the languid Dean Guosher, who had been idly observing for some time. The Empress slightly tilted her head, expressing mild surprise as she inquired, What insights do you possess, Guosher? Luo Yuan took a measured step forward and spoke with calm assurance. You are all esteemed leaders of the major spiritual domains, with ample experience from the Four Domains Conference. I trust you are aware of the inherent flaws within the current conference mechanism. The representatives present were momentarily taken aback. The flaws of the Four Domains Conference. What exactly was this young man trying to convey? As they pondered, Luo Yuan continued with deliberate poise. During the competition for spiritual vein allocation, the weaker spiritual domains often struggle to secure the veins they desire to ensure their developmental needs. They are frequently compelled to engage in trade with other domains, which inevitably requires relinquishing a portion of their established benefits. At this, the representatives from the Western spiritual domain furrowed their brows, their expressions grave and contemplative. Among the four spiritual domains, the Western spiritual domain was the weakest in overall strength, consistently forced to make concessions in each conference, as evidenced by their recent dealings with the Southern spiritual domain. Though his words were direct, they struck at the heart of the matter. Luo Yuan paused momentarily before elaborating. Conversely, the stronger spiritual domains must invest a substantial amount of spiritual stones to ensure that their desired veins are not seized by others. This results in expenditures that often exceed the returns from the veins themselves, rendering the entire endeavor counterproductive. Upon hearing this, the representatives from the Eastern spiritual domain fell silent, some even nodding in reluctant agreement. Luo Yuan had undoubtedly pinpointed their most significant disadvantage. In each conference, they expended vast sums of spiritual stones to claim the rights to the spiritual veins. However, even the most esteemed Jinling veins yield only a limited number of high-grade spiritual stones annually. After accounting for daily expenditures and the tribute to Dein, they were often left with a mere fraction of their initial gains. Having analyzed these two scenarios, Luo Yuan turned his attention to the Empress. As for Dein, while it benefits from numerous gains in each Four Domains Conference, a grave risk persists. The amounts acquired are exceedingly unstable, and the allocation of spiritual veins has a finite duration. This conference may yield 300,000 high-grade spiritual stones, yet the next could dwindle to a mere 30,000. Such fluctuations may seem trivial for an immortal sect, but for a worldly dynasty, they represent a significant vulnerability. Upon hearing this, both the Empress and the Chancellor, Ning Qian, fell into deep contemplation. Though Dein was fundamentally agricultural, supplemented by commerce, the profits from the Four Domains Conference constituted a considerable portion of its treasury. The stability of the court's revenue directly influenced crucial mechanisms such as warfare, disaster relief, salaries, rewards, and the imperial examination. The impact on civilian life and military governance, unstable profits, was indeed a matter not to be underestimated. Having reached this conclusion, Ning Qian raised his head and inquired, Young friend Luo, despite the numerous issues plaguing the Four Domains Conference, it remains the best option at this stage. Do you possess a solution to these existing flaws? Ningguo Lao, you are truly my most astute ally. Luo Yuan silently marveled. Just as I was searching for a way to pivot, you have conveniently laid the groundwork. He then gently raised a finger, gesturing in the air as he replied, not at all. My approach does not aim to remedy the flaws, but rather to completely overturn the existing system. In my vision, the new allocation method will require no expenditure of spiritual stones from the major spiritual domains while ensuring absolute fair competition. Furthermore, it will enable the Yin to receive a stable income of spiritual stones at regular intervals. Oh, the Empress's eyes sparkled with interest as she asked, Guosher, what method do you propose? The assembled crowd turned their attention to Luo Yuan, eagerly anticipating his proposed solution. If he could resolve all issues at once and simultaneously avert disputes over the spiritual veins among the various domains, it would indeed be a harmonious resolution. Luo Yuan began to pace within the hall, articulating his thoughts. The method I propose is quite simple. We need to establish a designated area on the outskirts of the capital, divided into 2 large sections. Each side would have 3 paths, upper, middle, and lower, with 4 watchtowers on each path, equipped with hidden crossbows. If an entity enters the range of a watchtower, it will automatically initiate an attack. At the terminus of each path, fortresses will be constructed, and if one side's fortress is breached, that side is deemed defeated. Each major spiritual domain will dispatch 5 disciples to gather resources and craft equipment within the designated area. Should they be defeated by participants from other domains, they will be considered eliminated. Fallen participants must return to their own fortress for a period of recuperation before re-entering the fray. The 4 spiritual domains will engage in a round-robin competition, with the final ranking determining the allocation of the spiritual veins. Additionally, a spectator area will be constructed around the competition zone, allowing any audience member to purchase tickets with spiritual stones for entry. The participating spiritual domains will also be required to pay a venue fee, with all revenue going to the Yin. With the conclusion of Luo Yuan's proposal, the crowd erupted in excitement, their breaths quickening with palpable enthusiasm. Being representatives of the 4 domains conference, they were undoubtedly among the senior members of their respective sections. Having participated in numerous competitions similar to the sect and domain contests, they were suddenly captivated by the novel competition format, which hinted at boundless possibilities. This method not only tests the overall strength of a spiritual domain, but also evaluates the cohesion among different sections. The techniques cultivated in various sects differ significantly, and even among disciples of the same sect, their mastery of spiritual energy varies. The prospect of their cooperation painted a wondrous and intriguing picture. Considering the environmental conditions, resource allocations, and myriad other influencing factors, what kind of sparks would ignite? Most importantly, near to Yin's capital, the practitioners' realms would be constrained by the dynasty's fortune, ensuring that such contests would not result in significant casualties. This approach could be deemed nothing short of brilliant. Chapter 51. Let us call it Wang Zhirong Yao. At that moment, a voice of dissent unexpectedly emerged from the representative seat of the Nan Lingyu. May I inquire, Guosher? It is well known that the Dong Lingyu is abundant in divine weapons, while the Nan Lingyu excels in crafting spiritual tools. If the use of weapons and spiritual tools is permitted, would it not be detrimental to the other spiritual domains? The assembly regained their composure upon hearing these words, as the representative's argument held merit. Allowing the use of weapons would inevitably introduce a hidden inequality. For instance, sects like the Ningjian Zone, which specialize in the sword path, would begin with an additional piece of equipment compared to others. Luo Yuan gently waved his hand and replied with a smile, I have already taken this into consideration. During the competition between the 2 spiritual domains, the use of personal spiritual tools or weapons will be prohibited. Only the specific weapons and spiritual tools we provide may be utilized. Furthermore, should one wish to employ higher-tier spiritual tools and weapons afterwards, they must exchange them using the spiritual stones and resources collected within the arena. Naturally, the types and capabilities of these spiritual tools will be subject to certain limitations, ensuring that no excessively lethal spiritual tools are permitted. Upon hearing this, all the representatives present had their concerns alleviated. The novel competition format, the collaboration of sects, the avoidance of casualties, and relative fairness. This mechanism was indeed perfectly suited for the allocation of spiritual veins. Ningqian stroked his beard with a sigh. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Young friend Luo not only possesses profound knowledge, but also unique insight. Such ingenuity resolves the long-standing issue of spiritual vein distribution, and I am ashamed to be outdone. Ming Chun, with her sparkling almond eyes, turned her head to look at Xian Songzi, saying, Master, Luo Yuan's abilities are truly remarkable. Xian Songzi shook his head. Ming Chun, I am neither blind nor deaf. At the seat of the Bei Lingyu, and Qing Wu gazed at Luo Yuan in the distance, a gentle affection slowly reflecting in her eyes. So this is what he meant by doing his utmost to fulfill my request. He has gone to great lengths to devise such a clever plan. Xiao Yuan, your heart indeed leans towards your master. At the Dong Lingyu's seat, Gu Qingshang stared intently at Luo Yuan slightly ahead, the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle smile. So this is what he meant by doing his utmost. To avoid disappointing me, he has gone to great lengths to design this clever stratagem. Luo Yuan, your heart indeed leans towards this holy maiden. In the main seat of the grand hall, the empress gazed dreamily at Luo Yuan before her, the colors in her beautiful eyes shimmering. So this is what he meant by doing his utmost. To meet my expectations, he has meticulously crafted this new mechanism to consolidate the benefits acquired by Dean from various parties. My husband, your heart indeed leans towards me. She then slightly tilted her head and softly addressed Luo Yuan. Wisher, this method is excellent. Not only does it simultaneously satisfy the needs of all parties, but it also brings numerous benefits to our Dean. It can be deemed a win-win situation. Furthermore, once this event is widely circulated, it will bolster the influx of people to our Yin's capital, greatly benefiting our commercial development. In my view, let us proceed as you suggested. The officials and representatives present unanimously echoed their agreement, as such a mutually beneficial scenario was something everyone yearned to witness. The empress gently nodded and then continued, Guisher, since this competition format was created by you, why not name it after you? Name it? Luo Yuan was taken aback. To be honest, he had always been somewhat resistant to such naming conventions for events. After all, it was purely a matter of luck. For instance, a Luo Yuan cup would be rather lowly. Furthermore, what if someone had the name Fei Ji? Wouldn't the competition then have to be called? After some contemplation, he turned to the empress and slowly said, Your Majesty, you overstate my contributions. I have merely exerted my humble efforts. The ability to devise this method is also inseparable from your nurturing and favor towards me. In such a grand public setting, it was necessary to express sufficient flattery. He paused for a moment before continuing. If this initiative is implemented, Dean will be the first host, and thus it can be regarded as your Majesty's benevolence towards the 4 spiritual domains. Since it is a gift from the sovereign, the recipients should regard it as their lifelong honor. Why not? Name it Wang Zhirongyao. Wang Zhirongyao. The empress softly repeated this somewhat peculiar name, nodding and smiling. This name is splendid. Guisher, you indeed do not disappoint me. Do any of you have objections? Although she displayed little outward emotion, her heart was already filled with joy. My husband even chooses a name that leans towards me. How he loves me. The crowd, although puzzled by this strange suggestion, refrained from voicing any objections. After all, it was merely a name, which ultimately paled in comparison to the tremendous benefits this competition format could yield. Seeing no dissent, the empress spoke with a smile. Then let us proceed as Guisher suggested, initially trialing it in the capital for 7 days. After 7 days, we shall hold an official Wang Zhirongyao competition in the capital, and the results will determine the allocation of the Qi Jin's spiritual vein. Luo Yuan returned from the palace just as evening approached, around 8:00 p.m. The Gu was brightly lit, with the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filling the air, contrasting sharply with the desolate atmosphere of the street opposite. Through a series of strategic endeavors during his time away, Gu had become the most popular singing and dancing establishment in Yin's capital, even showing signs of becoming the sole leader in the industry. Reflecting on the series of experiences he had undergone in the capital, he could not help but let out a long sigh. Success indeed permeates the entirety of life. As he stepped into the entrance of Gu, the 2 hostesses responsible for welcoming guests instantly displayed joyous expressions, excitedly exclaiming, Ah, Luo Shixiang, you have finally returned. Qing Zhu, Hong Yuan, you have both worked hard. Luo Yuan greeted the 2 young ladies with a smile before inquiring, How has Gu fared during my absence? Have the Shiji managed to cope? Rest assured, Luo Shixiang, everything in Gu is going well, and Shiji Bai is also in good health. though she has been somewhat worried about you. The young lady, known as Qingzhu, covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, she smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh right, Luo Shixing. Just a moment before your return, a group of individuals arrived unexpectedly. They appeared to have emerged from the imperial palace, and the leading lady specifically requested to see you. Moreover, judging by their attire, they do not seem to be natives of Zhongzhou." A woman? Luo Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. The Four Realms Conference had just concluded. Who could this woman be that sought him out at such a time? Furthermore, if she was not a local of Zhongzhou, it implied she was not someone from the palace. Who else could it possibly be? Could it be that little proud one, Gu Qingshang? Aside from requesting to meet me, did she mention anything else? Luo Yuan inquired. She claimed to be the demon emperor of the northern region. Chapter 52. Little sister, may I borrow your master brother for a moment, Bei Umod? Luo Yuan was taken aback by the sudden arrival of Qingwu. What brings her here at this moment? Logically, she should be diligently preparing for the competition for the spiritual veins. With a sense of bewilderment, Luo Yuan stepped into the second floor of the Xianin Pavilion, which was exclusively reserved for Bairuoli. Upon opening the door, the silhouette of his senior sister Bairuoli came into view. After a few days apart, she appeared to have lost a bit of weight, and her exquisite face bore traces of fatigue. Upon seeing him, Bairuoli's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Xiao Yuan, you are back. Have they treated you well in the palace after all these days? What are you thinking, senior sister?" His Majesty summoned me to the palace simply for a brief exchange. Finding us compatible, she kept me there for several more nights of discussion, Luo Yuan replied with a smile, gently taking Bairuoli's fair and delicate hand. He then inquired, "By the way, senior sister, I heard from Qingzhu that the MOD senior just came looking for me?" Bairuoli nodded lightly. Indeed, the MOD senior is currently waiting in the room across from us. Just as her words fell, an enchanting voice suddenly wafted from behind, causing Luo Yuan's body to shudder. "Young Master Luo, you have kept me waiting for quite a while." Luo Yuan turned sharply, only to find Qingwu standing behind him, accompanied by a group of representatives from the demon clan. A quick glance revealed several familiar faces from the discussions in the Four Realms. Luo Yuan slightly bowed to Qingwu and said, "The MOD senior is being too kind. It was merely a small favor, not worthy of mention. Besides, I am merely proposing a new approach to the allocation of the spiritual veins. Ultimately, whether we can obtain the Qi Jin spiritual vein depends on the fortune of the Beiling region." And Qingwu's gaze remained fixed on Luo Yuan as she smiled gently. "While that may be true, it is also an opportunity for you, young Master Luo, to advocate for our Beiyu. In the past, if our Beiling region wished to obtain the Qi Jin spiritual vein, it would undoubtedly have come at great cost." She then took a couple of steps closer, gazing into Luo Yuan's eyes, and continued softly, "With such talent, it would be a pity for you to remain in this Dian capital. Would you be interested in returning to the Beiling region with me?" In this close proximity, Luo Yuan had the chance to closely observe this dreamlike figure. For some reason, a phrase floated into his mind. A woman who bows her head cannot see her toes, yet can be considered a beauty unparalleled in the world. Return to the Beiling region? Bairuoli's brows furrowed deeply at her words. Without waiting for Luo Yuan's response, she swiftly pulled his hand, positioning herself protectively behind him. "MOD Senior, what is your intention? Luo Yuan is a disciple of our Xianin sect. What purpose do you have in taking him back to the Beiling region?" Not long ago, a saintess from the Ningjian sect had just departed, followed by a female emperor from Zhongzhou, and now the MOD from the Beiling region had come knocking. It was infuriating how there always seemed to be a horde of ill-intentioned women fixated on her junior brother. And Qingwu tilted her head slightly, her gaze appraising Bairuoli with a hint of amusement. "Little sister, being overly protective of a man can lead to him straying." She then cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Yuan, saying, "What do you think, young Master Luo?" Bairuoli felt a sudden twitch in her eye, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Her intuition as a woman told her that this MOD from the Beiyu was undoubtedly the strongest rival she had ever encountered. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but there was also an innate charm about her that was beyond compare. The allure she exuded effortlessly surpassed even the most enchanting maidens of the Xianin Pavilion. If such a woman had her sights set on her junior brother, it would be a significant threat to be reckoned with. With this thought, she bit her silver teeth and resolutely replied, "MOD Senior, while I cannot strictly control him, I cannot idly watch as he is led astray by those with ulterior motives, ultimately falling into a trap. If word gets out, it would reflect poorly on me as his senior sister. The implication of her words was unmistakable. Who dares to covet my junior brother? And Qingwu chuckled lightly at her words, no longer teasing by Ruoli. She began to speak earnestly. Little sister, I have no intention of causing any harm to Luo Yuan. Rather, I am inviting him to the Beiling region for an on-site inspection to discuss potential collaboration. I plan to establish a Xianyin Pavilion in the heart of the Beiyu, modeled entirely after the one in the Yin capital. The necessary materials and manpower will be provided by my Beiling region, and the profits will be split with your Xianyin Pavilion receiving 70% while we retain 30%. This arrangement would not only facilitate an increase in the flow of people in the core area of my Beiling region, but also serve as a means to repay the favor Luo Yuan extended to me during the Four Realms discussions. What do you think? Collaboration? Bai Ruoli was momentarily stunned, her previously simmering anger dissipating in an instant, her demeanor softening significantly. It turned out the MOD was not here to take Luo Yuan away, but rather to propose a partnership with the Xianyin Pavilion. It was known that the Xianyin Pavilion had established branches across the East, West, and South spiritual regions, as well as in Zhongzhou, but had yet to set foot in the Beiling region. The MOD's proactive approach to collaboration, coupled with such enticing terms, was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. A wave of guilt and embarrassment washed over Bai Ruoli as she realized her misunderstanding of the MOD's intentions. Thankfully, the MOD had a generous heart. Had she been harsh towards her, the bright future of the Xianyin Pavilion could have been jeopardized due to her own misjudgment. With this thought, Bai Ruoli lightly patted her chest. Stepping forward to sincerely apologize, MOD Senior, I did not grasp the underlying meaning of your words earlier, and I deeply regret any offense caused. If I have inadvertently crossed any boundaries, please forgive me. It is of no consequence. And Qingwu waved her hand dismissively, signaling the demon clan attendants to withdraw. She then turned back to the slightly reserved Bai Ruoli, softly stating, however, since I have offered such generous terms, shouldn't your Xianyin Pavilion also express some form of commitment? Bai Ruoli was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the implications of her words. Given the generous conditions offered by the other party, it would be unreasonable for our side to remain unresponsive. She promptly summoned the young lady from Xianyin Gu, instructing her carefully, this evening, ensure that the esteemed MOD and the distinguished guests of the demon clan are treated with utmost hospitality. For the upcoming month, their expenditures within Xianyin Gu shall be entirely complimentary. And Qingwu delicately adjusted the strands of her hair cascading down her temples and remarked nonchalantly, I do not require a few spirit stones. What purpose would they serve? What is it that the MOD truly desires? Bai Ruoli furrowed her delicate brows, a sense of foreboding stirring within her, and Qingwu rested her chin upon her hand, a smile both enigmatic and alluring gracing her lips. As the MOD of the northern region, treasures and divine artifacts hold little allure for me. Presently, the only thing that piques my interest is people. She then shifted her gaze towards Luo Yuan, a seductive smile playing on her lips. My dear sister, may I borrow your junior disciple for a while today? Chapter 53. Shiji MOD, the ever-present Azura field. Upon hearing the words, Bai Ruoli was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite features painted with disbelief. Unparalleled shock and confusion enveloped her heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. What a surprise! Can one engage in such antics? Is this the exchange condition you speak of? So you have been waiting for me on this level, haven't you? She then took a slight step forward. Regarding the smiling and Qingwu with seriousness, Senior MOD, our Xianyin sect has always received clients exclusively from among women, engaging only in legitimate business. If you seek male companionship, I kindly request you to seek elsewhere. Bai Ruoli's words were delivered with an unwavering decisiveness, leaving no room for negotiation. Coupled with her authoritative tone, it was as if she was inscribing the words leave upon her countenance. And Qingwu's previous remarks had misled her into believing that the other party was genuinely interested in discussing a collaboration. A wave of indignation surged within Bai Ruoli. It was fortunate that she had just felt guilty for having offended her. Little did she know, it was actually her little junior brother who was the target of this encounter. As expected, every woman approaching Xiao Yuan outside was of ill intent. One and all, they were merely coveting his physique. Observing the vigilant Bai Ruoli before her, and Qingwu chuckled softly, her voice serene. Sister, You have misunderstood. Establishing a large branch of Xianin Pavilion involves numerous matters, many of which are quite complicated. What I propose is for Luo Yuan to visit my room tonight, where we can jointly discuss the construction of the Xianin Pavilion branch and deliberate on the specific details. With these words, Bai Ruoli could no longer remain composed. Even if she were slow to grasp the situation, she had discerned the underlying implications in Qingwu's statements. To speak of discussing specific details was nothing more than a euphemism for seducing him behind her back. As if it were not enough for her to attempt to steal him away, she brazenly suggested that Xiao Yuan visit her room in her presence, as if she were the sovereign of the realm, dictating who could serve whom. It mattered not if she was the MOD of the northern region or the Saintess of the Sword Sect. Any attempt to covet her junior disciple would not be met with kindness from her. Senior MOD, if you have come to earnestly discuss cooperation, our Xianin Pavilion would certainly welcome you wholeheartedly. Bai Ruoli regarded Qingwu coldly, her tone already tinged with displeasure. However, if you entertain such unrealistic notions, I kindly ask you to leave. Although we seek to develop in the northern Ling region, we will never barter the significant matters of our disciples' lives. With that, she shifted her stance, placing herself entirely in front of Luo Yuan, her grip on his hand tightening slightly. Observing the escalating contention between the two women, Luo Yuan felt an acute sense of unease. Wasn't it agreed that they were to discuss matters of collaboration? Why had it devolved into this farce of vying for a man? Have you ever considered my feelings as the party involved? He lamented inwardly. Oh, observing Bai Ruoli, who was protectively hovering over Luo Yuan, and Qingwu raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Sister, your reluctance to let me near your little junior brother, could it be that you wish to monopolize him for yourself? After all, who wouldn't harbor some thoughts when spending day and night in the company of such a handsome young man? Her tone was casual, yet it seemed to possess an invisible allure. In an instant, it unveiled all of Bai Ruoli's innermost secrets, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. The revelation caused her expression to flicker with a hint of panic as she stammered, "And no. Nonsense. I am merely his Shiji. It is only natural to care for him." "What do you mean by monopolizing? Only natural?" And Qingwu responded lightly, her waist twisting as she covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her voice gentle. "In this very room, I sense more than just a trace of Luo Yuan's essence. What kind of natural concern requires such attention?" Bai Ruoli's expression froze upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes widening, her mind momentarily stalling. The rumors claimed that the MOD of the northern region could ensnare one's spirit and captivate one's heart, and seeing it firsthand, she found it indeed to be true. Before her, she felt as if all her outer facades were stripped away, leaving no secrets to conceal. Even the essence of her room was laid bare to Qingwu's perception. This woman was truly as terrifying as the tale suggested. Regaining her composure, Bai Ruoli prepared to retort, only to find Qingwu's figure had silently appeared before her like a specter. The moment their gazes met, her beautiful eyes were filled with a bewitching purple glow, momentarily blanking her mind. Soon after, Qingwu's sultry voice echoed once more in her ear, her warm breath brushing against her earlobe, sending a shiver through her entire being. While professing to prevent any ill-intentioned women from approaching Luo Yuan, she found herself contemplating treachery. "Little sister, your thoughts are hardly pure. Bai Ruoli had never encountered such a situation, her expression shifting rapidly, leaving her momentarily speechless. A flush of unusual emotion spread across her face, gradually reaching her delicate neck. Before the MOD, she felt like a defenseless little rabbit, utterly at the mercy of her foe. The most critical point was that Qingwu's words resonated with her innermost thoughts. Even if she wished to counter, she lacked the arguments and justifications. "Senior MOD, my Shiji is rather shy. Perhaps you should refrain from teasing her." Witnessing his Shiji's helplessness at the hands of Qingwu, Luo Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to interject. The establishment of the Xianin Pavilion branch involves numerous aspects. When time permits, I shall discuss some of the finer details with Senior MOD. Hearing this, Qingwu slowly shifted her gaze to him, her enchanting eyes fixated on his, and with a gentle smile, she inquired, "Luo Yuan, do you truly not take to heart what I just said?" The words she had uttered. Luo Yuan understood all too well the implications behind Qingwu's statement. Maintaining a composed facade, he feigned steadiness. "Senior MOD, please do not jest." Qingwu let out a melodic laugh, her face radiating an irresistible charm. She leaned closer to Luo Yuan. her lips parting gently as she spoke. "You often engage in ambiguous activities with that little sister behind you, suggesting that you are not one to adhere to restraint. Yet just now, you rejected my advances. Could it be that you harbor some other wicked thoughts in your heart?" Chapter 54. The Empress Arrives, a play of three women as Luo Yuan gazed at the enchanting visage before him. Memories of the recently concluded third dream cycle flooded his mind. In the latter half of that dream, he had returned to the Wanma Palace in the Biling region alongside Qingwu. There, he came to appreciate two significant truths. Firstly, even the seemingly invincible demon emperor of the northern region possesses all the desires and needs typical of any human, both psychological and physiological. Secondly, the quality of the bed in Wanma Palace was indeed quite commendable. However, it must be noted that while the experiences within dreams closely mirrored reality, they still bore subtle differences upon actual comparison. Thus, at this very moment, as Luo Yuan found himself in such close proximity to the dreamlike and intoxicating scene, he could not help but reflect that, indeed, there exists a palpable distinction between online romance and real-life encounters. Just then, the lively sounds of song and dance from downstairs abruptly ceased. The vast Xian Pavilion was enveloped in silence, soon replaced by the hurried sounds of footsteps. Following that, a sharp, high-pitched call echoed from the street outside. "Your Majesty has arrived." "Your Majesty?" Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, the peculiar sensations evoked by Qingwu dissipating instantly. The Empress had come? But why would she, the esteemed Huang of Zhongzhou, personally visit an establishment of pleasure at such a late hour? As the hurried footsteps ascended the stairs, the Empress soon appeared at the door of the private room on the second floor. Although the young women downstairs could surmise what was transpiring within, it was the Empress, after all, and they felt it inappropriate to intervene. With a joyful heart, the Empress pushed open the door, eagerly anticipating a meeting with her beloved. However, upon entering, she was met by the figures of Qingwu and by Ruoli, causing her previously joyful expression to falter. In the next moment, her gaze finally fell upon Luo Yuan. But why was he nestled between these two women, especially Qingwu? Why was she so close to her husband that it felt as though she might lean in towards him? Observing the scene before her, the Empress's heart quickly grasped the situation. Yet another two women coveting her husband's affections. What sin have I committed that there are always scheming subjects attempting to steal my man? Taking a deep breath, she regained her composure and addressed Qingwu with a hint of surprise. "As the hour approaches, why does the demon emperor linger in a place of indulgence instead of preparing for the spiritual vein contest?" Only by being the first to speak could she seize the initiative. This was a lesson learned from her previous encounters with Gu Qingshang. If she allowed the other party to speak first, she risked falling into a trap of self-incrimination, losing the upper hand entirely. Yet, her opponent was none other than the demon emperor of Biling, a formidable adversary not to be underestimated. To her astonishment, Qingwu displayed no signs of panic. Instead, she replied leisurely, "Matters concerning the spiritual vein contest may be entrusted to my subordinates. As the ruler of a domain, why should I concern myself with such trivialities? Naturally, I wish to go where I please. As for your Majesty, it is quite a remarkable interest for you, as the sovereign of a nation, to grace such an establishment at this hour." The Empress shook her head, replying coolly, "You misunderstand, Demon Emperor. I have come tonight to discuss important matters with Master Luo." "Discuss important matters?" And Qingwu's face slowly broke into a playful smile. "How unfortunate, Your Majesty, for Luo Yuan has already agreed to discuss important matters with me tonight. I fear you may be disappointed." Her tone was sweet and delicate. Yet she emphasized the phrase "discuss important matters" with a weight that was unmistakable. Ruoli clenched her fists in anger, stamping her foot in frustration. "I knew it. This woman, under the guise of discussing details, is clearly up to no good." Seeing her direct approach falter, the Empress swiftly redirected her focus to Luo Yuan. "Master, you previously promised to come to my chambers for a reward after the four-domain conference. Why did you leave before fulfilling that promise? If I do not bestow this reward upon you, I fear I shall be restless tonight." "A reward? In the Empress's chambers?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, Ruoli's brows furrowed deeply, instantly sensing something amiss in the Empress's statement. Qingwu's lips curled into a knowing smile as she turned to Luo Yuan, her expression filled with meaning. Receiving a reward was quite normal, after all. She was the great Empress of Dayan, and bestowing a reward was merely a matter of her words. However, The crux of the matter lay in the location. Why must the reward be received in the Empress's chambers? Something was definitely amiss. Seemingly catching onto the unusual expressions of the two women, the Empress pressed on, Master, during the nights you spent in the palace, did you sleep soundly? My personal maid informed me that on the day you arose, you were forced to lean against the wall to walk. The Empress's words grew increasingly explicit, and she cast a smug glance at the two women before her, as if to say, the man you are fighting over has already been thoroughly claimed by me. Within the private room, a cacophony of provocative words echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the young women outside the Xianin Pavilion. After spending time with him, they believed they had come to know this Master Luo fairly well. Handsome, exceptionally talented, and wise beyond his years. Most importantly, he had a knack for charming the hearts of women. Such a man, regardless of the setting, was undoubtedly a coveted prize, and it was entirely natural for him to be surrounded by admirers. Yet, herein lay the problem. The women surrounding him were anything but ordinary. Just look at those who sought him out at the Xianin Pavilion daily. They were either the northern region's demon emperor or the Huang of Zhongzhou. Even their own Bai Shiji had become so consumed by thoughts of him that she could hardly eat or drink. These three women, each a paragon of beauty, grace, and poise, were all inexplicably enamored with Luo Yuan alone. This prompted them to secretly speculate. If Brother Luo could forge connections with both the demon emperor of the northern region and the human emperor of Zhongzhou, surely he would not be immune to the charms of the several saintesses from the eastern spirit domain, would he? In the next moment, their gaze fell upon a group of individuals appearing on the distant street, gradually making their way towards the Xianin Pavilion. They were all adorned in pristine white robes, firmly grasping long swords, unmistakably the attire of disciples from the Ningjian sect. An elder disciple from the Xianin Pavilion, observing the figure leading the procession, widened his eyes in astonishment and involuntarily exclaimed, "Is that the Qingshang fairy of the Ningjian sect?" Chapter 55. Who do you choose between us? At this moment, is Luo Yuan inside? Gu Qingshang approached several young ladies and inquired with a calm demeanor. Kindly inform him that Gu Qingshang from Ningjian Zong has come to visit. The two attendants, Qingzhu and Han Yuan, hesitated and stammered, Qingshang Xianzi, Master Luo is currently in the second-floor private chamber discussing important matters with senior sister Bai. He may not have time to see you right away. Would you like to rest inside for a while? Senior sister? Private chamber? Gu Qingshang instantly grasped the key words in their conversation, and her delicate brows furrowed deeply. Without waiting for Qingzhu and Han Yuan to react, she swiftly made her way towards the main hall of Xianin Pavilion. Wait, Qingshang Xianzi, please hold on. His Majesty and the Demon Emperor are also inside. Qingzhu hurriedly called out to stop her. However, Gu Qingshang disregarded her plea and ascended to the second-floor private chamber. This is bad. Qingzhu observed the stunned expressions of her companions and sighed wryly. It seems Master Luo will have a hard time this time. Gu Qingshang hurriedly leaped up to the second floor of Xianin Pavilion and pushed open the small door of the private chamber. The scene before her made her tremble, and her hand nearly unsheathed her sword. Demon Emperor, remove your hand from Luo Yuan. She strode forward, pulling Luo Yuan away from Qingwu. Her gaze was fixed on Qingwu, filled with wariness. Although she felt confident in her ability to hold her ground against the other women beside Luo Yuan, the presence of the Demon Emperor from Bailing Domain instilled an overwhelming sense of inferiority within her. In terms of beauty, Qingwu was her equal. Moreover, her natural allure might even surpass Gu Qingshang's in terms of captivating men. Regarding physique, Gu Qingshang was undoubtedly superior compared to other women, yet when placed beside Qingwu, she felt diminished. As for cultivation, Qingwu, as the ruler of the demon race, possessed unfathomable strength, likely reaching the pinnacle of the current era. In a comparison of abilities, Gu Qingshang feared that even her esteemed master, Gu Chunjun, might not rival her, let alone herself. For a moment, Gu Qingshang could not find any aspect in which she surpassed Qingwu. As the illustrious holy maiden of Ningjian Zong, the most radiant woman of the younger generation in the entire Dongling domain, was she truly being overshadowed by someone else? A strong sense of crisis surged within Gu Qingshang, causing her to grip Luo Yuan's hand tighter. Qingwu appraised the suddenly intruding holy maiden with a playful smile. Truly worthy of being the stunning Qingshang Xianzi of the East, not only are you beautiful, but your methods of vying for a man are quite unique. Gu Qingshang's demeanor turned frosty as she retorted, as a practitioner of Ningjian Zong, My actions are always upright and sincere, unlike you, a demon from the north who resorts to underhanded tactics to seduce men. Underhanded seduction? And Xingwu raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smirk on her lips. I do not comprehend your words. I have always been forthright in my pursuits. There is no hidden agenda here. If you doubt it, you may ask those two beside you. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense, and the sound of shattered jealousy echoed, making Luo Yuan's heart race. Ah, what an intriguing demon emperor of Biling domain. What a forthright seducer, Gu Qingshang scoffed, clenching her teeth, in Qingwu. As the ruler of the north, do you govern the myriad demons with such means? And Qingwu elegantly turned, unhurriedly replying, whether I can govern the myriad demons, I am uncertain, but if I can capture a man's heart, that is sufficient. With her words, there was not a hint of vulnerability, and Gu Qingshang's apprehension grew stronger. In desperation, she decided to take a bold step and posed the monumental question. Luo Yuan, you must decide, who do you choose between us? The empress also cast her gaze upon Luo Yuan, her intentions clear. National master, cease entangling yourself with them and return to the palace with me for your reward. Ruoli gazed at her junior brother, seemingly asking, Little Yuan, you will stay with your senior sister, won't you? Only in Qingwu, with a smile that danced between amusement and allure, regarded Luo Yuan, her enchanting eyes captivatingly inviting him. As if to say, whomever you choose, I shall not mind. Faced with the synchronized gazes of the four women, Luo Yuan, mustering his courage, suggested, since we are all here, why not sit down and have a proper discussion? Before he could finish his sentence, the expressions of the three women darkened, their eyes radiating a chilling intensity. And Qingwu smiled at Luo Yuan, her voice laden with meaning. I have no objections. But it seems your charming companions here are not quite pleased. Luo Yuan quickly swallowed the words he had not spoken and retreated a couple of steps. Indeed, in such a situation, silence was the best course of action. He cast a sympathetic glance at Ruoli, inwardly lamenting, Sister, your level is too low, you cannot partake in their battle. Ultimately, after Luo Yuan's earnest persuasion, the three women reached a consensus. They would wait for the results of the competition in 7 days to determine Luo Yuan's fate. Inside the private chamber on the second floor, Luo Yuan lay exhausted on his bed, both mentally and physically drained. His thoughts were chaotic as he pondered his next course of action. Earlier, Ruoli had informed him that their master intended to send them to Nanling Domain. To be honest, he had long wished to explore Nanling Domain, for among the 4 great spiritual domains, it was the most peculiar and intriguing. Moreover, with the heart of a sage, he was immune to any poison, curse, or charm, thus ensuring his safety in Nanling Domain. Ah, the Taoist sect. Luo Yuan suddenly recalled his connection with Xian Songzi. If they were indeed to venture to Nanling Domain, perhaps he could ask Xian Songzi for a favor. Honestly, the little Daoist nun named Ming Chun was rather charming, the type of sweet and lovely beauty that he could seize the opportunity to get to know better. Chapter 56. With merely a fleeting glance, she supplanted the deity I had revered in my heart for half a lifetime. As thoughts meandered, a profound drowsiness gradually enveloped me, and my eyelids began to wage a silent battle against each other. I yawned, turned over, sought a comfortable position, and slowly closed my eyes, soon surrendering to the realm of dreams. Detected that the host has entered a dream. The 4th cycle of dreams commences. In this lifetime, you were born into a humble family in the Nanlingyu. Your parents were both scattered practitioners within Nanlingyu, and the family barely made ends meet by gathering intelligence for the major sections. Though their lives were laborious, they were also relatively content, allowing you to spend the first 4 years of your life enveloped in happiness and joy. However, at the age of 5, your family fell victim to a dispute between the Wugu sect and the Taoist sections. The members of the Wugu sect suspected that your parents had leaked information to the Taoists, leading to the discovery of their formations surrounding the Taoist sect. Ultimately, your parents met a tragic end at the hands of the Wugu sect, their faces unrecognizable, and their bones and blood utterly destroyed. Why again this standard narrative of orphan beginnings? I silently lamented within the recesses of my mind. Yet, simultaneously, I became aware of the extraordinary nature of this dream. As the saying goes, when parents are sacrificed, boundless power ensues. This version of myself within the dream undoubtedly bore great fortune and profound karmic ties. After your parents were brutally slain by the Wugu sect, you, merely 5 years old, instantaneously lost all support. akin to a flickering candle in the wind, uprooted and adrift in the vast expanse of Nanlingyu. In your moment of desperation, Master Ningju, the abbot of Wugu Si, took you in, bringing you back to the temple. Among the three major forces in Nanlingyu, the Taoist sects and the Wugu sect stand at the forefront. Although Wugu Si is recognized as one of the three major sects, it primarily benefits from the radiance of Buddhist teachings. In terms of sheer strength, it may not even rival an ordinary upper-tier sect. Nonetheless, for the young you, it remained an utterly perfect sanctuary. At the age of 7, the abbot personally shaved your head, and you naturally became a monk of Wugu Si. The monks within the temple often remarked upon your innate wisdom, and the abbot repeatedly expressed astonishment at your understanding of Buddhist principles. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before you inherited your master's legacy and succeeded as the next abbot of Wugu Si. As the seasons changed and time flowed, you found yourself in the 12th year of your residence within Wugu Si. On this day, the head of the Taoist Tianzong visited Wugu Si, and all the monks gathered in the guest hall, you included. The head of Tianzong did not arrive alone, but was accompanied by dozens of disciples. Amidst the crowd behind him, you caught sight of a maiden clad in a flowing green gown. Her beauty was striking, appearing no more than 17 or 18 years of age, and her emerald attire stood out vividly against the sea of plain white Taoist robes. For one who had never encountered a woman, such an ethereal and resplendent girl was undoubtedly the most potent poison, compelling you to fixate your gaze upon her uncontrollably. You stared blankly at the girl in green not far away, your eyes lingering on her for an extended moment, entirely oblivious to the transgression of monastic precepts. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something, casting her gaze in your direction. In that instant of eye contact, your heart quivered slightly, an indescribable sensation coursing through your entire being. You swiftly regained your composure, hastily lowering your gaze, bringing your hands together, and softly uttering Ba. In the realms of the four spiritual domains, the customs of Nanlingyu are particularly unique. The Fall Festival is a traditional celebration that has been observed since ancient times in Nanlingyu. On this day, every household and sect in Nanlingyu adorns lanterns and ignites fireworks to pray for blessings. Without the abbot's permission, monks of Wugu Si are strictly forbidden from leaving the temple to partake in the worldly lantern fairs, which constitutes a grave transgression against the Buddhist code. Yet, throughout the 18 years of your life, you have spent the majority of your time within Wugu Si, accompanied by ancient lamps and the Buddha. While your devotion to Buddhism is sincere, deep within your heart, there lingers a faint yearning for the vibrant and tumultuous world beyond. Thus, on the evening of the Fall Festival during your 18th year, you stealthily slipped out of the temple, concealing your actions from your master and the gatekeeping brothers. To avoid drawing attention, you purchased a mask in the marketplace to wear. Coincidentally, on the day of the Fall Festival, those who ventured into the Lantern Fair also donned masks, a time-honored custom in Nanlingyu. The Lantern Fair, ablaze with neon lights, captivated you, leaving you entranced and reluctant to leave. Amidst this clamor and splendor, you seemed to forget your identity, disregarding the Buddhist precepts, desiring only to be an ordinary person reveling in the mundane world. Just as you were lost in the Lantern Fair, your foot unexpectedly collided with something. Bending down, you discovered a girl hunched over. You hurriedly assisted her to her feet, and in that moment of shared gazes, your eyes momentarily froze. Even through the mask, you recognized her, the girl in green who had accompanied the head of Tianzong on his visit to Wugu Si. You are the little monk from Wugu Si? The masked girl recognized you as well. My sincerest apologies. My sincerest apologies. You quickly bowed your head, bringing your hands together. Yin Xian, how long will you continue to act recklessly? Come back with your master at once. A stern voice suddenly echoed from nearby. Oh no, if my master and the brothers discover this, I shall be confined. The girl in green turned pale with alarm, and in her panic, she grasped your hand, pulling you away in the opposite direction. Hey Miss I. In your hurried state, you had no time to refuse, allowing her to lead you through the bustling crowd. Eventually, you evaded her master's sight, retreating to a secluded alley where you both sat down. Little monk, it seems we have shared some tribulations together. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling charmingly. The monk, who could have avoided this calamity, found himself entangled in an unexpected predicament. The young maiden appeared as though her facade had been abruptly pierced, puffing her cheeks and stammering, I do not care. In any case, you are now allied with me. You could only shake your head in resignation, opting for silence. Soon after, as if a thought had struck her, she resumed her inquiry. By the way, little monk, I have yet to ask you why, on that day within the guest hall of Wugu Si, you were gazing at me so intently? A gentle breeze wafted through the surroundings, carrying with it a hint of the enchanting fragrance that enveloped the young woman, leaving you feeling flustered and disoriented. Chapter 57. Little monk, do you like me? You cast your gaze downward and replied lightly. This humble monk merely perceives that although the female benefactor is within the ranks of Tianzong, she does not resemble a disciple of Tianzong. I do not resemble a disciple of Tianzong? Upon hearing this, the young lady in green pouted her lips, indignantly exclaiming, Pray, tell me, in what manner do I not embody the essence of a Tianzong disciple? You met her gaze and slowly articulated, as far as this humble monk is aware, Tianzong practices the path of Taishang Wanqing, which emphasizes the relinquishment of desires, unencumbered by emotions and undisturbed by feelings. Yet, the aura surrounding you and the brilliance in your eyes do not suggest a state of severing emotional ties. The young lady's brows arched into a crescent shape upon hearing your words as she hurriedly trotted to your side and seated herself. You are indeed an interesting monk. Do you know who I am? This humble monk does not know. You responded with unwavering composure. Leaning closer, she inquired, Do you know the nature of my relationship with the leader of Tianzong? This humble monk does not know. You slightly turned your head, evading her penetrating gaze. Do you know why only I am permitted to forego the Tianzong robe, unbound by the constraints of these outdated rules? This humble monk does not know. Is it true that all individuals from Wugu Temple are as tedious as you, little monk? She regarded your profile with a hint of disappointment. This humble monk does not know. Witnessing your flustered demeanor, the young lady burst into laughter. Little monk, I am merely teasing you. At her words, you gently turned your head, and your eyes fell upon her charmingly radiant face. The evening's fireworks blazed brilliantly, reflecting off her already captivating smile, causing it to shimmer resplendently. In that moment, it seemed as though your world contained nothing else, leaving you momentarily entranced. After a brief interlude, you finally recognized your own lapse in composure and hastily averted your gaze, bringing your hands together in prayer, silently reciting the scriptures. Yet, the verses you had once memorized so thoroughly eluded you now, leaving you at a loss for words. Your Buddhist heart was in disarray. On this night of the Luoqiao festival, you conversed with her extensively. You learned many things about her, including her identity. She was the cherished disciple of the leader of Tianzong, Luo Yuan. Upon her departure that day, she left behind a voice stone engraved with the Tianzong emblem. This was a unique communication tool of Tianzong, serving as a token of the bond between the two of you. The following day, you ventured alone to the grassy expanse behind Wugu Temple, retrieving the voice stone and gazing intently at the spiritual mark of Tianzong inscribed upon it. Your fingers gently traced the intricate patterns, a faint smile curving your lips. On this day, in this place you regarded as a sanctuary for your cultivation, you astonishingly refrained from reciting the scriptures. At that time, you perhaps could not have anticipated that this young woman from Tianzong, who had suddenly entered your life, would alter the trajectory of your entire existence. With but a single, simple glance, she supplanted the faith you had harbored for half your life. In the ensuing year, Luo Yuan's visits to Wugu Temple increased significantly. Initially, she would disguise her reasons with various excuses. Eventually, she abandoned pretense entirely, making a beeline for your quarters as soon as she entered. Her frequent visits began to attract the attention of the monks at Wugu Temple, leading them to speculate whether the abbot had secretly forged an undisclosed alliance with the leader of Tianzong. As your conversations deepened, so too did your bond. Gradually, you discovered that this favored daughter of Tianzong harbored unspoken struggles beneath her carefree exterior. As the beloved disciple of the Tianzong leader, she was destined to inherit the title of the Holy Maiden of Tianzong, ultimately assuming the mantle of leadership. However, to inherit the teachings of Tianzong, one must sever ties with the past, relinquish emotional bonds, and abandon all that one currently cherishes. This was undoubtedly a cruel and painful prospect for someone who inherently detested constraints. Little monk, tell me, if I were to become the leader of Tianzong in the future, would we still share the same bond as we do now? The young lady cradled her delicate face, her brows furrowed in distress. Compared to the numerous constraints imposed by her path, she seemed far more frightened of losing you as a friend. Yuan, allow this humble monk to offer a word of advice. You regarded her troubled expression and smiled gently. In the matters of life, disappointment often outweighs fulfillment. There are far more instances of unfulfilled wishes than satisfied ones. Some things cannot be forced, nor can they be coerced. Unbeknownst to you, your address to her had shifted from female benefactor to Qian. But what if I insist on forcing it? Luo Yuan slightly raised her exquisitely fair chin, her tone infused with a hint of defiance and pride. Little monk, in this world, there are times when one does not require the counsel of others. Unless one experiences it personally, one cannot truly comprehend. Her words resonated within you like the chime of a morning bell, stirring ripples across the tranquil surface of your heart. You joined your hands in prayer, lowering your gaze, contemplating all that occupied your thoughts. On the eve of the Luo festival in your 19th year, Luo Yuan sought you out at Wugu Temple. Little monk, let us visit the lantern market once more, just as we did when we first met. To venture beyond the temple's confines repeatedly was a grievous transgression, especially in the company of a woman. Yet, ultimately, you could not resist the young lady's pleading. At last, under her eager gaze, you softly acquiesced. On the night of the Luo festival, you evaded the watchful eyes of the gatekeeper monks and stealthily slipped out of Wugu Temple, arriving at the designated meeting place with Luo Yuan. As the evening descends, the entire street is aglow, illuminated by a myriad of lights that create a dreamlike ambience. Along the bustling lanes, an array of colorful lanterns sway gracefully, their vibrant hues resembling a multitude of twinkling stars, adorning the night sky in a splendid display. Luo Yuan tugs at your sleeve, leading you through the lantern market, where laughter and joy abound. Together, you indulge in a variety of delectable treats, marvel at the performances of street artists, engage in riddles, and release sky lanterns into the night. You both revel in the warmth of human connection, seemingly forgetting all your cares and worries. Before long, you find yourselves by the lakeside, where the water is crystal clear, reflecting the radiant lights from both shores, a sight of breathtaking beauty. In this moment, standing at the water's edge, your hearts are pure and tranquil, having long since cast aside any notions of rules or natural laws. Suddenly, a gentle rain begins to fall from the sky. As the rain intensifies, you retreat beneath a nearby eave, observing the world outside shrouded in droplets, your heart stirred by an unfamiliar emotion. Pedestrians on the street hasten their steps, their expressions flustered as they seek shelter from the unexpected downpour. Their faces betray a hint of panic, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden rainfall. Standing under the eave, you reflect on the scene before you, pondering the myriad of human experiences that exist. The cool rain, like delicate strings of a musical instrument, lightly caresses your face, bringing a refreshing chill. A gust of cold wind sweeps by, mingled with the fragrant essence of a young maiden, penetrating your senses and causing your body to shudder involuntarily. Little monk, what troubles you? Luo Yuan inquires, tilting her delicate head slightly, her starry gaze fixed intently upon your cheek. Why is your face flushed? You, at a loss for words, attempt to turn away to escape her penetrating gaze. Yet, the space beneath the eave is too confined, and the proximity between you is almost intimate, as if you were on the verge of embracing. No matter how you twist or bow your head, evading her sight proves impossible. In that moment, your embarrassment and awkwardness have nowhere to hide. Suddenly, she rises on her toes, inching closer to you, her luminous eyes shimmering like stars, softly uttering, "Little monk, do you have feelings for me?" Chapter 58. How can one attain a perfect balance in this world, without forsaking the Buddha nor the beloved? A sudden jolt reverberated through your heart, compelling you to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. Confronted by her penetrating gaze, you instinctively desired to evade her scrutiny. After a long pause, your expression dimmed, and with a deep sigh, you spoke. Though you may pose such a question, I, a humble monk, cannot entertain such thoughts. Some matters are destined to remain unanswered. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air became heavy with an abrupt silence. What are you thinking? I was merely teasing you. Moments later, the melodious laughter of the girl broke through your reverie, pulling your thoughts back to the present. You, as always, remain unchanged, utterly unamused by such jesting. Luo Yuan gently wiped the droplets from your face, her smile radiant as ever. Yet, in the fleeting moment, she bowed her head. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, life returned to tranquility. Luo Yuan continued to visit Wugu Temple frequently, engaging in laughter as if nothing had altered. Master Ningjue observed everything with keen eyes, but remained indifferent, believing that you shared a harmonious rapport and would undoubtedly become close companions in the future. After all, one is a disciple of the Buddha, and the other a descendant of the Tianzong. Both have devoted themselves to the renunciation of worldly love. If a monk and a Taoist maiden could indeed fall in love, then a chicken could surely play a ball. As days turned into weeks, a faint and unrealistic fantasy began to blossom within you. How wonderful it would be if everything could remain as it is at this moment. However, one cannot hide fire with paper. On an ordinary afternoon, two young monks, while gathering firewood in the back mountain, witnessed the scene of your playful interaction. Upon returning, they recounted the event to the other monks in the temple. Master Ningjue soon learned of this incident and summoned you before him, gazing intently into your eyes as he inquired, "Yuan, have you ever committed an act that wronged Wugu Temple?" You shook your head, your demeanor serene. "A monk does not utter falsehoods. I believe in you." Master Ningjue nodded and then posed another question. "Yuan, in your heart, who holds greater weight, the holy maiden of the Tianzong or the Buddha?" You lowered your gaze, unable to meet your master's eyes, nor could you confront the Buddha's majesty. Yet your silence spoke volumes. Seeing this, Master Ningjue sighed deeply and remarked, "You possess innate wisdom and a connection to the Buddhist path. I have watched you grow, and I cannot bear to expel you from Wugu Temple, nor can I bear to see the temple lacking such a perceptive disciple. Very well, I shall grant you another month. After you have thoroughly examined your heart, return and share your answer with me." The following day, the master confined you to a cell and instructed the entire temple to remain silent regarding the matter. In the dim confines of the cell, you pondered deeply. You recalled your parents who perished at the hands of the witchcraft sect. You remembered your initial days at Wugu Temple. You reflected on the vows taken when your master shaved your head. You are a person of the Buddhist faith, destined to be the future abbot of Wugu Temple. Having taken refuge, you should no longer linger in the mortal realm. Your life ought to be accompanied by the flickering light of the ancient Buddha, and you must cast aside the worldly attachments of love and desire. After countless internal struggles, you finally resolve to forget her. However, forgetting someone is far from simple. Though love is elusive, once recognized, it runs deep. In the cell, each time you recited scriptures, it was not the teachings of the Buddha that resonated in your ears, but her melodious laughter. Each time you fell asleep, it was not the Buddha that graced your dreams, but her gentle smile like a warm spring breeze. Whenever you closed your eyes to meditate, it was not enlightenment that surfaced in your mind, but the vivid memories from that day in the lantern market. "Little monk, shall we go watch the fireworks over there? Little monk, does this hairpin suit me? Little monk, why is your face so red? Little monk, do you like me? Do I like her? Do I truly like her?" You set down the scriptures, internally questioning yourself, your brow furrowing with concern. Moments later, a smile of understanding graced your lips. Your heart had already found its answer. Gently turning your body, you gazed upon the solemn and austere statue of the Buddha within the cell, your hands slowly coming together in prayer. Yet, in your once devout and respectful gaze, a hint of confusion lingered. In your mind, two immensely powerful thoughts clashed fiercely, ceaselessly challenging your Buddhist resolve. After a long while, you sighed deeply, murmuring softly, "How can one attain a perfect balance in this world, without forsaking the Buddha nor the beloved?" The host has awakened. The current dream cycle has ceased. The number of completed dream cycles, 3. The number of dream cycles conducted, 710. Luo Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head, feeling the mass of his thick, dark hair, and let out a long sigh of relief. How terrifying. Not everyone can be a monk. If it were truly as in the dream, he would have no face to meet anyone for the next 2 months. The next moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing a dream cycle. You may choose one reward from the following options to retain. 1. Buddha's light baptism. Upon selecting this reward, the host's body will undergo a baptism of Buddha's light, significantly enhancing physical strength, surpassing even those of 2 major realms higher than oneself. Air, the Jinlan Jiasa, a treasured artifact from the Wugu Temple in the Nanling domain. Once adorned, the wearer becomes impervious to the harm of toxins and malevolent energies, capable of withstanding the full force of a peak harmonization realm expert in critical moments. Son, the innate wisdom. Upon selecting this reward, the host will experience a profound enhancement in their comprehension of Buddhist teachings. They will be able to memorize any scripture within 3 recitations, and through meticulous reading 5 times, they will seamlessly integrate its meanings. Chapter 59. Guoshi, perhaps you may join me this time. The rewards bestowed were entirely related to the Buddhist sect, perfectly aligning with the identity he had envisioned in his dreams. Gazing upon these 3 rewards, Luo Yuan found himself lost in contemplation. The first option was quite appealing, as it could directly enhance the strength of his physical body, significantly improving his combat prowess. After all, solely cultivating the spiritual soul without tending to the flesh ultimately proves insufficient. A holistic approach is undoubtedly the wisest strategy. The second reward was a magical artifact capable of warding off all malevolent energies and toxic miasmas, and at critical moments, it could shield him from fatal blows. In simpler terms, it could eliminate debuffs while providing a one-time defensive measure. However, upon reflection, he realized that most of its functions overlapped with that of his own Shangren Gxin. As for the third option, Luo Yuan suspected it was merely a filler provided by the system. Why would he, in his right mind, require the Buddhist wisdom roots when he had no intention of renouncing the world? After careful consideration, Luo Yuan made his choice. Tongzi Gu, I choose the first option. Regardless, opting for an enhancement of combat power could never be a misstep. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Bathed in this resplendent glow, he felt waves of warmth coursing through his body, the latent strength within his muscles swelling magnificently. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the golden light gradually dissipated. Luo Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, focusing on the strength of his corporeal form, and was pleasantly astonished to discover that compared to before, his physical prowess had reached an astonishing level. His current cultivation was approximately at the mid-stage of Jindan, and according to the system's description, the strength of his body after basking in the Buddhist light equated to a significant realm increase. This implied that although his cultivation remained at the Jindan stage, his physical strength was on par with that of a Huashan realm cultivator. If he were to reach the limits of his previous cultivation, would there be anything in this world capable of shaking him even slightly? Remarkably, this was akin to an indirect attainment of physical sanctity. At that moment, the door to the chamber was pushed open, and Bai Roli entered gracefully. Xiao Yuan, you are awake. She had grown accustomed to Luo Yuan's penchant for slumber, for in the realm of cultivation, there were those who could sleep for millennia. As long as Xiao Yuan's health remained intact, she had little cause for concern. Shiji, how long have I been asleep? Luo Yuan inquired. Exactly 7 days, Bai Roli replied as she settled beside the bed. The tournament you proposed, the Wangzhe Rongyao Dasa, is set to commence shortly. 7 days? Luo Yuan marveled silently, realizing he had awakened just in time. Then, as if struck by a thought, he asked again, Shiji, what has been the public's reaction during the past week of trial? Bai Roli pondered briefly before responding, to speak of it. Your innovative tournament format has indeed garnered interest. Upon its trial in the capital, it swiftly became a sensation, with spectators flocking to witness it daily. In just these few days, numerous cultivators from the surrounding spiritual domains have come seeking to partake, and even our master has heard of it. Luo Yuan nodded slightly, recognizing that such an outcome was well within his expectations. The global phenomenon of MOBA games in his past life attested to their undeniable allure and adaptability. In contrast, the current competitive formats within this world largely remained rudimentary, primarily involving arena duels. The mechanics of a MOBA game were a profound leap forward. By the way, Shiji, how did your discussions with Gondai progress? Luo Yuan inquired further. Prior to his slumber, he had instructed Bai Roli to coordinate with Shun Wanhao regarding the tournament arrangements. All participating sects were to don standardized attire marked with the emblem of the Heiyuan Merchants Association. The necessary arms and lower-tier spiritual artifacts for the competition were also to be provided by the well-established Heiyuan Merchants Association. This plan for sponsorship had long been hampered by a lack of execution, and the forthcoming spiritual vein distribution tournament presented an ideal opportunity for its implementation. Bai Roli replied, the day after you instructed me, I promptly consulted Uncle Shun. True to his reputation as a commercial titan, his insight is remarkably astute. As soon as I outlined the general concept, he grasped its essence immediately. After several days of diligent effort, the Heiyuan Merchants Association has completed preparations for the necessary attire and equipment for the tournament. All the garments and tools for the sects within 4 domains were ready in just a few days. Luo Yuan was taken aback, impressed by the efficiency and acumen of one who had risen to the position of the wealthiest in the Dongling domain. When Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli arrived at the tournament venue, the stands were already teeming with spectators. A glance revealed that every seat was filled, underscoring the immense popularity of the event. From his elevated vantage point, Luo Yuan surveyed the arena, which bore a striking resemblance to his envisioned design, albeit with minor discrepancies in detail. The entire arena was structured with 3 lanes, each equipped with 3 mechanical watchtowers, culminating in a circular fortress at each lane's end, serving as the respective base. Shao Yuan, the competition is about to begin. We should take our seats. Our position at Xianing Pavilion is on the eastern side of the stands. Bai Ruoli glanced around anxiously, seemingly worried about something. Yet, the very next moment, her greatest concern materialized. From the entrance of the adjacent corridor, the voice of the empress resonated. Guosher, why not join me at the central seat of the stands? I have prepared a spot for you. The central seat was exclusively reserved for the empress, providing the best view while avoiding the throngs, making it the most suitable place to observe the proceedings. No sooner had she spoken than another voice, cool and composed, emerged from the opposite corridor. Luo Yuan. The cultivators of the Dongling domain must occupy their rightful seats. The position I have reserved for you is no less favorable than that so-called central seat. Chapter 60. Ruoli, Uncle Shun supports you. Upon hearing these words, the empress's lips curled into a cold smile as she slowly approached Gu Qingshang. The gazes of the 2 women collided in the air, seemingly igniting sparks. The holy maiden's assertion was erroneous. As a key minister of Ardain, the national master ought to observe the competition alongside me. The empress spoke with an undeniable authority, clearly unwilling to concede on this matter. Gu Qingshang scoffed softly, her icy voice resonating once more. Your Majesty, Lin is a cultivator from the Eastern Spirit domain. It is only reasonable that he sits with the cultivators from our domain. No matter how splendid the main seat may be, if it is unsuitable, it ultimately remains mere wishful thinking. Gu Qingshang's stance was equally resolute, placing significant emphasis on the term wishful thinking. Although her words ostensibly pertained to seating arrangements, the underlying meaning was understood by all present. The empress's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated that Gu Qingshang would contest her on such a trivial matter. Just as she prepared to speak again, a sultry and enchanting laughter suddenly rang out. Ah, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Accompanying this alluring voice was a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her graceful figure and bewitching visage captivating all who beheld her. And Qingwu's appearance instantly heightened the vigilance of the 3 women present, each regarding her with a gaze bordering on hostility. Particularly, Bai Ruoli's eyes brimmed with apprehension, for each of them had previously suffered at her hands, deeply aware of the terror she embodied. With a charming smile, she approached Luan, her captivating eyes seeming to pierce into the depths of one's soul. Luo Yuan, why not join me in my seat? If you wish to observe the competition, the seating in the Northern Spirit domain is certainly no less favorable than elsewhere. Moreover, I can offer you some unique viewing experiences. And Qingwu's words dripped with temptation and provocation, clearly unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Unique experiences? Gu Qingshang's brows furrowed deeply at the implications, her voice cold as she retorted. Demon Emperor, you are the sovereign of the Northern Spirit domain. Is it truly necessary to abandon all decorum in pursuit of a man? In front of so many, do you still wish to employ such beguiling tactics? I fail to comprehend the meaning behind your words, Gu Qingshang. When have I ever suggested employing beguiling tactics? And Qingwu's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. I merely extended a courteous invitation for Lin to sit with me. If he agrees, that would be delightful. If not, I shall not insist. Why does it become a matter of me shamelessly vying for a man in your words? Her seemingly innocuous remarks swiftly turned the tide against Gu Qingshang's accusations. Though her previous statements carried an air of seduction, as long as she did not acknowledge it, the insinuations remained merely that. As a result, Gu Qingshang appeared petty for being the first to cast blame. Unbeknownst to her, the balance of power had shifted. Furthermore, in Qingwu's words, though appearing uncontentious, were in fact the most lethal. While others were embroiled in disputes over Luo Yuan's whereabouts, she alone added the remark that she would not insist if he declined. As the saying goes, retreating to advance is the most effective strategy. By granting the other party a semblance of freedom and understanding the subtleties of relaxed control, one can truly capture their heart. Indeed, a femme fatale. Gu Qingshang silently gritted her teeth, seething internally. Observing the three women before her, Ruoli felt a wave of regret wash over her, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. As expected, these women were drawn to the scent of opportunity. If only I had acted sooner and taken Xiao Yuan away. Just as the empress, Gu Qingshang, and Qingwu were embroiled in their contention for Luo's seat, a commanding and profound voice suddenly broke the stalemate. Ladies, there is no need for further dispute. I, Shun, have prepared designated seating for all present. As the words resonated, a middle-aged man draped in resplendent robes, exuding an air of affluence, appeared from the opposite passage. Godfather. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Yuan's face instantly lit up with joy. Family, who understands? Surrounded by a throng of delicate, desperate women, finally, someone has come to my rescue. The arrival of Shun Wanhe caused a brief pause in the atmosphere. The empress, Gu Qingshang, and Ruoli all turned to him, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. The empress's countenance darkened, her mind racing. President Shun is actually the adoptive father of my husband. It seems I must extend certain privileges to the Heiyue merchant guild within the realm of De'in. Gu Qingshang frowned slightly, her typically serene face betraying a hint of confusion. As the foremost merchant guild in the Eastern Spirit domain, she had certainly heard of Shun Wanhe's esteemed name. However, she could never have fathomed the connection he shared with Luoyan. Lacking any heirs, Luoyan was his sole successor. She had previously worried that her association with Luoyan would draw the disapproval of the sect's higher-ups. Yet, in light of current circumstances, one could argue that they were, in a sense, a match made in heaven. A twinge of secret delight stirred within Gu Qingshang, her gaze towards Shun Wanhe now akin to that of a prospective daughter-in-law. However, Shun Wanhe appeared oblivious to their scrutinizing gazes and simply approached Lin, gently patting his shoulder. Lin, my boy, I neglected to inform you in advance that this event is of grand magnitude, with numerous attendees and various interests at stake from all spirit domains. To ensure the audience's confidence, I have arranged for you and the esteemed ladies to serve as judges. The responsibilities are not burdensome. You will merely need to provide some brief comments following the event's conclusion. Not burdensome at all, Luo Yuan quickly interjected. We are family, so let us not be formal about it. Rest assured, Godfather, I will handle everything with clarity. In truth, he was not particularly interested in the role of a judge. He simply appreciated that Shun Wanhe's arrangement was perfectly timed. The dilemma of the fairy's escalating need for Luo Yuan and the singular existence of Luo Yuan has been impeccably resolved. What is the point of incessant bickering? Is it not more delightful for everyone to revel in harmony? Observing Luo Yuan take the initiative to express his stance, the other four women readily echoed his sentiments, subtly embodying a sense of marital concord. Thus, a contention instigated by seating arrangements was quelled through the intervention of Shun Wanhe. Luo Yuan, Ruoli, the empress, Gu Qingshang, and Qingwu proceeded towards the specially prepared judges' seats to witness this grand competition. Meanwhile, Shun Wanhe stood aside, watching their departing figures with a flicker of satisfaction gracing his countenance. He had been privy to the entire sequence of events, but chose to intervene only at the last moment. After all, any one of these four women could potentially become his future daughter-in-law. To assist one would inevitably invite accusations of favoritism. Nevertheless, he harbored a preconceived bias in his heart. He retrieved a fine communication jade from his pocket and whispered to the receding Ruoli. Ruoli, Uncle Shun can see that you truly cherish that young lad, and Luo Yuan seems to have a certain reliance on you as well. Fear not, regardless of what others may say. Rest assured that Uncle Shun stands in your favor. Chapter 61. The Competition Venue. Qingshang Xianzi's subtle intentions upon hearing those words, Ruoli's delicate face immediately flushed with a hint of crimson. Shun Wanhe's remarks filled her with immense joy, yet she dared not voice her excitement too loudly for fear of being overheard by the others ahead. Thus she could only respond in a whisper, "Thank you, Uncle Shun." In the main arena, contestants from various spiritual domains had already taken the stage. Clad in their respective battle attire and wielding weapons, their eyes sparkled with unwavering conviction and fervent ambition. After all, this competition was pivotal, concerning the allocation of spiritual veins and the future development of several major spiritual regions for an extended period. Moreover, following the vigorous promotion by the Dane government and the Heiyue Chamber of Commerce over the past few days, The event's reputation had spread far and wide. A stellar performance here would undoubtedly elevate one's status. Around the spectator stands, cheers and shouts reverberated, transforming the entire arena into a surging ocean of excitement. "This brother, I am Shi Hao from the Southern Spiritual Domain. Might you be from the Eastern Spiritual Domain?" A cultivator from the Southern Domain inquired of a nearby sword cultivator. The sword cultivator turned slightly, bowing respectfully, and replied with a smile, "You have keen eyes, my friend. I am Majechi, a disciple of the Luo Yuan sect from the Eastern Spiritual Domain. I traveled here specifically to witness this extraordinary competition in Dayan's capital." Shi Hao's expression brightened at this. "What a coincidence. I have come from the Southern Spiritual Domain for the same reason, to behold this momentous event." This innovative competition format not only tested the collaboration among disciples from various sects, but also involved strategic planning. The battlefield was dynamic and multifaceted, presenting challenges that were truly unprecedented. Ma Jiechi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, as you said, this format maximizes fairness while enriching the diversity of the competition. Such ingenuity is nothing short of brilliant." As anticipated, this format would likely be adopted in future large-scale contests across the spiritual domains. With all preparations in place, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. An elderly man in black robes stood at the center of the arena, adeptly guiding the audience's emotions and setting the stage for the upcoming segments. Esteemed guests from various spiritual domains and all audiences from Dayan, I shall now introduce the esteemed judges for this competition. He continued, "They are all top figures from major factions, possessing vast experience and profound strength. Their evaluations will determine the course of this contest and provide invaluable guidance and advice to the contestants." The voice of the elderly man resonated, enhanced by spiritual power, and instantly enveloped every corner of the arena. "First, let us welcome the first judge of this grand competition, the Saintess of the Luo Yuan sect, Gu Qingshang." As the host's words fell, all eyes in the arena turned to Gu Qingshang at the judges' table. Adorned in an exquisite sword robe, her serene visage bore a subtle smile, and her clear eyes seemed capable of perceiving all. Her appearance instantly sent tremors through the audience. Particularly, the young men in the stands were utterly captivated, their gazes fixated on Gu Qingshang's ethereal beauty, as if they could hardly tear themselves away. "Gu Qingshang, is that truly the Saintess of the Luo Yuan sect? I never imagined she would participate in this competition. Such a figure, such allure, was indeed a rarity among mortals. If only I could share a night of passion with her, I would willingly forsake all for the sake of attaining enlightenment. Bah! She is the most beautiful woman of our Eastern domain. How could she ever be within your reach?" It is well known that Gu Qingshang, revered as the most beautiful woman of the Eastern domain, has countless admirers across the 4 spiritual domains. Yet, she typically remains secluded within her sect, rarely appearing in public, making this occasion all the more remarkable. However, the audience soon detected an unusual detail. To Gu Qingshang's side sat an unfamiliar young man. Their proximity alarmingly close, nearly touching. What was more perplexing was that Gu Qingshang appeared completely unperturbed by his presence, even exhibiting a subtle air of intimacy. This was indeed strange. Who was this individual? How could he sit beside the Saintess? Was he perhaps her fellow disciple, or even a brother? That seemed implausible. Gu Qingshang has always been aloof and disdainful towards any man. How could she be so close to a mere boy? The spectators speculated on the nature of the relationship between Luo Yuan and Gu Qingshang, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Bai Ruoli, seated nearby, also noticed this scene, casting a somewhat envious glance at Gu Qingshang, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of discontent. In contrast, Qingwu smiled knowingly at them, remarking, "Qingshang Xianzi truly possesses remarkable tactics, deliberately sitting next to Luo Yuan amidst such a crowd. In this light, you two appear to be a match made in heaven." Gu Qingshang's beautiful eyes remained unfazed as she coolly replied, "All's fair in love and war. If others can employ such tricks, why should I not?" The empress beside her instantly grasped the implication, her elegant brows furrowing in displeasure. "How audacious! Not only does she covet my man, but she also resorts to the tricks I once used during the 4 Domains conference." Before the crowd could fully react, the deep voice of the elder in black robes resonated once more. "Next, let us welcome the second judge of this grand competition, the Empress of the Central Continent, the Sovereign of Dayan." As the announcement concluded, the audience erupted in astonished murmurs, particularly among the representatives of the four spiritual domains, many of whom were witnessing the empress for the first time. To their surprise, the empress of the central continent was indeed a vision of exquisite beauty. Indeed, the environment nurtures its people. This figure, this beauty, can rival even the exquisite Qingshang Xianzi of our Donglinyu. I declare, this marks the 9,998th flutter of my heart thus far. However, it soon became apparent to the audience that something was amiss. In their gaze, the empress, who had been seated on the right side of the judges' panel, suddenly began to rise from her seat. She then proceeded towards the left side of the panel, heading towards the unfamiliar man beside Gu Qingshang. Chapter 62. The competition begins. The empress eager to declare sovereignty as the audience's eyes widened in astonishment. The empress gracefully approached the left side of the judging panel, taking a seat beside Luo Yuan. She subtly leaned closer to him, entwining her arms around his, and softly whispered in his ear, "Sure, this is my first time presiding over such a grand event. I hope you can offer me reminders along the way to avoid any mistakes." To Luo Yuan, these words were perfectly ordinary, yet the act of whispering so intimately struck a different chord among the onlookers. Setting aside the boldness of her proximity, the very essence of her whispered words ignited a flurry of speculation. The sudden shift left the audience astounded, jaws nearly hitting the ground. What could this mean? Why had the empress chosen to sit beside that young man? Could it be that he had recently been accepted as the empress's male consort? This was inconceivable. If he were truly a consort, what then of his previous interactions with Qingshang Xianzi? The crowd soon refocused their attention on Gu Qingshang, eagerly awaiting her reaction. To everyone's surprise, Gu Qingshang's brows furrowed tightly, her expression shifting subtly, betraying a hint of jealousy. Her demeanor unmistakably revealed feelings of envy. This realization served as undeniable evidence of the relationship between Luo Yuan and Gu Qingshang. The radiant Qingshang Xianzi of the Eastern Spirit Domain and the Empress of Zhongzhou vying for the affections of a single man, even going so far as to display such intimacy in front of a vast audience. If this were to spread, it would certainly create a sensational uproar across the spiritual realms. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, the audience could never have believed it. However, the astonishment they faced was far from over. Just as the audience fervently debated the intricate dynamics between the Empress, Gu Qingshang, and Luo Yuan, the voice of the old man in black robes echoed once more throughout the arena. Next, let us welcome the third judge of this competition, the ruler of the extreme Yin and extreme darkness, the lord of all demons in the world, the demon emperor of the northern spirit domain. With the old man's proclamation, a renewed wave of chatter surged through the crowd. The northern spirit domain's demon emperor? Did I hear correctly? The demon emperor is participating in this competition? It was said that the northern demon emperor resided in the palace of 10,000 demons, with few having ever glimpsed his true form within the other three spirit domains. Today, they would finally behold him. Yet, when they peered through the ethereal barrier at the judging panel, their excitement swiftly morphed into a profound silence. As the vast arena became so quiet one could hear a pin drop. And Qing Wu, adorned in a flowing purple gown, reclined languidly at the judge's table, her fair skin resembling snow, her brows delicate as willows, and her enchanting eyes glimmering with a captivating allure. Such breathtaking beauty, so intoxicatingly alluring, rendered the audience spellbound. With audible gasps and the sound of swallowing echoing from the stands, many male cultivators found their gazes fixated upon Qing Wu, as if unable to tear their eyes away. Their thoughts and rationality had long since drifted into oblivion, leaving only her image in their minds. Some of the less self-controlled young disciples even drooled. The Northern Demon Emperor was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty. A cultivator from the Eastern Spirit Domain exclaimed in disbelief. If she were to employ her charms, surely no man could resist such temptation. The rumors regarding the Northern Demon Emperor's captivating allure were validated in this encounter. Moments later, most of the audience managed to shake off the spell of disbelief. However, some began to notice something amiss. Why did the Demon Emperor's gaze appear so peculiar? Logically, given the position of the judging panel, it would be reasonable for her to look directly ahead. Yet she was fixated on the left side of the panel. Wait, the audience seemed to grasp the implications. The left side of the judging panel, the direction she was staring at, was clearly the position occupied by Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, why was it always him? The audience, now acutely aware of this detail, felt a pang of apprehension. Who exactly was Luo Yuan? Beyond his striking handsomeness, What extraordinary qualities did he possess? How could he maintain such fervent connections with the saintess of the Ningjian sect, the empress of Zhongzhou, and the northern demon emperor, even provoking jealousy from the empress and Qingshang Xinzi? While the audience grappled with their confusion, they also looked forward to the next judge. The first 3 judges were all stunning beauties. Surely the fourth would not disappoint, would they? As the audience awaited with bated breath, the voice of the old man in black robes resonated once more. The fourth judge of this competition, the head of the Taoist disciples of the Southern Spirit Domain, Taoist Xian Songzi. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the crowd. Expectations had been high, and disappointment followed suit. After 3 exquisite beauties, they were presented with an old man. Xian Songzi, seated in another viewing area, felt a slight twitch in his expression as he struggled to maintain composure, fervently repeating to himself, "I am not angry. I am not angry." Meanwhile, Ming Chun, sitting in the stands, covered his face, fearing someone might recognize him as the old man's disciple. As the old man in black robes concluded the introductions of the judges, the competition officially commenced. The first half of the contest featured a match between the Western Spirit Domain and the Eastern Spirit Domain. Due to the significant disparity in overall strength between the 2 domains, coupled with their previous gains from the 4-domain conference, neither side was particularly eager to engage in a fierce battle. Consequently, the overall competitive spirit was somewhat subdued. Before long, the Eastern Spirit Domain's representative team swiftly overwhelmed their opponents. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Southern and Northern Spirit Domains fought fiercely, neither willing to concede. Both sides engaged in a relentless exchange, pillaging various neutral resources. The disciples from each sect coordinated seamlessly, executing ambushes, isolating targets, engaging in team battles, and executing strategic retreats with remarkable precision and method. Ultimately, a disciple from the Taoist sect of Nanlingyu, in a moment of carelessness while entering the thicket, fell victim to a successful ambush by the opposing side. This oversight left their team at a disadvantage, leading to a systematic dismantling of their forces and ultimately resulting in their defeat in the match. Chapter 63. Preparations before departing for Nanlingyu. As the afternoon progressed, the final match between Donglingyu and Beilingyu commenced. Armed with the experience gained from the first half and days of simulated preparation, both sides approached the opening with utmost caution. The anticipated large-scale engagements did not erupt immediately. Instead, both teams dedicated most of their time to gathering resources and gradually fortifying their strengths. After approximately an hour, the teams, having exchanged their gathered resources for equipment and spiritual artifacts, finally ignited a massive team battle. A participant from the Hui sect of Donglingyu initiated the first move from a thicket, channeling spiritual energy in his hands to unleash a searing fireball that left a Beilingyu contestant momentarily stunned. The ambushed contestant, recovering from the brief daze, hurriedly retreated from the bushes, while his teammates descended with overwhelming force, splitting the battlefield. Seeing the unfolding chaos, the Donglingyu competitors abandoned their stealth and surged forward, igniting a fierce melee for supremacy. A disciple from the Ningjian sect attempted to infiltrate from the rear to take down the opponent responsible for ranged attacks, yet his repeated approaches were thwarted by a vigilant Beilingyu defender. Left with no choice, he circled around, biding his time for an opportunity. Observing his side slipping into disadvantage, a spark of inspiration struck him. He abruptly altered his course and sprinted towards the opposing fortress. This action evoked gasps and murmurs from the audience. What was he doing? Was he attempting to flee amid battle? Why was he suddenly retreating? No, he was heading towards the Beilingyu fortress. The spectators quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The direction taken by the Ningjian disciple was not towards his own fortress, but rather that of the adversary. The elder in the black robe, tasked with narrating the match, observed the unfolding drama and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us analyze the position of this Ningjian disciple. What could he be planning? He aims to charge straight for the opponent's fortress. Can he succeed?" Realizing the urgency, the Beilingyu competitors rushed back to defend their fortress, but it was too late. The Ningjian disciple had already arrived at the fortress's threshold. Utilizing the vine armor acquired earlier, he braved the fortress's defensive mechanisms and launched a furious assault on its core. With a series of resounding crashes, the Beilingyu fortress began to tremble precariously. The audience held their breath, captivated by every detail of the Ningjian disciple's actions. With a thunderous crash, the Beilingyu fortress collapsed, leaving the disciple utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. His body bore numerous fine scars. A single more blow would spell his doom. The audience was stunned. While others engaged in direct confrontation, he had successfully infiltrated their base. The elder's voice, infused with potent spiritual energy, echoed throughout the arena. The Beilingyu fortress has been breached. I hereby declare that the victors of this tournament are the representatives of Donglingyu. Gazing at the Ningjian disciple in awe, Luo Yuan's eyes widened, and he involuntarily exclaimed, he executed a famed blade technique, the Si Ming. What is the Si Ming? And Xingwu inquired, puzzled. Master, what exactly is this famed blade technique you speak of? The empress echoed, equally perplexed. As far as I know, there is no weapon named Si Ming that can be exchanged in this tournament. No, it is nothing, Luo Yuan replied, shaking his head dismissively. I merely recalled an old acquaintance. Pointing towards the Ningjian disciple, Luo Yuan asked Gu Qingshang, what is his name? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingshang perused the roster of Donglingyu participants and slowly responded, his surname is Mao, with the single name Lei. He is an inner disciple of our Ningjian sect. Mao Lei. Luo Yuan gasped in astonishment. This young man is destined for greatness. The others were taken aback by Luo Yuan's sudden reaction. To them, he was merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Ningjian sect, perhaps clever but hardly deserving of such high praise. Nonetheless, Gu Qingshang made a mental note of the name, intending to mention it to the elders at their sect upon returning. After all, it was her man who had brought it up. It was wise to heed his words carefully. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, she, the proud and ethereal beauty of Dongyu, had already begun to embody Luo Yuan's ideals in both thought and form. After a day of fierce competition, the tournament finally drew to a close. Although the proceedings were somewhat hasty and disorganized, overall, the outcome met Luo Yuan's expectations. Donglingyu claimed first place, while Beilingyu settled for second, with Nanlingyu and Xilingyu taking third and fourth places, respectively. The rankings determined the allocation of spiritual veins among the four regions. The summary of results indicated that the victors obtained their desired rewards, while the defeated also received compensatory incentives, ensuring that all left with some measure of gain. Indeed, a bright future lay ahead for all. This single day's contest generated substantial revenue, amounting to tens of thousands of spiritual stones for the Dain royal family, effectively covering the costs of venue construction and personnel. In other words, they broke even in just one day. The Heiyu Chamber of Commerce, too, reaped both fame and fortune from the event. Since the tournament's conclusion was nearing, Shenwanha had been grinning from ear to ear. Custom garments, ubiquitous commercial promotions, and specialized competition equipment. All of these left a profound impression on the spectators from the other three regions. It is foreseeable that with the gradual promotion of such events, the number of Heiyu Chamber of Commerce branches in the other three regions would undoubtedly surge. After concluding the tournament, Luo Yuan and Bai Ruoli returned to Xianin Pavilion to organize their affairs and plan their subsequent journey to Nanlingyu. Upon completing these tasks, he promptly made his way to the Imperial Palace to pay his respects. Master, are you heading to Nanlingyu? Within the Imperial Palace, the Empress gazed upon Luo Yuan, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. As mandated by my master, I shall undoubtedly comply. A hint of a smile adorned Luo Yuan's countenance as he spoke slowly. Moreover, I have long been enchanted by the southern spirit domain, and this journey shall allow me to behold the elegance of the south, thus serving a dual purpose. Upon hearing this, the Empress fell into a moment of contemplation, and after a considerable pause, she gently parted her lips to inquire, Master of the nation, how long do you intend to be away? It may be a few days, several months, or perhaps even a year. Luo Yuan raised his gaze to meet hers, the smile still gracing his features. I only wish that your heart mirrors mine, and I shall not disappoint the longing of our hearts. Chapter 64. A Farewell One by One. Qingshang Xianzi's heart in turmoil upon hearing those words. The Empress's delicate form shuddered, her icy countenance momentarily frozen in stillness. She silently recited in her heart, May your heart be as mine. Her gaze gradually became hazy. To reign as an emperor is to embody the sovereign of a nation, and the term Your Majesty inherently implies a connection to oneself. The phrase your heart carries a double entendre. Does it not? Was the phrase uttered by her husband a mere slip of the tongue, or was it a carefully crafted thought? Regardless, it represents her husband's profound affection for her. My dear, how significant am I in your heart? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through the Empress's mind, causing the once resolute ruler of Zhongzhou to feel a touch of disarray. Slowly, she turned her head to meet Luo Yuan's gaze, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. "National Master, go with peace of mind. I shall await your return in this capital." After speaking, she seemed to recall something suddenly. Leaning slightly closer to Luo Yuan's ear, she whispered, "You still have some rewards here that you have yet to claim." Upon finishing, her body recoiled as if electrified, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. "Rewards? Is it the reward I am thinking of? Your Majesty, if you are referring to that, I am no longer tired." Luo Yuan's expression turned serious as he addressed the Empress with a solemn demeanor. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not fail your grace and shall strive to return promptly to claim my reward." Upon stepping out of the palace gates, Luo Yuan turned his attention to the inn in the Dongling region where he was to stay. "You are headed to the Nanling region." Inside the inn room, Gu Qingshang exhibited a reaction akin to that of the Empress, filled with shock and confusion upon hearing Luo Yuan's subsequent itinerary. "What business do you have in the Nanling region? Surely, you have not fallen prey to some scheme devised by those despicable Taoists?" Luo Yuan gently shook his head and began to explain, "By the command of my master, I am to proceed to the Nanling region to participate in the contest for the Taoist lineage." Gu Qingshang's brows slightly furrowed, a hint of perplexity appearing on her cool, jade-like visage. Being the holy maiden of the Ningjian sect, she was aware of the contest for the Taoist lineage in the Nanling region, having even accompanied the sect leader there in the past. However, this contest was ultimately an internal affair of the Taoist sects, with the invited individuals merely serving as witnesses, holding no sway over the outcome. If someone was needed to represent her, Mo Qingxiu could easily select any elder from the Xianin sect. Why, then, was Luo Yuan chosen? Could it be that she had ulterior motives? Nevertheless, since Luo Yuan had made his decision, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. After all, the Ningjian sect had also received an invitation. If needed, she could accompany him later. With this thought, she raised her head slightly, locking her gaze onto Luo Yuan's eyes. "Let us set aside the matter of the Nanling region for now. You have yet to inform me of your choice." Luo Yuan had not provided an answer to the two options she had presented when she forcefully sought him from the Xianin sect, leaving her with lingering doubts, even questioning whether her terms had been insufficient. Luo Yuan was taken aback by her words, his gaze dropping slightly as he replied softly, "This matter cannot be rushed. Let us decide once I return from the Nanling region." The wisdom of delaying decisions in uncertain situations is indeed commendable. "Then how long will you be gone? When will you return to the Dongling region?" Gu Qingshang posed two questions in rapid succession, seemingly quite concerned about the answers. "I do not know. It could be a few days or several years." Luo Yuan shook his head, a touch of helplessness crossing his features as he sighed. "It is said that the customs and culture of the Nanling region are the most unique among the four spiritual realms. However, regrettably, this journey may span months, and even if there are myriad charms, with whom shall I share them?" As his words fell, a fleeting moment of panic crossed Gu Qingshang's cool visage. What did he mean by that? With whom shall I share them? In this room, there are only the two of us. Was he implying that I am his sole confidant? Luo Yuan, how significant am I in your heart? Gu Qingshang's gaze shifted, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. Faced with Luo Yuan's seemingly ambiguous farewell, the typically tranquil holy maiden of the Ningjian sect felt an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. "Qingshang Xianzi, I take my leave. Take care." Without waiting for Gu Qingshang to respond, Luo Yuan offered a slight bow and left behind a lingering phrase, "May your heart be as mine. I shall not fail the longing." He then waved his sleeve and gracefully exited the inn, leaving Gu Qingshang in a state of confusion. She watched Luo Yuan's retreating figure, placing her left hand upon her heart, feeling the fierce pounding within her chest. As a swordsman, her ever-present sword had inadvertently clattered to the ground. After leaving the inn, Luo Yuan hurriedly made his way to the inn where the Beiling region representatives were staying. After exchanging farewells with Qingwu, he continued on to the inn in the Nanling region. After all, to expand the Xianin Pavilion in the Nanling region, the support of a local noble family is paramount. The Taoist sect led by Xian Songzi is undoubtedly the best choice. Upon receiving this news, Xian Songzi could not be described as being devoid of emotion. Rather, he was overjoyed. He had intended to invite Luo Yuan to join him in the Nanling region for the contest of the lineage, but had long struggled to find the right moment to broach the subject. With Luo Yuan approaching him directly, it was, without doubt, a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, he readily patted his chest and assured, "Rest easy, young friend Luo. When it comes to the Nanling region, I am exceedingly familiar and will ensure everything is arranged perfectly." That evening, Luo Yuan and Bai Roli packed their belongings and set off with Xian Songzi and his party toward the Nanling region. Though they traveled together, they boarded different flying spiritual devices. Due to the large number of Taoist disciples, a large-scale moving formation was employed to facilitate their transportation. While Luo Yuan opted to travel with Bai Roli aboard the flying device from his own Xianin sect. After all, compared to slumbering amidst a motley crew of foul Taoists, Luo Yuan undoubtedly preferred to share a bed with his esteemed senior sister. The night enveloped the world in an inky darkness. As he gazed up at the vast and boundless sky, Luo Yuan gradually closed his eyes, and soon, the embrace of drowsiness overcame him, leading him into the realm of dreams. The system detected that the host had once again entered the dreamscape and initiated the dream archive. The archive was successfully loaded, and it would continue from the previous dream's narrative. The image repository had completed the first volume, and it was time to change the map once more. Each transition filled me with trepidation. Chapter 65. I shall return to secular life and marry Yunxian after you were confined by the abbot. Liu Yunxian often visited Wugu Temple in search of you. Initially, the gatekeeper monks would deny her entry with various excuses, for ever since Liu Yuan's confinement, rumors had circulated within the temple regarding the holy maiden of Tianzong and Lin. The monks were well aware that it was this woman who had beguiled Lin, leading him to be tainted by worldly desires. The gatekeeper monks were no exception. Yet, Liu Yunxian did not relent. In her eyes, as long as her heart was sincere enough, no door was impervious to her knocks. As she anticipated, the gatekeeper was eventually moved by her earnestness and secretly allowed her to enter. However, despite her access to Wugu Temple, she could not find your presence. Whenever she rushed into the Hall of Precepts to question the abbot in confusion, she would only receive the same response. Liu Yuan was in seclusion and could not meet anyone during this period. After several fruitless attempts, Liu Yunxian wore a frown of despair. This holy maiden of Tianzong, who had experienced a life of ease and joy for the first 18 years, finally grasped the profound truth of a saying. Among the myriad words in the world, the word love is the most painful. In her helplessness, she could only express her longing through countless letters, channeling her unanchored affection into each note. She bribed a monk responsible for cleaning the temple grounds to discreetly place her letters in your quarters during the early morning when no one was around. The youthful bond of affection was pure and genuine, akin to a crystal found serendipitously, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance that revealed not a trace of impurity. At that tender age, she naively believed that conveying her heartfelt sentiments would surely elicit a response. Yet, she overlooked the fact that relentless yearning does not guarantee reciprocation. It may lead to silence instead. Despite her discreet visits to Wugu Temple, her actions could not escape the discerning gaze of Abbot Ningjue. From the moment she began sending letters, the monk assigned to sweep the grounds had informed the abbot of everything. Consequently, every letter she penned found its way into the abbot's hands without fail. Over time, dozens of letters accumulated in his possession. However, contrary to your expectations, he did not destroy them. Instead, he meticulously preserved each one in a basket, awaiting the conclusion of your confinement to present them to you. All matters lay in your hands. As a venerable monk with profound wisdom, he wished for you to remain unentangled in romantic affections. Yet he understood all too well that the nature of love cannot be forced. He had no authority to interfere, nor should he. Nevertheless, as your mentor, he harbored a lingering hope and anticipation for your future. He had taken you into Wugu Temple, shaved your head, nurtured you from childhood, imparted the teachings of Buddhism, and taught you how to navigate the world. You were his most astute disciple, the one he was most proud of. In his heart, he had long regarded you as his successor, the future of Wugu Temple, the hope of Buddhism in the southern region. If one day, the disciple he had painstakingly cultivated for nearly 20 years, the inheritor of all his hopes and lifelong efforts, were to steadfastly choose the latter over the Buddha, could he truly find peace? Could he, as the scriptures suggest, achieve a state of letting go and ultimate freedom? The aged monk pondered these questions as he approached the twilight of his years, yet silence echoed in response. A month slipped by quietly, and when you opened the door to the confinement chamber, a gentle breeze welcomed you, bringing clarity to your mind. At this moment, you had transformed into a monk who had endured 5 fortnights of confinement. During that time, you had reflected deeply and gained profound insights, leading to a complete transformation in your perspective on numerous matters, including love. Yuan, come with me, a hoarse voice beckoned. You turned your head slightly to find Abbot Ningjue standing by a stone pillar, having appeared unbeknownst to you. Upon seeing your master, you inexplicably noted the weariness etched into his silhouette. You followed him to the hall where the Buddha's statue was enshrined. Facing the solemn visage of the Buddha, Abbot Ningjue posed the same question once more. Yuan, a month has passed. Have you found your answer? Master, I have made my choice. This time, without a hint of hesitation, you raised your gaze to meet the abbot's, and before the majestic figure of the Buddha, you declared resolutely, I wish to return to secular life. Yuan, is your heart steadfast? Master, I have never been as clear as I am at this moment. You bowed slightly and affirmed, I wish to return to secular life, to proclaim to the world that I intend to marry Yunqian. Amitba. The abbot clasped his hands in prayer, his hopes quietly extinguished. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing you utter those words brought an involuntary flicker of disappointment and sorrow to his face. Soon after, he seemed to recollect something and sighed helplessly, even if you can return for her. Do you know her status within the Taoist sect of Tianzong? I am aware, you replied. Abbot Ningjue shook his head slowly, saying, knowing she is a direct disciple of the Tianzong leader, you must also understand that she is destined to become the holy maiden of Tianzong and inherit the position of sect leader. You must realize that the path of Tianzong is one of transcending emotions. Their teachings do not permit the existence of human desires, and severing emotional ties is an inevitable journey for her. Chapter 66. The distinction of the Master's sect, heartbreak and detachment. The disciple knew only that she was the girl who could make me weep and laugh. Master, please allow me to live this life according to my own wishes. You gazed at the venerable Ningjue Fa Shi, determination and supplication glimmering in your eyes. In the realm of Buddhism, unwavering devotion to the Buddha is paramount. Anything less is deemed a complete lack of faith. Deep within, you understood that having taken this step, there was no turning back. Seeing your unwavering resolve, the abbot refrained from imposing further demands, slowly closing his eyes. He inquired, have you ever considered why all the successors of the Tianzong's leaders have undergone the baptism of Taoist teachings since their enlightenment, yet she alone? As he spoke, it seemed Ningjue Fa Shi suddenly realized something, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. After a long pause, he joined his hands in prayer and sighed softly. Very well, very well, very well. Fate has brought us to this point. This is an unavoidable tribulation in your life. You may go now. From this moment on, you are no longer my disciple, and there shall be no further ties between you and Wu Gusi. You knelt before the venerable Ningjue Fa Shi, bowing deeply. Ultimately, you departed from the sanctuary that had nurtured and protected you for 18 years, Wu Gusi. After your departure, the sweeping monk slowly entered, gazing in the direction you had left, somewhat perplexed. Master, you clearly intended to convey something to Luo Shidi, yet you chose to remain silent midway. And what of the tribulation you mentioned? Did you foresee this long ago? Ningjue Fa Shi did not respond to the sweeping monk's inquiries. Instead, he slowly opened his murky old eyes, his deep, raspy voice resonating. Ling Suzi, the leader of Tianzong, is the 24th Grandmaster of the Taoist Tianzong. His mastery of Taoist arts is formidable. In terms of cultivation, he likely surpasses all previous leaders of Tianzong. 10 years prior, rumors began to circulate in the southern spiritual domain that he had subtly approached that realm. The sweeping monk's face revealed shock. As a practitioner of this world, he understood that the ultimate goal pursued by any cultivator is to transcend through tribulation and ascend to immortality. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Ningjue Fa Shi's voice echoed once more. Yet, no cultivator has ascended in this realm for nearly 10,000 years. Achieving that realm is no easy feat. Countless prodigies have pursued this aim, only to be reduced to ashes beneath the thunder of heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, Ling Suzi's cultivation has stagnated at the pinnacle of the great ascension for a millennium. Should he wish to break through that shackle, he must further advance in his path of Taishang Wangqing. Taishang Wangqing. The sweeping monk expressed confusion, inquiring, but master, did you not say that the leader of Tianzong is profoundly skilled in Taoist arts? Surely, his Taishang Wangqing has long been perfected. There is likely no one in the world who could surpass him in this regard. What? Ningjue Fa Shi shook his head and replied calmly. Taishang Wangqing, when cultivated to its zenith, ultimately leads to mere detachment from emotional sentiments. It is often said that while a lotus root may be severed, its strands remain connected. As humans, it may be easy to forget emotions. Yet to completely sever all emotional ties is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, for Ling Suzi to attain true transcendence and ascend, he must utterly sever his emotional ties, which is the essence of detachment. To sever emotional ties is to cut off humanity, aligning perfectly with the philosophical tenets of Tianzong's teachings. When that time comes, it will be the moment Ling Suzi comprehends the Great Way. Listening to Ning Zhu Fa Shi's narrative, the sweeping monk's expression grew increasingly grave. After a moment, he suddenly recognized a blind spot and urgently asked, "Master, there is one thing I do not understand. I implore you to enlighten me. As I understand, the cultivation methods of Tianzong are particularly unique. To achieve mastery in Taoist arts, one must experience intense emotional stimuli or witness a beloved person perish before their eyes. Yet, the leader of Tianzong has already attained the state of emotional detachment, having been solitary for nearly a millennium. Who could he rely upon to sever emotional ties?" As he spoke, the sweeping monk seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in astonishment. He then cautiously turned to Ning Zhu Fa Shi and asked in a tone tinged with trepidation, "Could it be Yuqian Gunyang?" Ning Zhu Fa Shi joined his hands in prayer, choosing to remain silent. After leaving Wugu Si, you journeyed to the Taoist Tianzong, seeking out Luo Yuan, sharing with her the myriad experiences of the past period, and laying bare the innermost workings of your heart. The young woman gazed at you, her expression shifting between surprise, bewilderment, and profound emotion. Moments later, she rushed forward to embrace you, a single crystalline tear tracing down her exquisite face. With no convolutions or hesitations, you naturally came together. Days later, you accompanied Luo Yuan to personally pay respects to Ling Suzi, the leader of Tianzong. If you wished to walk hand in hand through the remainder of your lives, Ling Suzi was an unavoidable hurdle. However, to your astonishment, Ling Suzi did not oppose your union. Not only that, but he also proactively proposed to Luo Yuan, "If your heart is resolute, I can permit you to leave Tianzong." The unexpected outcome deeply moved the young woman. She believed wholeheartedly that this was her master's way of granting her freedom. Before departing, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Ling Suzi in the sacred hall of Tianzong. Kneeling upon the ground, she bowed deeply to this man who had treated her as a father. To encounter a mentor in this life was the greatest blessing from the heavens. This kindness could never be repaid in this lifetime, and she could only hope to repay it in the next. You stood quietly to the side, observing the poignant scene unfolding before you. This moment was strikingly reminiscent of your own farewell to your master. Ling Suzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression neutral, leaving behind a cryptic remark that left both you and Luo Yuan perplexed. "Yuan, all gifts bestowed upon you by the heavens have long been marked with a price in secret. If you truly wish to repay your master, in due time, opportunities for recompense shall arise. This shall be the final lesson I impart to you." With that, Ling Suzi turned away, his form gradually dissolving into nothingness as the light transformed around him, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 67. Schemes and plans. After bidding farewell to your master, you and Luo Yuan chose to settle in a secluded area of Nanlingyu. In order to sustain your livelihood, you established a quaint tavern in the nearby village. Much like an ordinary couple in the mundane world, you rose with the sun and rested with its descent. You toiled diligently within the tavern, navigating the ebb and flow of human affairs with ease. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you strolled hand in hand through the lantern-lit streets, delighting in the spectacle of fireworks above. Together, you cherished one another, embracing everything you once longed to experience but dared not attempt. Although life was somewhat arduous, it was nonetheless fulfilling and harmonious. Both of you hailed from prestigious sects, being core disciples of your respective traditions. Even in the absence of your sect's protection, you still possessed formidable cultivation. If not for unforeseen circumstances disrupting your lives, you might have continued to live in this tranquil manner indefinitely. You had even made plans to welcome a child of your own in the early spring of the following year. Everything seemed to be progressing in accordance with your aspirations. However, the crossroads of life are not always easily traversed. A moment's inattention can lead to a sudden and harsh blow from fate. One day, as the year drew to a close, you finished your daily labors as usual. Just as you were tidying up, a group from the Wugujio unexpectedly arrived at your doorstep. Given the historical enmity between Wugujio and Wugushi, your instinctual reaction was to perceive them as harbingers of trouble. Surprisingly, they did not appear to harbor ill intentions. Instead, their leader approached you with a cordial demeanor and engaged in conversation. After a thorough exchange, you discerned their ulterior motive. They sought to recruit you into Wugujio. As the most favored disciple of the abbot of Wugushi and a strong contender for the next abbot, you represented the hope of the younger generation in the southern region's Buddhist teachings. Luo Yuan, designated from a young age as the next leader of the Taoist Tiansong, boasted an undeniable reputation and influence in Nanlingyu. Should these two figures of Buddhism and Taoism align themselves with Wugujio, the ensuing shockwaves in Nanlingyu would be unimaginable. You resolutely rejected their proposal, asserting that you and your spouse had distanced yourselves from the conflicts of the larger sects and wished to remain uninvolved. Nonetheless, Wugujio's ability to endure for millennia in Nanlingyu, despite offending both Taoism and Wugushi, is not without reason. Their modus operandi often involves resorting to force when dialogue fails. Faced with your refusal, they opted for a more extreme approach, to kill you and transform your corpses into puppets using their goo worms. In such a scenario, the sight presented to the beings of Nanlingyu would be two soulless bodies under their control, achieving a similar effect. Though both of you possessed significant cultivation, the preparations and overwhelming numbers of your adversaries soon turned the tide against you. After several skirmishes, while you managed to break free, you sustained injuries. During your escape, a troubling question nagged at your mind. How did they discover your secluded haven? This region had never shown signs of Wugujio's activities before. Furthermore, their demeanor suggested they were well prepared. If one were to eliminate the minuscule possibility of coincidence, it could only imply that someone had deliberately divulged your whereabouts. This thought filled you with dread. If that were true, it would mean that your lives had been under constant surveillance for quite some time. However, before you could uncover the source of the betrayal, your physical condition took a sudden turn for the worse. The spiritual energy within you became volatile, accompanied by intermittent, uncontrollable episodes. Most alarmingly, a trace of an unusual toxin began to infiltrate your spiritual veins. You suddenly realized that Wugujio adeptly wielded dark energies and various poisons. During your confrontation, any wound could serve as an entry point for their malevolent forces. You and Luo Yuan attempted to expel this toxic presence from your bodies, but despite trying various methods, all efforts proved fruitless. This indicated that the nature of the toxin was extraordinarily potent, far beyond your current capabilities to counteract. The relentless pursuit by Wugujio left you no respite. After prolonged evasion and combat, your condition deteriorated rapidly, nearing the limits of what your body and spiritual veins could endure within 3 days. In this life-and-death crisis, you recalled the secret teachings of the Buddha that your master had inscribed into your very soul. He had repeatedly cautioned you against unsealing these teachings unless absolutely necessary. Upon breaking the seal, you began to delve into the memories associated with those secret methods. As you continuously absorbed the information, a profound shock and confusion welled within you. It was as though the teachings had been meticulously crafted for this moment, as if your master had foreseen this calamity. The teachings contained 3 methods to dispel the malevolent toxins. The first, one possessing a heart of a sage, could utilize the righteous aura to dispel all evil entities. The second, donning the treasured Jinlan Kasaya of Wugushi, could harness the vestige of Buddha's light within to resist the encroaching darkness. The third, the Taoist Tiansong's incantation for purging evil, which would cleanse the internal toxins, albeit requiring significantly more time than the previous 2 methods. However, ever since the passing of the illustrious sage of Confucianism and Taoism, no one with a sage's heart had emerged. To rely on such a method now would be akin to chasing a mirage. Furthermore, the Jinlan Jiasha is a treasured relic of Wuku-Si. As one hailing from Wuku-Si, you are undoubtedly well aware of its significance. However, the power it once possessed has nearly been depleted. Even though the abbot, out of fondness for past ties, is willing to use the temple's precious artifact to save your life, whether its remaining strength can completely purify the malevolent energy within you remains uncertain. Thus, only one method remains, the Taoist teachings of Tianzong. Chapter 68. Arrival at Nanlingyu and the concept of industrial transformation. However, the level of this poisonous aura is exceedingly high. To thoroughly purify it using the purification and exorcism spell, the practitioner must possess sufficient cultivation and skill. Across the vast expanse of the world, only Ling Suzi, the leader of the Tian Zone, meets both of these criteria. In a state of desperation, Luo Yuan finally resolved to return to her former sect and seek assistance from Ling Suzi. The host has awakened, and the dream cycle has come to an end. The host has completed the dream cycle 3 times. The current dream cycle count is 8 out of 10. As a reward for this dream cycle, the host may choose one of the following options to retain. 1. Devouring poisonous aura, an extremely malevolent poison bred within the toxic marshes of Nanlingyu, enhanced through the refinement of Gu insects, making its potency several-fold stronger. Upon release, it can instantly lock onto all life forces within the vicinity, infiltrating the target's body invisibly and gradually eroding their spiritual energy until the parasitic entity perishes. 2. Nenyu Tavern. By selecting this reward, the host will automatically acquire a tavern located in the heart of Nanlingyu, which possesses certain intelligence-gathering capabilities, allowing for the acquisition of information from various sects, excluding core confidential techniques. However, the number of times this information can be obtained each day is limited to 3. 3. Forgotten emotions. Should the host choose this reward, they will perpetually exist in a sage-like mode, maintaining a clear and desire-free mind, free from the entanglements of worldly emotions, and able to resist all temptations of the world. Faced with these 3 rewards, Luo Yuan instinctively began to weigh his options. However, this time he did not take long to decide, having quickly scanned the specific functions twice before arriving at a conclusion. I choose option 1. The second reward appeared enticing, yet its practical benefits were negligible. While it could provide some intelligence, it could not delve into core secrets and techniques, making it less reliable than simply inquiring with a sect disciple. Moreover, with daily limitations on information retrieval, it was further diminished in value. Additionally, venues like Xian Gu inherently possess a degree of intelligence function, overlapping with the second reward. As for the third option, it was utterly unacceptable. A clear and desire-free mind, forgetting emotions, being untroubled, resisting temptation. The specificity of this option was alarming, and even the mere description sent shivers down his spine. If it were possible to maintain such a sage-like state for a brief period, that would be one thing, as everyone has experienced such moments. However, to exist perpetually in a sage-like state was truly terrifying. Therefore, considering all aspects, option 1 was undoubtedly the optimal choice. A means of assassination that is nearly undetectable and almost impossible to prevent. It even has the ability to automatically lock onto targets. In any scenario, it is an exceedingly fearsome presence. Having made his selection, Luo Yuan rose and stretched, surveying the environment of the room he found himself in. As expected, he had once again awakened in Nanlingyu. Judging by the decorative style of the room, this should be the Xian Gu branch in Nanlingyu. However, judging by the commotion coming from downstairs, it seemed there was little business to be had. Luo Yuan let out a long sigh, realizing that his journey into this world might well be a form of targeted poverty alleviation. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted his senior sister standing in the hall. At that moment, she was engaged in some form of handover with the head of the branch in Nanlingyu. The group of young ladies behind her were not practicing their music, rather, they were sawing wood. Xiao Yuan, you are awake? Bai Ruoli, hearing the noise from the stairs, hastily paused her tasks. She took Luo Yuan's hand and gestured toward the hall filled with young ladies, smiling brightly. Xiao Yuan, these are all the disciples we have at the Nanlingyu branch. The group of Xian Gu young ladies, upon hearing this, gathered around, appraising the distant Luo Xixiao with a mix of curiosity and shyness. The moment they laid eyes on Luo Yuan, their expressions brightened. Indeed, as the rumors had suggested, this Luo Xixiao was truly remarkably handsome. Suddenly, under the gaze of so many young ladies, even Luo Yuan, experienced as he was in such matters, could not help but feel a touch of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and, glancing at Bai Ruoli, inquired, "Senior sister, why are the young ladies sawing wood during the daytime? Are they not preparing to receive guests?" The young ladies in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of unspoken discomfort. Ultimately, it was Bai Ruoli who stepped forward to explain. In the 2 days since their arrival, she had become somewhat acquainted with the current situation of the Nanlingyu branch. Xiao Yuan, you may not realize, but it is not that the young ladies do not wish to entertain guests. It is simply that there are not many target demographics to attract within Nanlingyu. With temples and monasteries scattered throughout Nanlingyu, our Xian Gu, being a dance and song establishment, faces significant challenges in establishing itself. Since opening this branch, the young ladies have attempted various methods, but business remains lukewarm, and reluctantly, they have begun manufacturing and selling spiritual weapons. The expressions of the young ladies behind her dimmed at her words. Bai Ruoli's remarks were undoubtedly a reflection of their collective anguish over recent times. The sect had entrusted them to establish a branch in Nanlingyu, yet the market conditions were exceedingly harsh. No matter how hard they tried, their efforts proved futile. In their desperate straits, they had no choice but to opt for industrial transformation. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan finally understood, nearly forgetting that within Nanlingyu, one could find either Taoists or monks. Unlike the bustling Dain capital, which was teeming with elderly gentlemen, the customer base for Gu was undoubtedly minimal in this environment, making its near closure unsurprising. Nevertheless, fortunately, this situation was not entirely without resolution. Thanks to the insights provided by the dream system, Luo Yuan swiftly identified a potential way out. From his experiences in the dream, it became evident that those monks and Taoists were not as resolute in their convictions as they appeared. Take the monks of Wugashi Temple as an example. Although they strictly adhere to the precepts of the Buddha during their daily lives, beneath the surface, most still harbor a faint yearning and longing for the splendor and chaos of the outside world. If one could find a way to create an opening in the hearts of these individuals, the foot traffic to Xianin Pavilion would undoubtedly surge. However, a pressing question arises. How can one attract followers of the Buddhist faith without leading them to transgress the sacred precepts? Would it be feasible to compose tales of whimsical encounters after rain, akin to those in the grand capital of Dayan? Such a notion would be inadvisable, as it might lead to breaches of discipline. Alternatively, would hosting a lecture in the main hall to expound upon Buddhist teachings be appropriate? This, too, would be unwise, for it would transform Xianin Pavilion into a nunnery. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Luo's mind, as a long-dormant idea resurfaced within his thoughts. Chapter 69. Rebirth in the Immortal Realm. Performing a play in this world, the existing forms of performance are rather simplistic, predominantly centered around mere song and dance. Consequently, aside from providing visual pleasure, they leave much to be desired in other aspects. Given this, why not directly create a play? Under the pretense of promoting Buddhist teachings, I could attract that group of monks. When the time comes, I would weave narratives into the song and dance performances, ostensibly to convey Buddhist stories while subtly embedding my own messages. In this manner, would I not achieve my promotional goals almost effortlessly? The more Luo Yuan contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. He even envisioned the story to be staged. With this thought in mind, he turned to Bai Ruoli beside him and said with a gentle smile, "Senior sister, I have a method that can not only revitalize the Xianin Pavilion, but also draw the monks from the Wu Gu Temple to visit." The crowd present immediately shifted their attention towards him. The expressions of the young ladies were varied. Some were surprised, others skeptical, and some simply wished to seize the opportunity to gaze at their handsome senior brother once more. Naturally, there were also those who could not help but harbor doubts. After all, this was a fundamental issue arising from the market environment, not something that could be effectively resolved through mere self-correction. Even if the Xianin Pavilion could overcome the mismatch with the market, could it genuinely stir the hearts of the monks from Wugu Temple? However, if anyone had faith in Luo Yuan's words at this moment, it was undoubtedly Bai Ruoli. Having witnessed Luo Yuan's exceptional abilities in the Dain capital, she was now fully convinced by his confidence. A hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes as she quickly inquired, "Little Yuan, is what you said true? What exactly is your method?" The surrounding young ladies were equally eager, looking forward to Luo Yuan's ingenious plan that could instantly resurrect the Xianin Pavilion. Luo Yuan did not hasten to reveal his entire strategy. Instead, he turned to a young lady from the Xianin Pavilion and asked, "Have we always provided performances that are solely song and dance?" The young lady, slightly puzzled, nodded in response, her expression reflecting confusion. To them, a place of entertainment either showcased talent or offered companionship. What else could be provided besides song and dance? Luo Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, "Precisely. Though all disciples of the Xianin sect are adept in musical arts, even the finest melodies will eventually lead to dwindling audiences if they remain monotonous. But Brother Luo Yuan, our current issue isn't the music itself. Rather, it's that no one comes to listen." Another young lady interjected, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, merely changing the musical style is but a superficial remedy," Luo Yuan replied, maintaining his smile. What if we were to incorporate storytelling into the performance? Boom. As his words fell, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the crowd, leaving all the young ladies from the Xian Pavilion breathless. Dance, song, and storytelling, all three combined. In an instant, the young ladies reacted, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. Chosen to represent various spiritual realms, they were indeed the elite in the realm of song and dance, seasoned performers. Once Luo Yuan's idea was proposed, they swiftly grasped the immense potential for growth it harbored. Each of dance, song, and storytelling could stand alone as a unique form of performance. What kind of auditory and visual feast could be created by merging them together? However, a moment later, someone in the crowd raised a concern. But Brother Luo Yuan, while your idea is excellent and would surely thrive in Zhongzhou or the other three spiritual realms, this is the southern spiritual realm. Even if we masterfully narrate the story during our performance, they likely would not appreciate it. Others quickly understood the validity of her point. Her argument held merit, without addressing the fundamental mismatch in the market. Even the most creative ideas from Luan would ultimately serve as a temporary solution. Luo Yuan remained calm and unperturbed, speaking leisurely once again. In business, we must serve the customers rather than expecting them to serve us. The stories in our performances are no different. In other words, there are no customers that cannot be attracted. It merely requires the essential step of targeting the right audience. He then turned to Ruoli and gently requested, "Senior sister, could you please assist me in preparing some writing materials?" Upon hearing this, Ruoli immediately understood his intent and quickly gathered the necessary tools. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding young ladies, Luo Yuan took up the brush and began to write his story on paper. The narrative unfolded as follows. Once, there was a high monk from the eastern lands, surnamed Chun, with the given name Yi. At the age of 13, he renounced the secular world to become a monk, earning the title Xuanzang. He had witnessed the myriad sufferings of humanity and, moved by the plight of sentient beings, resolved to journey to the western regions to obtain the true scriptures and return to save them. Thus, he rode a white horse along the path to the western spiritual realm. During his journey westward, he took on 3 disciples, each possessing distinct personalities. However, upon passing through the southern spiritual realm, he encountered a beautiful woman from the Taoist sect. Never having experienced worldly desires, he found himself irresistibly enamored by her, lingering in the southern spiritual realm far longer than intended. His 3 disciples fervently implored their master not to be beguiled by the enchantress, reminding him that obtaining the scriptures was the true purpose of their journey. Torn between his beloved and his devotion to the Buddha, Xuanzang found himself in a dilemma. Finally, on a warm and sunny afternoon, he sought out the woman and revealed his decision. At this point, Luo Yuan chose to pause his writing. He made subtle adjustments to the story, transforming one of the protagonists into a Taoist maiden, perfectly aligning with the 2 largest demographics in the southern spiritual realm. The group of young ladies was utterly engrossed, but just as the narrative reached its climax, it abruptly ceased. One by one, they cast imploring glances towards Luo Yuan. "Lao Shixiang, what happens next? Is that it?" Their reactions were remarkably genuine, reminiscent of Luo Yuan's own experiences in his previous life, where he often encountered authors who deliberately left their stories in suspense. Just when the tale became most captivating, the next page would reveal nothingness. Observing the ladies' fervent reactions only served to reinforce Luo Yuan's confidence in his approach. If even these women, well-versed in tales of romance, exhibited such intense desire for continuation, what profound emotional upheaval might await those who had never encountered matters of love, such as monks and Taoists? Chapter 70. Women Should Not Be Left Behind. Gu Qingshang's choice by Roli gazed at the intriguing story before her, her mind already envisioning the bustling scene at the Nanlingyu branch. She eagerly picked up the Xian paper and exclaimed, "Siyun, I shall send someone to transcribe this story immediately, so that each of the young ladies may take a copy back to study diligently. From this afternoon onwards, we can commence rehearsals." Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Senior sister, we need not rush. If there is no sufficiently captivating hook, even the most excellent story will ultimately fade into obscurity. As the saying goes, a fine wine fears a deep alley. Most places in Nanlingyu are not as prosperous as the grand city of Dayan, and the flow of information is comparatively sluggish. Thus, we require an enticing angle to accelerate its dissemination." "An enticing angle?" Ruoli was momentarily taken aback, slowly responding, "Are you suggesting to write another such article?" The article she referred to was, of course, the whimsical tale penned by Luo Yuan previously. Luo Yuan gently shook his head, saying, "Writing such a piece in Nanlingyi would undoubtedly be unfeasible. We must seek alternative paths." He then took the Xian paper from Bairuoli's hands and added a segment at the end of the story. Why does a monk, who should be in seclusion, appear repeatedly at the nunnery? Why do blood-curdling screams echo through the once tranquil Taoist temple at midnight? Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral decay? To uncover the truth, please tune in to the Grand Buddhist performance at Xianin Pavilion tomorrow evening at the hour of Shun. Journey to the West. Bairuoli and the other young ladies stared at the newly added text, a mix of amusement and incredulity washing over them. At first glance, it seemed absurdly crude, yet the allure of the words was undeniable, igniting their curiosity about the unfolding events. After all, isn't curiosity one of humanity's intrinsic traits? Amidst their astonishment, the gazes of the young ladies at the Nanlingyu branch turned toward Luo Yuan, now tinged with admiration. "Senior brother Luo, you truly possess the remarkable ingenuity, as rumored." Having completed the script for the play, Luo Yuan suddenly recalled something and turned to Bairuoli, saying, "By the way, senior sister, I must make a trip to the Taoist sect. Otherwise, that old Taoist, Xian Songzi, will come looking for me again. You shall take charge of the story's performance for now. I will not impose any requirements on the presentation, but at the very least, ensure the young ladies memorize their lines." With that, Luo Yuan ascended to change his attire and promptly set off towards the Taoist sect. In the Donglingyu region, at the Ningjin sect, within the grand hall of the sect, a gaunt figure stood with hands clasped behind him. His visage was exceedingly aged, with silver strands peppering his hair, resembling a destitute and frail scholar. Yet, around him emanated a subtle, yet formidable aura. Although it was not overtly visible, one could faintly sense the underlying sharpness contained within. It was hard to believe that such a seemingly frail elder was, in fact, the foremost swordsman of the age, the pinnacle practitioner of Donglingyu, and the sect master of Ningjin sect, Gu Qingshang. After a moment, he appeared to sense something and turned towards the main entrance of the hall, his surrounding sword intent quietly receding. "Master, so you are here," came a cool, emotionless voice from outside, followed by the gradual entrance of Gu Qingshang. Only the holy maiden could enter the sacred hall of the sect without restriction. "Qingshang, what brings you back?" Gu Qingshang looked at his suddenly appearing disciple, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had been in seclusion for the past month and was unaware of the new competition format proposed by Luo Yuan, assuming it was still the time for discussions among the four regions. In the following 10 minutes, Gu Qingshang recounted the events of her journey to Zhongzhou in detail. Before leaving, she feigned a casual inquiry under the guise of facing challenges in her training, subtly asking Gu Qingshang, "Master, I recall you once mentioned that the pinnacle of swordsmanship is the unity of man and sword, with a clear heart. But what if? What if there are attachments in one's heart?" Gu Qingshang shook his head slightly, responding with a gentle smile, "Attachments can be both good and bad. If one is ensnared by malevolent thoughts and resentments, it will undoubtedly taint the heart of the sword, stalling one's progress. However, if that attachment is truly what you desire, it will not only have no adverse effect on your swordsmanship, but may even grant you greater clarity. I often lament that had I been bolder and more decisive in my youth, perhaps, I would not find myself at this juncture in life." Gu Qingshang listened thoughtfully, and after a moment, she spoke again. "Then what if the one I willingly care for in the future is merely an ordinary disciple of the sect? Would you agree, master?" She raised her gaze toward Gu Qingshang, her expression revealing a glimmer of hope. In truth, this was her true intention, a typical case of jealousy manifesting itself in a roundabout way. Orphaned from a young age, Gu Qingshang had taken her in, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was akin to a biological father to her. In matters of life's significance, even the most esteemed women longed for the approval of their elders. If, as you say, the one destined to accompany you for a lifetime is merely a disciple of the sect, he must fulfill one condition to pass my test. Gu Qingshang slightly turned his body, his expression suddenly becoming exceedingly serious as he stated, "Otherwise, I cannot in good conscience agree." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshang's eyes widened, a rare anxiety appearing on her face. After a moment, she tentatively asked, "What condition?" "The condition must be one that pleases my disciple." Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qingshang interrupted her, a gentle smile returning to his face. "If that young man cannot even meet this condition, How can I rest easy? As the voice faded, Gu Qingshang's lips gradually formed an irrepressible smile. Her gaze shimmered ever so slightly, and her tone subtly conveyed a hint of excitement. Qingshang understood, yet she assured her master, "Rest assured, the person destined for the future shall undoubtedly meet your expectations." Suddenly, as if recalling something, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Master, I have one more request." "What is it?" "May I still lead the team to participate in the internal disputes of the Taoist sect?" Gu Chunjun displayed a look of confusion. What is there to seek in that desolate place of Nanlingyu? That old Taoist Xian Songzi has invited me dozens of times, and I would rather crush his communication stone to dust than go. However, if you insist on going, you can simply mention it to Elder Wu. Gu Qingshang gently shook her head and replied lightly, "Of course, I wish to seek out the person who captures my heart willingly." With that, she turned and gracefully exited the grand hall, leaving Gu Chunjun standing in a state of bewilderment. After a long while, the esteemed leader of the Ningjian sect returned to his senses and sighed deeply as he gazed at Gu Qingshang's departing figure. Indeed, it is true that a daughter cannot be retained. Chapter 71. Daozhong. I have never been fond of femininity. By the time Luo Yuan arrived at the Dao sect, it was already noon. The distance from Renzong to Xianyinggu was not particularly great, but the leisurely pace along the way had delayed him somewhat. The architecture of Renzong was modest, nestled among verdant mountains. Built in harmony with the terrain, it appeared to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, exuding an ethereal charm while retaining a touch of earthly warmth. Daozhong, are you implying that the dispute over the Dao lineage is not merely about contesting skills? In the guest hall of Renzong, Luo Yuan gazed at Xian Songzi with a look of confusion. After half an hour of conversation, he had begun to grasp the entirety of the discourse between the celestial and human sections. It encompassed not only martial comparisons, but also literary contests, making the process rather tedious. In his view, the most effective means to resolve internal divisions within the sect would be through rational persuasion, of course, in the physical sense. Alas, the rules set by past sect leaders remain unalterable by me. Xian Songzi sighed, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. At that time, representatives from the other three spiritual realms will also attend, and according to customary practice, one party is bound to lose face in front of everyone. Are you thus passing this dilemma on to me? Luo Yuan suddenly felt as though he had been misled by the elder Taoist. Luo Yuan, you are overthinking. Xian Songzi gently shook his head. Although my junior sister possesses a rather proud disposition, she has not committed any outrageous acts since assuming the position of the Tianzong leader. Should she disagree with your ideas, I shall engage her in a proper debate. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. My junior sister is exceptionally beautiful, but as she practices the Taishang Wanqing Dao, she is particularly sensitive to any frivolous behavior from men. I hope you will exercise caution in your words and actions to avoid incurring her displeasure. Luo Yuan's expression grew serious as he replied, Daozhong, you underestimate me. I maintain my integrity and have never been swayed by beauty. Xian Songzi's lips twitched slightly, casting him a dubious look. After concluding their discussion, Xian Songzi and Mingxuan led Luo Yuan on a tour of Renzong. At first, Luo Yuan was captivated, but as they ventured deeper, he began to sense something amiss. Why were there no Taoists meditating within Renzong, but instead, the sounds of grinding and cutting filled the air? He pointed to a young Taoist working diligently at a spirit tool and inquired, Daozhong, something seems off about your temple. Is your practice legitimate? Xian Songzi understood Luo Yuan's insinuation and wore an awkward expression. Luo Yuan, you must realize that even Taoists need to eat. Taken aback, Luo Yuan recalled that the southern spiritual realm was renowned for its diverse array of spirit tools and weaponry. In certain black markets, there were also numerous offerings of poisonous insects and plants for sale. It was no exaggeration to say that a significant portion of the spirit tools and weapons in the four spiritual realms and central continent were produced in the southern spiritual realm. Additionally, the region's abundant natural resources had greatly propelled the development of its manufacturing industry. This aligned with what Bai Ruoli had mentioned regarding the transformation of the southern spiritual realm's Xianyinggu branch to follow the trend. In other words, this territory had come to rely on this industry for sustenance, becoming a distinctive economic sector. Exquisite craftsmanship, abundant resources, and a thriving production of spirit tools and weaponry. Truly, this place could be regarded as the manufacturing capital of the immortal cultivation world, Luo Yuan mused. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. and he turned to Qian Songzi. Daozhong, are you familiar with the concept of an assembly line? Assembly line? Qian Songzi's face reflected confusion as he slowly replied, in our Ren zone, we have a water faction among the 5 elements sections. Could it be that what Luo Yuan refers to as an assembly line is some profound method related to water spiritual energy? Not at all. What I mean by assembly line is a novel approach to production. Luo Yuan shook his head and continued. I observe that the disciples here typically handle the entire process of spirit tool manufacturing individually. This method is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also requires a certain level of skill from the artisans. If one link in the process is not mastered, all previous efforts may go to waste. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's analysis, the disciples of Rinzong paused their work and gathered around him, intrigued. From their perspective, Luo Yuan's words struck a chord, resonating with their own experiences. After all, humans are not machines. Perfection is unattainable at all times. A momentary lapse in focus could mean the loss of days of hard work. Qian Songzi sighed deeply, acknowledging, though your words pinpoint the deficiencies, the unfortunate reality is that this method is currently the best solution we have. All we can do is strive to enhance the skills of our disciples. Luo Yuan gently shook his head, smiling. If we continue with the existing model, then yes, it may indeed be the optimal solution. But what if we were to overturn that model? The assembly line I mentioned divides the manufacturing process of each spirit tool into several distinct stages, with each person responsible for a specific segment. This way, we can significantly reduce both labor and time costs, while also avoiding the cascading errors that arise from a single mistake. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of Rinzong erupted with excitement, as if a flash of inspiration had illuminated their minds, opening the doors to a new world. Step by step, connecting each segment in an orderly fashion. How enlightening. How ingenious. Luo Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Once this method is implemented, our output of spirit tools next month will surely multiply. The gathered disciples were all experienced in forging, fully aware of the processes and operational flaws. Thus, with just a few pointers from Luo Yuan, they instantly grasped his meaning. In fact, Luo Yuan had initially intended to implement this model at the Xianin Gu branch. However, it is regrettable that to achieve such immediate results, one must possess sufficient manpower and resources. In other words, the production scale must be substantial. Given the current circumstances of Zuanying, it is utterly beyond their means. Conversely, the Taoist sect Rinzong perfectly meets these prerequisites. Thus it may be more pragmatic to simply grant Qian Songzi a favor. At that time, it would be considerably easier to discuss another collaboration he has been contemplating for quite some time. Chapter 72. Taishang Wanqing, Lu Yunqian's choice. After concluding discussions with the Rinzong, Luo Yuan hastened back to the Xianin Pavilion without a moment's pause. As night approached, the pavilion was brightly lit, yet only a sparse few patrons occupied the space, 2 wandering beggars seeking refuge from the chilling night air. This stark reality illustrated the dire state of the Xianin Pavilion's operations. Upon reaching the back courtyard of the hall, Luo Yuan offered on-site guidance to the young ladies rehearsing their play. To his surprise, despite this being their first encounter with such a novel form of performance, they adapted with remarkable swiftness. In less than half a day, they had already begun to perform quite convincingly. With an additional day of practice, it seemed likely that their performance the following evening would pose no significant challenge. After overseeing the rehearsal, Luo Yuan retreated to his private chamber, seated himself upon the bed, and commenced a long-overdue session of cultivation. Following a period of introspection, he sensed a nascent breakthrough in his cultivation level. As the spiritual energy within him circulated to the second week of its cycle, he suddenly felt the long-standing shackles on his progress begin to loosen. Almost immediately, a crisp cracking sound resonated from his spiritual veins. The flow of energy within him quickened, and new streams of spiritual power began to manifest, gradually filling the voids in his meridians. Golden Core Realm, 5th stage. With a deep exhale, Luo Yuan opened his eyes, releasing a long breath of stale air. He took a moment to reflect on the changes within his cultivation, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Although his prowess did not rival the most exceptional prodigies of elite sects, among the younger generation of cultivators in the Dongling domain, he could certainly be regarded as outstanding. Coupled with his extraordinary physical strength and the enhancements from sacred entities such as the blood of the Ice Sovereign and the heart of the Saint, his overall combat capability rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. Even when faced with Yuan Ying or Hua Shen level cultivators, he possessed the strength to contend. Most significantly, the ceiling of his potential far surpassed anyone else in contemporary times. With the backing of his chaotic spiritual root, not only would his cultivation speed accelerate dramatically, but the barriers between different realms would be significantly reduced. Thus, his method of cultivation required little in the way of cumbersome intricacies. In a sense, it was akin to an effortless upgrade. Given time, as long as he could endure, achieving invincibility and transcending the limits of cultivation would merely be a matter of time. Of course, even if he faltered, he still retained a trace of the primordial divine breath within him, providing an extraordinary margin for error. Once his cultivation session concluded, Luo Yuan descended to the lower level for a bath, then returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Although his current cultivation level allowed him to forego slumber entirely, this was an act intrinsically tied to the abilities of his system. Regardless, a daily rest remained essential. Sleep is an art, and no one can impede my pursuit of artistic expression. Arranging his pillow and quilt, Luo Yuan found a comfortable position, turned over, and closed his eyes. As a wave of profound fatigue washed over him, he quickly drifted into slumber. Detecting the host re-entering the dream realm, accessing the previous dream content. Dream retrieval successful. The host will continue from the last unresolved dream. To alleviate the poison within your body, you choose to return with Luo Yuan to the Dao Min Tianzong in search of a remedy. Though you have long severed ties with Dao Min Tianzong, Ling Shuzi, recalling past affections, chooses to temporarily offer you shelter. In this era, the highest mastery of Dao laws resides with the leader of Tianzong, if he is willing to employ the purification and exorcism spell on your behalf. Even if it cannot completely eradicate the poison in a short time, it would not be difficult to suppress it and safeguard your life. However, the operation of the purification and exorcism spell is immensely taxing, and at this moment, Ling Shuzi is at a critical juncture in breaking through his own cultivation shackles. Should he divert his energy to assist you in detoxification, it would significantly delay his current progress. Nonetheless, after all, you share a bond formed over 20 years as master and disciple. Luo Yuan could not bear to witness your demise due to poisoning, and Ling Shuzi would not wish to see his beloved disciple plunged into despair. Ultimately, after Luo Yuan's earnest pleas, he chose to compromise. Unfortunately, after examining the poison within you, he arrived at a rather grim conclusion. The poison has infiltrated your life force. Even he could only manage to suppress it temporarily. To completely eradicate it from your body, the aid of the spiritual light that emerges during the culmination of Dao laws is necessary. Tianzong advocates the principles of the heavenly Dao, thus every disciple, upon reaching mastery, experiences a resonance with the heavenly Dao to varying degrees. This resonance embodies the spiritual light, representing the most profound comprehension of Dao laws during a disciple's lifetime. An ancient legend persists within the Dao Min, suggesting that the voluntary spiritual light of a loved one may enable one to break through the current limitations of cultivation and transcend the tribulations of ascension. If one could seize the fleeting moment of that spiritual light and swiftly utilize the purification and exorcism spell to cleanse the poison, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. Ling Shuzi and the elders of the sect have long achieved mastery in their Dao laws, and that spiritual light has long since vanished from their lives. Unless one were to seize another's soul, it was impossible to recreate it. At present, among the younger generation of Dao Min Tianzong, even those with the talent to reach mastery are often far from achieving it, leaving them unable to resolve the pressing crisis. They must not only possess exceptional comprehension of Dao laws, but also accomplish mastery within a short time frame, and the spiritual light must yet to have manifested. In the entirety of the world, only one individual perfectly meets these three conditions. Both you and Ling Shuzi simultaneously turned your gaze toward Luo Yuan, the emotions reflected in your eyes starkly contrasting. You are profoundly aware that the Taoist sect, Tianzong, practices the path of Taishang Wanqing. To save you means that Luo Yuan must regain her mastery of the Tao. Given her character, she will undoubtedly spare no effort to achieve great success in her cultivation to rescue you. However, this will inevitably result in the severance of her feelings for you under the influence of the Tao. From that moment on, you shall drift apart in the rivers and lakes, with no ties remaining. Chapter 73 The Malice of Human Hearts, the final hope to forget you. This is a result you can hardly accept. If what Ling Shuzi claims is true, Even if you manage to eliminate all the poisonous essence from your body with her assistance, the price that follows is so heavy that you find it utterly unbearable. If you were to face a Luo Yuan who possesses memories yet lacks emotions, it would be better to freeze your life at the moment you loved her most, and she loved you in return. However, how could Luo Yuan grant you such a wish? In her eyes, nothing is more important than ensuring your survival. Ultimately, she chooses to reconstruct her path of cultivation. Luo Yuan possesses extraordinary talent for the Tao, and before departing from the Tao Min Tian Zone, her progress was already nearing completion. Even after more than a year of neglect, the foundation she built remains intact. If all goes well, perhaps results could be achieved within a month. Just as you are engulfed in despair, Ling Suzi proposes an almost perfect solution, reigniting your hope. He draws inspiration from the memories passed down through generations of Tianzong's leaders, suggesting that he can protect Luo Yuan at the critical moment of her ascension. By seizing the instant after purifying the poisonous essence to extinguish that glimmer of spiritual light, one could sever Luo Yuan's resonance with the heavenly path, preventing her emotional ties from being completely severed. In other words, interrupt the incantation at the right moment. Yet, the consequence of this approach is that Luo Yuan's cultivation will be halted, leaving her with no possibility of further breakthroughs for life. Moreover, she may suffer a backlash from the heavenly path, resulting in a lingering ailment that may never heal. Nevertheless, having such an outcome would be an unexpected fortune amidst misfortune for both of you. Without hesitation, Luo Yuan chooses this method. She has never been intent on pursuing the great Tao. Her years of cultivation were merely to repay the kindness of Ling Suzi, who took her in and raised her. If she truly must choose, perhaps this is the best conclusion. Ling Suzi observes his determined disciple, his expression slowly reflecting hints of regret and helplessness. Although Luo Yuan is no longer a disciple of Tianzong, he cannot help but feel a sense of loss for such a remarkable talent. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not hinder you. When the time comes for you to purge the poison for Luo Yuan, I will be there to protect you. However, even so, you must exercise utmost caution. Success or failure rests entirely on fate. After their conversation, Ling Suzi reveals to Luo Yuan the method to unlock the secret realm of Tianzong, allowing her to enter the sacred land of Tianzong for secluded cultivation. The spiritual energy there is most abundant, and the natural essence is profound, greatly benefiting one's comprehension of the Tao. After Luo Yuan departs, you bow deeply before Ling Suzi, your expression filled with respect and gratitude. The immense favor bestowed by the elder shall be etched in my memory for life. Ling Suzi turns away, stating calmly, "In this matter, I have already shown utmost compassion. From this day forth, your fate will no longer be determined by your own will." His words leave you somewhat perplexed. Regardless, he does not blame you for taking away his devoted disciple, nor does he hesitate to expend effort to safeguard your life. From any perspective, it can indeed be considered a display of boundless benevolence. As the saying goes, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Without hesitation, you bow respectfully once more, saying, "I owe my survival to your timely rescue, and should you ever seek my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to face any peril." Not hesitate to face any peril? Ling Suzi smiles lightly at your words, his expression suddenly becoming profound. Your life is far more precious than you realize. All you need to do now is to live well, whether for Yuan or for those who have shown you immense kindness. With that, his form gradually fades in the light streaming through the window, ultimately vanishing into thin air. In the month that follows, you remain at the Daomin Tianzong for a temporary respite. Perhaps due to the protection of Tianzong, or because the Wugu sect mistakenly believes you have succumbed to the poison, no news of the Wugu sect pursuing you or Luo Yuan has emerged since. One afternoon, while you are in your room, cultivating your inner energy as usual, someone suddenly brings you a letter, claiming it is from Master Hong Yi of Wugu Si. Master Hong Yi, the sweeping monk from Wugu Si, is also your senior brother, who cared for you greatly before you left the temple. However, why would he suddenly send you a message? A trace of confusion arises in your heart as you promptly open the envelope he entrusted to someone. The content of the letter is exceedingly simple, consisting of just one short sentence. Though the divine resides in the heavens, it too once was human. Greed, anger, and ignorance have never ceased. This line is a brief excerpt from Buddhist scriptures, conveying the essence that the human heart harbors malice, and one must not be deceived by the appearances of those in high positions. As someone well-versed in Buddhist teachings, you certainly grasp these principles. The sudden delivery of this letter by your senior brother indicates he is aware of your presence here and wishes to remind you of something. Yet, due to certain unspoken constraints, he can only convey this message in such an indirect manner. High above the heavens' greed, anger, and ignorance, you softly repeat the words from the letter, momentarily lost in contemplation. Just then, a tumultuous sound suddenly erupts from within Tian's zone. It is the sound of the sacred land being unlocked. The opening of the sacred land signifies that Luo Yuan's cultivation is nearing its conclusion. Remarkably, it is 10 days ahead of the expected month. Without delay, you hurriedly rush to Luo Yuan's side, guided by Ling Suzi. At this moment, she is enveloped in a mist of pure energy, surrounded by various formations, evidently preparing for the imminent moment. Ling Suzi opens the formation, bringing you before Luo Yuan, waiting for that glimmer of spiritual light to manifest. Thunderous sounds erupt from above. Chapter 74. The Wrath of Heaven. The true culprit emerges. The previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, thick and oppressive, swirling ominously as if a cataclysmic thunderbolt were poised to strike at any moment. Simultaneously, the pure energy surrounding Luo Yuan began to surge uncontrollably. Her aura ascended steadily, and a faint golden radiance gradually manifested in her eyes. This extraordinary phenomenon drew the attention of all disciples of the Tianzong. They had previously witnessed the resonance of Tao when the elders reached mastery, yet nothing compared to the grandeur of the present moment. Yunxian, Luo Yuan, shortly I shall transfer my spiritual energy into you as a conduit for the exorcism incantation. Once the heavenly light appears, you must immediately dispel the poison. The voice of Ling Shuzi resonated amidst the thunderous roars above, a hint of fervor gleaming in his gaze. Even he had never witnessed such a potent resonance of the Tao. In the next instant, the pure energy surrounding Luo Yuan abruptly ceased its tumultuous flow. A dazzling light flickered from her forehead. As this spiritual radiance erupted, the thunderclouds above seemed to react violently, the rumbling intensifying. Now, with a swift motion, Ling Shuzi channeled his spiritual energy into them, urging, "Focus your minds and do not resist the incoming energy, otherwise, all will be in vain." Allowing another's spiritual energy to invade one's body is an exceedingly perilous act. Yet, in this critical moment, neither you nor Luo Yuan could afford to hesitate, placing your absolute trust in Ling Shuzi. Luo Yuan remained tense, concentrating all her attention on the operation of the exorcism incantation, while simultaneously resisting the influence of the Tao resonance. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Ling Shuzi's spiritual energy had already infiltrated her soul without her awareness. One breath, two breaths bolstered by the heavenly light, the toxic presence within you was rendered vulnerable under the purifying incantation, on the verge of being completely eradicated. Suddenly, Luo Yuan's complexion turned pale, and a scarlet blood arrow erupted from the corner of her mouth. The flicker of light on her forehead extinguished in an instant, like a candle snuffed by the wind. The incantation abruptly faltered, and the powerful backlash sent you hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily against the stone wall nearby. In less than a month, you have advanced your Taishang Wanqing to such a degree. Yunxian, you truly astonish me. Before you could gather your wits from the unforeseen turn of events, Ling Shuzi's voice echoed in your ears. He was suspended in midair, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind, a glimmer of light flickering at his brow. Was that Luo Yuan's heavenly light? Luo Yuan wiped the blood from her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with terror and confusion. "Master, what are you doing?" She could not comprehend why the revered mentor who had exerted every effort to protect her would suddenly turn against her, stealing her heavenly light. Ling Shuzi maintained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Yunxian, do you remember the words I spoke when you departed from the Tianzong?" He continued. "Every gift bestowed upon you by heaven bears a hidden price. Now is the time for you to repay your master. If you sought my heavenly light from the very beginning, why did you permit me and Luo Yuan to leave?" A hint of sorrow crossed Luo Yuan's face. Despite her deep admiration for Ling Shuzi, she now understood that everything she had done had long been part of his scheme. Ling Shuzi suddenly erupted in laughter, a wild and sinister sound that starkly contrasted with the dignified mentor she had revered. "Had I not allowed you to leave, how could the Wagujio have set their sights on you? If I hadn't put your beloved in peril, would you have willingly returned to the Tianzong to find me? Yunxian, do not blame your master. This is the path you chose as his words fell. Both you and Luo Yuan felt as though struck by a heavy blow, your pupils shaking uncontrollably. So it was. You had betrayed our whereabouts to the Wugujio. It was no wonder you had so readily consented to our departure from the Tianzong. No wonder the Wugujio always found us wherever we went. Luo Yuan slowly closed her eyes, her expression a mix of regret and sorrow. She could never have imagined that the elder she respected most, the mentor she regarded as a father, would resort to such ruthless measures for his own selfish desires. All along, she had merely been a pawn in his game. You struggled to rise, enduring the excruciating pain as you addressed Ling Shuzi. Master Ling, your sect has been at odds with the Wugujio for millennia, and countless disciples have fallen at their hands. How can you face the ancestors of the Tianzong after conspiring with them? Ling Shuzi remained unfazed, responding coolly, if I can attain the Tao, what does it matter if I consort with a tiger? He then turned to Luo Yuan, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Yuan, the heavenly path cannot be defied. Becoming a catalyst for my ascension, you should feel honored with that. He soared into the air, his spiritual energy reaching its zenith. Enveloped in a radiant glow, harnessing this heavenly light, Ling Shuzi finally approached the realm that countless individuals yearned for. Should he succeed today, he would become yet another being to transcend this world after millennia of trials. As Ling Shuzi moved, the clouds in the sky began to churn wildly, the area of disturbance expanding rapidly. The once ominous black sky transformed into a deeper, more terrifying crimson within mere seconds. The heavens trembled, the heavens raged. The realm of Mahayana represents the pinnacle of cultivation under the laws governing this world. Should one aspire to transcend this boundary, they will inevitably face the retribution of the heavenly Tao. This is what is referred to as the tribulation of heavenly lightning. Gazing upon Ling Shuzi in the celestial expanse, you finally comprehend the meaning behind the words of your senior brother, Hong Yi, in his letter. Residing within the heavens. This pertains to Ling Shuzi, the leader of the Tianzong who relentlessly pursues the great Tao. The subsequent phrase regarding the lingering attachments of greed, anger, and ignorance serves as his final admonition to you. However, at this juncture, a lingering perplexity plagues your thoughts. Just like you, your brother has dwelled for years in the Wugo temple without venturing out. How could he discern Ling Shuzi's intentions? Could it be? A terrifying conjecture subtly arises in your mind. Before you can gather your thoughts, Ling Shuzi's voice resonates once more in the heavens. This voice, upon reaching your ears, instantaneously shatters all doubts within your heart and obliterates the remnants of fantasy lingering in your mind. Master Ningju, the time has come. There is no need for further concealment. Chapter 75. The Heavenly Calamity Thunder, Buddha's Relic. Master Ningjue. Master Ningjue? Why did Ling Shuzi suddenly call out his master's name? Could it be? Your heart and soul trembled violently, and amidst your confusion and astonishment, an elderly figure gradually emerged from a hidden chamber on the right side of the Tiangong Sacred Hall. The arrival was clad in a monk's robe, his figure stooped, and his visage marked by age, with hints of white at his temples. In all the world, who else could don the robe of the abbot of Wugong Temple, if not your master, Master Ningjue? You gazed at the unexpected appearance of Master Ningjue, your mind struck as if by a heavy blow. The sudden manifestation of your master here indicated a prior conspiracy with Ling Shuzi. Thus, the letter sent by senior brother Hongyi was not merely a warning to be wary of Ling Shuzi, but also a caution to be cautious of your master. The reason he employed such ambiguous language was simply due to his uncertainty of allegiances. On one side stood your beloved junior disciple, and on the other, your most respected master. Caught between these two, senior brother Hongyi had no choice but to resort to such a stratagem. Before you could recover from your shock, Ling Shuzi's figure was drawing ever closer to the heavens. Layers of clouds descended ominously, and the roar of thunder echoed like divine wrath. The moment the heavenly calamity thunder struck was the very opportunity for his ascension. Ling Shuzi looked downward and spoke solemnly. Master Ningjue, have you brought what you promised? A monk does not speak falsehoods. Since I have given my word, I shall not break it. However, once the matter is accomplished, I hope that you, Master Lingshu, will honor your promise and ensure the peace of Wugong Temple for a millennium. Upon finishing his words, Master Ningjue slightly bowed and retrieved a golden sandalwood box from his sleeve. As the box gradually opened, a round crystalline orb was revealed within. Its shape was pearl-like, radiating a gentle glow, seemingly containing boundless wisdom and compassion. This is the Buddha's relic? Even from a distance, you recognize this divine object at a glance. The Buddha's relic is the treasured heirloom of Wugong Temple, said to contain supreme Buddhist light, rendering its bearer nearly impervious to harm. Ling Suzi intended to use this as a bargaining chip in his transaction with your master, undoubtedly aiming to rely on the protection of the Buddha's relic to survive the impending heavenly tribulation. Your thoughts were suddenly drawn back to an afternoon over a year ago. On that day, Ling Suzi personally visited Wugong Temple, engaging in a lengthy private discussion with your master in the Buddha Hall, during which no outsiders were allowed. In hindsight, it seems that the arrangement between your master and Ling Suzi was established then. No wonder your master had previously inscribed a Buddhist scripture into your soul, which conveniently included methods for purifying toxic breath. Thus, both you and Luo Yuan were smoothly guided back to Tiangong. All of this perfectly aligned with what Ling Suzi had previously stated. With both narratives even capable of corroborating one another, the truth began to clarify in your mind. All of it was part of Ling Suzi's scheme. Whether it was you, Luo Yuan, the witchcraft sect, or even Wugong Temple, all were merely pieces in his grand design. This level of cunning, this depth of strategy, left you with a bitter sigh. Seemingly sensing the sorrow in your gaze, Master Ningjue joined his palms and softly uttered, "Ba, Yuaner. For the sake of Wugong Temple's foundation, for the inheritance of the Dharma, I have no other choice." He then slowly raised the sandalwood box, and the Buddha's relic within seemed to respond, drifting toward Ling Suzi in the sky. As you gazed at the approaching Buddha's relic, Ling Suzi's eyes grew increasingly fervent. He had meticulously orchestrated everything, calculating against all, for the moment that was now at hand. Boom! Finally, after gathering for a long while, a dazzling bolt of lightning split the sky. Like a divine sword wielded by the heavens, it cleaved the blood-red clouds, illuminating the entire world in an instant. The thunder, bearing unparalleled divine might, descended, precisely locking onto Ling Suzi's aura, roaring toward him. With a thought, Ling Suzi summoned the Buddha's relic, which emitted beams of golden light, enveloping him. His spiritual power surged to its peak, his robes billowed in the wind, and his expression was a mix of exhilaration and madness. "It's done. I am about to achieve the Tao. Today is the day I attain the great path." Accompanied by thunderous roars, the heavenly calamity thunder struck directly at his location. However, the surrounding Buddhist light did not withstand the assault of the thunder as anticipated. Instead, upon contact, it tore apart like thin paper. In no time, the Buddhist light vanished entirely. Faced with the impending thunder, Ling Suzi hurriedly summoned all his spiritual energy to resist. In his panic, he once again activated the Buddha's relic beside him. Yet, despite his desperate efforts, the Buddha's relic remained unresponsive. Even its luster had dimmed faintly. Ultimately, with a crisp sound, the relic that symbolized supreme Buddhist wisdom shattered into two halves. Ling Suzi's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils shrinking in fear. The Buddha's relic was an innate divine object. It should have been impossible for the heavenly calamity thunder to destroy it. The fact that this relic beside him shattered inexplicably, with its light providing no protection, could only mean the Buddha's relic before him was a counterfeit. Ling Suzi abruptly turned his head, glaring at Master Ningjue below, and shouted in anger, "Old monk, have you forgotten our agreement from 2 years ago?" Master Ningjue's gaze slowly lowered, and he replied calmly, "I have not forgotten, but I cannot overcome this inner conflict. The act of bartering one's soul with the devil, stained with the blood of one's own disciple, offers a fleeting sense of security. Yet, even if it allows one to reconcile with their inner turmoil, it renders them unworthy to stand before the Buddha." The sudden turn of events leaves you and Luo Yuan momentarily taken aback. If the relic of the Buddha entrusted to Ling Suzi is indeed a counterfeit, it implies that the master's previous words and actions were all a ruse to ensnare the adversary. The true objective, then, is to ensure Ling Suzi meets his demise beneath the thunderous tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 76. Beyond the cycle of reincarnation, we shall meet again. Realizing he had been deceived, Ling Suzi was consumed by anger. "Ningjue, as a person of the Buddhist faith, how dare you act in such a treacherous manner?" Ningjue, the monk, merely smiled faintly and replied, "What is this accusation, Master Lingxiu? On that day, we agreed that your only request was for me to bring the Buddha's relic here at the appropriate time to assist you in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Yet you never specified whether it was the true relic or a false one. Ling Shuzi found himself momentarily speechless, his countenance twisting slightly in frustration and rage. He had suspected that Ningzhu would hold something back, but he never imagined that this monk, a practitioner of the faith, would stoop to such wordplay, violating the precepts of Buddhism. As the heavenly tribulation rained down upon him, Ling Shuzi had no time to ponder further. His body was soon covered in numerous fine wounds, and his hands, which had been desperately defending against the strikes, were now charred beyond recognition. His original cultivation was insufficient for advancement, and he had only managed to break through the bottleneck by seizing a sliver of heavenly essence from Luo Yuan. Without the aid of the Buddha's relic, it would have been impossible for him to withstand the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. Even if he survived the tribulation, his cultivation would plummet, his spiritual veins destroyed, rendering him no better than a cripple. Seeing his internal spiritual energy rapidly depleting, Ling Shuzi gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with malice. Even if I perish today, I shall take one with me. Old monk, this is the karma you have brought upon yourself. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he abruptly ceased his resistance against the heavenly tribulation and turned, charging directly toward your location. The heavenly tribulation would only target one individual, so no matter which direction Ling Shuzi fled, the bolts of lightning would relentlessly pursue him. However, while the tribulation would not directly strike you, the resulting shockwaves would be beyond your capacity to endure. Moreover, Luo Yuan, already grievously injured, could barely muster the strength to operate her spiritual energy, let alone withstand such a force. If Ling Shuzi were to close in on your position, the outcome would likely be fatal. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. In an instant, Ling Shuzi was about to crash into you, the overwhelming pressure surging like a tidal wave. At that moment, a beam of golden light suddenly shot forth from Ningzhu's direction, landing in your hand in the blink of an eye. You looked down in astonishment, revealing a perfectly round pearl resting in your palm, unmistakably the Buddha's relic. Yuaner, just as I taught you in the past, a pure heart is all that is needed. Before you could fully comprehend the situation, Ningzhu's reminder echoed in your ears, clearing your mind. You hurriedly rose to your feet, stumbling a few steps to Luo Yuan's side. Holding your breath, you focused all the remaining spiritual energy within you into the Buddha's relic. In an instant, a dazzling light of the Buddha radiated forth, enveloping you and Luo Yuan entirely. Upon witnessing your actions, Luo Yuan immediately understood your intent. She rushed forward, grasping your arm, her face filled with terror. Luo Yuan, do you realize what you are doing? This is the heavenly tribulation's lightning. You will lose your life. Yet, you paid no heed to Luo Yuan's words, pushing your spiritual energy to its utmost limit and unleashing the Buddha's light contained within the relic. You were willing to forsake the Tianzong and endure the trials of cultivation for me. Why should I not sacrifice myself for you? Yuan, in this world, I am not the only one capable of acting on impulse. With a thunderous crash, Ling Shuzi's body collided heavily against the protective Buddha light as the heavenly lightning descended. In an instant, arcs of electricity scattered, and sparks erupted in all directions. Despite the protection of the Buddha light, your body still bore immense pressure from the powerful impact and force. While the Buddha light could shield against external harm, it could not prevent internal damage. As you strained to channel your spiritual energy, the toxins within your body grew increasingly active, rapidly consuming your life force at a terrifying rate. With a deafening roar, the entire Tianzong sacred hall was enveloped in blinding white light. After a few seconds, the light gradually dissipated. The sacred hall lay in ruins, surrounded by shattered walls and billowing smoke. Ling Shuzi's figure had long since vanished, perhaps reduced to ashes within the heavenly tribulation. Amidst the ruins, Luo Yuan knelt at the spot where you once stood, two trails of tears glistening on her beautiful face. In her hand, she clutched a torn piece of clothing, the last remnant of you amidst the tribulation. Amitba. Ningzhu approached Luo Yuan slowly, his gaze falling upon the garment in her grasp, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Then, as if struck by a thought, he softly remarked, "When Yuaner first entered Wuku Temple, I personally shaved his head before the Buddha statue. He possessed innate wisdom and had once received a sliver of Buddha light in the presence of the Buddha's golden form. There was a legend in the Buddhist realm that those who received such a blessing would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yuaner has yet to sever his earthly ties, having amassed great virtue in his lifetime. Perhaps this is his destined fate." Not entering reincarnation. Not entering reincarnation. Does this mean I may meet him once more? Luo Yuan's head shot up at the words, a glimmer of hope emerging in her previously sorrowful eyes. Master Ningzhu, is what you say true? As long as the practitioner's heart is sincere, there will surely come a day of manifestation. Ningzhu pressed his palms together, gazing toward the western sky, murmuring softly. His expression a blend of remorse and acceptance. Even if one can deceive their own heart, how can they deceive the Buddha? In a lifetime, one must overcome greed, anger, and ignorance, for only then can one truly cultivate the serene annihilation of existence. After uttering these words, Master Ningzhu slowly settled into a meditative posture upon the ground. The radiance in his eyes gradually dimmed, and, guided by the teachings of the Buddha, his spirit ascended to the realm of ultimate bliss. In that year, two significant events unfolded in the southern spirit domain. Firstly, the leader of the Tianzong, Ling Shuzi, achieved transcendence. The Tianzong publicly declared that the leader, in pursuit of ascension, had attracted the celestial thunder of the nine heavens, ultimately perishing beneath the tribulation of lightning. The saintess of the Tianzong, Luo Yuan, formally succeeded him, becoming the 35th leader of the Tianzong. The world spoke of her profound enlightenment following a trial of love, asserting that she had achieved great mastery of the path of transcending emotions, rendering her heart impervious to any worldly influences. However, as fate would have it, the principles of nature dictate that extremes inevitably lead to opposites. While all beings have heard of the name of transcending emotions, none comprehend that the ultimate destination of this path is not the cessation of feelings, but rather the attainment of profound love. Secondly, Master Ningzhu, the abbot of the Wugo Temple, attained nirvana. His foremost disciple, Master Hongyi, ascended to the position of abbot, becoming the 72nd in the temple's history. Following Master Ningzhu's passing, his body remained uncorrupted for 3 years. Bathed in the radiance of Buddha, his physical form transformed into a golden body, marking the first instance of a corporeal bodhisattva in the annals of Wugo Temple. His golden form is enshrined in the temple's hall, allowing future generations to pay their respects, ensuring a continuous flow of incense offerings. Chapter 77. What need is there for royalty and wealth? What fear is there of regulations and precepts? This dream cycle has concluded. The host has awakened. The host has currently completed 4 dream cycles. The host has engaged in a total of 9 dream cycles. The host has successfully completed this dream cycle and may choose one reward from the following options to retain. 1. Buddha's Relic. Upon selecting this reward, the host will receive a complete Buddha's Relic. By infusing it with spiritual energy, the host may unleash the supreme Buddha light contained within, capable of repelling external assaults. The range of the Buddha light and the limit of defensive capabilities will be influenced by the spiritual energy injected by the host. It can withstand a peak strike from the tribulation realm. 2. Taishang Wangqing True Scroll. By choosing this reward, the host will gain the complete Taishang Wangqing Ju, an inheritance from the ancestors of the Taoist heavenly sect. After cultivation, the host may reach the perfect realm of Taishang Wangqing without the need for special means. 3. Heavenly Tao Spiritual Light. Upon choosing this reward, the host will obtain a point of innate spiritual light generated in resonance with the heavenly Tao. The timing of its use may be determined by the host. During the duration of the spiritual light, the host's capacity for spiritual energy operation will increase by 100. The speed of spiritual energy operation will increase by 100. Comprehension of any skill will increase by 100. The capability to apply any skill will increase by 100. And proficiency in using any spiritual tool or weapon will increase by 100. Faced with these 3 options, Luo Yuan found himself ensnared in contemplation. Each of the rewards offered by the system was unexpectedly advantageous, with remarkably high potential and devoid of any absolute disruptive choices. The first reward could substantially enhance his defensive capabilities, and its defensive limit would rise in tandem with his cultivation. Although his physical strength was currently formidable, it would be unwise to rely solely on his body for all encounters. This reward could be considered a growth-oriented safety measure. Pending decision. The second reward was equally enticing, the complete Taishang Wangqing Ju. Upon reflection, it became evident that the version practiced within the heavenly sect was incomplete. No wonder Ling Shuzi resorted to such extreme means to confront the Tao. It was clear that the incomplete nature of the technique led to the widespread belief that the pinnacle of Taishang Wangqing was emotional severance. However, it must be noted that I do not practice Taoist techniques. Should I pursue the Taishang Wangqing, I might find myself stalled at some realm. If I were to stagnate at the early or perfect stages, that would be manageable, but if I were to find myself ensnared in the intermediate stage of emotional detachment, would I not be trapped in a sage-like state indefinitely? The mere thought of this sent a wave of panic through Luo Yuan. No, I must not choose the second option. As for the third reward, well, it could be generally described as a one-time skill akin to a berserk ignition. After use, it could significantly elevate one's combat prowess for a limited time and could also aid in comprehending certain techniques. However, the drawback lies in its nature as a consumable, unsustainable for extended periods. A moment's carelessness might even lead to a resonance with the heavenly Tao, risking a thunderous strike. In other words, while the benefits are considerable, the risks are proportionate to the rewards. System, I choose option 1. After careful consideration, Luo Yuan resolved to select the first reward. Given that all 3 rewards held immense significance, he leaned towards the more secure and stable option, free from adverse effects. Upon making his selection, Luo Yuan decided to assess the outcome of the theatrical performances from the past few days. Based on the timeline, the young women had likely completed 2 full rounds of performances during his slumber. If all went as expected, the atmosphere in the Xian'an Pavilion's hall would have transformed dramatically by now. As anticipated, the moment he pushed open the door to his room, Luo Yuan sensed an unusual aura. A cacophony arose from downstairs, accompanied by a tumult of voices, as if even the very floor beneath him trembled slightly, revealing the inadequacy of soundproofing. He descended into the hall, and although he had mentally prepared himself, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The first floor of Xian'an Pavilion was now a sea of humanity. Every seat, every private box, every step, and even every available space was brimming with people, leaving no room to spare. The sounds of conversation, string instruments, and chanting intertwined, creating a relentless tide of noise, punctuated by occasional sighs and whispers, adding to the overall clamor. This vibrant scene starkly contrasted with the usual desolation. It appeared that the theatrical performance had exceeded his expectations. Luo Yuan's gaze shifted, scanning the crowd. To his surprise, the vast majority sported shaved heads. Only a handful of individuals donned Taoist robes, standing out conspicuously among the throng. Judging by their attire, they were mostly disciples of the Ren sect, while the number of disciples from the Tian sect was minimal, with only a few scattered among them. This was reasonable, as the disciples of the Ren sect, being devoted to humanity, were not restrained by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. On stage, the young women animatedly performed, and under the influence of various sounds and beams of spiritual energy, the atmosphere was palpably charged. At this moment, the play was nearing its conclusion, depicting Tang Seng's inner turmoil between Buddhist teachings and love, influenced by the persuasion of his 3 disciples. The female disciple portraying Tang Seng quietly rode a white horse into the center of the stage, and facing the beloved maiden before her, she sighed in resignation. Once troubled by deep thoughts, I hesitate to abandon my beauty in seclusion. How can one attain both paths in this world, without forsaking the Buddha and the one I cherish? In that brief utterance, combined with Tang Seng's expression of sorrow and indecision, she vividly portrayed the psychological struggle of yearning to break free from the constraints of Buddhist precepts, yet feeling helpless. This line undoubtedly resonated with many monks present, prompting waves of sympathetic sighs. For these young monks, who spent their days in the company of flickering lamps and ancient scriptures, how could they not harbor thoughts of transcending their vows to savor the splendors of the secular world? However, over the years, these thoughts have gradually faded away with the passage of time, ultimately transforming into a thread of reverence for the Buddha within their hearts. Before they could recover from this melancholic sentiment, the disciple tasked with portraying the young Taoist maiden gently began to sing. What is spoken of royal power and wealth? What is preached of rules and precepts? My heart is solely entwined with you, longing to accompany you in this life. Chapter 78. The Transformation of Xian'an Pavilion. Visitors from the Buddhist sect. The gentle and soft voice that emerged was akin to an ethereal melody, instantly permeating the hearts and souls of all present. The young disciple portraying the little Taoist nun possessed an innate beauty, further accentuated by her resplendent attire, rendering her exceptionally radiant. Her exquisite and transcendent appearance, coupled with perfectly measured expressions and gestures, ultimately enhanced by soul-stirring lines, created a formidable impact on the audience, both audibly and visually. How can one find a method that satisfies both sides? A young monk from Wu Gu Temple softly recited these lines, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation. Amitabha, the concept of love truly represents the greatest karma for us practitioners of Buddhism. Nearby, an elderly monk let out a faint sigh, his expression tinged with melancholy. Within the hall, a multitude of monks listened to the gentle recitation of the little Taoist nun, their thoughts seemingly immersed alongside her. They could not help but ponder. If they were to find themselves in a situation akin to that faced by Tang Sung, what choices would they make? Would they steadfastly uphold their Buddhist hearts and continue the quest for the true scriptures alongside their disciples? Or would they break the shackles of Buddhist precepts to be with their beloved? In that moment, a shared perplexity enveloped the minds of all the monks present. Yet, none realized that their hearts had already begun to waver. As the saying goes, when one poses a question, their heart has already developed a certain inclination. Thus, the moment they uttered that question, it had already become a profound disrespect towards the Buddhist precepts. This is the ominous nature of Luo Yuan's plan. On the surface, it narrated a tale related to Buddhist teachings. But concealed within was an unabashed tale of pure love. Listeners might be oblivious, yet they were subtly led astray, shifting their focus from the sincerity of the Buddhist heart to the beauty of a maiden. Over time, it became increasingly difficult to avoid such assimilation. Just as Luo Yuan was lost in the allure of his script, a teasing voice suddenly interrupted. Xiao Yuan, what are you laughing at all by yourself? Turning at the sound, Luo Yuan was greeted by the charming figure of Bai Ruali. She wore an elegant light white dress, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, and draped in a layer of delicate sheer fabric. The lapel was adorned with intricate pomegranate blossoms, exuding both elegance and gentle beauty. A delicate silk ribbon encircled her slender waist, accentuating her already enchanting figure. This ensemble made Luo Yuan's eyes light up. He took a step forward and smiled lightly. I was simply admiring the scenery. Stop your nonsense. Bai Ruali playfully poked Luo Yuan's forehead. Here, it's just the stage and the audience. What scenery could there possibly be? Surely there is, for what stands before me is scenery itself, Luo Yuan replied, his heart unperturbed, effortlessly weaving charming words. Bai Ruali was momentarily taken aback by his sudden flirtation, a faint blush creeping from her neck to her delicate face. After a brief pause, she quickly regained her composure, feigning annoyance. Your audacity seems to grow. You dare jest with your senior sister now? Alas, Luo Yuan sighed dramatically. How times have changed, where stating facts has become a source of mockery in the eyes of others. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ruali's feigned anger crumbled, replaced by an unmistakable shade of embarrassment. All you do is tease me. Be careful, or I shall tell our master when I return. Luo Yuan chuckled silently, fully aware of Bai Ruali after years of companionship. The moment she displayed that expression, it signified a successful verbal onslaught on his part. He then shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, senior sister, has anything significant happened while I was asleep? Did anyone come to Xianyin Pavilion seeking me? How was the audience's response during our first performance? He posed 3 questions in quick succession, revealing the priorities in his mind. Bai Ruali threw him a playful glance, a subtle reprimand, and began to speak. Nothing major has occurred during this time. As for those who sought you, there was only one, Xian Songzi. He mentioned that since implementing the conveyor techniques you taught them, the output of spiritual artifacts in their sect has increased several-fold. In just the few days you've been asleep, the quantity of high-level spiritual artifacts produced has matched what used to take a month several-fold. Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Despite his prior preparations, the realization of such a figure still astonished him. Such an increase in production would be formidable for any manufacturing industry. The principles of modern industry, when applied to the relatively primitive backdrop of the cultivation world, were akin to a dimensional strike. Just as they were conversing, a young woman from Xianyin Pavilion, responsible for welcoming guests, hurriedly approached them, her expression tinged with urgency. Oh no, senior brother, there's a group of monks from Wu Gu Temple and Taoists from Tianzong causing trouble outside. Monks? Causing trouble? Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering why this should be the case. We are engaged in legitimate business. We haven't caused these monks to break their vows. What trouble could they possibly want? With a mix of confusion and intrigue, he and Bai Ruali followed the young woman outside to uncover the truth. At Tianzong's sacred hall, within the vast and silent space, a slender and striking figure sat cross-legged. Her countenance is extraordinarily beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, with brows resembling new moons and eyes akin to a tranquil cold pool. Draped in a simple white Daoist robe adorned with understated patterns of clouds and water, she exudes an ethereal grace that complements her serene demeanor. The Daoist robes of Tianzong have always been ample and enveloping, yet on her, they appear slightly fitted. Anyone who beholds her would hardly suspect that this exquisite and otherworldly Daoist maiden is the unparalleled master of the Daoist arts of the present age. The current leader of Tianzong is Luo Yuan. Suddenly, the grand doors of the Tianzong sanctuary were gently pushed open, and a young maid hurried to Luo Yuan's side, respectfully reporting, "Master, according to our scouts, there seems to be new developments on the Ren Sect side." Chapter 79, Ever Deep Affection. When did the sect leader acquire a heart's desire? Renzong? Luo Yuan's expression remained unperturbed as she calmly remarked, "That old man Xian Songzi led a group to attend the Four Domains conference a month ago. If we calculate the time, he should just be returning to the Nanling domain now. What waves could he possibly stir?" Upon hearing this, a young maidservant bowed slightly and replied, "Master, the recent happenings within Renzong are not directly related to the sect leader himself, but rather to a man he brought back from Zhongzhou. The old fellow's choice of companions is an internal matter for Renzong, and we need not scrutinize every move excessively." Luo Yuan slowly rose, a trace of disdain flickering across her exquisite jade-like visage. Even if he still desires a taste of the pleasures of Longyang before his burial, that would only tarnish Renzong's reputation, and has nothing to do with our Tianzong. As soon as she finished speaking, the maidservant's face suddenly flushed with a hint of crimson. Though she was a disciple of Tianzong and typically abstained from worldly desires, she was acutely aware of the implications of the phrase Longyang pleasures. Regaining her composure, she continued in a hushed tone, "Master, you misunderstand. Xian Songzi brought that man back not for personal desires. Rather, he has extraordinary considerations in this matter. According to the spies within Renzong, Xian Songzi not only treats him as an esteemed guest, but also intends to allow him to directly participate in the contention of Dao traditions." "What did you say?" Luo Yuan exclaimed, abruptly turning around, her sleeves billowing as they outlined her flawlessly sculpted figure. "The contention of Dao traditions is a legal dispute within our sect, governed by rules established by our ancestors. The involvement of outsiders is strictly taboo. That old fool Xian Songzi not only knows he is breaking the rules, but dares to let this person participate directly. Truly, he is regressing with age." Observing the sudden reaction from the sect leader, the maidservant felt a tinge of awkwardness. She then slightly bowed and spoke again. "Moreover, it is said that the man from Zhongzhou has designed a completely new production method for Renzong, apparently referred to as assembly line. With his assistance, the number of spiritual artifacts produced by Renzong this month has surged to more than double that of our Tianzong." Luo Yuan slightly turned her body, her expression remaining largely unchanged. "Over the years, Renzong had gradually waned, and I initially believed that Xian Songzi's trip to Zhongzhou was a last-ditch effort. Who would have thought that he would attempt to turn the tide with such tricks and gimmicks? How absurd. Should he dare to let that unknown man step onto the debating platform, he should not blame me for being merciless." Having said this, Luo Yuan turned her back again, her thoughts fixated on a certain anxious place within the Nanling domain. Soon, her figure began to dissipate under the illumination of light, vanishing from sight in no time. The maidservant watched in the direction of her departing master, exhaling a sigh of relief while patting her chest in trepidation. However, just as she was about to leave the Tianzong sacred hall, her attention was suddenly drawn to several spiritual plants nearby. The Tianzong's doctrine is naturally in harmony with nature, hence the plants within the sect generally flourish vigorously. As the sacred hall is the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy, the two remaining spiritual plants within had never encountered any issues since their planting. Yet, a glance earlier revealed visible blemishes on the leaves of the spiritual plants. With a heart full of apprehension, the maidservant cautiously approached. The scene that met her eyes was unforgettable. Although the main bodies of the two spiritual plants remained intact, nearly every leaf was densely inscribed with characters. She slowly reached out to grasp a leaf, connecting the engravings together, ultimately deciphering two characters: Luo Yuan, Luo Yuan, Luo Yuan, Luo Yuan. The maidservant's gaze scanned the leaves, discovering that each bore those same two characters. The engravings were meticulous and precise, indicating that the person who inscribed them was evidently very careful. Moreover, judging by the depth of the markings, they must have been inscribed quite recently. Luo Yuan, no matter how one looked at it, was undoubtedly a man's name. To her recollection, there was no male disciple named Luo Yuan within Tianzong. Furthermore, who would dare to openly inscribe another's name on the spiritual plants within the sacred hall of Tianzong? The maidservant's expression gradually became grave as a terrifying realization dawned upon her. Under normal circumstances, only the sect leader qualifies to enter the sacred hall. Coupled with the fact that the spiritual plants possess a strong self-healing ability, to accurately inscribe such characters upon their leaves without allowing them to heal easily undoubtedly requires a profound mastery over natural Tao laws. Given these conditions, throughout the entire Tianzong, only one person remains. Countless possibilities pointed to a single individual, and the maidservant no longer dared to speculate further. A cold sweat broke out on her back, sending chills down her spine. The sect leader cultivates the supreme path of forgetfulness, and thus the women within the sect have historically lived solitary lives. If any disciple were to violate this taboo, they would not only face severe punishment from the sect, but also be ridiculed by the world. Moreover, the one who has potentially violated this taboo may very well be the current sect leader. In her thoughts, the maidservant's breath quickened with anxiety. If the sect leader were to discover that her secret had been revealed, what place would I have within Tianzong moving forward? More critically, if outsiders were to learn of this, what a disgrace it would be for the sect leader personally and for the entire Tianzong. The more she pondered, the more fearful she became, hastily rising to escape the Tianzong sacred hall. Yet even so, a lingering doubt continued to haunt her mind. Logically, the sect leader has been cultivating since childhood, and the supreme path of forgetfulness should have been mastered long ago, leading her to abandon worldly desires, including romantic inclinations. Moreover, the sect leader's conduct has consistently affirmed this notion, as she rarely shows even the slightest courtesy towards any man. What enchantment does this man named Luo Yuan possess that could compel the sect leader to forsake her principles? Outside the entrance of Xianin Pavilion, a row of Buddhist disciples stood in formation, seemingly ready to confront Inquisition. Before them stood a monk clad in a light-colored robe. His identity was well known throughout the southern spiritual domain. He was none other than the esteemed chief disciple of Master Hong Yi, the current abbot of Wugu Temple, known as Master Huiming. Upon encountering the newcomer, Luo Yuan resolved to first gauge the monk's disposition. After all, when it comes to conducting business, maintaining amicable relations is undoubtedly the preferred approach. Furthermore, it was entirely possible that this individual could be a potential client of Xianin Gu. With this thought in mind, a smile of professional courtesy graced his face as he approached and remarked, "Ah, it is indeed a venerable monk from Wugu Temple gracing us with your presence. Are you here to enjoy some music?" Chapter 80. Step aside. I am about to show off. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the group of monks behind him momentarily froze. Their purpose for coming was to demand an explanation. Yet the instant Luo Yuan spoke, he precisely stepped on their sensitive spot. Nay, to be more accurate, he launched himself into a revelry atop their explosive point. Were it not for their monastic vows, they might have rolled up their sleeves in an instant. Among the ranks of monks, a few Taoists clad in Tianzong attire could be seen, their expressions suggesting that they too had come with the large contingent from Wugo Temple to hold Luo Yuan accountable. After all, it was relatively rare for the Taoist sect, Tianzong, to attend a performance. In the forefront of the Wugo Temple contingent, Master Huiming maintained an impassive demeanor. Hands pressed together as he calmly intoned, "Umitba, benefactor, this humble monk seeks no other purpose today but to demand an explanation." "Oh," Luo Yuan replied with a faint smile, feigning ignorance. "The Xianin sect and Wugo Temple have never had any connection. I am curious to know what sort of explanation the Taoist requires." Master Huiming turned slightly, gesturing towards the young women performing in the hall, and remarked, "If the benefactor seeks to attract patrons, why resort to such base methods?" The monk's tone was unhurried, yet a subtle sharpness lay hidden within his words. "Your words are indeed amusing, master. My Xianin Pavilion merely allows the young women to dance and play music. How does this become a base means in your eyes?" Luo Yuan replied calmly, countering, "Yet it is you, Wugo Temple, who has come unprovoked to stir trouble, not to mention that you have disrupted our business. In the end, how can it be right for you to accuse my Xianin Pavilion?" Luo Yuan had anticipated the monk's visit. which is why he had skillfully avoided any risque or inappropriate elements while writing the script for the performance, creating a narrative that was utterly innocent. Thus, he had effectively eliminated any grounds for the monks to accuse him. Moreover, there were no regulations within the Nanling domain prohibiting monks from entering entertainment venues. Thus, to put it plainly, the opposing party held no justification in this matter. The facts were evident, and there was no need to feign ignorance. From the back of the group, a stout young novice could not help but speak out. You Xianyin Sect, by opening such an establishment in the heart of the Nanling domain, are not only fabricating stories to entice our Buddhist disciples, but also attempting to sow discord and disrupt their spiritual cultivation. Do you truly think Wugo Temple is unaware of your misdeeds? Such a confrontational tone did not sit well with Bai Ruoli, the nominal head of Xianyin Pavilion, who retorted, "You monks truly lack reason. Since the day we opened, Xianyin Pavilion has conducted its business in a lawful manner. All our patrons come of their own volition. How is it that you now hold us responsible?" As the verbal exchange intensified, onlookers were drawn to the spectacle. The young women of Xianyin Sect, usually presenting themselves as dancers and singers, instinctively rallied to Luo Yuan's side, for they were, at their core, disciples of the Xianyin Sect. Faced with provocation, they could not help but stand firm. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an electric energy. "Calm yourselves, let us maintain decorum," Master Huiming suddenly interjected, halting the restless novice. He then turned his gaze to Luo Yuan and spoke slowly. "Benefactor, this humble monk does not come without evidence. You must understand that the monks of Wugo Temple have always adhered to strict regulations. We would not breach our vows unless absolutely necessary. If your establishment did not engage in questionable practices, how could it lead our faithful astray?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan nearly lost his composure. "Come now, I have at least been a monk in dreams. I am well aware of the trivial rules of Wugo Temple. Under such oppressive circumstances, even a dog would wish to return to the mundane world." This was a classic case of blaming external factors rather than addressing the root cause. At that moment, he wanted to shout, "I have never encountered such shameless individuals." Before he could utter another word, Bai Ruoli stepped forward. Though gentle and soft-spoken, she could not tolerate anyone bullying her junior, and she would not allow Luo Yuan to suffer even a slight grievance. "Master Huiming, if you genuinely seek to engage with us, perhaps we can have a conversation. However, if you come here to act in such a rude and unreasonable manner, we shall not stand idly by and be oppressed. To summarize, we at Xianyin Pavilion neither seek trouble nor fear it." Unmoved, Master Huiming replied coolly, "Words are futile. If today you do not permanently withdraw those performances, this matter shall not conclude so simply." The implication was clear. The opportunity for amicable dialogue had been offered, and should they refuse, forceful measures would follow. "Master, we are all monks. Let us communicate respectfully," Luo Yuan hastily interjected as he sensed the situation deteriorating. "How about this? Since you insist on an explanation, let us provide one. Sister, arrange a performance package for Master Huiming. Today's expenses at Wugo Temple will be on me." Luo Yuan. Laughter erupted around them. Even the young women of Xianyin Pavilion could not suppress their giggles. They had expected Luo Yuan to make a token concession, but instead, he seemed intent on dancing atop their explosive point. Many bystanders watched the scene with delight, seemingly relishing the trouble that Master Huiming faced. The muscles in Master Huiming's face twitched, a hint of anger seeping into his eyes. "Benefactor, this humble monk has already given you an opportunity, yet not only do you show no remorse, you continue to mock Wugo Temple. In light of this, let us allow the supreme Buddhist teachings to impart their wisdom upon you." As he spoke, a radiant golden light suddenly enveloped his body, and a fierce gust of fist energy, propelled by spiritual power, surged forth directly toward Luo Yuan. However, the assailant was not Master Huiming, but rather the young monk behind him. Tong Ming, as a practitioner, shall not break the vow against killing. A mere admonition will suffice. "Fear not, Master. Your disciple is well aware of the situation." The diminutive monk's body unleashed the fist energy, and in an instant, it was less than a yard away from Luo Yuan's chest. "Shao Yuan." Bai Ruoli was struck with terror at this unforeseen turn of events, at such a close distance. She had no time to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as the fist energy surged toward Luo Yuan. As his senior who had spent countless days and nights in his company, she was acutely aware of Luo Yuan's capabilities. Due to his physical constitution, he had made no progress over the years in Xianyin Sect. the young monk before her, possessing at least the third level of foundation establishment, could undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon Luo Yuan if this punch landed, even if it did not prove fatal. Yet, the target of the attack, Luo Yuan, displayed no signs of panic. On the contrary, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his face, as if to convey, "Stand aside, for I am about to showcase my prowess." Amidst the gathered gazes of the onlookers, Luo Yuan focused intently on the incoming fist energy, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his lips. He then slightly bent his body forward and delivered a straightforward, unembellished punch. Chapter 81. The Fierce Battle at Wu Gu Si. One force breaking 10,000 laws with a resounding crash. The moment their bodies collided, the surrounding atmosphere erupted with a thunderous roar. The small monk unleashed a punch imbued with formidable vigor, augmented by the secret techniques of the Buddha's teachings, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Had it been any other disciple of Xianyin Zong, they would have undoubtedly faltered in the face of such an onslaught. However, Luo Yuan's circumstances were entirely distinct. Possessing the cultivation of the golden core realm, and with his physical form having been bathed in the radiance of Buddha's light, his corporeal strength surpassed that of his cultivation by 2 great realms in any situation. This indicated that, at this very moment, his physical prowess rivaled that of the transformation god realm. Furthermore, the unique suppressive effect of the Buddha's light upon those of the Buddhist order further enhanced his physical strength when faced with opponents of the same creed. It was not merely a small monk he contended with. Even if the esteemed master Hui Ming himself had intervened, he would find it challenging to breach Luo Yuan's defenses. Thus, when the monk's punch made contact with Luo Yuan's body, it dissipated instantaneously, akin to a cow sinking into the ocean. As Luo Yuan's own fist approached the small monk, the protective spiritual energy surrounding him shattered like a fragile sheet of paper at the slightest touch. Consequently, the result of this exchange was that Luo Yuan's seemingly effortless punch landed squarely upon the monk's physical form. With a heavy thud, the small monk's expression momentarily froze. Although his fist had struck accurately against Luo Yuan's chest, it felt as though he had collided with an iron wall. No matter how he summoned his spiritual energy, he could not budge his opponent in the slightest. To his dismay, the powerful recoil inflicted excruciating pain upon his arm. In the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply, his torso jolting violently as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. The monk's body abruptly went rigid for a second, then uncontrollably soared backward into the distance. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone dumbfounded, plunging the scene into a profound silence. After a prolonged pause, someone finally regained their composure, stammering incredulously, A single punch? Who on earth is this person, capable of defeating a disciple of Wu Gu Si with just one blow? But wait, he clearly did not employ any spiritual energy when he struck. He relied solely on his physical form. This revelation incited yet another wave of astonished gasps. To withstand a full-force strike from a mid-foundation establishment practitioner purely with physical strength, especially one bolstered by Buddhist techniques, implied that his corporeal resilience must be at least at the nascent soul level. Such assertions, while valid, also highlighted the immense difficulty of enduring a full-force strike without any defensive measures, remaining entirely unscathed. The true strength of this individual's physical form likely far surpassed that of the nascent soul realm. As discussions unfolded, the awe within everyone grew stronger. Their gazes towards Luo Yuan now tinged with a newfound reverence. Particularly, the monks of Wu Gu Si stood agape, incredulously staring at Luo Yuan, momentarily forgetting to check on the small monk's injuries. They could scarcely fathom how Luo Yuan, who moments ago had appeared to be on the verge of suffering a grave blow, had effortlessly dispatched a core disciple of Wu Gu Si with a single punch. Furthermore, his demeanor suggested an air of casual ease, as if he had yet to unleash his full potential. What an extraordinary disparity in strength. Could it be that the foundation of Xianyin Zong had reached such terrifying heights? To think that a mere disciple could deliver a dimensional strike upon a core disciple of Wu Gu Si. At that moment, if anyone was left in utter disbelief, it was by Ruali. She gazed at the unperturbed Luo Yuan beside her, repeatedly questioning whether her junior brother had been possessed by another. When had he attained such prowess? Could it be that during his moments of slumber, he had been secretly employing some arcane method to cultivate? Master Hui Ming stared in a daze at the unfolding scene, his earlier calm demeanor shattered. In his perception, the opponent's cultivation was no greater than that of the Golden Core realm, and his disciple, enhanced by Buddhist teachings, should have been capable of putting up a fight. Even in defeat, the outcome should not have been so humiliatingly one-sided. Yet, how had matters escalated to this extent in mere moments? His own disciple, distracted and breaching discipline, should have led him to gather a group to seek an explanation, while also propagating the teachings of Buddhism. Instead, not only had he failed to gain any advantage, but he had also been met with an unexpected backlash. If word of this spread, how would Wu Gu Si maintain its dignity? Where was the authority of the precepts? Where was the majesty of the Buddha's teachings? With these thoughts, the softness in Master Hui Ming's gaze vanished, and he turned to Luo Yuan, solemnly declaring, "Amit Ba. For the sake of Wu Gu Si's reputation, I must teach you a lesson today." As he spoke, a radiant golden light suddenly emanated from his brow, and his right hand extended outward, forming a palm as he swiftly descended towards Luo Yuan. In the next moment, a colossal golden handprint appeared in the sky, seemingly imbued with unparalleled power, accurately locking onto Luo Yuan's essence as it descended. The very space through which it passed exhibited subtle distortions. Under such a terrifying pressure, the onlookers could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Luo Yuan. As the current abbot of Wu Gu Si, Master Hui Ming possessed a formidable cultivation at the mid-transformation god realm. Even if Luo Yuan could withstand the blow with his physical strength, he would inevitably be suppressed by the force. However, just as everyone believed that Luo Yuan faced imminent peril, a dazzling golden radiance suddenly erupted around his body, as if alive, swirling around him until he was enveloped entirely. The disciples of Wu Gu Si, witnessing this spectacle, were all struck with astonishment, exclaiming, "Buddha! Buddha's light! This is Buddha's light!" They have long devoted themselves to the veneration of the Buddha's golden form, and thus are intimately familiar with the aura of the Buddha's light. However, the sacred essence contained within the luminous radiance before them is astonishingly more potent and pure, surpassing that found within the confines of Wugong Si by several-fold. An uncontrollable surge of reverence welled up within their hearts, prompting them to lower their heads involuntarily. Their hands pressed together as they chanted Buddhist scriptures. In the heavens above, a colossal golden handprint continued to descend gracefully. Yet, the supreme power it once emanated had diminished to less than 30% under the illumination of the Buddha's light. The moment it made contact with the golden radiance, it shattered into fragments in an instant. As the golden glow surrounding his body gradually dissipated, Luo Yuan's figure reappeared within the gaze of the crowd. He reached into the storage space of the Hongmeng Yupei, retrieving a lustrous and round pearl that shimmered with flecks of golden light. He then gently presented it before Master Hui Ming, smiling softly as he inquired, "Master, do you recognize what this is?" Chapter 82. The abbot of Wugo Temple emerges. A turn of events, a blinding golden light surged forth, and Master Hui Ming's eyes gradually widened, an expression of astonishment slowly manifesting on his face. Could it be the relic of the Buddha? In the next moment, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his hands instinctively coming together, while his feet felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile. An indescribable sense of reverence enveloped Master Hui Ming's soul, and at that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to deeply bow and kneel before the radiant light of the Buddha, just as he had done countless times before in the presence of the Buddha's golden form. This sensation grew ever stronger, and no matter how fervently he recited the Qingxin mantra, he could not escape its grasp. The relic of the Buddha is the physical remains left behind after the founder of Buddhism attained nirvana, with very few existing in the world. To date, only a minuscule fragment resides within Wugo Temple. In a certain sense, the complete relic of the Buddha serves as the earthly vessel for all Buddhist teachings, akin to the roots of wood or the source of water. Even a tiny piece of the relic, measuring mere millimeters, could ensure that Wugo Temple is venerated for generations, its incense burning for thousands of years without decline. The relic in Luo Yuan's possession, however, surpassed that tiny fragment in both completeness and purity, standing as the pinnacle of its kind in this era. In comparison, it was as if a colossal mountain towered over a mere boulder at its base, the visual and psychological impact utterly incomparable. It is no exaggeration to say that at such a close distance, under the luminous radiance of this relic, anyone with a heart inclined towards the Dharma would feel nothing but profound respect. Master Huaming's intense reaction instantly sparked a flurry of murmurs among the onlookers. The relic of the Buddha? This is indeed the relic of the Buddha? It is said that such a treasure is exceedingly rare, and Wugo Temple's millennia of heritage has only yielded a single grain. Where could Luo Yuan have acquired such a divine object? With this artifact in hand, it seemed unlikely that these monks would be able to contend with Xianin Pavilion today. However, just as the congregation of Wugo Temple surrendered beneath the radiance of the Buddha, a dissenting voice suddenly rang out from afar. A thief of names and worlds dares to steal the treasures of the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to see the source of the outcry. It was the little novice monk who had previously been sent flying by a single punch. Struggling to rise from the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared sternly, "It is known to all that the relic of the Buddha is a treasure of our sect, exceedingly rare. Only those endowed with innate wisdom could possibly obtain it. Yet you, with your frivolous demeanor, spending your days in the indulgences of Xianin Pavilion surrounded by women, how could you have such an opportunity? This divine object must have been stolen from a higher being, used by you to gain fame and accolades. Such vile behavior deserves punishment from all." The disciples of Wugo Temple suddenly awakened to the implications of his words. They had been focused solely on the relic itself, neglecting to consider how a person so unrelated to the Buddhist path as Luo Yuan came to possess it. Master Huaming's gaze shifted slightly, his expression still grave. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement and fervor erupted from the crowd. "Look, Master Hongyi has arrived." This exclamation drew the attention of all present. Master Hongyi, the abbot of Wugo Temple and a prominent figure in the Buddhist community, held immense prestige throughout the southern Ling domain. The sudden appearance of such an influential personage was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the onlookers to witness up close. The little novice, upon seeing the arrival of the master, felt a surge of exhilaration and hurried forward, saying, "Disciple Tongming greets the abbot. I implore you to take action and subdue that villain Luo Yuan, returning our sect's divine artifact to its rightful place." Yet, Master Hongyi did not heed his plea. Instead, he extended his hand and gently erased the mark on the novice's brow. The removal of this mark signified expulsion from Wugo Temple, and in an instant, the novice's face withered like autumn leaves, visibly aging before their eyes. "Abbot, what are you doing? The one to be punished is him." The novice disregarded the intense pain coursing through him and pointed at Luo Yuan, his expression filled with fear and confusion. He could not comprehend why the abbot would suddenly impose such a severe punishment upon him. With unrefined roots and a heart filled with resentment, "You are unworthy of the Buddha." Master Hongyi shook his head slightly, his expression a blend of disappointment and helplessness. If one wishes to possess the relic of the Buddha, it must be willingly bestowed by its guardian. Even if one were to resort to theft, they would be unable to harness the Buddha's light contained within. This benefactor can wield the relic with such ease, which only implies that it is rightfully his. Huiming, you are well aware of this principle, yet allowed your disciple to act recklessly. This is unforgivable. I hereby sentence you to face the wall in the temple for 10 months, during which you shall not step outside your confinement. Master Huiming bowed deeply. His expression desponded. "I acknowledge my error and willingly accept the punishment." This sudden and dramatic turn of events left everyone present astounded. The unexpectedly arrived Master Hongyi not only refrained from challenging the outsider Luo Yuan, but instead severely punished a disciple of Wugo Temple, one who was even his own direct disciple. Did this not serve as indirect confirmation that Li Yuan's possession of the relic was indeed a result of fortunate circumstances, revealing the depth of his understanding of the Dharma? Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Master Hongyi slowly approached Luo Yuan. He first bowed respectfully to the relic, then spoke gently, "Ba. Benefactor, my disciple has wronged you, and on behalf of him and Wujiao Temple, I apologize. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive." "Your words are too kind, Master." Luo Yuan assisted Master Hongyi to his feet, his tone now devoid of the earlier disdain. In the dream, he and the Master had both bowed before Master Ningjue, and as his senior brother, Hongyi had shown him great care, even risking sending someone to Tianzong to discreetly convey messages to him during times of peril. Thus, regardless of the perspective one adopts, Luo Yuan harbors an immense fondness for the senior brother within this dream. Observing Luo Yuan's demeanor, which disregards past grievances, Master Hongyi became even more convinced of his inner thoughts. This individual must undoubtedly be one destined to connect with our Buddhist teachings. He then turned to Luo Yuan and spoke with a calm demeanor. Benefactor, this matter stems from my inadequate oversight, leading to a disruption in our teachings. I humbly request your understanding, allowing me to escort the disciples currently reveling in the Xianin Pavilion back to the temple, so I may properly instruct them. Master Hongyi's tone was particularly courteous, implying that they were at fault, and extending an olive branch for mutual concession, suggesting that if they could each take a step back, this issue could be amicably resolved. Witnessing Master Hongyi's attitude, Luo Yuan could not help but inwardly admire. His senior brother is indeed a person of dignity. He paused for a moment and replied amiably, Master, let us not rush into this matter. I would like to share a few words with you. Please proceed, Benefactor. In the gaze of the onlookers, Luo Yuan retrieved the relic of the Buddha and placed it back into his storage space, then spoke softly. Chapter 83. The Bodhi tree is not a tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. The Bodhi tree is not a tree. Luo Yuan slowly articulated the first sentence. The mention of the Bodhi tree startled Master Hongyi, for it is a significant symbol in Buddhism, believed to be the tree under which the founder of Buddhism attained enlightenment. This is indeed a well-known Buddhist parable, but why did this benefactor suddenly bring it up? Furthermore, what could he possibly mean by saying there is no tree? Does this imply that the teachings left by our ancestors are erroneous? Before he could regain his composure, Luo Yuan's second phrase flowed forth. The bright mirror is also not a platform. This time, not only Master Hongyi, but even Master Hui Ming, who had been previously punished, along with the disciples of Wu Gusi behind him, were rendered perplexed. The term bright mirror is also a Buddhist phrase, representing a clear and lucid mind, while platform refers to the place that supports the bright mirror, an objective existence. But why did Luo Yuan insist on stating that the bright mirror is not a platform? Without a platform to uphold it, how can the mind remain clear and bright? With these two statements, the monks of Wu Gusi found themselves engulfed in confusion, as the words spoken by Luo Yuan seemed utterly unrelated to the Buddhist principles they had upheld. In fact, in some respects, the notions were entirely contrary. Master Hongyi furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend. Yet, despite his doubts, he was eager to hear what Luo Yuan would say next. Originally, there is nothing. Where would the dust come from? Luo Yuan slightly turned his body, addressing the audience, and uttered the remaining two lines. As his voice resonated, it was as if a thunderous bolt struck the crowd, plunging the scene into profound silence. Master Hui Ming's gaze froze momentarily, his previously grave expression shifting to one of subtle intrigue. Master Hongyi closed his eyes, his face betraying neither joy nor sorrow, seemingly lost in a moment of enlightenment. The monks behind him bowed their heads silently, deep in thought. Even the onlookers, who were largely ignorant of Buddhist teachings, found themselves momentarily stunned by the profound essence of these two sentences. Originally, there is nothing. There is nothing. Indeed, before the mind is disturbed by external chaos, it is inherently pure and clear. How could it be tainted by external impurities? Master Hui Ming murmured softly, his expression gradually transforming into one of excitement. No wonder the first two lines spoke of the Bodhi tree being non-existent and the bright mirror not being a platform. They served as a prelude to the final two lines, a moment of awakening, an epiphany. After some time, Master Hongyi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within them. He turned towards Luo Yuan and, with utmost sincerity, bowed respectfully, saying, Your 4 lines of wisdom carry profound meaning. I am truly enlightened. The impact of these 4 lines deeply resonated with him, momentarily plunging him into a state of realization. Even the constraints that had long hindered his cultivation began to show signs of loosening. It is no exaggeration to say that comprehending these 4 lines surpasses a decade of studying Buddhist scriptures. As for the matter of the monks from his sect visiting Xianin Gu to enjoy performances, Master Hongyi no longer felt inclined to pursue it, nor did he see any point in doing so. Luo Yuan's 4 lines were clearly directed at him regarding this very issue. If the mind remains clear and pure, it would not be swayed by external distractions. If the Buddhist heart is steadfast, it would not be lured or manipulated by such frivolous entertainments. Ultimately, it boils down to one's own lack of cultivation. Witnessing the monks of Wu Gusi turn against them, the accompanying elders from Tianzong felt displeased but could only depart reluctantly. One of the Tianzong disciples pointed at the plaque of Xianin Gu and, with discontent, remarked, Elder Jiao, shall we let this matter rest? Humph. Even the abbot of Wu Gusi could not compel him. Do you think we few can make him yield? The Tianzong elder coldly snorted and replied, "In recent days, not only the Buddhists but also many disciples of Tianzong have been drawn to them. If this continues, it will surely lead to disaster. This matter has far surpassed what you and I can resolve. I will return to the sect and report to the master, allowing her to decide." Hearing this, the Tianzong disciple hesitated. "Elder Jiao, is this trivial matter really worth the master's personal intervention?" "Trivial?" The Tianzong elder gazed at the retreating figures of the Wugu Sea troop and asserted, "The path of supreme emotionlessness has been cultivated to great perfection by our master. She abhors her disciples breaking their vows, especially in matters of romantic entanglements. Once we inform her of the situation, she will surely not stand idly by. At that time, let us see how long Luo Yuan can remain arrogant." After the crowd dispersed, Luo Yuan and Bai Ruo Li returned to the private chamber on the second floor to discuss their next strategies. After much contemplation, he concluded that it was essential to broaden their market. Relying solely on a group of monks would be insufficient to turn the South Spirit Domain branch's fortunes around. The current primary issue lies in the fact that most of the customers attracted were from Wugu Si and a few disciples of Taoist sects who came to support. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianzong and Wugu Jiao were entirely disconnected. A solution must be devised, as the two predominant groups in the South Spirit Domain are monks and Taoists. Furthermore, given the recent uproar at Wugu Si, the monks would likely be more restrained and would not be as brazen in attending plays as they had been in previous days. If we were to develop a single line targeting just one demographic, it would undoubtedly mean forfeiting a significant portion of the market. With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan spread open the rice paper laid on the table, dipped his brush in ink, and, under Bai Ruo Li's watchful gaze, continued the unfinished story. Tang Senzong, after much painful deliberation and struggle, ultimately made his decision. He would fulfill his unfinished mission and journey to the western regions to obtain the true scriptures. As for women, as for love, these would only serve to hinder his pace towards the western heaven. The little Taoist girl, upon learning this news, was heartbroken and grief-stricken. She had thought Tang Senzong loved her, but unexpectedly, in that monk's heart, the Buddha would always take precedence, and the salvation of all beings would always come first. Even with her 1,000 entreaties, she could not prevent Tang Senzong and his disciples from departing. In a state of utter despair, the young Taoist nun erected a temple beside the monastery where Tang Senzong had temporarily taken refuge. From that moment forth, she devoted her remaining years to a life of solitary cultivation, destined to age in solitude. Throughout history, tragic tales resonate deeply within the human heart, while narratives of familial joy and reunion are delightful. Leaving a profound impression is an arduous task. Thus, Luo Yuan revised the original conclusion, steering it towards a direction fraught with unresolved emotions. Upon completion, he felt that something essential was still lacking. Consequently, he took up his pen once more, adding a poignant melody at the story's conclusion. That year, on the long street, the scent of spring was in full bloom. Chapter 84. Composing Melodies. The concept of the tour group under the eaves, sheltering from the rain. The droplets fell coolly, while you held the umbrella, embracing me in your arms. Without a trace, the music concluded, and Luo Yuan paused his pen, meticulously examining the lyrics on the paper. He made subtle revisions in several places before finally feeling satisfied. This song, both in its lyrics and artistic conception, resonated profoundly with the latter half of the story. Each sigh echoed like a dream whispered from the depths of one's emotions, vividly portraying the Taoist maiden's unrequited love, a sentiment fraught with longing, yet ultimately unfulfilled. When paired with the expressions and stage presence of the young women during their official performance, it would undoubtedly evoke an additional layer of helplessness and sorrow. Xiao Yuan, what is the title of this piece? Bai Ruo Li inquired, her gaze drawn to the final lines of lyrics. Possessing a keen aptitude for melody, she immediately grasped the artistic value embedded in Luo Yuan's composition upon her first glance. After a brief silence, Luo Yuan replied nonchalantly, "It is inspired by a Taoist friend of mine." "Taoist friend?" Bai Ruo Li murmured these words, her beautiful eyes gradually shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Although Tang Sung and the Taoist maiden in the story harbored mutual affections, their love remained thwarted by various obstacles, leaving them with lifelong regrets. Their hearts were forever intertwined, yet their relationship lingered at the level of mere friends, unable to transcend into something more profound. This title not only hinted at the couple's fate, but also vividly brought forth the subtle, almost imperceptible sense of regret, akin to countless tiny needles piercing the skin, small in pain, yet impossible to ignore. The deeper she analyzed, the more Ruoli appreciated the ingenuity of the name. And she could not help but exclaim, Shao Yuan, once this piece is released, the Taoist sect will surely be in an uproar. Senior sister, that is precisely the effect I desire, Luo Yuan replied, putting away his writing materials. Based on the current situation, I don't anticipate a significant reaction from the Rin sect when this song and the latter part of the story circulate, as their precepts do not prohibit relationships. Moreover, Xian Songzi has a need for my assistance, so they will likely show some consideration. The only concern is the Tian sect, Ruoli remarked, her expression revealing a hint of worry. I heard from our girls upon my arrival that although the current leader of the Tian sect is a woman, she possesses a remarkably decisive and ruthless disposition. Since assuming leadership, she has been particularly wary of her disciples violating sect rules, especially regarding romantic entanglements. Shao Yuan, should we deliberate further? That is unnecessary. Luo Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Let us tackle challenges as they arise. Then, as if struck by a thought, he continued, by the way, senior sister, do you know where the headquarters of the Wugu sect is located? The Wugu sect? Ruoli furrowed her brows in confusion. The Wugu sect has a notoriously poor reputation within the Four Directions spiritual domain. It is regarded as a thoroughly evil sect by the major religious factions. Why would you seek them out? In certain crucial moments, even an enemy can become an ally, especially for a sect like Wugu, which occupies a gray area, Luo Yuan hinted enigmatically. Senior sister, what do you believe is the most distinctive feature of the southern spiritual domain? Rich cultural heritage, unique landscapes, Ruoli replied without hesitation. Precisely, Luo Yuan nodded. It is well known that the southern spiritual domain is renowned for its breathtaking beauty, attracting countless cultivators throughout history. However, while those of the Four Directions spiritual domain can freely explore its wonders, ordinary mortals lack the means to do so. For them, the desire to visit these majestic sites often remains unfulfilled due to their unfamiliarity with the terrain. If a systematic organization could provide assistance and guidance, the value it would bring would be immeasurable. Ruoli felt somewhat bewildered, yet she began to grasp the crux of his idea. So you are suggesting that we enlist the Wugu sect as our guides? Exactly, Luo Yuan affirmed. The Wugu sect has numerous disciples scattered throughout the southern spiritual domain, far surpassing the reach of both the Taoist sect and Wuguei Temple. Furthermore, unlike Wuguei Temple, which relies on offerings, or the Taoist sect, which mass-produces spiritual artifacts, their resources are quite limited. Thus, they would not refuse a partnership that promises substantial profit. In summary, the Wugu sect is the most suitable choice for this endeavor, and I have even thought of a name for this role, tour guide. Luo Yuan held a favorable view of his plan, drawing from past experiences that taught him this world was never short of wealthy individuals. Rather, it lacked pathways that would encourage them to spend willingly. As long as he could negotiate a partnership with the Wugu sect to develop tourism in the southern spiritual domain, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Additionally, he could potentially involve the Heiyuan Merchants Association, engaging in cultural creativity and crafting various local specialty products, thus unlocking boundless commercial potential. The only downside was the discomfort of collaborating with the Wugu sect. In several dreams he had previously experienced, the Wugu sect had appeared at least 3 times in antagonistic roles, representing the archetype of ultimate villains. Now, suddenly having to engage with them as partners felt somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that any necessary negotiations regarding cooperation would remain essential. After all, in this world, there are no eternal friends or enemies. Only interests stand steadfast on the scales of choice, serving as the most significant bargaining chip. After discussing the details of the collaboration with Ruoli, Luo Yuan personally went to guide the young women in their rehearsal downstairs. The new script imposes elevated demands upon the performers. In order to ensure the desired effect, Luo Yuan must personally oversee every detail, leaving no room for error in any corporeal movement, meticulously correcting each one by hand. After a full afternoon of rehearsal, he is left with an indelible fragrance lingering upon his palms. Having accomplished this, Luo Yuan, enveloped in fatigue, returns to his chamber and unhesitatingly surrenders himself to the embrace of his bed. The surrounding softness envelopes him, soothing and healing his weary spirit and body. Before long, he slips into the realm of dreams. Detection indicates the host has entered the dream state. Dream cycle initiated. The image repository offers a tantalizing hint regarding the identity of the next female lead, one that is remarkably fitting. Chapter 85. The Soul Lotus Secret Realm. Saintess of the Witchcraft Sect. In this life, you were born in a remote area of the Nanling domain. Your family background is relatively modest. Your parents are small vendors in the Nanling domain, relying on minor businesses to make a living. Although life is somewhat frugal, it is fulfilling and harmonious. You express to your parents your aspiration to become a chivalrous swordsman who will eradicate all injustice and inequity in this world. Your parents smile and pat your head, dismissing it as mere childish banter. Yet deep within your heart, you do not regard this as a trivial jest. From that moment on, you begin to practice your fundamental skills daily, diligently honing the most basic sword techniques. Though your innate talent may not be remarkable, your dedication is commendable. If you fail to master a particular sword style after one attempt, you practice it 10 times. If 10 times is still insufficient, you repeat it 100 times. 1,000 times you firmly believe that diligence can overcome shortcomings and that the heavens reward hard work. Through the relentless training day after day, year after year, your foundational skills in swordsmanship have, unbeknownst to you, become remarkably solid. Most importantly, during this journey, you cultivate an exceptionally clear and pure sword heart. This will undoubtedly play a significant role in your future life and martial path. Thus, the days pass, and you spend the first 8 years of your life in a state of ease and joy. However, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Fate is akin to a capricious magician, seemingly relishing in playing tricks on every unfortunate soul. Just when hope blooms, misfortune descends abruptly, ruthlessly stripping away all that one holds dear. When you turned 8, a plague erupted in the remote area of the Nanling domain. Countless beings fell victim to this calamity, and your village was not spared from the plague's onslaught. Your relatives, friends, and mentors, none escaped unscathed. They all perished in that dreadful epidemic. Of the over 100 villagers, you alone survived. The village, post-plague, resembled a hell on earth. Though you endured the plague, you were but 9 years old at that moment. Surviving alone in this desolate world seemed an unachievable dream. Just as despair threatened to engulf you, an ethereal elder appeared, whisking you away from the infected area. Upon awakening, you found yourself lying in a humble thatched cottage, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment. Inside, the elder was meditating with his eyes closed. Beside him rested a long sword of azure and white hues. The elder introduced himself as Gu Qingshang, a wandering swordsman from the Dongling domain. He had been traveling through the Nanling domain and fortuitously passed by your village, rescuing you. From that day forth, you became his disciple, embarking on a journey of cultivation under his guidance in the Nanling domain. With the mentorship of a renowned master, your innate talent for swordsmanship began to flourish. Coupled with the solid foundation laid during your childhood and the purity of your sword heart, your cultivation advanced rapidly. In less than 5 years, you reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, due to your inherent sense of justice and your childhood aspiration to eradicate injustice, your reputation quickly spread throughout the Nanling domain. Among all the sects, the one you clashed with the most was undoubtedly the Witchcraft Sect. The Witchcraft Sect's regulations are lax, unlike other sects with clear resource allocation guidelines. All resources and pathways to advancement must be fought for by oneself. In such an environment, the disciples of the Witchcraft Sect are known for their ruthless demeanor, prioritizing their self-interests above all else. Consequently, they have made many enemies in the Nanling domain, even inciting the ire of the Taoist sect and the Wugui Temple. On your 18th birthday, your master instructed you to participate in the competition for the Soul Lotus Secret Realm. The Soul Lotus Secret Realm is the most renowned secret realm within the Nanling domain, primarily because it houses a celestial spirit plant known as the 9-turn Soul Lotus. It is said that the 9-turn Soul Lotus blooms once every 1,000 years and is exceedingly precious. Elixirs crafted using it can significantly enhance the cultivator's prowess and spiritual strength without any side effects. To obtain the 9-turn Soul Lotus, the major sects have dispatched their elite disciples, each sending nearly 20 core disciples, creating a considerable disadvantage for you as a lone cultivator. Nevertheless, your master understood that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse will never blossom into resplendent blooms. True refinement and growth necessitate traversing a challenging path. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, You join the main force of the Nanling domain into the Soul Lotus secret realm. The realm is fraught with peril and danger, accompanied by various illusions that can ensnare the heart. Many cultivators have fallen victim to these illusions, retreating in disarray from the realm. After navigating through numerous hardships, you ultimately became the first to discover the location of the 9-turn Soul Lotus. The sight before you reveals a half-blooming lotus, shimmering with an enchanting violet glow. In half an hour, it will fully blossom. Once the 9-turn Soul Lotus blooms entirely, it will unleash a formidable spiritual impact on those nearby. Given your current cultivation level and spiritual strength, you would be utterly unable to withstand it. Thus, to successfully acquire the 9-turn Soul Lotus, you must pluck it before it fully opens. Fortunately, time is still on your side. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, the 9-turn Soul Lotus should be within your grasp. Just as you approach with joy to collect the lotus, a striking figure suddenly catches your eye. She moves gracefully, adorned in a flowing gown that carries an air of elegance, reminiscent of the most alluring fragrance of spring flowers, effortlessly stirring the depths of one's heart. Her exquisite features are partially veiled by a thin gauze, revealing only her deep and mysterious eyes akin to autumn waters. Beneath the veil, her lips bloom naturally, and when she smiles, it seems capable of whisking away the world's troubles and sorrows, inviting one to willingly immerse in the dream she weaves. As you notice her, she becomes aware of your presence. Her gaze, far from betraying any hint of terror or animosity, gradually revealed a trace of playful amusement. I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be the renowned Xiao Luo. No wonder you were able to discover this heavenly treasure before anyone else. The soft and alluring timbre of her voice heightened your vigilance in an instant. Such beauty, such attire, coupled with the container at her waist designed to hold the Gu insects, a name swiftly materialized in your mind. Shi Hao, the Saintess of the Wu Gu Sect. Chapter 86. Enchantress, what are your intentions? Your tone is laden with suspicion and hostility, stemming from the ingrained stereotypes you hold against the practitioners of Wu Gu Jiao. This perception is undoubtedly influenced by your long-standing observations. Enchantress? Shi Hao chuckled softly, covering her mouth, her lips forming gentle words. Young Master Luo, you truly flatter me. I am hardly deserving of such an exalted title. Her voice, sweet and alluring, only heightened your wariness. A subconscious instinct warned you that this Saintess of Wu Gu Jiao might possess strength far superior to your own. Yet, despite this realization, you felt no inclination to retreat. Since you had ventured this far, returning empty-handed was not an option. Even if you could not secure the Jiuzhuan Hanlian, you were determined to make her shed at least one layer of clothing. In the face of an imminent confrontation, an intense battle was about to unfold between the two of you. To your surprise, Shi Hao began to falter under the onslaught of your sword strikes. It appeared she had little capacity to retaliate. This unexpected turn of events startled you, casting doubt on whether she was deliberately feigning weakness. After nearly 20 minutes of fierce combat, Shi Hao was visibly exhausted, her internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. She collapsed to the ground, her exquisite visage drenched in sweat. The world extols young Master Luo's unmatched swordsmanship, proclaiming him the most extraordinary swordsman of this generation in Nanlingyu. Witnessing it firsthand today, you could see the truth in these words. Within mere exchanges, she found herself utterly defenseless, and to be bested by such an opponent was something she accepted with grace. Gazing at the beleaguered Shi Hao before you, no flicker of pity stirred within your heart. As a swordsman, the greatest taboo was to be swayed by emotions. Your master had once imparted wisdom. Women will only hinder your speed in drawing your sword. You began to gather spiritual energy in your right hand, directing the sword's edge towards the Wu Gu container at her waist. The disciples of Wu Gu Jiao devote their lives to cultivating insects, and their combat style is intrinsically linked to these creatures. Should the insects be harmed, their fighting prowess would be substantially diminished until new ones could be refined. If you could destroy Shi Hao's insects, she would pose no further threat, and the Jiuzhuan Hanlian would inevitably fall into your grasp. With a whoosh, a gust of sword energy surged forth from your blade, racing towards the container at her waist. Yet, Shi Hao, lying on the ground, did not evade. Instead, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. You keenly sensed this subtle shift and quickly retracted the remaining sword energy, but it was too late. The sword energy had already made contact with the container at her waist. A resounding hum reverberated, and your mind felt as though struck by lightning. In an instant, every fiber of your being was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at your flesh. The intensity of the agony was enough to make your vision blur. Even with unwavering resolve, the suffering was almost unbearable. This was not merely physical pain. It was a piercing torment that struck at the very core of your soul. After several breaths, the pain began to subside, yet simultaneously, your spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, leaving only a few wisps behind. Truly, the enchantress of Wu Gu Jiao employs despicable tactics. You gritted your teeth, filled with resentment and regret, finally realizing that from the outset. You had fallen prey to Mo Xian's poison. This poison was insidious, capable of quietly draining the host's spiritual energy and vitality. Her previous retreat was a calculated maneuver to draw out more of your energy, hastening the toxin's effects. You misunderstand, young Master Luo. Mo Xian's voice was soft yet firm. As a saintess of Wu Gu Jiao, employing poison to defeat an enemy is entirely justifiable. How can it be deemed a vile act? With delicate grace, Mo Xian rose from the ground, her long, fair legs gliding toward you. Though her spiritual energy was severely depleted, it was still far superior to yours. As she approached, you slowly closed your eyes. The practitioners of Wu Gu Jiao prioritize their own interests. Faced with a renowned swordsman like yourself, she had every reason to eliminate you. However, in the next moment, something unexpected transpired. Instead of the anticipated sharp pain, a mesmerizing fragrance wafted through the air, captivating your senses and causing your heart to tremble. As you opened your eyes, Mo Xian's flawless visage was mere inches from yours. Enchantress, what are your intentions? You felt a flicker of anxiety creeping in. Tales abound of Wu Gu Jiao practitioners using living beings to refine their poisons. Should you fall into Mo Xian's grasp today and be transformed into a corpse insect, your reputation would be utterly tarnished. Such a handsome face. To be extinguished would indeed be a great pity. Mo Xian's fingers brushed lightly against your cheek, sending shivers down your spine. Realizing you had been teased, indignation surged within you, and you spoke with a low, steady voice. Enchantress, whether to kill or to torment, the choice is yours, but why the need for such humiliation? Kill you? Mo Xian's expression shifted abruptly, the allure and laughter fading to be replaced by disdain. We are not enemies. Our conflict arose solely from the contest for the Jiao Zhuanhan Lian. Why would I wish to kill you? Besides, your previous strike was aimed at my insects, not my life. At this moment, I possess no reason to end your existence. Do you truly believe all practitioners of Wu Gu Jiao are treacherous and ruthless? With that, her fingers grazed your face once more before she turned to stride towards the Jiao Zhuanhan Lian. Her words left you speechless, lingering in silence. All along, you have regarded the Wu Gu Jiao as nefarious villains, yet you have overlooked a most crucial truth. Even the murkiest pool may harbor a trace of clear water. The ability of Mo Xian to emerge untainted from the mire is indeed rare. However, at this moment, you can only watch helplessly as Mo Xian seizes the treasure you have long coveted, leaving you with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Fortunately, your nature is carefree, and having experienced the highs and lows of life, this disappointment is unlikely to weigh heavily upon you. Although she is a member of the Wu Gu Jiao, she has fairly defeated you to claim the 9-turn soul lotus, leaving little room for complaint. Yet, just as Mo Xian is about to touch that soul lotus, a hoarse and eerie voice suddenly emanates from the nearby woods. Holy maiden, your desire for this soul lotus may not come easily. Chapter 87. The enchantress knows no shame. As the voice faded away, a figure gradually emerged from the adjacent thicket. Clad in a flowing black robe, the hem swayed gently in the breeze, as if each ripple carried with it boundless despair and a curse. His visage concealed beneath a translucent mask revealed only a pair of eyes, deep and unfathomable, glinting with a cold, calculated light. Feng Xiao, what brings you here? Mo Xian's brows knitted together, her expression betraying a hint of vigilance. Feng Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to recall information about this individual. If memory served him right, he was indeed a key disciple of the Wu Gu sect, and under normal circumstances, he should have been the son of the sect in this generation. However, unexpectedly, an exceptionally talented Mo Xian had emerged during the competition for the sect's heir. Ultimately, he regrettably faced defeat and was forced to retreat to the sidelines. Now, at this critical juncture, his appearance was all too evident. He aimed to reap the benefits. What do I want? Surely, the Saintess is aware? Feng Xiu gradually approached Mo Xian's position, a glimmer of excitement surfacing in his demeanor. Clearly, he had witnessed everything and was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the two of them. Within the Wu Gu sect, there existed a method of refining and absorbing the essence of others. As long as one found an appropriate target whose cultivation and aura were suitable, they could siphon off their power for their own use. At present, Mo Xian, severely depleted of spiritual energy, coupled with her profound cultivation and a history of animosity with Feng Xiu, became the perfect candidate for this process. Mo Xian was well aware of Feng Xiu's intentions, yet she found herself in a dire state, her energy nearly extinguished. In just one encounter, she was knocked to the ground by Feng Xiu. Gritting her silver teeth, she unlocked all the restrictions within her spiritual veins, preparing for a self-detonation before Feng Xiu could reach her. Saintess, I apologize, but I must. Just then, a sharp blade of sword energy sliced through the air, aiming straight for Feng Xiu. With a piercing cry, Feng Xiu's hand was severed, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones. You gasped for breath, channeling the last vestiges of your spiritual energy to unleash the sword energy that saved Mo Xian. Since she had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, you could not stand idly by. Luo Yuan, have you lost your mind? Our internal conflicts within the Wu Gu sect have nothing to do with you. Mo Xian scolded you, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Understanding Feng Xiu as you did, you knew this action would undoubtedly provoke his most frenzied and cruel retaliation. You offered no response, only a serene smile, recalling the teachings of your master from your first day of initiation, to conduct oneself in the world without regret. Who would have thought it would all lead back to a desperate entanglement? Feng Xiu, gritting through the pain, began to seal his wound with spiritual energy, his expression contorting with rage. He resolved to eliminate you first, to eradicate future threats, while simultaneously quenching his own resentment. He slowly advanced toward you, energy coalescing in the palm of his hand. Watching the flickering light of spiritual energy before you, you gently closed your eyes. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of images flashed through your mind. Regret, joy, pain, unwillingness, and longing all intertwined. At this critical juncture, the nine-turned soul lotus suddenly blossomed. A dazzling violet light surged forth, enveloping the surrounding space in an instant. Your mind plunged into a void, consciousness fading away. Upon regaining consciousness, you found yourself in an unfamiliar realm. The others had vanished, leaving only Mo Xian's silhouette in your line of sight. After some exploration, you discovered that you were within the small world of the nine-turned soul lotus. The absence of others was likely due to their being separated into different areas. Gazing at Mo Xian, who had been placed in the same zone as you, a bitter smile crept onto your face, truly a fateful connection. Mo Xian, instead of being angered, wore a charming smile. Compared to a fateful connection, I would prefer to engage in a fleeting romance with young Master Luo. Just as you were about to retort, a pale blue figure appeared in the space behind you. I am the Sage of the Soul Lotus, the creator of the Soul Lotus secret realm. The nine-turned Soul Lotus has blossomed. To obtain the lotus, you must pass through the 3 trials I have set. Within this Soul Lotus space, spiritual energy cannot recover naturally. The energy you possess is the limit for this trial. Should you fail the trials, you will be refined by the Soul Lotus, becoming its eternal sustenance. To escape the world within the Soul Lotus alive, you must endure the trials. You exchanged glances with Mo Xian, with no other choice but to accept the trials. However, a pressing issue arose: the inability to restore spiritual energy through conventional means during the trials. With your current reserves, not only could you not pass 3 trials, but even a 5th of the first trial seemed insurmountable. In your moment of despair, Mo Xian suddenly fixed her gaze upon you, her expression shifting subtly. Enchantress, what are you planning? You took a couple of steps back, sensing an ominous foreboding. What do I wish to do? Does young master still need to inquire? Mo Xian drew closer, her tone gradually laced with an unusual undertone. The Sage of the Soul Lotus mentioned that spiritual energy cannot be restored through conventional means, but that does not include the techniques of our Wu Gu sect. It dawned on you that if Feng Xiu could cultivate such techniques, Mo Xian could do so as well. Yet, the question remained. If she had mastered the art of refining and absorbing, why did she still exude an intense maidenly aura? In the current circumstances, you could not afford to ponder further. Glaring at the approaching figure of Mo Xian, you rebuked, Enchantress, as a saintess of the sect, Do you not have any sense of shame? Emo Xian's expression remained unchanged, her smile unfaltering. I am a demoness of the dark sect. My methods, of course, do not necessitate any concern for shame. Chapter 88. The Secret Realm Trial and the Past of the Saintess of the Wugu Sect. Emo Xian chuckled softly, a playful glimmer gradually surfacing on her exquisite visage. At this moment, your internal spiritual energy was severely depleted, rendering you incapable of mustering even a modicum of strength. Emo Xian gazed intently at your handsome profile, her beautiful eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Within the vast soul lotus space, a hint of springtime blossomed gradually. An hour later, tranquility returned to the secret realm. You and Emo Xian exchanged glances, both wearing expressions tinged with peculiarity. For Emo Xian, although her words seemed frivolous, she was, in truth, a blank slate in this regard, devoid of any experience. The bold and unconventional action she had taken earlier was twofold. First, to swiftly recover her spiritual energy in order to pass the trial. For, according to the description of the Soul Lotus Saint, spiritual energy could not be restored through conventional means within this realm. Thus, employing the witchcraft of the Wugu sect was her only recourse. Secondly, despite the distasteful presence of Feng Xiao, she found herself more inclined towards you. Before entering the Soul Lotus space, you had risked your safety to assist her. For someone like her, who had long navigated a world rife with intrigue and schemes, your gesture was undoubtedly a refreshing change. As for you, at present, you felt naught but a profound sense of fatigue coursing through your body. It could only be said that the demoness of the demonic sect lived up to her reputation. After restoring your spiritual energy, you embarked upon the first trial. This initial trial served as a test of the mind, wherein the souls of the challengers would encounter the myriad experiences of their past, particularly amplifying the deepest fears buried within. As a faint purple soul light enveloped you, a cascade of images flooded your mind. The bewilderment of your birth, the carefree days of your childhood, the innocent exuberance of your youth, the diligent practice of swordsmanship, and the haunting plague that lingered in the recesses of your memory like a persistent nightmare. Your soul struggled in terror, instinctively resisting this most dreadful recollection. Yet, after years of arduous training, your mental fortitude had been honed to an unyielding resilience. You understood clearly that the most effective way to conquer fear was to confront it head-on. Should you fail to break through this memory, it would become an inescapable nightmare that plagued you for a lifetime. Ultimately, bolstered by the clarity of your sword heart, you triumphed over that terrifying memory. With a resounding crack, the illusion shattered like fragile glass. You jolted awake from the vision, gasping for breath, beads of sweat glistening upon your brow. A sense of dread washed over you. If the first trial was so perilous, how formidable would the subsequent trials be? In your contemplation, the thought of Emo Xian suddenly crossed your mind. Having entered the first trial simultaneously, it was reasonable to assume that she too had reached the conclusion of her trial. However, when your gaze sought her presence, the sight that greeted you was wholly unexpected. Not far away, she was curled tightly like a fragile flower. Her delicate brows furrowed, her expression laced with pain and fear. Her hands clutched her chest in a subconscious gesture of extreme self-protection. Observing Emo Xian's state, a sense of unease began to dawn upon you. If she remained ensnared by the nightmares of her memories for too long, not only would she fail to pass the first trial, but it could also inflict significant backlash on her soul. In this moment, the only person who could assist Emo Xian was you, standing by her side. Whether it be a fleeting connection or a bond forged through adversity, your relationship with her was undeniably profound. Furthermore, as you were both undergoing the same trial, if one became trapped, the other would inevitably be ensnared as well. For both emotional and logical reasons, it was imperative that you extend your aid. With this resolve, you hurried to her side, settling down beside her, gently clasping her pale hands, and gradually releasing your soul energy. In that instant, your souls intertwined, inseparable. A moment later, that peculiar sensation surged once more, and a multitude of memories flashed before your eyes. Yet this time, they were not your memories, but the past of Emo Xian. In the fleeting scenes, you glimpsed her myriad experiences. This reputedly ruthless saintess of the Wugu sect harbored a past shrouded in obscurity. Eventually, your gaze settled upon a particular moment, a village strewn with corpses, an expanse of desolation devoid of life, raging flames engulfing the landscape, and the despair of feeling one's vitality wane amidst the throes of a fatal illness. This scene was all too familiar, reminiscent of the catastrophic plague that had haunted your memory. In a sudden realization, you understood that she, like you, was a survivor of that very plague. Thus, you methodically guided Mo Xian's soul through this recollection. Drawing from your earlier experience, you swiftly helped her escape the nightmare, successfully navigating through the first trial. However, as this trial was not achieved solely through her own strength, Mo Xian's soul still bore the brunt of significant backlash, her abilities reduced to a mere fraction of her original prowess. Nevertheless, having passed the first trial, you both retained the hope of continuing onward. Chapter 89, System Upgrade, New Features Unlocked. Whether it was due to the necessity of overcoming the trials within the secret realm or a shared empathy from past experiences, throughout the ensuing challenges, you predominantly assumed the role of the main protagonist. The difficulty of the subsequent trials escalated in a staircase-like manner. Within the realm of the Soul Lotus, puppets emerged in relentless waves, and you were required to endure their siege for 3 days and nights. You maneuvered through the puppet army with the still inadequate strength of Mo Xian, evading their attacks. Ultimately, you found yourself with no avenue for retreat, compelled to confront them head-on. As the number of Soul Lotus puppets multiplied, your solitary struggle became increasingly arduous, your body marred by countless fine scars. Yet, despite this, you did not yield an inch, ensuring that none of the puppets laid a finger on Mo Xian. In a moment of crisis, you heard Mo Xian's faint voice behind you. "Young Master Luo, what is it?" You responded while slicing through a puppet with your sword. "You should not concern yourself with me. If this continues, you will soon exhaust yourself to death. Do not speak nonsense. It is not yet that dire. We are undertaking this trial together. I must ensure you emerge safely." Amidst your exchange, you deftly sidestepped an incoming attack and unleashed a sweeping arc of sword energy, toppling a multitude of puppets. Besides, even if I were to abandon you, I could not pass the trial alone. As soon as the words left your lips, Mo Xian's expression abruptly froze. It was as if something within her had been stirred, an unusual sensation flooding her mind, rendering her gaze slightly unfocused. After years within the witchcraft sect, she had witnessed far too many scenes of betrayal and conflict among her peers, leaving her heart as cold as iron. Those around her either flattered her or sought her for profit or beauty. She seemed to have forgotten what it felt like to be cared for and protected unconditionally. Gradually, Mo Xian ceased to insist on being abandoned. Yet, in her gaze towards you, there was now a hint of something different. This feeling was so elusive that even she could not articulate it. Finally, after enduring numerous trials, you and Mo Xian successfully passed the trial of the Soul Lotus Sage. As the one who exerted the most effort in this endeavor, the final 9 transformations Soul Lotus naturally belonged to you. The moment you emerged from the small world within the Soul Lotus, Mo Xian's spirit and energy gradually returned to normal. Just as you prepared to bid farewell, a fragrant breeze swept through, and she pressed you firmly against a nearby spirit tree. Her beautiful eyes locked onto yours with an intensity that almost overflowed with possessiveness. "Young Master Luo, having taken advantage of me, do you think you can escape? I cannot allow that. But I was the one who was taken advantage of," you thought, gazing at her exquisite visage, internally lamenting your predicament. "Oh no, I have been ensnared by a seductress." At that moment, the ground beneath you began to tremble violently. With the 9 transformations Soul Lotus removed, the entire Soul Lotus secret realm was destined to collapse. A powerful wave of energy abruptly expelled all individuals from the realm. You and Mo Xian were positioned far from the exit, and under the intense impact, you both fell into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, you found yourself in a strange illusion, with Mo Xian still unconscious by your side. Reflecting on her earlier words, you felt a wave of frustration. At this moment, your mind was solely preoccupied with the path of the sword, yearning for freedom across the lands, to vanquish evil, no, to uphold righteousness. Romantic entanglements remained an utterly foreign concept to you. Furthermore, the teachings of your master, which had profoundly influenced you from childhood, echoed, "Women only serve to hinder our sword-drawing speed." The sword techniques you practiced required a clear heart, unmarred by the slightest emotional distraction. Thus, whenever faced with such matters, you found yourself scrutinizing them repeatedly. Ultimately, after a series of internal struggles, you left a letter for the still unconscious Mo Xian. The contents of the letter were as follows: "Miss Xian, upon reading this, we are as if face to face. To be honest, My true name is not Luo Yuan, but rather Shao Yin, with Yin as my single given name. I had intended to accompany you on adventures across the world upon your awakening, but regrettably, I received an urgent message from my master, informing me that a spiritual beast belonging to my master's uncle's brother's nephew's neighbor is about to give birth, and I must attend to it. Reluctantly, I must depart first. The mountains are high and the roads long. Given time, we shall meet again in the world of martial arts. In your mind, if she truly could find you through this alias, it would signify a fateful connection. At that point, even if you were to forsake your sword and succumb to this enchantress, what would it matter? If she could not locate you, it would indicate that you were destined to be strangers in the world. Thus, this seemed the most elegant solution, allowing you to remain true to your heart's desire while not shattering the affection of the maiden. When Mo Xian awoke, she found herself utterly alone. After reading your letter, a mysterious smile slowly graced her lips. Shao Yin. That does sound like a name filled with great potential. She then cast her gaze toward the direction you had departed, reaching out as if to grasp you tightly in her palm. Shao Yin, since you wish to play this game of hide and seek, I, the Holy Maiden, shall indulge you. Let us see who is swifter, you in flight, or I in pursuit. The host has awakened, and this cycle of dreams has concluded. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing a cycle of dreams. Current number of completed dream cycles, 5. Current ongoing dream cycles, 10. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing 10 dream cycles, thereby meeting the criteria for system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the system capabilities iteration upgrade? Certainly. Luo Yuan unhesitatingly opted for the advancement of his system capabilities. He had actually noticed this cycle count quite some time ago. Initially, he assumed that reaching 10 cycles would merely yield some minor rewards. He never anticipated the existence of such an upgrade feature. However, at present, the system's dream capabilities were already formidable. What further enhancements could possibly be achieved through an upgrade? Would it allow for an encounter with 2 female protagonists within a single dream? Before Luo Yuan could gather his thoughts, the system's notification chimed once more in his ears. System initiation of iterative upgrade. Function modules fully loaded. Host information being re-imported. System upgrade complete. The current dream cycle system now possesses the following novel features. Image storage location. Chapter 90. Young Master Shao, you have finally come to find me. As the system upgrade unfolded, the connection between the dream cycle system and reality would be significantly enhanced. During certain pivotal moments in the dream realm, the host could influence their choices through subjective awareness. Moreover, upon the completion of the system upgrade, rewards would be doubled, allowing the host to select 2 rewards to retain. Listening to the functionalities of the system upgrade, Luo Yuan felt an undeniable surge of joy within. Although many previous dreams had been satisfactory overall, certain aspects had fallen short of perfection. For instance, moments such as aiding Gu Qingshang in detoxification, engaging in dual cultivation with the demon emperor, and the wedding night with the empress felt fleeting. The prospect of controlling the duration of these moments through conscious intent was simply enchanting. Furthermore, the second upgrade was remarkably user-friendly. Previously, the rewards offered by the system were often magnificent treasures presented together, leaving the host to agonize over which to select. Now, being able to retain 2 rewards fundamentally resolved that dilemma. Choices? Only children make choices. I want them all. Before Luo Yuan could fully recover from his excitement, the system's prompt echoed in his ears once more. The dream cycle had concluded, and as a reward, he could choose 2 items from the following options. 1. 9 Revolutions Soul Lotus, a celestial treasure born in the Soul Lotus secret realm of the southern spiritual domain. After millennia of growth, it gradually attained sentience, calling itself the Holy Lotus of Souls. Whoever thoroughly refines it will unconditionally elevate their cultivation by an entire realm, and their spiritual essence will undergo extreme tempering. Upon selecting this reward, the host will automatically be assisted in perfectly absorbing the essence. 2. Sword Master as Mentor. Upon choosing this reward, the host will become the direct disciple of Gu Minka, the Grand Elder of the Sword Cultivation Sect in the Eastern Spiritual Domain. He will regard the host as his own, providing unconditional support for all decisions. 3. Clarity of Sword Heart. By selecting this reward, the host will gain a clear sword heart, allowing for unwavering focus in future swordsmanship pursuits, free from distractions and external disturbances, with a singular devotion to the sword. Upon reviewing the 3 rewards, Luo Yuan swiftly made his decision. Brother system, I choose 1 and 2. The 9 Revolution Soul Lotus was an undeniable choice, an instant and side-effect-free boost to combat prowess. As for the second option, Luo Yuan initially hesitated. However, the title of Grand Elder of the Sword Cultivation Sect swayed his thoughts. He had assumed that his master in the dream was merely a moderately skilled swordsman, but it turned out that his background was far more illustrious. The Grand Elder of the Sword Cultivation Sect, the master of the current sect leader, and the ancestral teacher of Gu Qingshang. By selecting this reward, the Grand Elder would be his mentor, and the Saintess Saintess would become his beloved. With these associations, he would navigate the Eastern spiritual domain with unparalleled ease. After finalizing his rewards, Luo Yuan summoned by Ruoli and hastened towards the Wu Gu sect to discuss potential collaboration. En route, they also invited Xian Songzi to act as an intermediary. Moreover, Xian Songzi was a formidable cultivator of the Great Ascension realm, providing a safeguard should the negotiations turn contentious. During their journey, Xian Songzi brought up an intriguing matter. Dao friend Luo, concerning the Wu Gu sect, I recently received some news from my disciples. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, curious about the revelation. Xian Songzi, stroking his long beard, continued, according to reports from my disciples. A sudden command was issued within the Wu Gu sect this morning. This order, disseminated among all disciples in the southern spiritual domain, is of unprecedented significance in the sect's history. However, its content is surprisingly simple: to locate someone named Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. Bai Ruoli frowned slightly, expressing regret. That name sounds like one with great fortune, but alas, he has attracted the attention of the Wu Gu sect, and it seems his prospects are dire. Indeed, Xian Songzi nodded gently. It is said that this command was issued by the Saintess Saintess herself, mandating all disciples to find this person within 3 days. Given the Saintess's capabilities, should he fall into her hands, he will likely suffer greatly. Luo Yuan staggered at this revelation, nearly spilling his tea on Xian Songzi. Taoist, is this rumor credible? Are you certain they are seeking Xiao Yan and not someone like Lin Dong, Han Li, or Fang Yuan? Xian Songzi confirmed with a nod, absolutely true. With those words, Luo Yuan's heart sank. Indeed, the transgressions he had committed in the dream realm would demand repayment. Within a conference hall of the Wu Gu sect, Luo Yuan and his companions were engaged in intense discussions with a protector of the sect regarding the initiation of a tourism endeavor. So you mean, the disciples of my Wu Gu sect would be responsible for guiding tourists? Protector Xiao scrutinized the project proposal Luo Yuan had drafted. Precisely, Luo Yuan affirmed, the scenic wonders of the southern spiritual domain are perilous and seldom traversed, and apart from your esteemed disciples, no one else is fit for the task. Protector Xiao slowly set down the proposal, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. To be honest, your plan appears sound, and if implemented, it could yield considerable profits. However, there remains a critical matter unaddressed. How will the final profits be allocated? The distribution of profits was the core concern for Protector Xiao. The Wu Gu sect had long relied on plunder for income, which not only tarnished its reputation, but also attracted numerous adversaries. If there were a stable source of income from the sect, perhaps this situation could improve. The division of benefits would be 70-30. Luo Yuan replied without a hint of hesitation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the Protector Xiao, who chuckled. You, my lad, show some sincerity. Since that is the case, let it be agreed thus. All profits will be divided with Xianin Pavilion, receiving 30%, and our Wagugio 70%. Not so, Luo Yuan shook his head. My intention is, you take 30, we take 70. Bai Ruoli and Xian Songzi turned their heads sharply, gazing at Luo Yuan with incredulity, their expressions filled with confusion. In their estimation, Luo Yuan's collaboration with Wagugio was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Therefore, relinquishing more benefits to stabilize the other party would be the wisest strategy. Yet unexpectedly, Luo Yuan's appetite was so grand. 30%? The expression of Protector Xiao gradually darkened, as he lifted his gaze slightly, regarding Luo Yuan with indifference. Do you think our Wagugio is engaged in charity? Such words are misguided. Do not speak so definitively. Luo Yuan's countenance remained unchanged as he replied calmly. You must understand, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with its cub. Once this enterprise is officially up and running, you will realize how lucrative this deal truly is. Protector Xiao snorted coldly, impatience evident in his voice. Young man, to be honest, I have already been quite courteous to you. Fortunately, you encountered me today. Had it been our holy maiden here, with your presumptuous demands, you would have met your demise 100 times over. Just as his words fell, a soft and alluring voice suddenly wafted from behind. Young Master Xiao, you have finally come to seek me. Chapter 91. Should I address you as Xiao Yin or Luo Yuan? As soon as the words were spoken, they immediately captured the attention of the 4 individuals present, who turned to look in the direction of the voice. Gradually, a graceful and elongated figure emerged from the rear of the assembly hall. Her beauty was striking, her silhouette enchanting, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing willow branches in spring, exuding a languid yet alluring aura. Her deep and bright eyes seemed capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others, concealing endless secrets and temptations that captivated the heart with every glance. Her long hair cascaded like silk, casually draping over her shoulders, occasionally brushing against her cheek, enhancing her charm. She wore a flowing gauze gown, its hem swaying gently with the breeze, emanating an indescribable allure. Bai Ruoli regarded the sudden appearance of the stunning beauty with a hint of wariness. Xiao Gongzi. Who is she referring to as Xiao Gongzi? Among the few present, who bears the surname Xiao? Given her recent experiences, her vigilance was exceptionally heightened. She would scrutinize any non-masculine entity approaching within 10 meters of her junior disciple. Xuan Songzi, on the other hand, fixed his gaze firmly on the direction where Ma Shiyin approached, his expression growing increasingly grave. As the leader of the human sect, he had previously encountered Ma Shiyin's true form and had a certain understanding of her cunning character. If it were merely the presence of the protector Xiao, even if a collaboration could not be established, a safe exit would not pose a problem. However, should the rumored ruthless and astute saintess of the witchcraft sect take action, matters would undoubtedly become more complicated. He concealed one hand behind his back, gradually channeling spiritual energy into his palm, silently reciting incantations. If the opponent were to make any unexpected moves, he would immediately invoke his spells to ensure the escape of Lian and Bai Ruoli. Saintess. Upon seeing the newcomer, the protector Xiao hurriedly approached, a mix of surprise and joy evident on his face, instructing those outside the assembly hall, quickly seize that reckless young man. In his eyes, the sudden appearance of the seldom-seen saintess was undoubtedly due to the young man's earlier unreasonable demands, which had likely angered her. With his command, dozens of disciples from the witchcraft sect surged into the assembly hall, encircling Luo Yuan and his companions. Upon witnessing this commotion, Luo Yuan's mind momentarily faltered. This was unexpected. If Ma Shiyin had made an appearance, they ought to be allies, right? What was happening? Before he could process the situation, the protector Xiao's body was already in motion. You reckless little brat from the eastern spirit domain, I shall. Impudent. Just as he prepared to act, a voice laced with fury interrupted him, causing his entire demeanor to collapse. He turned, bewildered. Saintess, what are your commands? Ma Shiyin's phoenix-like eyes narrowed, her tone icy as she declared, without my command, do you dare lay hands on my people? Get out at once. Her words landed like a heavy hammer in the minds of those present, catching everyone off guard. Instantly, their gazes shifted back to Luo Yuan. Your people? The protector Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Is he the Xiao Yin you seek, Saintess? From Ma Shiyin's expression, the answer was clear. Luo Yuan was indeed the Xiao Yin she had been searching for. The enigmatic figure for whom all disciples of the Southern Spirit Domain witchcraft sect had been mobilized to search. Bai Ruoli's hands tightened slightly, her gaze towards Ma Shiyin now filled with hostility. Xuan Songzi's expression remained largely unchanged, yet internally, he felt a tumult of emotions. For some reason, upon learning this revelation, he felt a perplexing mix of the unexpected and the inevitable. The crowd of witchcraft sect disciples stood frozen, each invigorated by the earlier command, eager to be the first to locate the so-called Xiao Yin. After all, this was a direct order from the saintess herself, and fulfilling it would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. Yet, who would have thought that the legendary Xiao Yin would come to them? Ma Shiyin paid no heed to the astonishment of those present. Instead, she turned her attention directly to Luo Yuan, a captivating smile gradually forming on her lips. My lord, should I call you Xiao Yin or Luo Yuan? Her words conveyed an unmistakable message. Your little tricks are completely inadequate before me, Saintess. Xiao Yuan, what on earth is happening? Bai Ruoli furrowed her brow, her tone growing serious. Luo Yuan inhaled sharply, smiling as he explained, Senior sister, as you know, before entering Xuanin Zone with my master, I once engaged in literary pursuits and authored a work titled Jin Bing Wamu Mei. It is quite common for writers to adopt various pen names, and Xiao Yin was simply one of my earlier aliases. Humph. Bai Ruoli scoffed softly, choosing not to expose Luo Yuan's feeble justification. She resolved to seek clarity from him later. For now, it was imperative to make this scheming vixen retreat. Not far away, Ma Shiyan, seeing through the facade, maintained an enigmatic smile as she gazed at Luo Yuan's handsome face. Gradually, her gaze shifted to Bai Ruoli, pausing momentarily at her chest before lowering her head to compare for a few seconds. Satisfied that the other was somewhat inferior, she finally exhaled, smiling as she said, "Dear sister, I merely happen to know Luo Gongzia's pen name. There is no need to be so particular about it. Sometimes, being overly concerned can bind a man's heart." Her voice was soft and alluring, seemingly a kind reminder, yet laced with sharpness, subtly suggesting to Lung, "See, your senior sister does not understand you at all, unlike me, who only wishes to cherish you." Such words might be commonplace coming from an ordinary woman, yet when uttered by the saintess of the witchcraft sect, they were utterly unexpected. The scene was filled with disciples of the Wugu sect, including Xiao Hu Fa, who were all rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. In their memories, when had the holy maiden ever spoken with such a tone? Who exactly was this Xiao Yin, Luo Yuan, that could provoke such an extraordinary reaction from the esteemed holy maiden? Chapter 92. Senior sister, please refrain. You cannot compete with the green tea on the other side. Bai Ruoli discerned the underlying meaning in Mo Shiyin's words. Her mind raced, and she promptly categorized her opponent before her. A quintessential green tea, undoubtedly. In confronting such a character, the most effective strategy is to confront them head-on, with straightforward and blunt inquiries. Any indirectness, whether through veiled jests or subtle mockery, would merely inflict minimal damage and potentially ensnare oneself in their verbal traps. This was a profound lesson she had gleaned from the myriad of conniving women vying for her junior brother's affections. In the pursuit of men, hesitation leads to defeat. Showing weakness results in defeat. Compromise inevitably leads to defeat. With this thought, she gazed at Mo Shiyin with renewed aggression and unceremoniously inquired, "Since you are so familiar with my little Yuan's pen name, I presume that the esteemed lady of the Holy Maiden Pavilion is well acquainted with many of his works? Perhaps you might share them with us, so that I, as his senior sister, may broaden my horizons." Her tone was imbued with palpable intent, particularly emphasizing the phrase "my little Yuan," akin to a protective pup eager to assert its claim before outsiders. Of course, her words were calculated. Although Luo Yuan possessed talent, the nature of his works was not something one could casually fabricate. After all, such peculiar literary styles were not easily mimicked. This elder sister, having boldly made such a claim, indeed had her own personal experiences behind it. To her surprise, Mo Shiyin exhibited no sign of retreat. Rather, she responded with calm composure, "Young Master Xiao." "Oh no, it should be young Master Luo," once wrote an esteemed masterpiece under the pen name Xiao Yin. Titled On the Structure of the Kuan Characters, I was particularly in awe after reading it and sought out young Master Luo to discuss the meaning of the title, to which he graciously consented and imparted his wisdom. Since then, although I have not had the pleasure of meeting young Master Luo again, my admiration for him remains indelibly etched in my heart. Upon concluding her words, Mo Shiyin cast a meaningful glance at Luo Yuan, one imbued with 3 parts anticipation and 7 parts melancholy, as if silently questioning, "Having gone to such lengths to support you, what reward do you intend to bestow upon me?" What is that?" Bai Ruoli momentarily struggled to comprehend the name. Given its naming style, it indeed seemed plausible that it could be a work by her junior brother. What was happening? Could it be that this enchantress was speaking the truth? She turned her gaze toward Luo Yuan, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. As an experienced gentleman, Xian Songzi could not remain composed upon hearing the title. Quite the intricate game, Taoist Luo. He recalled the tales from Da'in City regarding Luo Yuan, the relentless pursuit of the holy maiden of the sword refinement sect, the affection lavished upon him by the empress of Da'in, and even the peculiar relationship he shared with the demon emperor of the northern region. Now, with the addition of a witch from the Wugu sect, how was it that this young man attracted the favor of so many? Was his vitality forged of iron? The more Xian Songzi pondered, the more bewildered he became, his gaze toward Luo Yuan tinged with a hint of respect. Meanwhile, faced with Bai Ruoli's intense scrutiny, Luo Yuan could only muster the fortitude to acknowledge her. After all, it was impossible to divulge the entirety of the system's capabilities to her. However, this approach bore a clear disadvantage. By acquiescing to Mo Xian's words, he effectively acknowledged the events that transpired in the dream. In the ensuing moments, he was likely to find himself entangled with this enchantress. After receiving confirmation from Luo Yuan, Bairuoli's fair visage briefly illuminated with surprise. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, once again adopting a tone that brooked no argument. If you admire books, then admire them. But why do you constantly regard my junior brother with such beguiling eyes? Those in the know might think we are here to negotiate collaboration with the Wugu sect, while those unaware might assume we are here to sign a contract of servitude for Xiao Yuan with that. She tugged Luo Yuan's arm closer to her, creating an intimacy between them. This was a tactic she had acquired from Gu Qingshang after a series of significant confrontations. In a crowd, establishing dominance early on left a lasting impression in the minds of onlookers. This time, it was indeed a lesson well applied. Feeling an unusual sensation coursing through his arm, Luo Yuan suddenly found himself unable to move, regardless of how hard he tried. Yet, he had to admit that sometimes the impression one gives is intricately linked to their inherent disposition. For instance, Bairuoli's current demeanor perfectly mirrored her soft and gentle nature. However, this seemingly innocuous gesture, in the eyes of Mo Xian, was a blatant declaration of dominance by Bairuoli. Under normal circumstances, she would have engaged in an open contest with her. Yet, at this moment, she altered her strategy. For Luo Yuan's senior sister appeared to be the kind who was particularly easy to manipulate. Not even understanding the structure of the Kuan characters, what scheming could she possibly possess? She would bide her time. She would lie in wait. She would strike when Bairuoli was at her most relaxed, delivering an unexpected and devastating blow. Only in this manner could she most effectively undermine her opponent's confidence. Ridiculous. As a formidable enchantress from the demonic sect, what shame was there in vying for a man? She immediately turned to Bairuoli, feigning a semblance of panic and grievance, softly uttering, "Sister must have misunderstood me. I merely admire young Master Luo's talents. How could I harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards him? Today, it is such a rare occasion that young Master Luo visits the Wugu Jiao. I simply must come forth to extend a warm welcome. After all, the days ahead are long, and should I fail to receive him properly today and offend him, he may never return. I would then be left to weep in regret for the rest of my life." Mo Xian's tone was imbued with sincerity, mingled with a hint of awkwardness. She resembled a little girl who had erred, her words resonating with genuine emotion, leaving no room for criticism. Upon hearing this, Bairuoli found it somewhat peculiar. Yet she hesitated to respond. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party had chosen to lower her stance, there was little reason for Bairuoli to continue being confrontational. To persist would only serve to expose her own bullying demeanor. The only aspect that left her puzzled was why Mo Xian chose to linger on the character for day. Could it be a peculiar pronunciation from their Nanlingyu? Chapter 93. Advancing through retreat. Mo Xian's subtle thoughts, however. This ultimately remains an inconspicuous detail that Bairuoli did not overly concern herself with. In her perception, even if there were differences in interpretation, what more could be conjured from such a word? Time is ample. It is, after all, an utterly innocent term. As the opportune moment approached, Luo Yuan hastily stepped in to mediate. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us return to the main topic. Regarding the collaboration terms I previously proposed, Guardian Xiao, perhaps you might reconsider? Logically speaking, the highest authority of the Wugu sect present should be Mo Xian, as the Holy Maiden. If Luo Yuan sought to solicit opinions, it would be appropriate to inquire of her. Yet, Luo Yuan's cleverness lay in skillfully redirecting the conversation towards Guardian Xiao beside him. Unbeknownst to them, this deft maneuver achieved a transfer of discourse power on this subject. This way, he could not only prevent Mo Xian from uttering any outrageous proclamations, but also subtly coax the other party into accepting his terms, achieving dual objectives. However, this action appeared entirely different in the eyes of Guardian Xiao. With the Holy Maiden standing nearby, how could he still be consulted? Wasn't he this akin to pushing him into the fire? Guardian Xiao hesitated for a moment, glancing around to see no one on his side willing to speak, and could only harden his resolve to say, "Well, this matter. I have just given it considerable thought, and feel that the previous conclusion was somewhat lacking in rigor. Should this collaboration succeed, the profits it could yield are incalculable. Even if our Wugu sect were to claim merely 30%, it would still amount to a considerable fortune. Why not pursue it? I find myself increasingly convinced that young Master Luo's earlier proposal is quite astute. Let us proceed, as he suggested. In a matter of mere minutes, Guardian Zhao's stance underwent a dramatic reversal of 180 degrees. Even his address shifted from the reckless youth to young Master Luo. Goodness, this change of face was swifter than turning a page. No wonder he could hold the position of guardian. His adaptability was commendable. Luo Yuan, nearly unable to contain his amusement at Guardian Zhao's sudden transformation, inquired with a smile, "Might I suggest we allow your esteemed sect an additional 10%? After all, implementing this method will require the Wu Gu sect to dispatch a considerable number of disciples. Merely claiming 30% might seem overly generous on your part." "Young Master Luo, such words are erroneous," Guardian Zhao exclaimed, slamming the table and declaring solemnly, "The foundation of cooperation lies in mutual trust. Beyond that, all else is mere illusion. Does my Wu Gu sect, in your eyes, appear to be of such disreputable character, opportunistic and fickle?" Upon his words, the room fell into a profound silence. The disciples of Wu Gu sect bowed their heads, momentarily at a loss for words. Xian Songzi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking that he had never encountered anyone more shameless than himself. Seeing his stratagem succeed, Luo Yuan beamed. "You speak wisely, Guardian. I am humbled. If that is the case, let us finalize this matter." Guardian Zhao let out a long breath of relief, discreetly observing Emo Xian to ascertain whether his previous actions were inappropriate. Noting that her expression had not shifted significantly, he finally felt at ease. Such an imbalanced proposal could be accepted, indicating that this young man must hold an extraordinary position in the Holy Maiden's esteem. It seems I must engage more frequently with Luo Yuan. Even if nothing else, merely having him whisper a few praises at the Holy Maiden's bedside could significantly bolster my standing within the Wu Gu sect. However, just as everyone was elated to accept this outcome, Emo Xian spoke once more. Such a favorable arrangement, discussing only profit sharing, seems rather one-dimensional. I propose that our Wu Gu sect also contribute 2 branch locations, specifically for accommodating visitors from the other 3 spiritual realms and from Zhongzhou. The resources required for this endeavor shall incur no expenses to your Xianyin sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Wu Gu sect raised their heads in disbelief, astonished by Emo Xian's boldness. 2 branch locations. Even the sect leader would have to deliberate carefully on such a matter. Has the Holy Maiden really made such a decisive alteration? Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, finding Emo Xian's statement somewhat perplexing. Not only was she offering personnel, but she was additionally providing venues, and yet the financial burden remained minimal. Does such fortune truly exist in the world? As the saying goes, abnormal occurrences often herald mischief. This enchantress must have ulterior motives behind her words. Sure enough, as this thought crossed his mind, Emo Xian spoke again. Her tone languid. "However, this portion of the profits will not be freely bestowed upon your Xianyin sect. To utilize these 2 branch locations, young Master Luo must present a token of sincerity. Please articulate your request, Your Holiness. Anything within the capacity of my Xianyin sect shall be accommodated," Luo Yuan tentatively replied. Seeing him acquiesce, Emo Xian revealed her terms without reservation. "This condition is quite simple. Visitors from the southern spiritual realm who stay at my Wu Gu sect's branch must remit 70% of their lodging fees to us. The accommodations are provided by the Wu Gu sect, and the facilities are constructed by you. Thus this income should rightfully be substantial, quite fair, indeed, and easily agreeable. Naturally, we shall adhere to the agreed-upon profit sharing." Luo Yuan nodded in agreement. Young Master Luo's approach remains as forthright as ever, Emo Xian remarked, a faint smile curving her lips as she spoke softly. "The second request is straightforward. As the sects contend for supremacy, I require only to accompany your Xianyin sect to the event." Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned countless potential conditions, yet none had prepared him for this. What purpose did she have for attending the contest for sect supremacy? Logically, this bore no direct relevance to the Wu Gu sect. Moreover, the Wu Gu Jiao and the Dao Min Tianzong have been feuding for generations, so during each Dao Tong competition, members of the Wu Gu Jiao are never invited. If she were to be brought along, it might lead to unforeseen chaos along the way. Fortunately, Xian Songzi is on our side, and there isn't any significant conflict between the Rinzong and the Wu Gu Jiao. By having Xian Songzi subtly manage things behind the scenes, it likely won't cause any major issues, right? After finalizing a series of related matters, The cooperation between both parties was officially settled. Luo Yuan and his group casually offered an excuse and prepared to head back. Xian tentatively tried to persuade them to stay, but upon receiving by Ruoli's clear refusal, she wisely withdrew. Watching Luo Yuan and his companions fade into the distance, the Xiao Fa asked with confusion, "Holy Maiden, the Dao Tong competition has nothing to do with us. Why did you?" Xian didn't answer his question. Instead, she responded with a faint, enigmatic smile. Men, after all, are creatures who seek excitement and novelty. To truly capture a man's heart, one must understand the art of balance between private rivalries and subtle flirtations, compared to openly expressing affection in front of everyone. Which do you think would leave a man eternally captivated and unable to resist? The Xiao Fa suddenly understood, his mind thrown into disarray. Good heavens, it turns out our holy maiden isn't going to observe the Dao Tong competition. She's going to compete for a man.